You fucking deaf. I'm just asking you to sleep with that kid for one night. It won't take a piece of flesh off you. Get going now. Man of the house, I don't want to. The woman wept and pleaded, but with a sharp slap, everything abruptly fell silent. Wang Chen, who had been nursing a hangover, was forced awake by the noise. Under the moonlight, everything around him felt both strange and familiar. The mud walls were covered with old newspapers, the Kong-heated brick bed burned hot. The patched quilt and the old-fashioned calendar hanging nearby its date clearly read January 1st, 1990. Holy shit, I've been reborn, and I'm back 30 years ago. Wang Chen's face was filled with shock, quickly replaced by a surge of overwhelming hatred. 30 years ago, on this very day, his life had been utterly destroyed. Back then, he had just graduated from a vocational college in the provincial capital. In 1990, graduates from such schools were guaranteed job assignments. He was assigned to the timber factory in Swifen, becoming a proud dispatcher. At the time, a formal worker's benefits were exceptional. His monthly salary alone was 150 yuan. After becoming a permanent employee, he'd even gained an urban hukou household registration. Back then, changing from rural to urban status was harder than climbing to the heavens. Countless people fought tooth and nail for a single slot, often in vain. At just over 20, Wang Chen held a golden rice bowl job. He was truly in the prime of his life, full of ambition. The villagers were envious, saying he had a brilliant future ahead. But where there was envy, there was also jealousy, like from Ma San, Wang Chen's neighbor. Northeastern rural villages were poor back then, and Ma San's family was dirt poor. He was a local thug, good for nothing, always up to no good. Years ago, his family had a few meager plots of land, but he'd gambled them all away. Ma San's house was separated from Wang Chen's only by a low wall. Seeing Wang Chen's life improving day by day, Ma San gnashed his teeth in hatred. Finally, on New Year's Day, he invited Wang Chen to his house under the pretense of celebrating, claiming they'd have a proper drink together. But he slipped sleeping pills into Wang Chen's drink, knocking him out cold. Then he stripped Wang Chen naked and threw him onto the heated Kong. Next, he made his wife, Zhang Yuru, undress completely and crawl onto the same quilt with Wang Chen. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Ma San arrived with a gang of cronies, staging a dramatic catching in the act. Wang Chen, still groggy and disoriented, was immediately pinned down on the Kong, utterly humiliated. Ma San went berserk, beating and cursing Wang Chen. He threatened to call the police, accusing Wang Chen of being a hooligan. Back in 1990, the hooliganism charge could lead to execution by firing squad. Unaware he'd been drugged, Wang Chen thought he'd committed a crime while drunk. He was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He begged Ma San on his knees, pleading for mercy. But Ma San demanded a huge price. Wang Chen must hand over his job. Otherwise, there would be no deal. Terrified and threatened by Ma San's gang with clubs and sticks, Wang Chen had no choice but to sign a written agreement, giving up his position. From then on, Ma San became a formal employee at the timber factory, rising steadily, while Wang Chen was cast out. With his vocational college diploma, finding another job shouldn't have been too difficult. But Ma San, harboring malice, spread vicious rumors everywhere, claiming Wang Chen had slept with his wife. Back then, people valued reputation above all. Once the rumor spread, no company dared to hire Wang Chen. From then on, he could only survive by doing odd jobs, barely scraping by. But what truly filled Wang Chen with bone-deep hatred was that this incident destroyed his only remaining family. After his parents' deaths, Wang Chen had raised his younger sister, Wang Shui, all by himself. In his heart, no one was more important than his sister. But because of the rumors, his sister was expelled from school. Unable to bear the humiliation, she jumped into the river that very night. Her body was never found. After his sister's death, Wang Chen fell into even deeper despair, drinking himself into oblivion every day. For 30 years, he lived in a daze, his health ruined, on the verge of death. Just before he died, Ma San, now prosperous and proud, came to see him and revealed a secret. Back then, after being drugged, Wang Chen had slept like a log. Nothing had actually happened between him and Zhang Yuru. Wang Chen had carried the blame for 30 years, completely unaware. Overcome with rage, he collapsed and died on the spot. Never did he imagine that upon opening his eyes again, he'd be back on the very day he was betrayed. Heaven gave me a second chance, see, so I could destroy these beasts. Wang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Just then, the door creaked open. Under the moonlight, a stealthy figure slowly approached Wang Chen's bed. It was none other than Ma San's wife, Zhang Yuru. 30 years ago, Zhang Yuru had quietly slipped into Wang Chen's bed like this, destroying his life. Wang Chen had always believed she was one of the masterminds. But after hearing the argument and the slap just now, it seemed Zhang Yuru was also being forced. While Wang Chen was still lost in thought, Zhang Yuru had already sat down beside him. She quickly removed her cotton jacket and pants, leaving only a thin, translucent white undershirt. Though Ma San was just a lowlife, there's an old saying, good men get plain wives, scoundrels marry beauties. Though born in a village, Zhang Yuru was truly a stunning beauty. At 1.65 meters tall, she was even taller than Ma San. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, her lips naturally red as fire without any lipstick. Her long, jet black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her figure was extraordinary. Any child of hers would never go hungry. Suddenly, Zhang Yuru reached out her delicate hand and placed it on Wang Chen's burning chest. As her hand slid downward, she spoke apologetically. Brother, I'm so sorry. Your third brother wants your job. I'm being forced into this. Zhang Yuru's voice was sweet, her touch smooth. Seeing her nearly bursting through the thin undershirt, Wang Chen felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Zhang Yuru, blushing, seemed even more alluring. Truthfully, Wang Chen had an overwhelming urge to strangle her right then. If it weren't for this wretch crawling into his bed, his past life wouldn't have been so tragic. But now he had a new plan. Killing would mean paying with his life. He had a better way to exact revenge. Pretending to still be drunk, he suddenly threw his arms open and tightly embraced Zhang Yuru's slender waist. Before she could react, she was pulled into his arms. They pressed tightly together, almost feeling each other's heartbeat. Wang Chen gently nuzzled Zhang Yuru's ear, mumbling drunkenly, Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. How great it would be if you were my wife. Chapter 2. A touch of plum blossom. Read as a rural woman, Zhang Yuru was unfamiliar with the nuances of intimate companionship. She merely felt the warm breath of Wang Chen brushing against her ear, igniting an unbearable itch throughout her body. Especially when Wang Chen expressed his desire for her to become his wife, her heart raced with excitement. The truth was, had it not been for her family's poverty and the desperate need for a few bags of life-saving grain, who would have wished to marry that good-for-nothing Ma San? The villagers were well aware of Ma San's three vices: smoking, drinking, and domestic violence. For years, Zhang Yuru had endured a life of misery under his reign. In stark contrast, Wang Chen was the man of her dreams. Standing at 180 centimeters tall, with a physique sculpted by muscle, he possessed a quintessential square jaw, exuding masculinity coupled with a hint of charm. Moreover, Wang Chen was a technical school graduate, a true intellectual by the standards of the time. Any woman fortunate enough to marry him would be overjoyed, even in her dreams. Zhang Yuru's heart swayed as she gradually pressed her lips against Wang Chen's. His hands were far from innocent, yet she passively accepted his advances. However, an overwhelming sense of suffocation soon enveloped her as he tightened his grip around her neck. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuru's unconscious state, Wang Chen felt a flicker of vindictive satisfaction. This woman had wronged him deeply, and despite the circumstances that had led to their encounter, he harbored thoughts of suffocating her. Nevertheless, this was a precious moment of passion. He unleashed 3 decades worth of resentment upon Zhang Yuru. As he sweated profusely, Zhang Yuru, though in a stupor, continued to mumble softly. After half an hour, Wang Chen finally sat up. A sense of unspoken triumph etched across his face. It was then he noticed, to his surprise, that bloodstains had appeared on the sheets, reminiscent of blossoming plum blossoms. Could it be that Zhang Yuru was still a virgin? In a past life, he had heard whispers that Ma San was inept in that regard. Reflecting on it, he realized that until his own demise, Zhang Yuru had not borne any children, indicating a genuine issue with Ma San. Wang Chen could never have anticipated that his rebirth would come with such unexpected delight. His audacity grew as he envisioned transforming Zhang Yuru into his true woman. It seemed imperative to eliminate Ma San swiftly. Wang Chen tucked Zhang Yuru under the covers but discreetly removed the stained sheets. Those bloodstains were his glorious trophies. Glancing at the time, he noted it was now 4 a.m. By 6 a.m., Ma San would arrive with a group of thugs to catch him in the act, sealing his fate. Wang Chen had a mere 2 hours to orchestrate a formidable counterattack. In January, the Northeast was at its coldest, with biting winds that chilled to the bone. Wang Chen donned a coat and a fur hat, raising the collar to conceal all but his eyes. He made his way directly to the village's small shop, certain that Ma San was currently plotting with his band of unruly friends within. In those days, rural northeast China lacked any proper restaurants. In the small shop, Aside from selling goods, they also prepared a couple of hot dishes for the villagers to enjoy with their drinks. As Wang Chen approached the entrance, he peered through the window and witnessed Ma San and his group indulging in a feast. Within the room, a cast-iron pot simmered with a steaming pig slaughter dish, replete with large bones and blood sausages, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. At the table, amidst Ma San's companions, Wang Chen suddenly recognized two familiar faces. One, older in age, was named Wang Fugue, while the other, of similar age to Wang Chen, was Wang. Senator Wang Fugue was Wang Chen's second uncle, and Wang's son was his son. The sight of these two scoundrels filled Wang Chen with a surge of anger. He vaguely recalled the incident from years past when he had been caught in an illicit affair. His uncle, Wang Fugue, had stepped forward as a witness, claiming to have seen Wang Chen in bed with Zhang Yuru. Had it not been for his testimony, Wang Chen would not have been falsely labeled as a lecher. It was evident that he had been colluding with Ma San all along. As for Wang's son, he was no better. Taking advantage of the chaos, he had kicked Wang Chen in the groin, nearly rendering him incapacitated. The enmity between Wang Chen and Wang Fugue was not a recent development. When Wang Chen's parents were still alive, Wang Fugue had a penchant for taking more than his fair share. Wang Chen's father, possessing a gentle disposition, had always cared for his younger brother, yielding to Wang Fugue's demands. At that time, when Wang Chen's family built 3 brick houses, Wang Fugue shamelessly claimed one for himself, leaving Wang Chen's family to reside in a dilapidated earthen home. This was merely the beginning, following a mining accident that tragically claimed the lives of Wang Chen's parents. The mine had compensated them with 5,000 yuan, an amount that would have sufficed for Wang Chen and his sister's upbringing. However, Wang Fugue, assuming the role of elder, forcibly seized the 5,000, refusing to return a single cent to Wang Chen and even driving him away with violence. The funeral expenses for Wang Chen's parents had been squandered on Wang's son, his beloved son, who, though shorter than Wang Chen, was remarkably well-fed and robust, resembling a pig. Each time the family feasted on meat, Wang's son would flaunt his bounty before Wang Chen, nearly driving him to despair. Had it not been for the kindness of villagers who offered assistance, Wang Chen and his sister might have perished from hunger long ago. It seemed they had long regarded Wang Chen as a thorn in their side, seeking to eliminate him at this opportune moment. The more Wang Chen pondered, the angrier he became, with rage swelling within him. Wang Fugue, you shall pay for this. With past grievances rekindled, Wang Chen yearned to exact vengeance upon the father and son duo. Given their utter disregard for familial ties, Wang Chen felt no compunctions of his own. Meanwhile, at the drinking table, the revelers began to conspire yet again. Ma San, should we not proceed to catch him in the act soon? Will your sedatives be effective enough to keep him from waking mid-plot? Ma San, brimming with confidence, reassured them. Worry not, I have added several pills. Not even a bull could rise. As the conversation progressed, laughter erupted among the group, while the corpulent Wang's son raised his glass to toast Ma San. Brother, once you have taken Wang Chen's job, arrange a position for me at the lumber factory. This guy is insufferable. He thinks that just because he attended a vocational school, he can look down on others. Just wait until I secure a formal job. I will make sure to put him in his place. There will be benefits for all. No one will lose out. Ma San thumped his chest in assurance. Inside, the sound of clinking glasses resonated, followed by uproarious laughter. Outside, however, Wang Chen was seething with rage. He did not storm in nor did he leave. Instead, he picked up a brick and squatted beside the restroom. He knew Wang's son had a tendency to urinate frequently when he drank too much. Sure enough, within half an hour, Wang's son emerged to relieve himself. Just as he positioned himself against the wall, a brick struck the back of his head. Wang Chen swiftly brought him down and stood on his chest, laughing heartily. Oh, you all enjoy catching cheating spouses, don't you? Unfortunately, the lead role has changed today. Chapter 3. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Wang Chen grasped Wang's son by the legs and dragged him across the frigid ground. With time ticking towards 6 o'clock, he could no longer afford to waste moments. Soon, he arrived at Ma San's house, where Zhang Yuru lay unconscious on the heated bed. Wang Chen stripped Wang's son of his clothing and tucked him into the blankets. After securely locking the front door, he leapt out of the back window, transforming the room into a veritable chamber of secrets. Meanwhile, Ma San and his companions remained blissfully unaware, indulging in food and drink at the small store. No one noticed Wang Sen's absence, assuming he had merely fallen ill and gone to the restroom. As dawn approached, the group prepared to execute their original plan. armed with bricks, sticks, and rope for binding pigs, ready to catch Ma San in the act of infidelity. The moment they stepped outside, Wang Chen took a battered iron basin and began to bang it throughout the village. Not only did he pound the basin, but he also shouted, "Come quickly! Ma San's wife is engaging in illicit affairs and has been cornered at home. If you don't hurry, she will escape." In the rural Northeast during winter, entertainment was scarce. Upon hearing of a scandal, the villagers rushed out to witness the commotion. Before long, nearly half the village had gathered around Ma San's home. At that moment, Ma San and his crew stumbled to the doorstep, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He knocked several times on the door, hurling insults inside. "Wang Chen, come out. How dare you sleep with my wife? I will make you pay." His voice boomed, yet there was no reply from within. After a few forceful pushes, he realized the door was locked from the inside. Wang Fuguwei, being astute, sensed something was amiss. "Ma San, something feels off." Nevertheless, Ma San remained confident, dismissing any concern. "I bet that scoundrel has woken up and locked the door in fear of us. Just wait until we burst in. I'll break his legs." The group retrieved a heavy hammer, preparing to smash the door open. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd outside continued to swell, encircling the courtyard so tightly that not a drop could escape. Ma San was taken aback by the unexpected turnout, momentarily caught in a daze. However, the villagers, ever eager for spectacle, began to shout at Ma San. "Ma San, we've heard your wife has been unfaithful. Where did she find that rogue? Hurry and break down the door, let us see." Indeed, Zhang Yuru, who usually appeared so proper, rarely stepping outside her home, had committed such a shameless act. The turmoil created by Ma San was merely a ruse to coerce Wang Chen into relinquishing his job. As the saying goes, family disgrace must not be aired. And now he had unwittingly stirred the entire village. He could feel the heat rising to his face. Yet, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to let it fly. Who else could it be but that scoundrel Wang Chen? He had long had his eyes on my wife, flirting with her at every opportunity. Last night, while I was away, he took advantage and crawled into my bed. Just wait until I catch him. I shall not spare him. Ma San seethed with rage, while the villagers buzzed with speculation. "You mean that rogue is Wang Chen? I find that hard to believe. He is a respectable vocational school graduate with a stable job. All the beautiful girls in the village have their eyes on that fine young man. Your wife is a wilted flower. Who would desire her?" Exactly. Wang Chen has a good reputation. Even when his family was destitute, barely able to eat, he never resorted to theft, let alone stealing someone's partner. If anyone in the Wang family has a poor character, it must be Wang Fugua's son, Wang San. I once caught that rascal peeking at Widow Li bathing. He has always been a rogue. I wouldn't be surprised if he were the one stealing someone's heart. As the villagers defended Wang Chen while tarnishing his son's name, Wang Fugua's fury reached its peak. He climbed atop a nearby coal pile and shouted at the crowd, "Shut your mouths. My son Wang Sun would never engage in such disgraceful acts. He is far too exceptional to settle for just anyone." It was Wang Chen, the impoverished one, unable to marry, who might stoop to such behavior. Like Ma San, Wang Fugua was also notorious for his thuggish demeanor. Brandishing a stick, he threatened anyone who dared speak ill of Wang San, ready to strike if necessary. Yet, some were undeterred, continuing to mock. Indeed, Wang Chen is a pauper. But why is he poor? Because certain scoundrels devoured his parents' funeral expenses. They even used that money to buy meat for their own children. Wang Sun eats like a pig, enough to fetch a good price at the butcher's. The villagers erupted in laughter at this revelation, making Ma San and Wang Fugua the butt of the joke, their faces growing increasingly dark. It was clear that the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for both of them. They seized hammers and began to pound on the door. With a series of loud bangs, the door was finally breached. Following their earlier plan, they surged inside, intent on catching Wang Chen in the act. If they could catch him red-handed, it would silence the village gossip. However, once they burst in, they were left dumbfounded. Indeed, there was a man lying next to Zhang Yuru, but it was not Wang Chen. It was Wang's senator. Two individuals lay bare upon the bed, with Wang's son still ensnared in the clutches of a hangover. His foul hands roamed over Zhang Yuru's body, a sight that was nothing short of scandalous. The scene before Ma San turned his face a ghastly shade of green. He could scarcely fathom that after investing so much effort to harm Wang Chen, he would find his own home invaded by Wang's senator grabbing Wang Fuguwei by the collar. His eyes blazed with fury. What in the devil's name is happening here? Are you and your son conspiring against me? You had better provide an explanation, or I swear I will end you. You old fool. Wang Fugui, equally bewildered, found himself at a loss. How could his son have ended up in Zhang Yuru's bed? He began to suspect the involvement of supernatural forces. The commotion inside the house drew the attention of villagers outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Should they burst through the door, the situation would become irretrievable. Wang Fugui hastily restrained Ma San and whispered urgently in his ear, "If you wish to keep Wang Chen's job, you must claim that it was Wang Chen who slept with your wife." Reluctantly, Ma San complied, pushing people out while shouting towards the courtyard, "I've caught him. It was that little brat Wang Chen who seduced my wife. I will see him imprisoned. This is a crime that warrants execution." Yet, before he could finish, an indignant voice erupted from outside. "Which bastard is slandering me? I've been sound asleep at home. Where would I find the time for such scandal?" The crowd turned to the source of the voice, witnessing Wang Chen emerge from his house, clad in a robe and blinking sleep from his eyes. It became painfully clear to all, even the dim-witted, that Ma San was attempting to lay a false accusation. Wang Chen sauntered over to Ma San's yard, visibly displeased. "Ma San, what utter nonsense are you spouting? I was asleep at home. I had no time to engage in any such affair with your wife. Don't tell me you mistook something." His words struck Ma San like a dagger, leaving him speechless. Moreover, other villagers, hearing Wang Chen's declaration, joined in the uproar. "Well said, Ma San. One may eat a meal in disarray, but one ought not speak recklessly. To accuse someone of infidelity is tantamount to a grave offense, punishable by death. You Haven-T even confirmed who was with your wife, and you're attempting to ruin Wang Chen's life? What gives you the right to cast such aspersions? Indeed, we must uncover the truth. Who was it that was truly in the act? Let us enter and see for ourselves." With that, the crowd surged forward, and despite Ma San and his cronies' attempts to block them, they were powerless to stop the tide. The door was flung open, and a throng of villagers rushed into the room. Wang Chen led the charge, taking advantage of Ma San's momentary confusion to yank the covers off the two individuals on the bed. With the covers gone, Zhang Yuru and Wang's son lay exposed before the villagers. The situation is abundantly clear. Someone is framing Wang Chen. The two individuals are completely unclothed, a sight that is rather scandalous. However, some onlookers, captivated by Zhang Yuru's alluring figure, display a rather lecherous expression. It is truly surprising to discover that Zhang Yuru possesses such an exquisite physique. No wonder Wang's son could not resist straying. If I were in his position, I might have succumbed as well. This affair is becoming increasingly intriguing. Although it was Wang's son who engaged with Zhang Yuru, Ma San insists that it was Wang Chen who is to blame, indicating that there is something amiss. The crowd, exchanging their opinions, included one mischievous soul who splashed a bucket of cold water over the couple. Recently roused from their slumber, they sprang up from the bed, startled by the icy shock. Wang's son rubbed his eyes, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuru trembled, hastily attempting to cover her damp body with a blanket. Yet, in her frantic state, she failed to conceal herself entirely, much to the delight of the spectators. Wang Chen scrambled off the bed and rushed to his father, Wang Fugui. "Father, what on earth is happening? How did I end up at Ma San's house? Wasn't it supposed to be Wang Chen who was brought here?" Wang's son unwittingly revealed the truth. The villagers, not lacking in perception, quickly deduced that this was a scheme devised by Wang Fugui and Ma San. "For heaven's sake, Wang Fugui, do you and your son have no shame? Wang Chen is your own nephew. How could you betray him like this? Indeed, Ma San is no decent fellow either. To frame Wang Chen, he even sold out his own wife. He is no man. Enough of this nonsense. Let's teach these scoundrels a lesson." The people of that era were quite innocent, harboring a sense of justice. When they saw Wang Chen wronged, they were the first to voice their discontent. They had long held a grudge against Ma San and Wang Fugui and seized this opportunity to express their indignation. Although Ma San had a few unscrupulous friends, witnessing the villagers' furious response, he discreetly slipped away. The crowd surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the miscreants. However, they refrained from inflicting serious harm, as no one wished to become a murderer. Wang Chen, observing the scene, found it somewhat unsatisfactory. He pretended to intervene, loudly imploring everyone to cease their assault, arguing that it was not worth it to land these rascals in legal trouble. Despite his words, he seized the moment of distraction to deliver a swift kick to Wang Chen's groin. In his previous life, It was at this very moment that Wang's son had incapacitated Wang Chen, rendering him unable to fulfill his manhood. He sought retribution, determined to let Wang's son experience the pain of being rendered impotent. Wang Chen was well prepared, for he was not wearing ordinary cloth shoes, but rather sturdy cowhide boots issued by the lumber mill. These boots were thick and exceptionally rigid, with the toe as hard as steel. The impact of his kick left a dent in Wang Chen's groin, eliciting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The villagers, initially undeterred, were momentarily taken aback by the piercing sound, retreating several paces. As the crowd dispersed, Wang's son lay unconscious, his trousers stained a vivid crimson. Wang Fugui, witnessing this harrowing scene, knelt beside his son to inspect the wounds. His hands quickly became smeared with blood. It's shattered, all shattered. My lineage, my legacy is at an end. Wang Fugui lamented, pounding his chest in despair, before turning his furious gaze upon Wang Chen. Wang Chen, did you strike my son? You wretched beast, I shall not let this go unchallenged. In a frenzied state, Wang Fugui lunged toward Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen was prepared. He deftly sidestepped and tripped Wang Fugui, sending him crashing into the arms of a notorious village woman. This woman, known for her fierce temperament, was not one to be trifled with. She seized Wang Fugui by the hair and struck his face with ferocity. Your son is a disgrace, and you dare to approach me? I shall teach you a lesson. Her slaps rained down mercilessly, leaving Wang Fugui's face bloodied and bruised. He never anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would culminate in such disastrous consequences. As chaos ensued, a commanding voice resounded from outside. Cease this at once. Are you not ashamed enough already? The villagers turned to see the village head, Li Jianguo, accompanied by several others, entering the fray. At over 70 years old, Li Jianguo commanded great respect within the community. Upon entering, he beheld the sight of the half-naked Wang's son cowering, and Wang Fugui being relentlessly struck. His face a canvas of blood, Zhang Yuru, shrouded in a blanket, huddled in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. Li Jianguo felt his heart racing with indignation. With a powerful roar, he commanded silence, and the tumultuous scene came to an abrupt halt. The village head was known for his fierce reputation, having served in the military. He bore several bullet wounds, with rumors suggesting fragments still lodged within his bones. Even in his advanced years, few dared to challenge him. Wang Chen, aware of Li Jianguo's sense of justice, seized the moment. He rushed to the village head's side, feigning tears as he fell to his knees. Grandpa Li, you must stand for me. I have lost my parents, and Ma San and my uncle have wrongfully accused me of misconduct. They threatened to charge me with a crime, even to the point of violence. If you do not support me, I shall have no way to survive. Chapter 5. All perished recalling the tribulations of his past life. Wang Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Even the most skilled actor could not rival such a display. Li Jianguo, well aware of Wang Chen's hardships and the immense injustices he had suffered, lifted him to his feet. Planting his cane firmly on the ground, he delivered a resounding thud, restoring silence to the surroundings. Wang Chen, speak freely of your grievances. Though I am aged, I am still capable of wielding a blade. Anyone who dares engage in unlawful conduct shall face my wrath without mercy. Upon hearing Li Jianguo's words, Wang Chen immediately began to recount the events that had transpired. As if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, he vividly narrated how Wang Fugui and Ma San had conspired against him. The villagers, gathered nearby, were eager to testify on Wang Chen's behalf. In an instant, Ma San and Wang Fugui became the targets of disdain. While Li Jianguo's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, he extended his hand and delivered a slap to both Ma San and Wang Fugui's faces. You two beasts, kneel before me at once. Li Jianguo, a figure of great authority in the village, left Ma San and Wang Fugui no choice but to comply. What is the meaning of this? You two scoundrels had better provide a clear explanation. Under Li Jianguo's intense questioning, the two had no option but to defend themselves. Quick-witted, Ma San decided to shift the blame entirely onto Wang Fugui. Village chief, you must take my side. The reason I wronged Wang Chen was due to Wang Fugui's threats. He threatened to kill me if I did not comply. Moreover, it was his son Wang's son who violated my wife. I am the victim here. Seeing Ma San's sudden betrayal, Wang Fugui could no longer contain himself. You, Ma, are speaking nonsense. It was you who gave me 200 yuan to testify falsely, hoping to have my nephew imprisoned. You are the mastermind behind this, so why are you casting blame upon me? The argument escalated, leading to a physical altercation. Ma Chen struck Wang Fuguei with a punch, leaving him with a black eye. Despite his age, Wang Fuguei retaliated fiercely, producing a brick from seemingly nowhere and striking Ma Chen on the forehead, drawing blood. Their dog-eat-dog confrontation nearly made Wang Chen burst into laughter. This was a perfect example of disgraceful behavior. Li Jianguo, infuriated, quickly summoned several individuals to forcibly separate the two, realizing he could extract no truth from them. He approached Zhang Yuru, another victim in this affair. Yuru, what transpired? Speak the truth, and I shall advocate for you today. After being rendered unconscious by Wang Chen, Zhang Yuru seemed to be suffering from a lack of oxygen, her mind still hazy. She vaguely recalled being knocked out and the subsequent events. Glancing at the naked Wang Sun beside her, she felt uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, she replied to Li Jianguo, village chief. I can't clearly remember what happened last night. It felt as though I was knocked out and then fell asleep. I truly do not understand what occurred. In matters of domestic strife, even the fairest of judges can find themselves at a loss. However, at that moment, Wang Chen stepped forward with righteous indignation. Grandpa Li, they have wronged me, and I can overlook it, but Sister Yuru has indeed been victimized. There exists a matter that I ought not to disclose. Last night, I witnessed Wang Sun pilfering an item from Ma San's residence and subsequently transporting it to his own home. Though my view was somewhat obscured at the time, I gathered that it appeared to be Sister Yuru's intimate garment. It is evident that Wang Sun harbored nefarious intentions towards Sister Yuru. Otherwise, he would not have committed such an act today. Grandpa Li, our village is populated by upright individuals, many of whom have been honored with national labor medals. We must not allow this rogue element to spoil the integrity of our community. Wang Chen seemed to be merely stating facts, yet he was, in truth, stoking the flames of discord. After all, the people of that era possessed a profound sense of collective honor. Upon hearing these words, Wang Fuguei erupted in outrage. Wang Chen, do not speak such nonsense. My son can have any woman he desires. How could he steal Zhang Yuru's undergarment? It is you scoundrel, who is so impoverished that you cannot even approach a woman. Stealing undergarments would be more fitting for you. In response to Wang Fuguei's retort, Wang Chen dismissed him with an air of indifference. If you truly believe your son is innocent, why not allow everyone to search your home? A simple search will clarify everything. Wang Chen's proposition resonated with Li Jianguo. You are correct. If you believe yourself to be blameless, let us proceed to your house for a search. If Wang's son is innocent, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. However, should you too be culpable, do not blame me for my mercilessness. At this juncture, Wang Fuguei could only acquiesce with a nod. He led the way to his home, deftly unlocking the door and inviting everyone inside. Wang Fuguei's residence consisted of 3 spacious tile-roofed rooms, adorned with solid wood furnishings, presenting a commendable appearance. However, the father and son were exceedingly inept, as their home was in disarray and filthy beyond measure. The village chief gestured for everyone to commence their search. To avoid suspicion, Wang Chen remained beside the chief, motionless. After some time spent searching, a villager suddenly unearthed a package from the wardrobe. Chief, you must see this. Upon opening the package, it revealed a blue bedsheet, upon which faint traces of blood were discernible. Ma Chen immediately recognized it as the very bedsheet from his own home. Is this not my bedsheet? How could it be found in your house? Ma Chen was incensed, feeling utterly deceived by Wang Fuguei and his son. What was intended to be an accusation against Wang Chen had instead resulted in a theft by the father and son. As if that were not enough. Once the bedsheet was unfurled, a thin white tank top was revealed within. Ma Chen became acutely aware that this was indeed Zhang Yuru's intimate attire. With the evidence now irrefutable, Wang's son could not possibly exonerate himself. Enraged, Ma Chen rushed forward and seized Wang Fuguei by the throat. You scoundrel! I shall settle this with you. As the two sides appeared ready to engage in a violent confrontation, Li Jianguo intervened once more, forcibly separating them. His expression was grave, and his gaze towards Wang Fuguei grew increasingly frigid. Wang Fuguei, bullying your own nephew is one matter, but now your own son has caused a scandal and wishes to shift the blame onto his nephew. Do you not realize this is a grave offense? In our village, we cannot tolerate such shamelessness. It is imperative to alert the authorities at once and apprehend that entire disgraceful family. It would be best if they faced the ultimate punishment. Chapter 6. Forming alliances. The village chief's words were not to be disregarded. Swiftly, some individuals hurried outside to make the call to the police. Wang Fuguei, sensing the dire situation, attempted to plead with the village chief. Unfortunately, the chief's mind was made up, rendering Wang's protests futile. Before long, the sound of sirens echoed from outside. Wang Fuguei and Wang's son were promptly taken away in handcuffs. As for Ma San and Zhang Yuru, they too were required to provide statements. Witnessing their capture filled Wang Chen with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, he had suffered grievously. Any act of vengeance was justified. He harbored a fervent desire for these scoundrels to meet their end, as only then could his heart find solace. Once the crowd dispersed, Wang Chen slowly made his way home, his heart heavy with reflection. Since the passing of his parents, life for him and his sister had been anything but easy. Though they were not entirely destitute, their circumstances were dire. Coupled with the betrayals from Ma San and Wang Fuguei, his later years had been plagued by hardship. With scarcely a moment of peace, upon his rebirth, he resolved to live a life of significance, particularly for his sister. He had wronged her immensely in his past life and was determined to make amends. With the school year yet to conclude, Wang Chen decided to tidy up their home. He wished to surprise his sister when she returned for the winter break, so they could celebrate the new year joyously together. After a busy afternoon, the room was finally in order. Just as Wang Chen prepared to rest, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Ma San standing there. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards him, Wang Chen managed to force a smile. "Third brother, you've returned so soon. Have you uncovered the truth?" "Indeed, I have. Wang's son has been detained, and he may very well face execution soon. That old wretch Wang Fuguei won't escape either." Ma San replied, his face alight with pride. All of this had been anticipated by Wang Chen. He was not overly surprised and simply remarked, "Congratulations, third brother. It seems you have finally vented your frustrations. However, your visit at this hour, does it pertain to something important?" Without allowing for further discussion, Ma San grasped Wang Chen's arm and led him toward his home. "Brother Wang, we may have had some misunderstandings before. I truly did not intend to wrong you. It was Wang Fuguei who sowed discord between us. I specially asked my wife to prepare a couple of hearty dishes. Let us share a drink, a gesture of reconciliation." Had it not been for his past experiences, Wang Chen might have been deceived by Ma San's performance. But now, he could only feign agreement, curious to discern Ma San's true intentions. Upon arriving at Ma San's home, Zhang Yuru was busy cooking. The table was adorned with an array of meats and alcohol, appearing quite lavish. As soon as they sat down, Ma San poured a drink for Wang Chen. Suspecting there may be something amiss with the beverage, Wang Chen cautiously inquired, "Third brother, what exactly is your purpose? Please speak plainly." Seeing Wang Chen's indifference, Ma San approached with a grin. "Brother, may I pose a single question to you? What are your thoughts on your sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards Zhang Yuru, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. Although clad in a bulky cotton coat, her voluptuous figure was unmistakably evident. The memory of the intoxicating experience from the previous night sent a delightful shiver through Wang Chen's bones. Indeed, Zhang Yuru was a rare beauty, and it felt like a travesty for her to be in Ma San's hands. Despite these thoughts, Wang Chen feigned ignorance. "Sister-in-law is quite wonderful, cooking for us and warming our wine. Where could one find such a virtuous wife?" Ma San recognized Wang Chen's act of pretense and pressed further. "Brother, I am not embarrassed to speak plainly. My family is struggling, and I wish for my wife to assist you. Please, lend us your support." Upon hearing the term assist, Wang Chen's heart raced. The notion of assisting in modern parlance implied sharing one's wife. In the past, some men in rural areas, having lost their ability to work, would allow their wives to seek out strong men, without marriage, yet with the possibility of bearing children. Naturally, the man selected would need to provide financial support for the family. However, such practices were relics of a bygone era, commonplace during the Republic of China. Nowadays, while rural life may not be affluent, it seldom led to such dire circumstances. Wang Chen sensed something amiss with Ma San's proposal regarding his wife. However, he was overthinking the situation. Even if Ma San were a rogue, he surely wouldn't desire to wear the proverbial green hat. Yet, after witnessing the morning's scandal, the reality of the situation had become undeniable. Moreover, having seen the intimate garments and bedding from Wang Sen's household, Ma San began to suspect an affair between Zhang Yuru and Wang's senator. With that in mind, he contemplated leveraging his own wife to gain some advantage from Wang Chen. With this thought, Ma San rose and poured another full cup of wine for Wang Chen. "Brother, I harbor no ulterior motives. My family is truly at a dead end, and I seek your assistance. Should you agree to this arrangement, I will send your sister-in-law over tonight. You may do as you wish." Zhang Yuru, who had been frying eggs, could not help but shed a few tears upon hearing Ma San's words. Momentarily stunned, she burnt the eggs, filling the room with the acrid scent of charred food. Ma San, witnessing her distress, rushed over and delivered a stinging slap. "Zhang Yuru, are you utterly useless? You cannot even manage to fry an egg. If no one wants you today, do you believe I won't break your legs?" Ma San's brutish nature remained unchanged, resorting to violence and verbal abuse towards Zhang Yuru. However, after the events of that morning, Wang Chen found himself harboring less resentment toward her. In fact, Zhang Yuru was his first woman, and no one understood the complexities of such experiences better than he. If he could bring Zhang Yuru closer, it might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, the Wang Chen of today was no longer the impulsive youth of yore. He approached matters with an uncommon level of caution. He gently tapped the table twice and turned to Ma San, saying, "Brother San, you truly think of me when good fortune arises. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful. If we could forge a connection, I would certainly be delighted. However, my family is quite impoverished, and with a younger sister to support, I am afraid I cannot be of much assistance to you." It seems this matter is unlikely to come to fruition. Upon seeing that Wang Chen had softened, Ma San hurried back, a broad smile on his face, and with obsequiousness he said, "Brother, my dear brother, you speak as if we are strangers. I am well aware that your family is not affluent. I would never dream of asking for your money. As for the crops, I possess ample strength and can manage farming without issue. Yet in these times, to toil from dawn until dusk is rather unreliable. Should a flood or drought strike, the entire year's harvest could vanish. I truly envy you for having a stable position at the lumber factory. By the way, I have heard that you are quite familiar with the factory director, Liu. Might you utter a few kind words on my behalf to secure me a position there as well?" Chapter 7. The winds of change. Ma San's true intentions finally emerged. In this failed scheme, he devised yet another, still yearning for Wang Chen's assistance in securing employment. Wang Chen, however, did not respond favorably, retorting coldly, "Brother San, are you not being unreasonable? Even if I know the director, it is not so simple to procure a job for you. The regulations from above are exceedingly strict. Without the requisite qualifications, you cannot secure a formal position. I am powerless in this matter." Rising to depart, Ma San quickly intercepted him. "Brother, why the haste? Allow me to finish my thoughts. Just get me any job, even if it is merely temporary. I need to earn some money to support my family, and we can discuss the rest later." Ma San's plea for a temporary position made things considerably easier. However, Wang Chen was adamant that he would not act without assurance. Even if it were feasible, Ma San would need to make a sacrifice. Ma San, being quite astute, recognized Wang Chen's mindset. At that moment, Zhang Yuru arrived with a plate of scrambled eggs. Seizing the opportunity, Ma San pulled her to sit beside Wang Chen. "Yuru, it is a rare occasion for Brother Wang to visit. You must raise a toast in his honor. Women simply do not grasp the nuances of social etiquette." Zhang Yuru, unaccustomed to drinking, reluctantly lifted her glass under Ma San's coercion. "Wang Chen, I toast to you." After taking a sip, she coughed violently, yet Ma San offered no comfort, instead signaling to Wang Chen that he was free to act as he pleased. Wang Chen remained uncertain of Ma San's ulterior motives and simply continued to eat his meal in silence. Meanwhile, after drinking, Zhang Yuru's face flushed a deep crimson. Feeling lightheaded, she lost her balance and fell directly into Wang Chen's embrace. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, and the softness of her form startled him, causing his own cheeks to redden. Observing Wang Chen's expression, Ma San realized that his plan had made significant progress. "Brother Wang Chen, if you feel embarrassed, I shall go out tonight to play cards with them and return tomorrow morning. If you fear the previous misunderstandings, taking Yuru to your home is also acceptable." It is evident that Ma San has genuinely softened this time. Wang Chen glanced at the gentle Zhang Yuru in his arms, and a flicker of thought crossed his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled at Ma San. "Brother San, I am indeed a bit fatigued today. Let us discuss your job prospect when I return to the factory tomorrow." He patted Ma San's shoulder and turned to leave. Yet, Zhang Yuru tenderly grasped Wang Chen's hand, seemingly reluctant to let him go. Having indulged in drink, a sudden recollection struck her. The person who shared her bed last night was none other than Wang Chen. Ma San was utterly inept in that regard. Every time before it even began, it was already over, leaving Zhang Yuru in a state of enduring solitude for years. However, last night, Wang Chen illuminated for her the essence of womanhood. In a theoretical sense, Wang Chen was indeed her first man. The psychological dependence she felt was something Ma San could never fulfill. Wang Chen, too, felt a stir within, yet he understood that the moment was not ripe. If Ma San were not dealt with, lingering concerns would always persist. Resolutely, he departed and made his way home. Before leaving, Ma San incessantly urged him to ensure the job matter was settled. Upon returning home, Wang Chen prepared a simple bowl of noodles, but as he lay on the Kong, sleep eluded him. With eyes closed, he could vividly recall Zhang Yuru's tender essence. The sensation was akin to countless ants crawling over him, a maddening itch. However, he soon regained his composure. To win Zhang Yuru's affection, he must assist Ma San in securing employment. He was quite familiar with the director of the timber factory, yet their relationship was not sufficiently strong for casual words to yield a job. In this era, social connections and the nuances of human relations held paramount importance. To seek assistance from others, one must first extend help, a principle of mutual benefit. As the director of the timber factory, he lacked for nothing. Even should Wang Chen offer gifts, it was likely they would be declined. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Wang Chen's mind. At this moment, Swifen had commenced foreign trade. Russian merchants had arrived to supply the timber factory with a batch of logs. This was inherently a favorable development, promising mutual profit. However, due to language barriers and differing lifestyles, the negotiations had stalled for an entire week without resolution. If this impasse continued, the opportunity might very well slip away. The factory director had been troubled by this predicament. Should Wang Chen manage to resolve the issues with the Russian merchants and successfully secure the contract, the director would owe him an immense favor. At that juncture, obtaining a temporary job would be a mere formality. Moreover, Wang Chen harbored even deeper schemes within his heart. In the year 1990, Northeast China was still in the nascent stages of reform and opening up. Meanwhile, the neighboring country was approaching its demise. A few months prior, the two nations had resumed normal relations, and along the border, the presence of traders, colloquially known as dealers, began to rise. At that time, people were yet to recognize the immense profits that lay within this trade. Had they known that a single transaction could yield profits in the hundreds of millions in the future, they would certainly have gone mad with excitement. For Wang Chen, this represented a remarkable opportunity. After all, standing at the forefront of this era, even a pig could soar to great heights. If he could seize the chance presented by the timber mill to cultivate relationships with those Russian merchants, it would undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors in the trade. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen drifted off to sleep with a faint smile. The next morning, he set off directly for the timber mill. As a promising young talent within the factory, a true academic elite, he was greeted by familiar faces along the way. Wang Chen couldn't help but reflect on how, had he not been betrayed by Ma San and his gang in his previous life, his future would have been limitless. Upon arriving at the door of the factory director's office, he knocked and called out, "Is Director Liu in?" "This is Wang Chen. May I come in?" At that moment, Director Liu Jinya was buried in paperwork, visibly distressed. The factory had intended to negotiate a substantial order of timber with the Russian merchants, yet after a week of discussions, no agreement had been reached, and the root of the problem remained elusive. If this delay continued, it would undoubtedly hinder the factory's production schedule. Without looking up, he called out lightly, "The door's not locked, just come in." Upon entering the office, Wang Chen refrained from immediately stating the purpose of his visit. Instead, he poured a cup of jasmine tea for Director Liu. While serving the tea, Wang Chen tentatively inquired, "Director Liu, I heard that the factory has yet to finalize a contract with those Russian merchants. I happen to know a few phrases in Russian. Could you grant me the opportunity to negotiate with them?" Chapter 8. The fishing expert. At Wang Chen's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Liu Jinya's eyes. He immediately looked up, excitement evident in his voice as he asked, "Xiao Wang, do you really speak Russian? You mustn't make such claims lightly." Wang Chen chuckled, scratching his head in modesty. "Well, I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I did take a Russian course while studying in Harbin. Moreover, our school had Russian students, so we often communicated without any barriers." Seeing Wang Chen's confidence, Liu Jinya let out a sigh of relief. It seemed there was still a chance to fulfill the task assigned from above. His demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he poured a cup of tea for Wang Chen. "Xiao Wang, although you are a newcomer, I have always held high hopes for you. If you can help the factory navigate through this challenge, I will certainly commend you and arrange a recognition ceremony." Wang Chen refrained from negotiating at that moment. After all, the deal was not yet secured, and it was prudent to keep his intentions discreet. He simply raised his cup, drinking it in one go. "Director Liu, leave this matter to me. Await my victorious news." Wang Chen departed from the office. Yet a sense of difficulty lingered in his heart. To successfully secure this business deal, mere proficiency in the Russian language would not suffice. The old Russians possessed a boisterous temperament, yet their eccentricities were unmistakable. Should he fail to entertain them satisfactorily, the likelihood of reaching an agreement would be slim. Fortuitously, Wang Chen was quite familiar with the disposition of these old Russians. One notable trait of theirs was an insatiable love for alcohol. Upon encountering fine spirits, they were irresistibly drawn, unable to resist the allure. Regardless of their social standing, they delighted in indulging in a few drinks. Wang Chen had even heard that the impoverished in their homeland resorted to mixing water with alcohol-laden antifreeze to satiate their cravings. Thus, procuring some exquisite liquor would constitute half the battle won. In addition to their fondness for libations, the old Russians also had a profound appreciation for gastronomy. They relished fresh meat and fish, and had a particular penchant for vibrant vegetables and fruits. Regrettably, during this season, greenhouse technology was still in its infancy and not yet widely adopted. In the depths of winter, sourcing fresh produce proved to be an arduous task. Fortunately, a small river flowed adjacent to the lumber mill. By breaking the ice, live fish could be caught. Without hesitation, Wang Chen borrowed a large iron bucket, a pickaxe, and a fishing net from the mill. He shouldered these implements and made his way to the river to fish. Unlike in summer, during winter in northeast China, one must first carve a hole in the ice to fish. The temperatures in Swifen during winter hovered around -20 degrees Celsius, and the ice on the river was a formidable half-meter thick. Wang Chen exerted all his strength, laboriously chiseling away at the icy surface for half the day, until he finally created a square hole of about 1 meter. He removed the broken ice, revealing the water beneath. Subsequently, armed with the fishing net, he stirred the water within the hole, preventing it from freezing over. As he agitated the water, a flurry of bubbles surfaced, signaling the arrival of fish seeking oxygen. Wang Chen quickened his pace, and soon, more fish gathered. However, he remained patient, as the fish drawn in thus far were small and insufficient for his needs. After several minutes, shadows began to emerge beneath the surface. These fish were of considerable size, precisely what Wang Chen desired. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly scooped the net towards the shadows. 3 or 4 plump fish were pulled from the water, and as he deposited them into the iron bucket, he glanced inside. Elated by his bountiful catch, the largest was a hefty head fish, weighing around 6 or 7 pounds. A slightly smaller one was a large white fish, approximately 4 or 5 pounds. The other two were even more remarkable. These were the finest cold water delicacies from the northeast. The Aohua fish. In northeast China, there is a saying regarding river fish: 3 flowers, 5 stripes, 18 suns, with the Aohua fish reigning supreme among the 3 flowers. Unlike typical river fish, it bore resemblance to those of the sea, and its exquisite flavor rivaled that of the finest Dongxing grouper. Moreover, the quantity of this delicacy is exceedingly scarce, even in the northeastern region during the year 1990, making it quite a challenge to procure. Most importantly, the Russians have an immense fondness for this exquisite cold water fish. With these 2 prized Aohua fish in hand, Wang Chen felt significantly more confident in securing the contract. Initially, he had hoped to catch a few more large fish, but in the midst of his excitement, the river's surface had already frozen over once again. Chipping away at the ice would consume considerable time, so Wang Chen decided to return to the factory for the time being. Before heading back to the lumber mill, he made a stop at the department store. He intended to exchange the plump-head fish and the large white fish for a few bottles of fine liquor. However, the fine liquor Wang Chen referred to was not the high-end Maotai, but rather the local preference for strong liquor known as Shadaozi. With its high alcohol content and strong character, it aptly suited the temperament of the northeastern people. As the new year approached, everyone desired to enjoy a few large fish, symbolizing abundance for the coming year. The plump-head fish and large white fish Wang Chen brought were immensely popular and were quickly purchased for a total of 15 yuan, which Wang Chen deemed a fair deal. He then used this 15 yuan to buy 6 bottles of Shadaozi before returning to the factory. After greeting factory director Liu in the morning, the factory cafeteria had already received orders to fully cooperate with Wang Chen in hosting a banquet. Wang Chen was also eager to showcase his culinary skills. During his previous period of hardship, he had worked in a Western restaurant, so preparing a few Russian dishes was a piece of cake for him. Soon, noon arrived, and the two Russians who had come to discuss business returned to the factory cafeteria. In fact, since their arrival, the lumber mill had provided them with the highest standard of hospitality. While the ordinary workers were served from large pots, these two Russians were treated to exquisite small dishes. However, the domestic stir-fry did not align with their tastes, leaving them both rather famished. Upon their next visit to the cafeteria, the two Russians still wore frowns. Struggling to adapt, they planned to return to nibble on bread. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly noticed Wang Chen approaching with a food cart. Davalishi, Davalishi. The Las Vega. This was Russian, meaning comrade and hello. Initially, the two Russians were about to turn away, but upon hearing their native tongue, their interest was piqued. Young man, do you speak our language? A little, please don't laugh. Wang Chen responded with warmth. Before he could finish, the two Russians sniffed the air, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Davalishi, what do you have on your cart? Wang Chen did not reply verbally, but instead opened the food cart to reveal the 6 bottles of fragrant Shadaozi. Chapter 9. A seamless acquisition. Just as Wang Chen had heard, the Russians were indeed fond of their liquor. Upon seeing the Shadaozi on the food cart, they wasted no time in grabbing the bottles. As the caps came off, the two immediately began to drink directly from the bottles. Wang Chen would have been bold enough to do the same with beer. However, this is a fiery spirit exceeding 60 degrees. It is indeed strong liquor. If Wang Chen were to consume it in such a manner, he would likely succumb to alcohol poisoning. Yet for the Russians, this potent drink is simply a source of joy. The two men drained their glasses in one go, their faces reflecting a lingering desire for more. This liquor packs a punch. The two Russians gave Wang Chen a thumbs up, repeatedly praising him. Wang Chen concealed his astonishment and opened the tray on the dining cart. Davarishi. With exquisite wine, how could one not pair it with delectable dishes? Today, I have prepared braised beef and creamy shrimp. I have also baked some large bread rolls with butter, and I hope you will enjoy them. As they gazed at the sumptuous feast, the two men nearly drooled. This was a taste of home, and upon arriving in Suifan, it was their first encounter with such delightful cuisine. The Russians' eyes sparkled with excitement as they reached for the food. Concerned about any potential embarrassment, Wang Chen quickly wheeled the dining cart into the private room for a proper reception. However, the two Russians were utterly unconcerned. As soon as the dishes were served, they nearly devoured everything in sight. While eating, they continued to pour themselves glasses of the potent liquor. Wang Chen intended to join in a toast, but they offered him no opportunity. Their passion for drinking was palpable. One consumed 3 bottles of the fiery spirit, his joy evident as he danced and sang. Once they had eaten their fill, the leading Russian enthusiastically grasped Wang Chen's hand. Davarishi, since arriving here, today has been my happiest day. Your liquor is splendid, and your culinary skills are impressive. Should you visit our country, you might very well become the chef for state banquets. Wang Chen, taken aback by such praise, felt somewhat at a loss. He acknowledged that his cooking was commendable, yet not to the level of a state banquet chef. It was evident that their exuberance stemmed from their delight in the meal. Wang Chen returned a courteous smile and firmly grasped the Russian's hand. Davarishi, I apologize once more for the previous oversight in hospitality at our timber factory, as we have not properly attended to esteemed guests like you. My name is Wang Chen, and I will be the liaison from now on. Whenever you come, I assure you there will be fine wine and exquisite dishes. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Wang Chen, with his hearty demeanor, repeatedly pledged his commitment. The Russian tightened his grip, laughing heartily at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I am Makarov, the general manager of the local trading company. It is my privilege to have made a friend like you. I understand that your efforts are aimed at securing those timber contracts, correct? In fact, we had prepared the contracts long ago. It was merely that those from your factory had been neglectful, causing us considerable displeasure. Now that you are here, we shall sign the contract immediately. Makarov waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to open a briefcase and retrieve a document. Wang Chen glanced at it and saw that it was indeed a contract for imported timber, and the figures were quite substantial. It is no exaggeration to say that once this contract is signed, the timber factory will not lack for business for the next 6 months. No wonder Director Liu is troubled to the point of losing his hair. This truly is a significant deal. Wang Chen proactively offered a pen, and Makarov inscribed his name before affixing the official seal. After handing it to Wang Chen, Makarov suddenly chuckled. Wang Chen, your hospitality today has genuinely delighted me. I also have a small gift I wish to present to you, Makarov declared, removing a gold ring from his finger. Without further ado, he pressed the ring into Wang Chen's palm, weighing it in his hand. Wang Chen estimated it to be at least 5 grams. In 1990, the price of gold was approximately 57 yuan per gram. This single gold ring was worth over 200 yuan. It is worth noting that Wang Chen's current salary is merely 150 yuan a month. Such a gift could indeed be deemed precious. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Chen attempted to return the ring. Makarov, I cannot accept this. It is merely my duty. So please do not take offense. However, Makarov, being quite obstinate, firmly grasped Wang Chen's hand. Devalis, this is a testament to our friendship. You cannot refuse it. Besides, I may need to trouble you with many matters in the future. Makarov's words were laden with meaning, and Wang Chen discerned the implication. Thus he ceased to resist. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Chen arranged for Makarov and his associate to be escorted back to the guest house, while he made his way to Director Lu's office. As before, Wang Chen knocked on the office door. Before he could push it open, Lu Zhinya had already come to open it for him. Xiao Wang, how did it go? Did you secure the contract? Without uttering a word, Wang Chen merely waved the signed contract before Director Lu. Lu snatched the contract, and upon seeing the signatures and seal, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Wang, you are a hero. You have truly accomplished a remarkable feat. I shall discuss with everyone about holding a commendation ceremony for you, and perhaps even nominate you as a model worker. If possible, I could also increase your salary by 50 yuan a month. What do you think? Lu Zhinya's proposition was indeed generous, as a 50 yuan raise constituted 1/3 of Wang Chen's income. Wang Chen felt a stir of temptation, yet he remained mindful of his purpose for being there. Director Lu, I do not desire a salary increase or a commendation ceremony. I simply wish to request your assistance with one matter, and I hope you might consider it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhinya paused momentarily before inquiring, what is it? Please feel free to share. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Zhinya would not hastily agree to every request without first understanding Wang Chen's situation. Wang Chen smiled and addressed Lu Zhinya. Director Lu, it's nothing too complicated. Our neighbor, Ma San, is facing financial difficulties and has been seeking employment to support his family. I would like to ask if there might be an opportunity for him to work at our factory, even as a temporary worker. Upon hearing this, a look of concern crossed Lu Zhinya's face. Wang Chen, I am quite aware of Ma San's character. Such a ne'er-do-well, allowing him into the factory. One fears that a single rotten apple might spoil the entire barrel. Even as a temporary worker, he would not be fit for the role. Pray, enlighten me as to what position would be suitable for him. Before Lu Zhinya could finish his statement, a sly smile crept across Wang Chen's face. Director Lu, I believe having Ma San work as a night security guard would be quite appropriate. Chapter 10. Signing on the dotted line. Wang Chen had already formulated his plan in his mind. The night security guard job is no ordinary toil. It requires one to labor from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. the following morning, with no opportunity for rest, making it an arduous undertaking indeed. Although not a formal employee, the remuneration is fairly decent, amounting to 80 yuan per month. This arrangement would satisfy Ma San's financial desires while simultaneously providing a fitting torment for him. Most importantly, from this day forth, Zhang Yuru would be left to guard her empty home alone each night. As Ma San's good neighbor, Wang Chen felt compelled to extend a helping hand and ensure that Zhang Yuru was well taken care of. After all, Ma San had expressed his desire to enlist Wang Chen's assistance, and Wang Chen would certainly lend his strength to the endeavor. Upon observing Lu Zhinya, he slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the night security position is a thankless task that few are willing to undertake, so if Ma San is willing, let him do it. Very well, bring him over this afternoon to complete the handover at the guard shack. He shall commence his duties today. With Lu Zhinya's approval, the matter was settled. Wang Chen borrowed a bicycle from the factory and hastened back to the village. However, upon arriving at Ma San's doorstep, he was met with a cacophony of curses from within. Zhang Yuru, you are truly a misfortune. Did I not tell you yesterday to unbutton your blouse when you see Wang Chen? He would at most give you a kiss or a caress. What more could he do? Look at that sullen expression on your face. Now, it's clear he was upset with you yesterday. How could he possibly assist me in finding work? My unemployment is entirely your fault. Such is Ma San's nature, never introspective, always blaming his wife for his misfortunes. Concerned for Zhang Yuru's well-being, Wang Chen boldly pushed the door open. Third brother, are you home? I bring you splendid news. As soon as he entered, Wang Chen beheld Zhang Yuru cowering in the corner, her face obscured by her hands. Despite her efforts, the glaring red handprint on her face was unmistakable. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Ma San approached with an eager demeanor. Brother, what good news do you bring? Pray, share it with me. Third brother, I have secured a job for you. Ma San, initially believing that his prospects had been dashed, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Grasping Wang Chen's hand, he incredulously inquired, Brother, you cannot jest. Has it truly come to fruition? Would I deceive you? Wang Chen replied, brimming with pride. I have already spoken with Director Liu. You shall commence your duties tonight. Let us not waste time. I will ride you back to the factory to complete the onboarding process. In the fleeting moment prior, Ma San had exuded a sense of joy, yet upon learning that he was to commence his duties that very night, a look of bewilderment washed over his face. Brother, what sort of job have you found for me? Why must I work at night? Faced with his confusion, Wang Chen commenced his performance. Free brother, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The good job openings are scarce. I pleaded with Director Liu for quite some time, and he only consented to offer you a position as a night security guard. Do not disdain this role. It pays 80 yuan a month. Moreover, should you secure a permanent position, your earnings could rise to 150 yuan monthly, akin to mine. Ma San had heard tales of the arduous nature of night security work, which required one to endure the long hours of the night and then return home to rest during the day. The prolonged duration could render one utterly exhausted. However, the prospect of a potential permanent position illuminated his eyes. Brother, you are not deceiving me, are you? Is there truly a chance for advancement in this night security role? Wang Chen's expression conveyed unwavering certainty. Provided you perform diligently, there will be opportunities to recognize your efforts. I shall advocate for you, and soon enough, you will be a formal employee. Not only will your salary increase, but you will also acquire an urban residency permit. Then, you and my sister-in-law can buy a home in Swifen, and you will surely be considered a city dweller. During his previous employment, Wang Chen had often been the target of grandiose promises from his employer, which led him to effortlessly weave similar tales for others. Upon hearing Wang Chen's aspirations, Ma San grinned like a fool. All right, it appears I shall no longer toil in the fields. I shall become a city dweller. He swiftly donned his attire, preparing to depart with Wang Chen. Before they left, he shouted at Zhang Yuru, You better stay home and behave. If you disobey me again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Ever since the day he discovered Zhang Yuru's lingerie at Wang Sun's home, his disdain for his wife had only intensified. He began to fantasize about discarding Zhang Yuru once he secured his official employment and urban residency, envisioning marrying another woman from the factory, thus securing a respectable dual-income household. As for Zhang Yuru, confronted with his tirade, she could only nod submissively, daring not to resist. For Wang Chen, the more strained their marriage became, the better it suited his interests. If their relationship remained harmonious, he would have fewer opportunities to interject. The two mounted their bicycles and sped towards the timber factory. By the time they arrived, the sun was nearly setting. Wang Chen guided Ma San to the guardhouse, instructing the duty personnel to brief him on the responsibilities of the night shift. In essence, the night security role involved monitoring the premises. Upon hearing that he would need to patrol outside in the evening, Ma San's countenance darkened, and he muttered under his breath, What a wretched job. In this frigid weather, I must patrol outside. Will I not freeze to death? Observing Ma San's reluctance, Wang Chen began to offer further encouragement. Brother, you are to patrol the factory every 2 hours to ensure that the timber is not pilfered. During the remainder of your time, you may brew some tea in the guard room or indulge in a brief nap. The room is equipped with a radio. Listening to the broadcast can be quite pleasant. Furthermore, our factory provides centralized heating, and the guard room is also warm. Just look at this. You needn't wear a heavy coat in here, which is infinitely better than your cold home. Ma San removed his heavy coat and felt the warmth of the room. His previous reluctance faded, and he dutifully completed the handover. Once that was done, Wang Chen led him aside and produced a piece of paper from his pocket. The paper was densely filled with text, resembling an agreement. Brother, what does this say? I have never been educated, and aside from my name, I cannot recognize any of the words, Ma San confessed. Wang Chen, well aware of Ma San's illiteracy, had prepared the document accordingly. Brother, this is an employment agreement. Please sign your name, and I will take it to the HR department tomorrow to facilitate your onboarding. Knowing you cannot read, I have prepared some ink for your thumbprint. Take a look. If you find no issues, Please sign it now. Chapter 11. The plan commences as Ma Sen gazed at the document. He grew increasingly bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. Nevertheless, he trusted Wang Chen, believing him to be an honest individual who would not deceive him. He took the pen and awkwardly scrawled his name on the paper. Following that, he pressed his thumb into the ink and affixed his fingerprint. Wang Chen took the agreement and gently blew on the ink to dry it. Truth be told, Ma San's signature resembled something a dog might have scratched out. He tucked the agreement away and then retrieved a packet of jasmine tea and a few meal vouchers from his pocket. From this day forward, you are an employee of the timber factory. Keep the jasmine tea for yourself. The canteen offers meals at very reasonable prices. Here are some meal vouchers. Feel free to use them without hesitation. Work diligently, and I believe it won't be long before you secure a permanent position. Holding the meal vouchers and jasmine tea, Ma Sen suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Had he known that enlisting Wang Chen's help would be so simple, he would never have allied himself with that old rascal Wang Fuguwei. Not only did he gain nothing, but his wife was also taken by Wang's son. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the battle. While Ma Sen wallowed in regret, Wang Chen had already left the timber factory with the document in hand. In truth, it was not an employment agreement, but rather a divorce certificate. With this document, Zhang Yuru was irrevocably severed from Ma Sen. Henceforth, whatever Wang Chen undertook would be entirely legitimate, leaving no room for criticism. Acquiring Zhang Yuru was merely the first step in Wang Chen's revenge plan. He did not harbor any goodwill towards Ma Sen. The thunderclouds of retribution loomed ahead. However, he was not in a rush, for haste makes waste. Wang Chen was now off to procure some items to prepare a candlelit dinner for Zhang Yuru. However, Wang Chen rummaged through his pocket and discovered that he was left with only a few coins. Fortunately, Makalov had gifted him a golden ring, which could be put to good use. Although Swafen was not large, it was a small yet complete town. He sought out a jewelry store and pushed the door open. The proprietor was a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. In this era, most people were impoverished, typically dressed in garments made of blue or black fabric. Yet, the shopkeeper was quite fashionable, donning a cashmere suit and sporting a mechanical watch on his wrist, which must have cost over 1,000 at that time. Do you buy gold? Wang Chen inquired. Yes, why? Do you have gold to sell? The shopkeeper, noticing Wang Chen's humble attire, was reluctant to engage in conversation. It is human nature to favor the affluent over the destitute, and Wang Chen chose not to dwell on the man's demeanor. He directly removed the golden ring from his finger and placed it on the counter. How much is this worth? Under the light, the ring gleamed brilliantly. The shopkeeper immediately recognized it as authentic. Where did you acquire this ring? It's not stolen, is it? In those tumultuous times, highway robbers were rampant, and a piece with an unclear provenance could lead to legal troubles. Wang Chen had already devised a response and sighed deeply. My father had an accident and urgently needs money for medical treatment. This is the only valuable item in my family. I implore you to assist me. This explanation was quite compelling, and the shopkeeper did not press further. However, he suddenly pulled out a glass jar from beneath the counter, containing an unknown liquid. Young man, I need to verify its authenticity. Please wait a moment. As the shopkeeper opened the jar and prepared to immerse the ring, Wang Chen swiftly intervened. Sir, if this ring is soaked in aqua regia, it will dissolve at least a gram of gold. Once you handle it, I would incur a loss of several dozen dollars. That is quite unscrupulous of you. If you truly do not wish to buy it, I can simply take it to another jeweler. The method of using aqua regia to test gold was a clever ruse that the common folk of that time were unaware of, believing it to be a standard procedure for verifying gold's authenticity. The shopkeeper had surreptitiously profited from the price difference. Who would have imagined that this young man in his 20s could see through such a tactic? The shopkeeper suddenly felt that Wang Chen was not merely a youth, but rather someone seasoned and astute. With no other option, he had to bring out the scale and measure the ring. It weighed precisely 5 grams. Youth, the current gold price is $40 per gram. I can offer you $220 for this. What do you think? The shopkeeper's little scheme had been thwarted, and he attempted to manipulate the gold price instead. Wang Chen was not one to be taken advantage of and swiftly reclaimed the golden ring. At least $50 per gram, not a cent less. People often bully the weak and fear the strong. Sometimes, a firm stance is necessary to prevent exploitation. In truth, even at $50 per gram, the shopkeeper would still make a profit. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a stack of bills from the counter. Young man, that totals $275. Please count it. Wang Chen was indeed going to count it, for he sensed that the shopkeeper's dealings were not entirely above board. If a counterfeit note were to be mixed in, he would suffer a significant loss. Particularly, he scrutinized the 200 yuan bills repeatedly. At that time, the 100 yuan notes were still in a deep gray version. The manufacturing techniques were not as advanced, making counterfeiting relatively easy. Fortunately, Wang Chen ultimately confirmed that all the money was genuine. He and the owner exchanged cash for goods, and today he finally returned home laden with treasures. Although it was merely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the winter sun in northeast China sets remarkably early, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Wang Chen made a trip to the farmer's market, purchasing a large rooster and a pound of hazelnut mushrooms. Preparing to create a renowned dish from northeast China, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Additionally, he acquired 2 bottles of strong liquor, intending to indulge in a small drink. Upon returning home with his bounty, Wang Chen set to work. He prepared the chicken, boiling water, plucking feathers, and chopping it into pieces. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuru, having been struck earlier in the day, remained curled up on the calm, utterly motionless. She could not fathom the depths of cowardice that would compel a man to send his own wife away. Lacking the appetite for food or the desire to stoke the fire, the entire room felt cold and desolate. Just then, an enticing fragrance wafted in from outside the courtyard. Stirring her hunger, perhaps driven by instinct, she slowly opened her door and stepped into the yard. The enticing scent of stewed chicken nearly made her salivate. As she craned her neck to peer into Wang Chen's home, he emerged with a smile. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Wang Chen, Zhang Yuru's face flushed crimson. "Sister Yuru, have you eaten yet? If not, why not join me for a meal? I've made chicken stewed with mushrooms today." Zhang Yuru yearned to join him for the meal, yet feared that Ma San would find out about her injuries. No, I can just cook some noodles for myself." Just as she turned to leave, a sudden thud echoed as if someone had leapt over the courtyard wall. A strong hand swiftly encircled her waist. When Zhang Yuru turned around, she found Wang Chen gazing at her with tender affection. "Sister Yuru, didn't Sanga say he wanted me to support you? If I fail to take care of you today, that would indeed be my fault." As Wang Chen spoke, he remained close to Zhang Yuru's ear. A wave of warmth surged through her body, gradually leaning against him. The mention of support sent a tremor through her heart. Initially resistant to Wang Chen, she found it hard to reject the proposal brought forth by her husband. Zhang Yuru gently nodded, and Wang Chen embraced her. Leaping over the low wall between the 2 houses, clinging tightly to Wang Chen's neck, she felt the strength of his physique, which was undeniably superior to Ma San's. Upon entering the house, the table was already set, adorned with 2 bottles of strong liquor, a large bowl of chicken stewed with mushrooms, a plate of fried peanuts, and another of sliced radish. It is no exaggeration to say that in those times, even the wealthiest families in the village would not indulge in such a feast outside of holidays. It was truly a luxury. Wang Chen discerned that Zhang Yuru was famished, promptly guiding her to the table and serving her a piece of chicken leg. "Sister Yuru, do indulge in my culinary skills. Are they not delightful?" Zhang Yuru nodded and began to eat heartily. The moment the chicken leg graced her palate, she was enveloped in a sensation of tenderness and exquisite flavor, perfectly attuned to her tastes. Yet, this was but the beginning. Wang Chen poured her a small cup of liquor, cheerfully declaring, "Excessive drinking harms the body, but a modest sip brings joy. With splendid dishes at hand, how could one forego fine wine? Sister, do join me for a small drink." Zhang Yuru offered no resistance, slowly lifting her cup and taking a delicate sip. Although it was merely a small mouthful, a faint blush soon adorned her cheeks. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Yuru gradually relaxed, indulging in her meal without a care for appearances. Wang Chen engaged her in lively conversation, and as their spirits soared, they found themselves seated closely, shoulders touching. Before Zhang Yuru's arrival, Wang Chen had stoked the stove to a fervent heat, rendering the room comfortably warm, prompting her to remove her cotton coat. True to form, Zhang Yuru wore a white camisole, albeit one so worn that it was nearly translucent. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze fixed upon her, she playfully tossed her hair and softly inquired, "Wang Chen, do you find me beautiful?" "Indeed, you are extraordinarily beautiful," Wang Chen replied without hesitation. Zhang Yuru relished this response, gradually inching closer to him. "It's rather warm in here. Perhaps you should remove your outer garment as well." As Wang Chen shed his coat, his robust chest was immediately revealed. Coupled with his towering height of 180 centimeters, It ignited a spark in Zhang Yuru's eyes. She nestled against his chest, her gaze almost dreamy. As adults, once satiated, they naturally sought to pursue other pleasures. The two soon found themselves beneath the covers, engaged in fervent kisses. In no time, Wang Chen resumed activities akin to their previous encounter. At that moment, Zhang Yuru experienced a jolt of recollection. Gripping Wang Chen's neck tightly, she whispered in his ear, "I remember now. It wasn't Wang's son who was with me last time, but you, correct?" Wang Chen, revealing no hesitation, softly affirmed, "Sister, it was indeed me. Do you blame me?" At that moment, Zhang Yuru's face flushed a vibrant red. She gently shook her head and smiled at Wang Chen. "How could I blame you? From now on, you shall be my man." Such is the nature of women. Once they transcend that barrier, they invest themselves wholeheartedly. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while inside, the two were enveloped in warmth, perspiring profusely. Throughout the night, Wang Chen's home resonated with intimate sounds, yet these sounds went unheard, for at that hour, everyone else was nestled in their beds. Meanwhile, at the lumber mill, Ma San was savoring the jasmine tea gifted to him by Wang Chen. The night shift security guard indeed endures considerable hardship. Even amidst heavy snowfall, he must venture out to patrol. Yet, the thought of soon becoming a formal employee fills Ma San with uncontainable joy. His eyes sparkle with hope, and his heart radiates warmth. Little does he realize that his home has already been pilfered by Wang Chen. It was not until the rooster crowed the following morning that Zhang Yuru and Wang Chen gradually awoke from their slumber. As Zhang Yuru turned to leave, Wang Chen swiftly embraced her, indulging in unwarranted caresses. "Sister-in-law, the dawn has just broken. Let us steal a few more moments of sleep. Even if Sangu finishes work, he will head to the cafeteria for breakfast and one tea return immediately." Wang Chen continued to soothe her, yet Zhang Yuru remained wary. "Wang Chen, although your brother has consented to your camaraderie, he is a rather possessive man. If he discovers our affair, what do you think he will do?" Covering her face, it was evident that Zhang Yuru was frightened. Observing her trepidation, Wang Chen tightened his embrace. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, it won't be long before you need not worry about this matter." Wang Chen dismissed Ma San entirely, believing that even if they were caught red-handed, Ma San would not dare to speak out. After all, offending Wang Chen could cost him his job. Nonetheless, Zhang Yuru remained apprehensive. She feared Ma San would return home and unleash his fury upon discovering her absence. Thus, she hastily donned her clothes and returned to her own home. As it turned out, Zhang Yuru understood Ma San quite well. Upon finishing his shift, Ma San returned home to find the house cold and empty. Unleashing a torrent of curses directed at Zhang Yuru, she dared not utter a word, instead preparing the stove and cooking breakfast for him. Hearing Ma San's angry shouts stirred a sense of discomfort within Wang Chen. No man could tolerate seeing his beloved mistreated by another. "Ma San, this is a fate you have invited upon yourself." Wang Chen's heart filled with malice. He skipped breakfast and rode his bicycle back to the lumber factory. This time, he did not seek out Director Liu but headed straight to the security department. At that moment, the security department was abuzz with a group engrossed in mahjong. The ringleader, a young man clad in a green military coat with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, had a cigarette but clenched between his teeth, clearly having played all night and consumed his last smoke. This fellow was Lu Long, Director Liu's son, and also Wang Chen's childhood friend. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Lu Long waved eagerly. "Chenggu, do you have a cigarette? Hand me one." Without hesitation, Wang Chen produced a pack of new grape-flavored cigarettes and offered it to Lu Long. The pack, adorned with a red design and an illustration of a cluster of grapes, contained black cigarettes without filters, representing the cheapest option at the time, costing merely 50 cents. Lu Long glanced at it with disdain. "Damn, Chenggu, you've become a dispatcher and still smoke this cheap stuff? You should at least get a box of Lao Ba Tua to match your status." Wang Chen playfully slapped Lu Long on the back of the head and replied with a glare, "This is the cigarette I have. Take it or leave it." Lu Long wasted no time, taking the grape cigarette, placing it between his lips, and exhaling a plume of smoke. Seeing him enjoying the game, Wang Chen patted his shoulder. "Let's wrap up early today. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 13. A chance to earn. Lu Long was typically a carefree individual, but when it came to his friends' matters, he was always the first to leap into action. He promptly disbanded the card game and followed Wang Chen into the adjacent corridor. "Brother Chen, what is it? Just speak plainly. Stop being so mysterious. Are we not good brothers?" Before Wang Chen finished his sentence, Lu Long emphatically thumped his chest. Of course, we are brothers, those who would stand together in life and death. You know how I've been bullied. Will you help me? Upon hearing this, Lu Long's anger flared, his veins standing out on his forehead. Which scoundrel dares to bully you? Just wait while I fetch a pickaxe. If I don't smash his head, I won't bear the name Lu. Lu Long was always so impulsive that Wang Chen hurriedly stopped him. He then recounted the incident of the betrayal in detail. After listening, Lu Long's fury escalated, his teeth grinding. That Ma San is truly despicable. But Brother Chen, why are you still helping him find a job despite his betrayal? Just because he betrayed me doesn't mean I can't turn the tables on him. Wang Chen replied with a sly smile. Ma San is not one to endure solitude. Although the night security job is arduous, it has its benefits. You know that recently, there has been a surge in timber thefts. The factory has already negotiated with the old Russians for timber trade, and new shipments will arrive shortly. If they manage to steal a truckload of logs, selling them for a few thousand won be a challenge, right? Those timber thieves would certainly try to bribe the night security guards. Just a little temptation. Do you think Ma San would resist? With his past experiences, Wang Chen understood human nature all too well. Ma San was insatiably greedy. It wouldn't be long before he joined the timber theft gang. Upon hearing Wang Chen's speculation, Lu Long's expression shifted to one of realization. I see now. You're helping him get this job to intentionally draw him into the scheme. If they do steal from the factory, it would amount to stealing state property, a grave crime. Who knows if they might face gunfire? But they'd likely never see the light of day again. That is precisely my thought. Wang Chen had complete faith in Lu Long and did not conceal his intentions. Xiaolong, I need your assistance. Gather a few brothers from the security department to keep an eye on that scoundrel Ma San tonight. I want to know his every move. If he dares to collude with outsiders to steal timber, I assure you he will regret it. Moreover, once we catch him, your department will earn significant merit. Not only will your salary increase, but your father will also regard you with newfound respect. Wang Chen's words struck a chord with Lu Long throughout his life. Lu Jianye had always looked down on his son, not due to any lack of intelligence, but rather because of his perceived idleness. Failing to gain admission to the vocational school was one thing, but ultimately relying on Director Lu's connections to secure a position in the security department was another matter altogether. Lu Long was resolute. This time, he must accomplish something significant to elevate his standing. Brother Chen, you can rest assured about this matter. I will discuss it with the brothers and ensure that Ma San is closely monitored. However, Brother Chen, I will need assistance. What do you think? Wang Chenming, understanding Lu Long's intent, gradually unbuttoned his coat and extracted an entire pack of cigarettes. Initially, Lu Long was quite pleased, but upon inspection, his expression soured. Oh, not again with the cheap cigarettes. Can't we indulge in something of better quality? He instructed them to share the cigarettes, promising a lavish meal in the city once the task was accomplished. Lu Long, being rather straightforward, left cheerfully with the cigarettes. Yet, Wang Chen could not solely focus on Ma San's affairs. He also needed to ensure the smooth operation of the factory. As the dispatcher at the lumber mill, he was responsible for planning the dispatch of vehicles and the quantity of goods to be loaded. He returned to his office and began organizing the dispatch orders. He toiled until the afternoon, finally completing the plans before the new year, and was ready to head to the cafeteria for a meal. However, just as he reached the entrance, someone called out from behind him. Davalishi, I hope I am not disturbing you. Turning around, Wang Chen was surprised to see Makarov from before. Confusion washed over him. Hadn't they already finalized the contract? Why was he here now? Doubts crept into Wang Chen's mind. Could there be an issue with the contract? Despite his apprehension, he greeted Makarov warmly. Makarov, what a pleasant surprise. You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare some refreshments for you. By the way, has something gone awry with the contract? Sensing Wang Chen's unease, Makarov quickly shook his head. It's not the contract, it's a personal matter. Wang Chen, the liquor you provided us last time was simply exquisite. Since my arrival in Swifan, I have not enjoyed such fine spirits in ages. For some reason, the drinks I purchased from stores never seemed potent enough, but the selection you provided was delightful. Coincidentally, 3 days from now, our trading company will host a banquet. Thus, I would like to ask for your assistance in procuring a substantial quantity of beverages for the event. Moreover, if you could personally come to prepare a sumptuous dinner, I would be immensely grateful. After the banquet concludes, I assure you a satisfactory remuneration. Upon hearing Makarov's explanation, Wang Chen's previously anxious heart began to settle. Not only that, But he also recognized a tremendous opportunity. Banquets organized by their trading company often attracted dignitaries and elites. If he could ensure their satisfaction with food and drink, it would undoubtedly benefit his career. Furthermore, Makarov had promised him a generous reward. Such a lucrative opportunity lay before him. How could Wang Chen not seize it? Without a hint of hesitation, he tightened his grip on Makarov's hand. Rest assured, Makarov, this matter is in my capable hands. In 3 days, I guarantee an exquisite banquet for you. Makarov, with unwavering trust in Wang Chen, handed over the address of the trading company before departing in a vehicle. However, Wang Chen did not hasten to procure items for the feast. Instead, he sought out Lu Long. Brother Chen, why are you here again? Lu Long, engrossed in a game of mahjong, was abruptly pulled outside by Wang Chen. I need you to do me a favor. Head to the warehouse and fetch me a fine piece of red pine lumber. It's urgent. Lu Long, puzzled, inquired. What do you need that for? Planning to make a cutting board? That's of no concern to you. Whether I can strike it rich this time hinges on that piece of wood. Chapter 14. Casting the net for fish. A hint of mystery lingered on Wang Chen's face, leaving Lu Long completely unaware of his intentions. Nevertheless, he complied and rushed to the warehouse to retrieve a quality piece of lumber. Wang Chen was quite satisfied and secured the wood onto his bicycle before returning to the village. Upon arriving, he made his way to the local distillery, intent on negotiating a business deal. With only a little over 200 yuan in hand, even purchasing all high-proof liquor would yield no more than 80 bottles, barely enough for the voracious appetites of the Russian patrons. To ensure a satisfying experience, it was imperative to procure a larger quantity of alcohol. Thus, he decided that buying bulk liquor would be the best option. Although not particularly refined, it still boasted a commendable flavor. He aimed to inquire with the distillery owner about potentially increasing the alcohol content, ideally to around 80 degrees, which would undoubtedly cater to the Russians' preferences. After some discussion, they agreed on a price of 10 yuan per barrel, ordering 20 barrels in total. Each barrel weighed 20 jin, culminating in an impressive 400 jin of liquor, sufficient for a lavish soak and guaranteed to delight the Russians. With the alcohol arranged, Wang Chen turned his attention to the culinary aspect of the banquet. Recognizing Makarov's fondness for the creamy sauce lobster fish from their last encounter, he decided to feature it prominently. However, relying solely on his own abilities to catch such a substantial quantity of large fish proved to be a daunting task. Once again, he sought Lu Long, requesting to borrow a cart and 2 large iron basins for washing. These basins were quite spacious, capable of holding 30 fish without issue. The 2 men pushed the cart back to the small river where they had fished previously. In the biting winter chill, Lu Long complained, Brother Chen, wouldn't it be better to play mahjong in the factory instead of trudging out here to fish? My hands are freezing. If it gets any worse, I might head back. As Lu Long attempted to shirk his responsibilities, Wang Chen yanked him back. Don't even think about leaving. Grab that tool and start breaking the ice over there. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. If this banquet goes well, I'll treat you to a fine old cigarette. Upon hearing the promise of a rewarding smoke, Lu Long's enthusiasm surged. With Lu Long's assistance, the 2 swiftly carved a substantial hole in the ice. To catch larger fish, their previous net proved insufficient. Wang Chen had borrowed a sizable fishing net in advance and cast it into the icy opening. As the surface of the water rippled, an increasing number of bubbles emerged beneath. Before long, Wang Chen sensed that the net was becoming increasingly heavy. Recognizing the opportune moment, he and Lu Long exerted their strength, dragging the heavy net from the depths. Both were drenched in sweat, but finally, the large fish was on land. Wang Chen glanced at their haul, which was indeed impressive. Over a dozen precious ahua fish and more than 20 sizable white fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds each. The number of fathead fish was fewer, only 3 or 4, marking this outing as a remarkable success. Lu Long, astonished by the bounty, exclaimed, Wow, Chen Gu, we've struck it rich. A single white fish must be worth 10 yuan now, right? It's best steamed. The ahua fish are even pricier, and they're hard to come by. I reckon we should skip the banquet and sell everything at the market, then split the profits. Wang Chen, exasperated by Lu Long's short-sightedness, gave him a light smack on the back of his head. You're so myopic. Don't just focus on the small gains right in front of you. If we host the banquet properly, there's more profit to be had afterward. Lu Long, perplexed by Wang Chen's reasoning, could only chuckle foolishly. They proceeded to cast the net a second time, hoping to retrieve more large fish. As before, they caught dozens of fish again. However, The Aohua and white fish were fewer this time, replaced by a number of less valuable carp and some smaller, less attractive fish. Wang Chen returned the smaller fish to the water and placed the others into a basin, intending to exchange them for goods at the farmer's market. He ultimately kept only the Aohua and white fish, selling the remaining carp and fathead fish for some money, which he used to buy fresh beef and lamb for the banquet. Once they had completed their tasks, the time for the banquet was drawing near. Wang Chen and Lu Long each pushed a cart laden with fresh ingredients and 20 buckets of miscellaneous goods toward the trading company. As the largest Russian trading firm in Suifan, its facade was quite imposing, a 6-story standalone commercial building. While it might not seem remarkable by today's standards, in 1990, it was considered a leading company. Wang Chen approached and knocked on the door, and soon a receptionist emerged. This woman was fashionably dressed, with wavy hair and a cashmere coat, her lips painted a vivid red. However, her expression bore a hint of disdain. "Who are you looking for? This is a foreign trade company. We don't deal in small transactions like yours. If you wish to sell something, you should head to the farmer's market." Just as Wang Chen attempted to clarify their purpose, she shoved both him and Lu Long out and locked the door. Lu Long, known for his fiery temper, began banging on the door, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Who is selling anything? We're here to host a banquet. You should open the door and let us in." Regrettably, no matter how Lu Long called out, the receptionist remained steadfastly behind the closed door, showing no intention of emerging. In that era, many individuals shared her snobbish disposition, particularly those fortunate enough to be employed by foreign companies, who often felt themselves superior. To the receptionist, Lu Long and Wang Chen appeared to be mere farmers from the vicinity, intent on selling their agricultural produce, and thus unwilling to depart. Wang Chen, having encountered such individuals frequently, was not overly perturbed. He tapped on the door a few times and calmly stated, "Miss, we have indeed been invited by Makarov to attend the reception. The ingredients outside are all fresh produce that we have brought. We cannot afford any delays. If you doubt our words, perhaps you might inquire with Makarov himself, and all will become clear." Unfortunately, Wang Chen's goodwill was met with indifference. The receptionist shot them a disdainful glance through the glass door and retorted, "Makarov is our general manager. I cannot simply approach him. Asking me to do so would only create an uncomfortable situation for myself. Furthermore, the dinner tonight is being prepared by a distinguished chef from a prestigious restaurant. You two rural folk should cease causing a commotion and leave at once." With that, she turned up the volume of the radio to drown out Wang Chen and Lu Long's protests. Regrettably, Wang Chen had no mobile phone at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have contacted Makarov to lodge a formal complaint about the receptionist's behavior. Returning to the cart, Lu Long was fuming, stomping his feet in frustration. "What do we do now that they won't let us in?" "Do not panic, brother. I have a clever plan," Wang Chen replied, his smile unwavering with confidence. He dashed to the cart and unscrewed the lids of all the barrels. Chapter 15. Chinese Cuisine. As the lids were removed, a rich aroma of wine swiftly wafted into the air. The biting cold wind only served to amplify the fragrance, which soon permeated the banquet hall on the 5th floor. Inside the hall, Makarov was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the guests, who had nearly all arrived, yet the cooks were still absent. Previously, he had been boasting to his friends about the exquisite wines and culinary delights that awaited them. Doubt crept in. Had Wang Chen faltered? Suddenly, an intriguing scent of wine entered his nostrils. He hurried to the window and opened it, spotting Wang Chen by the cart, energetically waving at him. "Wang Chen, wait for me. I'm coming down to get you," Makarov exclaimed, rushing with his subordinates toward the main entrance. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that the receptionist had cranked the radio to maximum volume and had locked the door. "What is the meaning of this during working hours? Open the door immediately and allow my esteemed guests to enter." The receptionist, who had been so self-satisfied moments earlier, was taken aback by Makarov's authoritative shout. "Mr. Makarov, it is merely two farmers selling goods outside. There is no need to concern yourself with them. I refrained from allowing them entry, fearing they might disrupt the banquet, especially considering the esteemed guests in attendance today." Her justification was somewhat feeble, and Makarov had no intention of listening further. He decisively opened the door and rushed to Wang Chen's side. "Wang Chen, my good friend, you have finally arrived. What wine have you brought today? It seems even more fragrant than the last fiery brew." Without wasting words, Wang Chen directly produced a porcelain mug from his vehicle and filled it to the brim for Makarov. "This is called Sanluzi. It's quite potent, beloved by us northeasterners. Makarov took the porcelain mug and gulped it down eagerly. The moment the wine touched his palate, he felt its aroma surge to his head. The spicy flavor rivaled that of vodka. He was almost instantly exhilarated, exclaiming joyfully, "What a fine wine! This is precisely what I have been yearning for. Wang Chen, with such exquisite wine today, everyone at the banquet will surely delight in it." Makarov tugged at Wang Chen's arm, eager to lead them into the company. However, at that moment, Wang Chen merely smirked. "Makarov, we have delivered the goods. You just need to settle the payment, and then we shall be on our way. Your company is quite upscale, and the receptionist is rather formidable. She wouldn't let us in." Makarov, being astute, quickly grasped the implication behind Wang Chen's words. He swiftly led Wang Chen and Lu Long to the entrance, shouting at the receptionist, "Sun Lan, come out." Apologized to Mr. Wang Chen immediately. The receptionist finally realized she had caused trouble and timidly stepped forward, though she was reluctant to admit her fault, still attempting to justify her actions. "Mr. Makarov, it was truly just a misunderstanding. I never intended to make things difficult for them. I was merely considering the company's interests. Today's banquet is of utmost importance, and I cannot allow just anyone to ascend to the upper floors. That is my duty at the front desk. I hope you understand." Wang Chen, uninterested in her excuses, merely scoffed. The front desk is a company's FAAD. It is not a position for just anyone. If you lack the discernment to recognize people, perhaps you should vacate the front desk and instead attend to the toilets." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Makarov nodded in agreement. "Wang Chen is right. You are indeed unfit for the role at the front desk. Thus, I suggest you heed Mr. Wang Chen's advice and transfer to the back to clean the toilets." Upon hearing Makarov's words, the receptionist nearly fainted. "Do you have any idea who my uncle is? How dare you suggest I scrub toilets? I am a high achiever from the provincial capital. Being a receptionist is already a compromise. Why do you bully me?" She continued, "If this persists, I shall resign. Then quit." Makarov was genuinely incensed. He appreciated Wang Chen's forthright nature and despised the receptionist's nitpicking demeanor. Moreover, the banquet was exceedingly important. Any further delay could jeopardize the event. The receptionist, seemingly unable to endure the pressure, stomped her feet and departed. As the brief interlude concluded, Makarov promptly enlisted assistance to help Wang Chen with the items. The beverages were delivered to the banquet, while Wang Chen and the fresh ingredients he brought were sent to the kitchen. Makarov, demonstrating considerable sincerity, had already arranged for several helpers. Anticipating that Wang Chen might be overwhelmed, Wang Chen signaled with a gesture, signaling the commencement of preparations for the evening's feast. Engaged in fervent activity, Wang Chen soon noticed that another kitchen nearby appeared to be bustling with preparations as well. Inquisitively, he turned to one of the aides. "Didn't Tiwi come here to cook? Why does it seem like there are several chefs over there?" The person glanced at Wang Chen and made a shushing gesture. "Keep it down. I heard that those chefs next door are renowned masters from France. Young man, you may not be aware, but tonight's banquet is akin to a feast of rivalry. Despite Makarov's position as the general manager of a trading company, he has competitors. Everyone has brought their own culinary teams, aiming to outshine one another. The chef whose banquet receives the warmest reception will wield greater influence within the company. It's best you don't get entangled in this mess. If things go awry, you could find yourself in a predicament." Wang Chen had sensed that Makarov's sudden invitation to cook was not a mere coincidence. He had anticipated it would tie into the internal strife of their company. Regrettably, he was already on board this precarious ship and could not retreat. He could only strive to execute the evening's banquet flawlessly, ensuring that neither he nor Makarov would suffer embarrassment. Meanwhile, the French chefs next door had completed their culinary creations. As the dining carts emerged, the banquet commenced with great fanfare. It must be said, the French chefs possessed remarkable skills. They first served a creamy mushroom soup, followed by a salmon dish. Then a French rack of lamb, accompanied by a vegetable salad. After the main courses, they presented a delightful dessert of tiramisu, all paired with exquisite red wine. Exuding an air of sophistication, the guests relished these dishes, showering them with praise. Makarov's competitor wore a smug smile. "So, Makarov, how do you find the chefs I brought? This exquisite French cuisine aligns perfectly with everyone's palate, undoubtedly a choice for successful individuals. I heard you also recruited some local cooks. Why haven't they presented their dishes yet? Are they too embarrassed to show themselves?" Before the man could finish his taunt, Wang Chen's voice rang out from a distance. "You ignorant fool, Do you not understand that Chinese cuisine is the epitome of depth and sophistication? Wang Chen's bold proclamation instantly captivated the attention of all present. He appeared with a cadre of waitstaff, pushing numerous dining carts. However, at that moment, Makarov's competitor scoffed. Makarov, it seems you are failing miserably as general manager. My invited French chefs are preparing an exquisite banquet for everyone. You have chosen a rather inexperienced young man, who, by all appearances, hardly seems capable of creating exquisite cuisine. Yet, Makarov, undeterred, let out a cold laugh. Wang Chen, let us not speak too soon. This young lad is sure to present you with a remarkable surprise today. Having witnessed Wang Chen's abilities firsthand, Makarov was filled with confidence. Wang Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Clearly composed and assured. With a decisive command from Wang Chen, the first food cart was unveiled. As it opened, a rich and enticing aroma began to waft through the air. The servers, carrying trays, presented dish after dish of steamed fish at the dining table. Just the scent was enough to make everyone salivate. Ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared for you a renowned dish from northeast China, steamed big white fish. The flesh of this fish is exquisite, requiring only the simplest of seasonings. Chinese cuisine emphasizes the essence of freshness. Please do indulge. For these Westerners, cooking often revolves around the flavors of spices, seldom pursuing any notion of freshness. Wang Chen's method of preparing the steamed fish was indeed novel. With a hint of curiosity, they began to savor the dish. Upon the first bite, their taste buds were immediately awakened. It was undeniably a refreshing flavor. The succulent fish meat and rich juices began to spread throughout their mouths. After just one taste, they found themselves unable to stop. Within less than a minute, the steamed big white fish had completely vanished from the table, in stark contrast to the leftover salmon sashimi prepared by the French chefs. Witnessing this scene, Makarov smirked at his rival. So, Wang Chen, are you not tempted to try it yourself? Although Wang Chen was somewhat reluctant, he took a small bite. Just that single taste transformed his expression. Incredible. Truly astonishing. Is this the flavor of Chinese cuisine? Seeing Wang Chen utterly captivated, Makarov gestured approvingly at Wang Chen. However, the surprises from Wang Chen were far from over. Soon, another food cart was wheeled in, releasing a robust aroma of scallions. Wang Chen once again stood before the guests, pointing to the dishes within the cart. I understand that you may not be accustomed to pork, so today I have carefully selected a home-style dish from northeast China, scallion stir-fried lamb with crystal noodles. I invite you all to taste it. The servers quickly presented this dish at the table. Initially, one might have thought that after the stunning experience of the steamed big white fish, this home-style dish would be rather ordinary. However, upon tasting the lamb, astonishment once again graced their faces. As a nation of the West, these Russians had a strong affinity for beef and lamb. The French chefs had prepared a fine dish of grilled lamb chops, considered a delicacy. Yet, compared to the scallion stir-fried lamb with crystal noodles, it paled in comparison. The scallions used in this dish were locally sourced from northeast China, besides a hint of spiciness. Upon careful tasting, there was also a subtle sweetness. The lamb itself was also sourced from local farms. The meat is exquisitely tender, with a delightful chewiness, especially when stir-fried over a fierce flame, imparting a hint of charred aroma. Furthermore, the northeast vermicelli tossed into the dish is of exceptional quality, a delicacy that can only be savored in the northeast, dense yet pliable. The superior ingredients from this region, combined with Wang Chen's extraordinary culinary skills, yielded an unexpectedly remarkable result. Not only Makarov, but also the guests present began to applaud Wang Chen's prowess, their anticipation building for the next culinary delight he would present. However, at that moment, a few French chefs appeared visibly displeased. Their head chef approached with a scornful tone. "Young man, are you intentionally undermining my work? I am presenting Western cuisine while you are serving Chinese stir-fry. The diners, accustomed to Western fare, merely find your dishes appealing due to their novelty. It does not reflect your true culinary artistry. If you possess real skill, prepare a couple of Western dishes for everyone to judge, and that would be fair." These French chefs were rivals to Makarov, and their attitude mirrored that of Wang Chen. Observing Wang Chen's predicament, Makarov intended to defend him, but Wang Chen subtly gestured for him to refrain, signaling that he had everything under control. Just then, 2 more serving carts arrived. Upon opening, they revealed 2 Western dishes. As with the previous offerings to Makarov, Wang Chen presented braised beef and creamy lobster. When these new dishes graced the table, everyone was taken aback. It was unexpected that Wang Chen excelled not only in Chinese cuisine, but also in Western fare. Eagerly, they sampled the braised beef and creamy lobster. Although they often enjoyed these dishes back home, Wang Chen's rendition seemed distinctly different. The beef was tender and flavorful, while the lobster boasted an intense richness. Moreover, the freshness of the ingredients set them apart from what they typically experienced. Observing the guests' expressions, the French chefs felt a twinge of curiosity. They yearned to discern the true caliber of Wang Chen's culinary skills. They approached the table, sampling the remaining creamy lobster and braised beef. With the first bite, their expressions shifted dramatically. Despite Wang Chen's youthful appearance, it was evident that his culinary foundation was honed over decades. Such mastery could not be achieved without years of dedication. As they contemplated this, Wang Chen turned to the French head chef and inquired, "Well, do you still find my dishes lacking?" The chef's face flushed crimson. Yet he stubbornly refused to concede. "The dishes are commendable, but your menu lacks adherence to tradition. How can there be no soup in a banquet? This is a significant oversight." Realizing he could not surpass Wang Chen, the chef resorted to nitpicking on trivial matters. At this moment, Wang Chen maintained a gentle smile. He snapped his fingers, and another food cart was wheeled over. "Ladies and gentlemen, according to our customs from the Northeast, a proper meal consists of 4 dishes and 1 soup. The 4 dishes are already served, and now please indulge in my specialty, the pearl fishball soup." As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a new dish was presented at the table. It was a soup, crystal clear, with fishballs floating within. The fishballs were pristine white, glistening with a hint of oil, resembling genuine pearls. Adorned with a sprinkle of cilantro leaves, it appeared utterly exquisite. Previously, the French chef's creamy mushroom soup had garnered much praise, but upon tasting the pearl fishball soup, everyone understood the disparity in culinary excellence. This soup was extraordinarily delicious, and the fishballs possessed a delightful chewiness. The refreshing sweetness of the dish alleviated the greasiness of the previous courses, creating a harmonious balance. Observing the French chef, he took a sip of the soup, then surprisingly removed his chef's hat and bowed to Wang Chen. "I concede, Chinese cuisine is indeed profound and remarkable." Upon his words, a thunderous applause erupted around them. Everyone was congratulating and cheering for Wang Chen. Wang Chen, taken aback by the warm reception, offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. With the dishes served, he intended to retreat to the kitchen for a respite. However, at that moment, Makarov approached, draping an arm around his shoulder, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wang Chen, you've truly been a tremendous help today. Don't rush to rest. Come over and have a drink with everyone. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guests." Makarov's willingness to facilitate introductions was precisely what Wang Chen desired. He eagerly accepted a glass of wine and followed Makarov around the banquet. As he had anticipated, the attendees were all distinguished individuals, predominantly leaders from various companies, with the least among them being at least a managerial level. Their businesses were diverse, spanning from timber trade to industrial equipment, fashion and cosmetics, and even a vendor specializing in caviar. Following his earlier performance, Wang Chen had become the focal point of the gathering. Guests incessantly clinked glasses with him and eagerly presented their business cards. However, when they reached a man named Wang Chen, just as Wang Chen was about to toast, the man stated he was unwell and turned to leave. "Who is he? He seems rather unfriendly towards me," Wang Chen inquired. Makarov merely smiled slightly and pointed at the departing figure. "He is our company's deputy manager and also my rival. He invited those French chefs to seize the opportunity to showcase himself and usurp my authority. However, he did not anticipate your presence today, which has undoubtedly turned the tide in my favor. Wang Chen, after the banquet concludes, please visit my office. I have something for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes brightened with intrigue. It is evident that Makarov is about to offer him a reward. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Chen headed to the kitchen for a respite. At that moment, Lu Long had already mingled with the helpers in the kitchen. They were joyfully indulging in dishes and drinks, reveling in the moment. Upon seeing Wang Chen return, Lu Long cheerfully presented him with a glass of wine. "Brother Chen, you truly have brought honor today. I overheard them saying that those French chefs were hired at great expense. Yet, they faltered at your hands. How impressive. However, Brother Chen, I never knew you were skilled in the culinary arts. When did your cooking become so refined, keeping it a secret even from me, your childhood friend?" Lu Long's words left Wang Chen both amused and exasperated. His culinary skills were hardly innate, They stemmed from a previous life where he struggled to secure a proper job, resorting to working in various restaurants. In those days, Wang Chen often faced the prospect of having one meal without a second, while laboring in the kitchens. He initially washed dishes and later transitioned to chopping vegetables as the kitchen became busier. After years of honing his knife skills, a master chef recognized his talent and taught him the art of cooking. He cycled through a dozen restaurants, learning both Chinese and Western cuisines. Regrettably, as his health deteriorated, he could no longer endure the rigors of kitchen work. Had circumstances been different, he might have aspired to open his own restaurant, establishing a legitimate livelihood. Unexpectedly, in this second life, the culinary skills he acquired have proven to be immensely beneficial. Wang Chen patted Lu Long on the shoulder, advising him to moderate his drinking, as there were important matters to attend to after the banquet. Lu Long, though rather carefree, was nonetheless attentive to Wang Chen's counsel. He promptly poured out the wine and ceased drinking. After more than half an hour, the banquet outside had concluded. Wang Chen, accompanied by Lu Long, proceeded to Makarov's office. At that moment, Makarov was smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as he conversed on the phone, seemingly boasting to a friend about the success of the evening's festivities. Noticing Wang Chen's arrival, he hastily ended the call and invited them to sit. Lu Long, being straightforward, understood they were there to settle the bill and cheerfully inquired, "General Manager, the meal is over. Shouldn't we discuss payment?" Lu Long called out several times, but Makarov remained unresponsive. It dawned on him that he could not speak Russian, and Makarov could not comprehend him. Fortunately, Lu Long quickly adapted, pulling out cash from his pocket and gesturing toward Makarov. Makarov understood the implication and smiled back at him. "So, you are here to settle the bill. However, I regret to inform you that our company is currently experiencing a tight cash flow and lacks available funds. Settling in cash may not be feasible." Initially, Wang Chen maintained his composure, but upon hearing the inability to settle the bill, he frowned directly. "Makarov, this jest is far from amusing." Noticing Wang Chen's irritation, Makarov waved his hand dismissively. "I may not possess cash at the moment. However, I can offer you some of our company's flagship products. If you sell these items, you should be able to garner a substantial sum." Makarov opened the adjacent safe and suddenly produced a tray adorned with jewelry. Wang Chen focused intently and saw that the tray held 10 purple gold necklaces. He picked one up and weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be at least 20 grams. Thus, the total weight of these 10 necklaces must be around 200 grams. "Makarov, are all these necklaces for me?" Makarov shrugged with a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, you have been immensely helpful to me today. This is but a small token of my gratitude, and I sincerely hope you will accept it." Lu Long quickly grasped the situation, realizing Makarov intended to use these necklaces as a form of currency. However, after glancing at the purple gold necklaces, he expressed concern to Wang Chen. "Brother Chen, isn't this just purple gold? Is it truly valuable?" Wang Chen playfully tapped the back of his head and whispered in his ear, "Don't be ridiculous. This is purple gold, and its value is certainly on par with that of gold." Chapter 18. I am a wealthy individual. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lu Long could hardly contain his excitement. "Wow, this is so expensive. Are we about to strike it rich?" Lu Long, ever the enthusiast for wealth, seemed to be entranced by the prospect of fortune. Nevertheless, Wang Chen, holding the purple gold necklaces, felt a twinge of discomfort. "Makarov, this is truly too generous. The cost of my wine and the banquet I prepared today doesn't even amount to 1,000 yuan. Accepting such a gift from you feels undeserved." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Makarov patted his shoulder. "Wang Chen, this is indeed a small gesture from me. I hope you will accept it. After all, aren't we good friends? It's only natural for me to treat my friends well. If you refuse, I might feel hesitant to ask for your help in the future." With such words spoken, Wang Chen found no further reason to decline. He promptly opened his pocket and stowed away all 10 purple gold necklaces. His expression remained serene, yet inside, he was brimming with joy. He had never anticipated that his plans for profit would materialize so swiftly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Makarov, he departed alongside Lu Long. However, instead of hastening home, Wang Chen made his way to the jewelry store he had visited previously. The store owner was engrossed in watching television at the counter, but upon hearing a knock at the door, his vigilance heightened. In these uncertain times, one must exercise caution. Peering through the crack of the door, he relaxed slightly upon recognizing Wang Chen. "Young man, back to sell gold again?" Wang Chen revealed the contents of his pocket, displaying the purple gold necklaces. These are exquisite pieces. Will you buy them? The owner opened the door and welcomed both individuals inside. Once inside, Wang Chen produced the 10 purple gold necklaces. The owner, upon closer inspection, was utterly astonished. In all his years running a jewelry store, this was the first time he had encountered such an array of high-end purple gold necklaces. Young man, these must have come from the old Russians, right? Compared to gold, they have a greater affinity for purple gold. However, I have never encountered such high purity before. Observing the boss's professionalism, Lu Long inquired further. Boss, what is the current price of this item? The boss, while examining the necklace in his hand, replied to Lu Long, the gold content of this purple gold should be around 14. However, it contains some rare and precious elements, which could fetch a price slightly higher than that of gold, should there be a channel for sale. Yet, it is not easy to sell. Even if I were to purchase it all, I might hold on to it for quite some time. How about this? Let us stick to the previous price of 50 yuan per gram. Upon hearing the boss's offer, Lu Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, Wang Chen had mentioned that each necklace weighed approximately 20 grams. With a total of 10 necklaces, wouldn't that amount to over 10,000 yuan? Wang Chen nodded in agreement. The boss weighed the purple gold necklaces, and the total came to 230 grams. He opened a nearby safe and retrieved a thick stack of cash. After counting, he handed it all to Wang Chen. Young man, this totals to a substantial amount. Count it and ensure the figures are correct. Wang Chen took the money and began to verify it skillfully. Once he confirmed it was all genuine and the amount was accurate, he smiled faintly. Not a cent off. Boss, I shall return when you have more fine items. For a valued client like Wang Chen, the boss was all smiles, respectfully seeing him off, hoping for more fortune to come his way. However, once outside the jewelry store, Lu Long, almost in a frenzy, rummaged through Wang Chen's clothing. Brother Chen, let me see it quickly. I have never seen so much money in my life. Wang Chen found Lu Long's excitement somewhat silly, amidst the bustling street. He was shouting loudly. He pulled Lu Long into a nearby alley before revealing the cash. Holding over 10,000 yuan in his hands, Lu Long felt his head spinning, nearly floating with exhilaration. He counted the bills and, in a moment of joy, even kissed a couple of them. Brother Chen, you are incredible. You earned such a sum in just one day. You are now a wealthy individual, surely the richest in the village. Lu Long's words held truth. While the city of Swafen was relatively affluent, the rural areas were quite impoverished. This sum of over 10,000 yuan could indeed crown someone as the wealthiest in the village. Yet, Wang Chen did not let pride overtake him. This mere 10,000 yuan could hardly satiate his ambitions. He aspired to transform this fortune into 100,000, a million, or even a billion. After all, in this era, anything is possible. After a while of counting, Lu Long's excitement subsided, and he returned the money to Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook the cash in front of Lu Long Xiaolong. Don't you want to take a share? Lu Long wiped his nose and chuckled. Brother Chen, I'm just satisfied to have had a glance at it. Why would I think about sharing? You prepared the meals, bought the drinks, and I merely helped catch a few fish. I truly contributed nothing significant. Once again, did you not invite me to the banquet? You graciously hosted with fine wine and exquisite dishes. If I were to take more of your money, that would be utterly uncouth. As Lu Long uttered these words, Wang Chen felt a surge of emotion. After all, a good brother is worth a fortune. He swiftly produced 100 yuan bills and pressed them into Lu Long's hands. Lu Long, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected generosity, exclaimed, Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this? Are all these funds truly for me? Goodness, I cannot accept this. It amounts to half a year's salary. Attempting to return the money, Wang Chen insisted, Xiaolong, I have assured you that as long as you stand by me, you shall never suffer any deprivation. Take this money. Whether you wish to purchase cigarettes or indulge in spirits is entirely at your discretion. However, I must insist that you diligently oversee the matters I have entrusted to you. With Wang Chen's insistence, Lu Long ceased his reluctance. He pounded his chest confidently, declaring, Rest assured, Brother Chen, it is merely the issue concerning Ma San, is it not? I guarantee I will handle it impeccably. After securing the money, they each returned home. Wang Chen rode his bicycle, with 2 aluminum lunch boxes dangling from the handlebars. Following the dinner, he had packed the remaining fish balls and braised beef to take home for Zhang Yuru to savor. After all, Zhang Yuru was now his beloved, and Wang Chen aimed to take good care of her. Just as he approached his doorstep, he suddenly noticed a shadow leaping into Zhang Yuru's yard. The figure, lurking with a crowbar in hand, clearly harbored malicious intent. A chill ran down Wang Chen's spine, sensing impending trouble. The villagers were likely aware that Ma San had taken up a night security job. Given Zhang Yuru's beauty and the fact that she was home alone, it was inevitable that someone would harbor ill thoughts. Wang Chen hastily halted his bicycle, picked up a brick from the ground, and stealthily approached. Upon recognizing the intruder's face, he was taken aback. It was none other than Wang Fuguwei. Chapter 19. Capture the human trafficker. Since the last incident when he was apprehended, Wang Fuguwei had harbored deep resentment. Although he had been released, his son, Wang San, remained incarcerated. Despite their brotherly camaraderie, when it came to matters of self-interest, neither was willing to yield. Initially, both parties sought reconciliation, but Ma San demanded an exorbitant sum of 10,000 yuan, threatening to withdraw the case against Wang Fuguwei's son unless compensated. While 10,000 yuan was not an insurmountable amount for Wang Fuguwei to borrow, he was inherently miserly and disinclined to part with a single penny. He could not fathom how his innocent son could possibly face execution. Consequently, animosity burgeoned between him and Ma San. Upon returning to the village, he armed himself with a crowbar, intent on confronting Ma San. If Ma San continued to refuse, he would not hesitate to eliminate him altogether. Just as he was about to pry open the lock, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Help! A human trafficker has entered the village. Do not let him escape." Upon hearing that sound, Wang Fuguwei was instantly thrown into a state of panic. It is well known that in the Northeast, human traffickers are the most despised individuals. If caught, they might face a brutal beating, or worse. He certainly did not wish to lose his life so soon after being released. In a flurry of fear, he discarded the crowbar in his hand and fled, nearly losing control of himself. However, Wang Chen would not miss this opportunity. He hurled the brick he had just picked up towards Wang Fuguwei with great force. With a resounding thud, the brick struck Wang Fuguwei squarely on the back, eliciting a series of anguished cries from him. "Damn it, I missed." Had it struck his head, it would have surely cracked it open. Wang Chen, agitated, felt that this was not enough to satiate his anger. Just then, he heard a sound of weeping emanating from Ma San's home. It was unmistakably the voice of Zhang Yuru. Wang Chen hurried over, knocking on the door and calling out from within. "Sister-in-law, do not be afraid, it's me." In truth, Zhang Yuru had already heard the commotion when Wang Fuguwei attempted to pry open the door. With Ma San working the night shift, Zhang Yuru lived in constant fear. Faced with such an incident, how could she not be frightened to tears? She flung the door open in a fluster and fell into Wang Chen's embrace, repeatedly pounding on his chest, her face a mask of complaint. "Why did it take you so long to come? I nearly died of fright." I heard that person speak, and it sounded just like Wang Fuguwei. "What on earth is that old man up to?" Zhang Yuru sobbed, and Wang Chen could only stand by, offering comfort. "Sister-in-law, do not cry. That scoundrel has been driven away by me. Surely, this is related to Wang Sen's matters. That old fool is seeking revenge on your family." As he spoke, he guided Zhang Yuru back inside. However, upon entering, he was struck by the chilling cold of the room, reminiscent of an ice cellar. Watching Wang Chen shiver, Zhang Yuru felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry, your third brother is not home, and I didn't bother to light the fire. It is rather cold in here. I could start the Kong if you'd like." As Zhang Yuru moved to fetch firewood, Wang Chen stopped her. "Sister-in-law, haven't you had dinner yet? Why not come to my house for a meal?" Though Wang Chen offered to treat Zhang Yuru once they arrived at his home, what could a solitary man and woman truly do together? Even though Zhang Yuru had grown accustomed to his company, she was still someone else's wife and felt the need to maintain her dignity. "No, it wouldn't be proper to keep eating at your place. My family is poor and has nothing to repay you with." Seeing Zhang Yuru's reluctance, Wang Chen wrapped his arm around her waist. "Sister-in-law, if you truly cannot repay me, then perhaps you could offer yourself as compensation." Moreover, with Wang Fuguwei just having left, how could she be certain he wouldn't return? If he were to come back unexpectedly, could a woman like her withstand it? Wang Chen coaxed and intimidated her, causing her expression to grow uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, she slightly nodded, agreeing to accompany Wang Chen home. Together they arrived at Wang Chen's house, and upon opening the door, they were greeted by a warm atmosphere inside. Before departing his home in the morning, Wang Chen stoked the coal in the stove, ensuring that the fire still burned brightly, filling the room with a comforting warmth. He opened the stove, stirred the embers with a poker, and added some fresh coal, causing the temperature to rise swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuro, at her own home, was shivering from the cold. Now, with the warmth enveloping her, she felt an urge to shed some layers. Observing her hesitant demeanor, caught between the desire to undress and the modesty to refrain, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, he remained silent, simply turning to the stove to warm the dishes he had brought back. Soon, the fragrant braised beef and pearl fishball soup were presented before Zhang Yuro. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the delightful fare. "Brother, is all of this for me?" she exclaimed. "Eat up, sister-in-law. You must be starving. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles while it's hot." Initially, Zhang Yuro maintained a semblance of restraint, but the allure of the culinary delights proved irresistible. The tender beef, paired with the savory fishball soup, was unlike anything she had ever tasted. She never anticipated that Wang Chen was not only tall and handsome, possessing a formal job and a high degree, but also an exceptional cook. In stark contrast, her husband, Ma San, seemed utterly unimpressive. After a while, overwhelmed by the heat, Zhang Yuro could no longer tolerate it and removed her cotton jacket. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Wang Chen found the moment particularly enchanting. As Zhang Yuro finished her meal, he leaned closer to her. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but Wang Chen swiftly wrapped his arms around her and whispered softly in her ear, "Sister-in-law, have you ever heard the saying, what saying?" she inquired. Full and warm thoughts of Wang Chen grinned mischievously, leaving the statement unfinished. Although Zhang Yuro had not received much formal education, she was familiar with the phrase. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, but this time she did not shy away. Instead, she leaned in and kissed Wang Chen. They extinguished the light, ushering in a perfect evening. As the night deepened, Wang Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette while Zhang Yuro pressed closely against his back, radiating tenderness. She gazed at him, her face reflecting a hint of reluctance. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet the words remained unvoiced. Noticing her struggle, Wang Chen pulled her into his embrace. "Sister-in-law, do you have something on your mind?" he prompted. "Feel free to speak. Whatever is within my capacity, I will assist you." His expression brimmed with confidence, as if no challenge was beyond his reach. Zhang Yuro bit her lip, then suddenly addressed Wang Chen. "Brother, can you help me get a divorce from Ma San?" Chapter 20. I don't want a title. Her words sent a jolt through Wang Chen's heart, while he had also contemplated facilitating Zhang Yuro's divorce from Ma San. Hearing her express this desire so candidly took him by surprise. In his memory, Zhang Yuro had always been submissive, never daring to defy Ma San. Moreover, in the conservative milieu of rural northeast China at that time, a woman proposing divorce was considered an audacious act. "Sister-in-law, what has suddenly inspired such thoughts within you? Is it because of me?" Zhang Yuro glanced at Wang Chen and slowly nodded her head. "Brother, before your arrival, I felt that life was utterly mundane. Ma San treated me poorly. He either hit or scolded me and never regarded me as a human being. I had believed I would endure such a life forever. Yet your presence has illuminated a glimmer of hope. I no longer wish to suffer in silence. I desire to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. However, rest assured, dear brother, I will not cling to you. You may proceed to marry and have children, and I shall bless you wholeheartedly. I do not require lavish meals. A simple leftover will suffice for me. Moreover, I have heard that hiring a maid has become quite popular in the city. After I divorce Ma San, would you permit me to come and be your maid? I can manage your daily needs and care for your sister as well. If you would be willing, I would even wish to bear a child for you, as long as you do not mind." Zhang Yuro was genuinely timid. As she broached the subject of children, she kept her gaze fixed on Wang Chen, fearful of inciting his anger. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Wang Chen felt a surge of compassion for her. Indeed, countless rural women lead lives of discontent, enduring hardships in silence, with very few daring to take the first step in rebellion. The fact that Zhang Yuro had the audacity to make such a bold decision clearly indicated her deep affection for Wang Chen. He gently stroked her hair and embraced her tighter. "Sister-in-law, you are correct. I cannot provide you with a formal status. Yet, I assure you that it will not be long before I liberate you from Ma San's grasp, allowing you to live a life of normalcy." Wang Chen's expression was grave, his tone unequivocal. Had anyone else spoken such words, Zhang Yuro would have assumed it a jest. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an unwavering trust in Wang Chen, gazing at him with ardent eyes that sparkled with warmth. Ultimately, the two embraced once more, sharing a tender kiss. As dawn approached, Zhang Yuro returned home. Wang Chen had intended to indulge in a brief slumber, but soon, Raucous noises erupted from her residence. Peering through the window, he spotted Ma San brandishing a rolling pin, storming out of the house while hurling curses. Wang Fugui, you old bastard. While I was away, you dared to bully my wife. You must be seeking death. Just wait. If I do not break your legs, I shall not bear the surname Ma. It was evident that Zhang Yuru had conveyed the events of the previous day to Ma San. In truth, this was fortuitous, as the saying goes. It takes a villain to confront another. Neither Ma San nor Wang Fugui were virtuous men. It would delight Wang Chen to see them engage in a fierce altercation. Ma San swiftly dashed off to confront Wang Fugui, and through the window, Zhang Yuru flashed a sweet smile at Wang Chen. He responded with a knowing glance, and it appeared that their understanding was deepening. After a morning of rest, Wang Chen began to contemplate the matters that Zhang Yuru had mentioned the previous day. Although he possessed some money, it was still insufficient. As a modest member of the 10,000 yuan club, he could hardly consider venturing to a large city, let alone to Swifen. If he wished to retain Zhang Yuru's affections without incurring gossip, he needed considerable strength. He must devise a means to earn more money to safeguard his hard-won achievements. Otherwise, even if he managed to eliminate Ma San, there would inevitably be others like Li San and Niu San in the future. In that case, everything he currently held dear could crumble in an instant. However, for someone like Wang Chen, who had been granted a second chance at life, these concerns were trivial. He had already formulated a grander plan. After a light meal, Wang Chen mounted his bicycle and set out. He returned to the factory to seek out Lu Long, who was engrossed in a game of mahjong with a group of acquaintances. Since accepting Wang Chen's money, Lu Long had been increasingly efficient in his dealings. He promptly abandoned the game to meet Wang Chen. Without uttering a word, Lu Long pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Wang Chen. "Brother Chen, smoke up." Wang Chen glanced at it and chuckled. "You rascal. You just got your money, and already you're splurging on fine cigarettes. At this rate, you exhaust your funds in no time." Lu Long, slightly embarrassed by Wang Chen's reprimand, scratched his head. "Brother Chen, come on now. I don't have many hobbies. I just enjoy a good smoke. I couldn't help myself, so I splurged a little to satisfy my craving." Wang Chen, not intending to scold him, patted Lu Long on the shoulder and said, "Would you like to be able to smoke such fine cigarettes every day in the future?" Lu Long, perceptive enough, responded, "Brother Chen, are you concocting another scheme to make money?" Wang Chen signaled for Lu Long to join him outside, and the two hopped on their bicycles, quickly arriving at the urban-rural fringe. This area was a shanty town, appearing somewhat disheveled. They approached a house, and Wang Chen knocked on the door. "Master Son, are you home? I'm here to collect the goods." The door opened promptly, revealing an elderly man in his 60s. "Ah, it's Wang Chen. The items you requested are ready. Come in quickly." The two followed the old man into the yard, which was cluttered with wood and various carving tools. It was evident that the old man was a carpenter. Curiosity flickered on Lu Long's face as he inquired, "Brother Chen, why have you brought me to Master Sun's home? Hasn't he been retired for several years? Does he have any connection to our plans for fortune?" Wang Chen motioned for Lu Long to be silent, and they entered the house together. On a heated bed, an object lay beneath a red cloth, exuding a faint scent of pine. Master Sun proudly tapped the object hidden beneath the cloth and declared with a hint of satisfaction, "Wang Chen, you have truly presented me with a significant task. Having been retired for several years, I have not engaged in such meticulous work for quite some time. However, rest assured that what I create will undoubtedly be of the highest quality. I hope this object proves beneficial to you." Chapter 21. Wang Chen's gift. Wang Chen crouched down, lifting a corner of the red cloth to peer inside, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Lu Long, intrigued, attempted to unveil the red cloth, only to have Wang Chen gently but firmly push his hand back. Wang Chen retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Master Sunday. "Thank you immensely, Master Sunday. If this deal goes through, I shall certainly reward you handsomely." Master Sun accepted the money without hesitation, assuring Wang Chen that he could always seek his assistance in the future. Wang Chen had prepared a gift box, placing the object wrapped in red cloth within it. Subsequently, the two rode their bicycles back to the city. Along the way, Lu Long, unable to contain his curiosity, cheerfully inquired, "Brother Chen, what exactly did you have Master Sun craft? Why the secrecy? Can't you just unveil it for me to see?" Wang Chen smiled at Lu Long, replying with a hint of pride, "What are you looking at? If the object were to be damaged, all my recent efforts would be in vain." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lu Long smirked. "Even if you won't show me, I can guess what you've had Master Sun make for you. Oh, you figured it out? Wang Chen responded with intrigue. You can't hide anything from me. You had Master Sun create a statue of Guan Yu, didn't you? As the god of wealth. Bringing it home will surely bless you with great fortune. Wang Chen was left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry at Lu Long's deduction. He contemplated offering an explanation but ultimately decided against it. After all, with Lu Long's level of understanding, such matters would likely remain beyond his grasp. Wang Chen did not divert to any other location but instead took Lu Long back to the trading company they had visited previously. The receptionist had been replaced following her dismissal, now a sharply dressed woman with short hair, wearing a wool sweater, and sporting a natural look that exuded courtesy. Upon learning that Wang Chen was there to meet Makarov, the woman instantly became exceedingly warm. If I am not mistaken, you must be Mr. Wang Chen. The general manager has instructed us to treat you as an esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment while I call the office to see if it is convenient for you to go up. The woman's demeanor and tone made Wang Chen feel quite at ease. In a business setting, having a competent receptionist is essential. If they cannot execute their duties well, perhaps the job should not exist at all. After making a call, the woman gestured for him to proceed. Mr. Wang, please follow me. The general manager invites you to join him upstairs. Following the woman, they quickly ascended to the 6th floor. Upon pushing open the door to the general manager's office, Wang Chen discovered that he was not alone with Makarov. A middle-aged man was seated there as well. A middle-aged man, who could easily be mistaken for someone in his 50s, possessed a round face, a considerable paunch, and a stature that was rather modest. His hair was styled in an oil-slicked side part, and he donned a suit that was ill-fitting. A pair of sunglasses adorned his face, lending him an air of fashion. In the year 1990, this ensemble undoubtedly epitomized the attire of the affluent, especially as those frequenting trade companies were primarily there for business discussions. Upon noticing the arrival of a guest, Wang Chen and his companions could only take a seat aside to await their turn. The middle-aged gentleman, still oblivious to their presence, produced a gift box from behind him and slowly presented it before Makarov. As the box opened, a sizable ginseng root was revealed. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man faltered through his rudimentary Russian, stating, Mr. Makarov, this is a fine wild ginseng. I hope you will accept it. My niece was thoughtless last time, and I hope you won't take offense. Could you possibly reinstate her position? His poor command of Russian left Makarov puzzled, and after a moment, it was Wang Chen who intervened to clarify. Makarov, he intends to offer you this ginseng in exchange for his niece's job. Upon hearing this, Makarov finally grasped the man's intention, but merely pushed the gift box back, returning the ginseng. Mr. Su, I do have a penchant for fine cuisine. Yet that does not imply I will accept just anything. Are you attempting to insult me with this root? Regarding your niece, her predicament is entirely of her own making. As a front desk attendant, if she cannot even greet guests properly, what use is she to me? If she cannot fulfill this role, I shall have to find someone more capable. Please refrain from mentioning this matter further and take your leave. Makarov's words elicited a chuckle from Wang Chen. To the Russian, there appeared to be little distinction between ginseng and a mere root, considering their unfamiliarity with traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Chen deduced that this middle-aged man was indeed the uncle of the previous front desk attendant. He had assumed the matter was settled. Yet the uncle seemed determined to salvage some semblance of loss. Mr. Makarov, if you find this ginseng unappealing, I also have deer antlers. He insisted. It is not easy to secure a respectable job these days. Please allow my niece to return. Moreover, my niece mentioned that the incident was not her fault, as two individuals from the countryside were deliberately provoking her. We are a foreign trade company, and we have no business with those from the countryside. Why should we be bothered by a couple of outsiders and risk our peace of mind? Wang Chen, initially reluctant to engage, found himself irked by the incessant mention of country folk. I must interject, sir. If we trace back 3 generations, who among us is not from the countryside? Are you looking down upon rural folks? Without their toil in agriculture, what would you eat? If you cannot even secure a meal, how can you dare to make such demands here? Wang Chen's words struck a nerve, and the middle-aged man became visibly incensed. Young man, do you think you have the right to interject while we adults are conversing? Before he could finish his words, Makarov slammed his hand on the table. Mr. Su, I implore you to watch your language. Mr. Wang Chen is my esteemed guest, and it was your niece who offended him last time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wore a look of astonishment. No matter how he perceived it, Wang Chen appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rural lad. Why would Makarov hold him in such high regard? At that moment, He noticed the gift box Wang Chen had brought and scoffed derisively. Rural folk are indeed rural folk. If you lack wealth, do not attempt to give gifts. Look at the high-grade ginseng I brought. Your box is so shabby and large. I wouldn't be surprised if it contained a giant pumpkin. In response to his mockery, Wang Chen swiftly countered. Some individuals are so adept at flattering that they end up stepping on their own toes. They say your ginseng is merely a root. Thus, it holds no value. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away carries more sentiment than worth. Do you believe that my gift will not be to Makarov's liking? Chapter 22. A national treasure. Wang Chen's face radiated confidence, while the middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table once more. You little rascal, if I call you fat. You start to huff, don't you? My premium wild mountain ginseng is unappreciated by others, and what could a poor fellow like you possibly present? Ignoring his tirade, Wang Chen placed the box gently on Makarov's desk. With a slight smile, he gestured for Makarov to proceed. Makarov, the Lunar New Year is fast approaching. Consider this my New Year's gift to you. I hope it brings you joy. Makarov's face lit up with anticipation, curious about Wang Chen's offering. When he opened the box and removed the red cloth within, a magnificent Russian nesting doll emerged before him. Matryoshka. This is a matryoshka, Makarov exclaimed. Wang Chen. I absolutely adore this gift. Lu Long, who had been brimming with curiosity, hoped to discover what Wang Chen had commissioned from Sun the carpenter. Upon seeing the nesting doll, he wore a perplexed expression. Brother Chen, I thought you would present him with a statue of Buddha. Why a nesting doll instead? However, this doll is enormous. It almost rivals the size of a watermelon. The ones we've seen before were much smaller. Could this nesting doll hold some mystery within? Wang Chen did not provide an immediate answer, but prompted Makarov. Aren't you curious about how many layers this nesting doll has? With this reminder, Makarov eagerly took the doll in hand. As he began to dismantle the layers, his astonishment grew with each revelation. A typical Russian nesting doll comprises 8 layers, and each additional layer signifies greater value. Given the impressive size of Wang Chen's doll, it was surely bound to possess numerous layers. However, when Makarov finally finished disassembling it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. He had uncovered a staggering 19 smaller nesting dolls within the large one. This means that the nesting doll before him boasts an impressive 20 layers. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of this doll is exceptionally exquisite. Its surface is polished to a smooth finish, and the layers fit together seamlessly. Each doll features intricate and beautiful paintings, with the faces of the 20 little dolls displaying a variety of distinct doll-like features, rather than being monotonous. Additionally, one can observe various crosses and churches adorning the dolls, exuding a sense of sanctity. Makarov was utterly exhilarated. He suddenly made the sign of the cross over his chest, his face alight with reverence. After a brief prayer, he grasped Wang Chen's hand tightly. Wang Chen, I am profoundly fond of this gift you have given me. This nesting doll has a full 20 layers, a true rarity in our homeland. If I were to bring it back, it could very well be showcased in a museum in Moscow. Makarov exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. In his excitement, he even planted a kiss on Wang Chen's cheek. Wang Chen understood this to be a customary gesture in the West, yet he still felt a tinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. This gift had genuinely touched Makarov's heart. Thus, his grand scheme for success had achieved nearly half its goal. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man nearby interjected with a contrary opinion. Are you all mad? This is nothing but a pile of worthless wood. How much could it possibly be worth? If we're talking about something precious, my wild ginseng is truly priceless, he exclaimed, ranting like a lunatic. Observing his frenzied outburst, Wang Chen retorted, You, my friend, are clearly a nouveau riche, a country bumpkin. Do you think the Russians are like you, endlessly fixated on money and unable to move without it? Their people greatly value art. This nesting doll is a quintessential masterpiece of their artistic heritage. Every Russian household collects a set of nesting dolls, and the greater the number of layers, the more auspicious the meaning. Do you still not comprehend why Makarov holds my gift in such high regard? Wang Chen disregarded the middle-aged man's dignity and boldly countered him several times. The man, visibly enraged, stomped his feet in frustration. Although he was unwilling to concede, this time Wang Chen had undeniably gained the upper hand. He could only leave in disgrace, clutching his ginseng. Yet, before departing, he muttered a threat. You're Wang Chen, right? Just you wait. I won't let this matter rest. Wang Chen harbored a deep disdain for such individuals, who lacked substance yet reveled in making empty threats. However, he had no desire to deal with that scoundrel at the moment. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Makarov continued to admire the nesting doll gifted to him by Wang Chen. After a while, he reluctantly reassembled the doll and carefully placed it back in its box, fearful of causing any damage. Suddenly, Makarov turned to Wang Chen and asked, "Wang Chen, you've gone to such great lengths to present me with such a wonderful gift. Surely there is more to your visit than merely extending New Year-esque greetings?" Without waiting for Wang Chen to speak, Lu Long chuckled beside him. "Of course, my brother Chen is here to help you prosper." Makarov paid no heed to Lu Long's words, as Lu Long lacked any proficiency in Russian. Noticing Makarov's indifference, Lu Long could only obediently return to the sofa. Wang Chen, seated opposite Makarov, smiled at him. "Makarov, how did you find the white liquor at the last banquet? Its texture is exceptionally rich, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Moreover, that unique spicy kick aligns perfectly with our palate. Everyone says they didn't have enough and looks forward to the next banquet for more." Observing Makarov's reaction, Wang Chen continued, "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I shall bring you more next time. However, such a fine product should be shared with a larger audience. Don't you think that if we were to send this liquor to your country, it would be quite popular?" Wang Chen's words were quite straightforward, and Makarov quickly grasped the implication. "Wang Chen, you wish to sell this liquor in our country, correct? To be honest, that poses a bit of a challenge. While the liquor is not expensive in your country, exporting it incurs additional tariffs. Consequently, the price would rise significantly, and our citizens might struggle to afford it. Of course, if one could cleverly evade port inspections and smuggle the liquor directly, substantial profits could be realized. Yet, the port inspectors are not blind. How could they possibly overlook such an endeavor?" Makarov displayed a troubled expression, but Wang Chen laughed heartily. "Makarov, you need to reconsider your approach. Why must we deceive their eyes? Surely, the port inspectors enjoy a good drink as well. If we were to offer them some liquor for free, wouldn't that resolve the issue?" Chapter 23. The world is about to change. Wang Chen's words profoundly shook Makarov's heart. It was evident that Wang Chen intended to bring the port inspectors into the fold, ensuring that all parties would share in the profits. This was indeed a clever strategy, particularly as Makarov perceived the greed inherent in those individuals. Especially amidst the soaring prices in his homeland, the common people were receiving dwindling resources. These individuals had long begun to exploit their limited power for personal gain. Makarov suspected that once he proposed this idea, the two sides would readily find common ground. However, this course of action conflicted with Makarov's inner principles. He considered himself a person of integrity, one with convictions. This was precisely why he had traveled such great distances to the northeast for commercial endeavors. Otherwise, he could have lived comfortably in the capital without enduring such hardships. After much contemplation, he resolved to uphold his final principles and reject Wang Chen's proposition. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Chen spoke first. "Makarov, I understand your concerns and the worries that weigh on your mind, but I wish to convey one thing. The global situation is on the brink of monumental change. You are no longer a young man. Surely you must have a wife and children of your own? While you may conduct your affairs with impartiality, do you not consider the well-being of your family even slightly? The grand shifts in the world's dynamics are beyond the control of ordinary individuals. However, we can indeed accumulate resources to better navigate unforeseen changes. Money, though often regarded as foul and tainted, is universally coveted. I acknowledge that this may conflict with your principles. Yet I urge you to contemplate the welfare of your family. At present, Wang Chen epitomizes the archetype of a seasoned negotiator, possessing a profound understanding of human nature. He is confident that invoking the notion of family will sway Makarov to acquiesce to his proposal. As anticipated, after a moment of hesitation, Makarov slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall agree to this business venture. However, Wang Chen, there is an old saying in the Northeast, even brothers must keep accounts clear. Let us ensure our financial dealings are transparent to avoid future disputes." Wang Chen had already prepared for this eventuality. "Makarov, the cost of the last batch of wine I provided you is 30 yuan per barrel. I shall not charge you more than 50 yuan for each barrel. As for the markup you decide to impose once the wine is back in your country, that is entirely your business. If you manage to sell it for 100, you will earn 50. If you sell it for 200, your profit will be 150. As he spoke, Wang Chen gestured with his hands to illustrate the pricing. He deliberately withheld the true cost of each barrel. knowing that if he disclosed the actual price of 10 yuan, Makarov would perceive his profit as excessive. By stating 30 yuan, it would appear that Wang Chen was earning less, which would psychologically ease Makarov's mind. Initially hesitant, Makarov became exhilarated upon realizing the potential profits. He found Wang Chen's assertion profoundly accurate. If one does not act in their own interest, they are doomed. After adhering to his principles for years, he was now being monitored by a rival sent by headquarters. It seemed more prudent to leverage the trade company's advantages to secure a substantial profit. He grasped Wang Chen's hand firmly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Wang Chen, let us finalize this deal. I will contact my associates in the country immediately to ascertain how much product they can absorb. Please prepare the wine expeditiously. It is quite popular, and I anticipate a high demand. With their plans set, both parties resolved to take action, eager to secure their first profits. As Makarov consented, Wang Chen's anxieties began to dissipate. He had feared that if Makarov declined, all his efforts would have been in vain. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Chen departed with Lu Long, intending to return swiftly to the distillery in the village to assess the remaining stock. On the journey back, Lu Long, looking bewildered, inquired of Wang Chen, "Brother Chen, what business were you discussing? I thought that old Russian was about to resort to violence." Wang Chen did not conceal anything and recounted the conversation between them. When Lu Long learned of the profits from the beverages, his eyes nearly popped out. "Goodness, I recall that a barrel of loose liquor costs merely around 10 yuan, right? You propose 50 yuan per barrel, a five-fold increase. The most crucial point is that Makarov actually accepted it. It seems my father was correct. There is a shortage of everything in the country. As long as we can successfully sell the goods, substantial profits are assured." Wang Chen was taken aback by Lu Zhenye's perceptiveness. He truly deserved to be the manager of the timber factory. However, at that moment, Wang Chen smirked with pride. "This is just the beginning. As I have always said, if you collaborate with me, you will undoubtedly reap benefits in the future." Lu Long gazed at Wang Chen, filled with admiration. In recent days, he felt Wang Chen had transformed into a different person. No longer timid and submissive, he was now bold and decisive, displaying remarkable assertiveness. Every decision he made was impeccably sound. To Lu Long, Wang Chen was nothing short of extraordinary. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I will stick with you for life." Lu Long had become an ardent admirer and returned to the village alongside Wang Chen. Upon arriving at the distillery, they promptly sought out the owner to discuss the purchase of liquor. "Owner, how much loose liquor do you have in stock? With the new year approaching, I have indeed prepared quite a bit of liquor. Altogether, it should amount to around 500 barrels. What, do you intend to buy all my liquor?" The owner joked. Yet Wang Chen decisively nodded. "You guessed correctly, I want all of it. However, if I buy this many, could you perhaps offer me a discount?" The owner's face was filled with astonishment at Wang Chen's insistence on purchasing everything. Although their previous transaction had been successful, he still harbored doubts about Wang Chen's financial capacity. "A discount is possible. For these 500 barrels, you can give me 13,000 yuan. But you must provide cash immediately. Can you manage that?" Wang Chen currently possessed some funds, but still needed a total of 500 yuan. In these times, 500 yuan was no trivial sum. As a worker earning only 150 yuan a month, even if he refrained from eating and drinking, it would take him a year and a half to save that amount. Moreover, the village was impoverished. Even if he sought to borrow money, it would likely be futile. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly noticed Lu Long, who had been clutching his coat tightly, as if concealing something. A spark of realization ignited in Wang Chen's mind, and he swiftly approached Lu Long. "Lu Long, I have heard rumors that you have a secret stash, correct? Now is the time for you to contribute. Quickly hand over your little treasure." Chapter 24. A sense of unease. Wang Chen was convinced that Lu Long had money, as he had previously heard whispers about it. Lu Long was indeed a miser, having saved up a little treasure. The hiding place was within his coat, an unlikely spot for most to discover. As Wang Chen attempted to pry open Lu Long's coat, Lu Long struggled desperately. "Brother Chen, please don't speak nonsense. When have I ever had a secret stash? My pocket is cleaner than my face. I truly possess not a single cent." Wang Chen paid no heed to his idle chatter and reached into Lu Long's coat. Indeed, he discovered a small cloth pouch stitched at the chest, filled with a bundle of cash. With a swift tug, he yanked the pouch free. Upon opening it, he found a considerable amount of 100 yuan notes inside. Lu Long, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, hastily called out to Wang Chen, "Brother Chen, This is nearly 3,000 yuan. Please leave me a bit, as I still need to buy cigarettes. Wang Chen ignored him, extracting 500 yuan and returning the remaining amount to Lu Long. He then produced over 10,000 yuan of his own, ensuring he had the complete sum to present to the boss. After counting, the boss confirmed the amount was correct and finally displayed a smile. Wang Chen, it is truly a pleasure doing business with you. You provide the money without hesitation. I shall not fall short either. I will have the workers tally the beverages, and wherever you need them delivered, I will ensure they reach you directly. In truth, Wang Chen was uncertain if Makarov could consume such a vast quantity of liquor. However, he recognized that opportunities like this are fleeting. This was their first business transaction, and he needed to make a strong impression. Wang Chen dared not be negligent and joined the workers in the inspection. He had to ensure the quality of this batch of liquor was impeccable, otherwise, it could tarnish his reputation. After several hours of diligent work, the 500 barrels of liquor were confirmed to be in perfect condition. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, the local store owner, rushed over in a fluster. Wang Chen, someone called me, saying a Russian named Makarov is looking for you, inquiring about the liquor's readiness. You should hurry and take the call. The Russian named Makarov mentioned by Mr. Zhang was likely the very Makarov he sought. He quickly ran over to Mr. Zhang and picked up the phone. Wang Chen, how much liquor have you prepared? Many people here have expressed interest in purchasing. Please ensure you have enough. Wang Chen, brimming with confidence, smiled at Makarov. Makarov, I have prepared a full 500 barrels of liquor. Can you handle that? 500 barrels? So many? Makarov was utterly astonished. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and replied seriously, rest assured, we may lack other skills, but drinking is our forte. It's merely 500 barrels. I want them all. Send someone to deliver the liquor now, and I will see if I can arrange for a truck to transport it back to our country tonight. Dealing with the Russian was indeed exhilarating. Wang Chen returned to the distillery, hired several horse-drawn carriages, and prepared to transport the liquor to the foreign trade company. To carry 500 barrels of liquor, Wang Chen needed a fleet of over a dozen carriages to ensure a single trip was feasible. In these times, automobiles were scarce, and a caravan of horse-drawn carriages was quite the spectacle. An hour later, they arrived at the foreign trade company's entrance. Makarov had already summoned a large truck and was ready to receive the shipment. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's grand display, his eyes widened in astonishment. However, upon seeing the exquisite liquor atop the carriages, his appetite was once again piqued. He randomly took a barrel of wine from the vehicle, opened it, and inhaled its aroma. Unable to resist, he took a few swigs directly from the barrel. A fine wine, its quality comparable to the last. Wang Chen, all the beverages from the distillery can guarantee this standard, right? Of course. Wang Chen expressed his unwavering confidence in the village's winery. Makarov wasted no time and instructed the workers to load the barrels. Once all the wine was loaded, they reached the moment of payment. Wang Chen and Lu Long approached, ready to receive the payment for this batch. However, at that moment, Makarov awkwardly spoke up. Wang Chen, I have something to tell you. The payment won't be settled for at least 3 days. I've arranged for the wine to be shipped back to the country today, and tomorrow it will be sold. I've contacted several distributors, and they should sell it out quickly. It will take at least 3 days for them to settle the payment back to me. Is that all right with you? Upon hearing Makarov's words, Wang Chen's expression soured. He had put all his money on the line, yet Makarov had no intention of settling the payment immediately. If something were to go awry, the loss would be substantial. Noticing Wang Chen's distress, Lu Long anxiously inquired, Brother Chen, what is going on? Is there going to be a problem? Makarov said we won't receive the payment for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Long erupted in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. Damn it. This old Russian can't be thinking of pulling a fast one on us, can he? I've staked $500, and I'll be broke. No way. I need to get the money back right now. Lu Long, known for his fiery temper, rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. However, Wang Chen stopped him, understanding that creating conflict at this moment was unwise. Lu Long, do you trust me? Wang Chen's resolute gaze left no room for doubt. Lu Long reluctantly withdrew his hand, sighing, Brother Chen, I absolutely trust you, but I don't trust this old Russian. This amount of money is no trifling matter. If something goes wrong, I might as well jump into the river. Witnessing the argument between the two, Makarov, despite his limited understanding of Chinese, grasped their meaning. He patted his chest and assured Wang Chen, Wang Chen, you are my good friend. I would never deceive you. It truly only requires 3 days, and I will bring you good news." With that assurance, Wang Chen could no longer cling to the matter. "All right, Makarov, let us meet again in 3 days." Wang Chen spoke nonchalantly, yet internally, he shared Lu Long's anxiety. Having just become a wealthy individual, the thought of losing his money made him feel like a laughingstock. In the following 3 days, Wang Chen went about his work, feigning normalcy. Lu Long, however, incessantly brought up the issue of the payment, resembling a broken record. Wang Chen did his best to reassure him, but inside, he felt more troubled than anyone else. He could either become immensely wealthy overnight or risk losing everything. The tension was unbearable. As the 3rd day drew to a close, Makarov had yet to make contact, casting doubt in his mind. Had Lu Long been right all along? Was he being deceived? However, just as he was about to leave work, Wang Chen unexpectedly spotted the silhouette of a foreigner standing at the entrance of the lumber factory. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Makarov, clutching a bulging brown paper bag. Chapter 25. A pleasant collaboration. Seeing that brown paper bag, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly approached Makarov, feigning a casual demeanor. "Makarov, what brings you back to see me so suddenly? Surely, you're not preparing for another banquet?" Makarov chuckled, gently patting Wang Chen on the shoulder. "Wang Chen, you are the most composed young man I have ever met. If it were any of my other business partners, they would have stormed my office by now if they hadn't received their payment within a few days. Yet, you have not pressured me at all, which speaks volumes of your trust in me. Therefore, I cannot let you down." With that, Makarov thrust the hefty brown paper bag into Wang Chen's arms. The bag felt weighty, leaving Wang Chen to wonder how much cash it contained. Carefully, he opened a small gap in the bag to take a peek. To his astonishment, it contained precisely 7.5 bundles of 50 yuan notes. Wang Chen had sold him 500 barrels of liquor at 50 yuan each, totaling exactly the right amount. "What do you think? Should we head to the bank for verification?" Makarov's generosity was overwhelming, yet Wang Chen felt he should not appear overly frugal. "Makarov, I have complete faith in your integrity. Moreover, as long-term partners, I trust you won't resort to any petty tricks with counterfeit money. The collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant. And should you need to order more liquor, feel free to reach out at any time. I assure you of the quality. I will not let you down." Before Wang Chen could finish speaking, Makarov decisively interjected, "No need to wait for our next correspondence. I wish to order 3,000 more barrels of liquor right now. If you can deliver them before the new year, I can settle the payment on the spot. You have no idea how popular this liquor is in our country." My distributors, after merely tasting it, decided to purchase the entire stock. Before I arrived, they informed me that half of the liquor had already been sold. Such a lucrative business opportunity was one Wang Chen would never wish to miss. He had evidently made the right gamble. If he could maintain this sales channel with Makarov, he would be swimming in wealth. At that moment, Wang Chen playfully inquired, "Makarov, it seems the customs inspectors have become your friends, haven't they? This way, you stand to earn quite a few extra bucks on each barrel." Wang Chen's guess was astute, as a hint of a mysterious smile crept across Makarov's face. "Wang Chen, let me be frank with you. The final retail price of each barrel of liquor in our country is 150 yuan. Out of that, 50 yuan goes to you, 10 yuan to customs, and the remaining 40 yuan is the profit for the distributors. The final income one received was 50 yuan for each barrel." No wonder Makarov appeared so smug. It turns out he earns even more than Wang Chen. After all, the distribution channels in the domestic market require Makarov's facilitation, and Wang Chen does not feel envious of his earnings. Wang Chen extended his hand once more, shaking hands with Makarov. "Rest assured, Makarov, I will certainly deliver the new batch of liquor to you before the new year." Just as Wang Chen was about to turn and leave, Makarov patted the brown paper bag. "Wang Chen, within this bag, I have prepared a small gift for you, a token of my appreciation. I hope you will like it." Although Makarov claimed there was a gift inside, Wang Chen felt around and sensed it contained only cash. He did not fully grasp Makarov's intention, but politely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he took the money and sought out Lu Long. At that moment, Lu Long was, as usual, engaged in a card game with his group of companions in the security department. However, he was far from his usual relaxed demeanor, appearing exceedingly irritable. "Do you even know how to play cards? Not even glancing at the cards I've played, just throwing your cards down haphazardly. If we end up losing money, you'll have to compensate me." Upon hearing Lu Long's words, The others expressed their grievances. Dragon brother, have you taken something today? Why are you so irate? We've been playing for over 20 rounds, and you lose your temper every time. If this continues, we won't play anymore. When the group suggested quitting, Lu Long angrily slammed his cards on the table. Damn it, if you don't want to play, then don't. Who are you trying to intimidate? Just as Lu Long was about to explode, Wang Chen cleared his throat at the doorway. Lu Long, just play properly. Why act like a child? You must be able to win and lose gracefully, or you'll be the subject of ridicule. Lu Long turned to glance at Wang Chen and immediately noticed the brown paper bag in his hand. He may not have been particularly astute, but he understood it contained money. He hastily found an excuse to send the others away from the card table. Afterward, he invited Wang Chen in and locked the door behind them. Brother Chen, is it the money? Let me see it quickly. I've been going out of my mind these past few days. Wang Chen wasted no time, tossing the brown paper bag to him. Lu Long tore open the bag and emptied its contents onto the table. Upon seeing such a large stack of cash, Lu Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, that's a lot of money. If I didn't know better, I'd think you robbed a bank. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen patted his shoulder from behind. Xiaolong, you've worked hard these past few days, always on edge with me. I'm here to share your portion. I made 5 times the profit this time, so I will share 5 times the profit with you. You invested too, 500, so here you go. Wang Chen busily sorted through the money and soon presented it to Lu Long. However, when the cash was pushed before him, Lu Long hesitated to accept it. Brother Chen, why are you giving me so much money? Is it because I've been complaining lately that you're upset with me? I still want to stick with you. Please don't be angry with me. I only need a single portion, just 5,000 yuan. Lu Long insisted on retrieving his money. Yet Wang Chen merely shook his head. I have stated before, even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. The amount owed is precisely what it is. You are entitled to what is yours, and I shall not withhold a single cent. As for your grievances, they are but human nature, and I remain indifferent. Should you choose not to accept it, then you are disregarding our brotherhood. With Wang Chen's words, Lu Long had no choice but to accept the money in full. However, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. He tucked away 500 yuan into his own little vault, tossing the remaining 10,000 yuan into Wang Chen's embrace. What does this mean? You no longer want this money? Wang Chen asked, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Lu Long sidled up to Wang Chen with a mischievous grin. Brother Chen, why not hold on to this 10,000 yuan for me? I have a tendency to be careless. Who knows when I might squander it on cigarettes? Keeping it with you gives me peace of mind. Moreover, I intend to save enough to present it as a betrothal gift when I propose to your sister, Wang Shui. Chapter 26. The toad aspires to eat the swan's flesh. Before Lu Long could finish his declaration, Wang Chen's brows knitted tightly together. He recalled how, in a previous life, Lu Long had constantly hovered around Wang Shui. They were childhood friends, having grown up together, creating an inseparable bond. Wang Chen had presumed Lu Long regarded Wang Shui merely as a sister. Little did he know that Lu Long harbored intentions of marrying her. In Wang Chen's eyes, Lu Long appeared rather unrefined, not the ideal candidate for a husband. Furthermore, unaware of Wang Shui's sentiments, Wang Chen was determined not to meddle in matters of the heart. However, in recent times, Wang Chen's perception of Lu Long had shifted. Perhaps, given time, Lu Long could evolve into a more admirable individual. With this thought, Wang Chen extended his hand and seized Lu Long's pinky, twisting it with force. In an instant, Lu Long grimaced in pain. Let go, Brother Chen. I might break my finger at this rate. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Huh, you, a mere toad, aspire to feast upon the swan's flesh. My sister is so exceptional and beautiful. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Seeing the displeasure etched on Wang Chen's face, Lu Long ceased his pleas for mercy. Brother Chen, I genuinely love Wang Shui. This is not mere jest. I would marry no one else. If you doubt me, then break my finger. If I utter a sound, I shall no longer bear the surname Lu. Wang Chen discerned that Lu Long was earnest in his intentions. Gradually loosening his grip, he sighed heavily. Lu Long, you are my dear brother, but Wang Shui is my beloved sister. I wish for her to wed a true dragon among men, not a layabout. If you two wish to pursue a relationship, I shall not hinder you. Yet, you must demonstrate sincerity and strive to make something of yourself. Should you fail to do so, keep your distance from my sister. Wang Chen's willingness to concede filled Lu Long with immense joy. He promptly raised his hand and vowed, calling out to Wang Chen with fervor. Lu Long swore before the light bulb, declaring that for Wang Shui, he would undoubtedly strive to excel. He vowed to attain greatness, yearning for their admiration. Should he fail, may the light extinguish along with him. Before Lu Long could finish his declaration, a sudden pop echoed, and the tungsten bulb above him shattered. Watching the light gradually fade, Lu Long's face turned pale. Brother Chen, what is happening? How could the bulb truly go out? Am I destined for doom? Wang Chen cast a disapproving glance at him. Retorting with irritation, can you not keep your mouth in check? What foolish oaths are you uttering? Next time you swear, I shall keep my distance to avoid your misfortune. Now hurry to the logistics office and fetch some new bulbs. Lu Long's expression bore a hint of grievance, yet he obediently proceeded to retrieve the bulbs. Seizing the moment, Wang Chen hastily tucked the money back into his bag, ensuring no one witnessed the transaction. However, while doing so, he unexpectedly discovered a stack of items at the bottom of the bag. They felt like currency, but upon inspection, they were not. After a careful examination, Wang Chen recognized the item's true nature. Were those not foreign exchange vouchers? These vouchers are certificates provided to foreign merchants, serving as currency with a value akin to the renminbi. Yet, they cannot be utilized in ordinary stores. One must visit specialized foreign exchange shops to purchase items. These shops boast an extensive variety of goods, from imported clothing and cosmetics to gourmet snacks. For the average person, acquiring foreign exchange vouchers is no simple feat. However, for Makarov, this was merely a trivial matter. It was no wonder he had mentioned saving a gift for himself. These vouchers must have been what he meant. Upon counting, Wang Chen found that the vouchers amounted to a staggering 5,000 yuan. It appeared Makarov felt he had earned too much and wished to offer Wang Chen a modest compensation. Unfortunately, the small town of Swifen lacked dedicated foreign exchange shops. To spend these vouchers, one would likely need to travel to the provincial capital of Harbin. With the new year approaching, Wang Chen genuinely contemplated a trip to the provincial city, perhaps bringing his sister along to purchase some New Year gifts for her. With less than a week until the winter vacation, it was high time he checked on his sister's well-being. Lu Long soon returned, clutching a light bulb. Wang Chen assisted him in setting up the ladder, and he promptly replaced the bulb. The light illuminated once more, and a smile crept across Lu Long's face. Brother Chen, see, the bulb hasn't extinguished. My oath holds validity. I shall surely marry Wang Shui, and no one can thwart me. At times, Wang Chen found Lu Long's foolishness exasperating and hurriedly waved him down, fearing that if others overheard, they would mock him for ages. After some discussion, Wang Chen ultimately entrusted Lu Long with the entire sum of 10,000 yuan, allowing him to save for his future wife as he desired. Holding this substantial sum of money, Lu Long felt a surge of excitement. Brother Chen, I suppose I can now consider myself a person of means, can I? Once I save a bit more, I shall purchase a house in the city, and then I can marry Wang Shui. He paused, by the way. Do you have any plans for this evening? If not, perhaps we could share a drink? It was quite a rarity for Lu Long, known for his frugality, to invite someone to indulge in a drink. The two chose a quaint tavern with a pleasant ambience. Wang Chen ordered 4 meat dishes, causing Lu Long to wince at the thought of the expense, his gaze towards Wang Chen shifting ever so slightly. Yet, for the sake of marrying Wang Shui, he bore the discomfort with a smile. After pouring a pot of liquor, he cheerfully filled Wang Chen's cup. Brother Chen, it's been a while since you visited Wang Shui, hasn't he it? When will you go? I'd like to tag along. Perhaps tomorrow? I need to buy some items and bring my sister some living expenses. Upon hearing this, Lu Long eagerly volunteered. Brother Chen, it's just shopping. I'll cover the cost. I noticed the dates cake at the grocery store is quite good. Xiao Shui loves sweets, so I'll buy her some tomorrow. Do you really think a few cakes will suffice to win over my sister? Wang Chen replied, slightly displeased. Then what else should I buy? Lu Long scratched his head. My sister mentioned last time that it's quite inconvenient for her to come home. If only I could get her a bicycle. She could visit me every week. In 1990, while bicycles had become more affordable than before, they remained beyond the reach of rural families. A decent bicycle would cost nearly 200 yuan, and crucially, one required a bicycle ticket to purchase one. Lu Long's expression soured at Wang Chen's words. Brother Chen, I do have the money for the bicycle, but I lack the ticket. Even if I want to buy one for Wang Shui, I am powerless. He initially intended to dismiss the matter, but Wang Chen smirked mischievously. You can't get a bicycle ticket, but surely your father can? Mentioning Director Lu caused Lu Long's demeanor to darken. Brother Chen, you know my relationship with my father. He has always looked down on me and scolds me whenever we meet. Asking him for a bicycle ticket would be akin to inviting trouble. No, we should seek other solutions, Lu Long insisted, attempting to back away from the idea. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Even if your relationship is strained, he is still your father. If you, as his son, ask him, how could he refuse? Moreover, as I understand, bicycle tickets are currently quite scarce. Even if you search the entire lumber factory, you likely wouldn't find a single one. However, your father should have a quota, right? Surely. He could secure you a couple of bicycle tickets without issue. Before Wang Chen could finish, Lu Long suddenly caught on to a peculiar detail. Brother Chen, what did you mean by 2 bicycle tickets? Isn't one enough to gift Wang Shui a bicycle? Without hesitation, Wang Chen delivered a playful smack to Lu Long's head. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? My sister already possesses a bicycle. Surely, I must have one too. You simply do not understand the inconvenience I face returning to the village each day. I cannot perpetually borrow the factory's bicycle. Purchasing my own is a matter of independence. In short, if you wish to accompany me to meet my sister, you must procure 2 bicycle tickets by tomorrow. If not, do not expect me to include you in my future outings. Lu Long wore a face of dejection, yet felt helpless. He could only return home to plead with his father for 2 bicycle tickets. The meal soon arrived, featuring 4 meat dishes, all of which Wang Chen relished. He paid no heed to Lu Long's hunger, eating voraciously. Lu Long, disheartened, found that nearly all the food had been devoured by Wang Chen. Only a few remnants remained, which he reluctantly consumed to satiate his hunger. After their meal, they parted ways. Wang Chen initially intended to visit Zhang Yuru, but upon noticing her house lit up, he heard the unmistakable voice of Ma San within. It appeared that Ma San was enjoying a day off and indulging in a drinking spree at home. Wang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment and returned home, realizing that the plan to deal with Ma San needed to be prioritized. That night, Wang Chen's sleep was restless. The absence of a beautiful companion left him feeling somewhat hollow. He muddled through the night, and upon waking, made his way to the distillery. He informed the owner of his intention to order an additional 3,000 barrels of liquor to be delivered before the new year. The owner confidently assured him of timely completion. Wang Chen paid a deposit of 10,000 and then proceeded to the city in search of Lu Long. Before even entering the factory, he spotted Lu Long at the entrance, wearing a triumphant smile. What's the reason for your exuberance today? Did you manage to secure the bicycle tickets? Wang Chen teased. Without hesitation, Lu Long produced 2 bicycle tickets from behind him. What do you think, Brother Chen? My methods are quite effective, aren't they? I mentioned to my father yesterday that I wished to marry your sister, and he promptly granted me the tickets. Is that true? Would Director Lu be so accommodating? Wang Chen questioned, incredulous. Why would I deceive you? I told my father that I intended to marry your sister and needed to present some betrothal gifts, and he immediately agreed. At that moment, Wang Chen nearly choked on his disbelief. Lu Long, truly lacking in discretion, had blurted out his intentions regarding Wang Shui. Though he contemplated reprimanding Lu Long, he ultimately refrained, as purchasing a bicycle for his sister was of utmost importance. The two then ventured to the state-run store, intending to select a suitable bicycle for Wang Shui. At that time, the state-run store was the most upscale shopping destination in Swifen, offering various clothing, radios, cosmetics, and bicycles. There were 2 vendors selling bicycles. One offered the Jinsher brand, a lesser-known name with relatively low prices, where a standard model could be acquired for around 120. The other was more prestigious, featuring the Phoenix brand, a genuine and reputable product, with an elegant design, superior quality, and a variety of colors. The price of a single bicycle started at no less than 200. Wang Chen did not opt for the cheaper options, but directly headed to the store of the Phoenix brand. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, greeted them with a scowl and inquired, "Are you here to purchase bicycles? Our bicycles are quite expensive, and you will also need a bicycle ticket. If you lack both money and a ticket, it would be best for you to seek another shop." In those days, state-owned stores were notorious for such demeanor. The sales staff often wore long faces, making one wonder if they were bereaved. Rumor had it that those with fiery tempers might even resort to physical confrontations with customers. Consequently, some stores posted slogans forbidding the indiscriminate assault of patrons. Wang Chen, disinterested in her attitude, pushed Lu Long forward. "Open your eyes and take a good look. This is Lu Long, the only son of Director Lu from our timber factory. Do you think he lacks money or a ticket? In the outside world, identity is self-bestowed. When the moment calls for it, There is no need for subterfuge. Lu Long raised his head, beaming with pride, and declared, "My father is Lu Jinya, the director of the timber factory. I am here to purchase 2 bicycles, so quickly recommend the finest models." The saleswoman, as if she had received a royal edict, hurriedly ushered them inside. The store boasted a dazzling array of bicycles, all brand new. Most were clad in black, yet nestled at the back was a striking red bicycle, clearly designed for women. Noticing Lu Long's unwavering gaze on the crimson bike, the saleswoman enthusiastically began her pitch. "You truly have an eye for quality. This bike is brand new. Its all red paint and improved frame ensure a comfortable ride for women. Just ring the bell, and it chimes delightfully. Plus it features a small front light, certainly a head-turner." Wang Chen looked down and indeed saw a light affixed to the front. There was also a box at the back, presumably for a battery. In 1990, such bicycles were exceedingly rare, a veritable dream vehicle for young girls. Lu Long, too, found the bicycle appealing. He approached and patted the seat, grinning as he remarked, "This seat is incredibly soft. It seems to have extra padding. Wang Shui will surely love it." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman began to extol its virtues. Indeed, the seat is filled with plenty of sponge, unlike ordinary bicycles that feel quite hard. If your girlfriend rides it, she will undoubtedly be utterly devoted to you. With her flattery, Lu Long began to float on air. He slapped the bicycle seat with enthusiasm and proclaimed, "How much is this bike? I'll take it. Not too much, just a special price of 480. Upon hearing the quoted price, Lu Long was momentarily dumbfounded. He was aware that this bicycle would certainly cost more than the average, yet he had not anticipated such a steep price. "Brother Chen, perhaps we should look at other bicycles," he suggested hesitantly. Wang Chen, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "This bicycle is truly exquisite. If you are reluctant to buy it, I wonder if another man might consider purchasing it for my sister." Chapter 28. Disdain for the poor. Wang Chen's words instilled a sense of urgency within Lu Long. His face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly said to Wang Chen, "Brother Chen, I never said I wouldn't buy it. Could you please stop scaring me? It's just 480. I can cover that." Lu Long, while speaking, produced 500 yuan notes and a bicycle ticket. The shopkeeper, witnessing his generosity, began to lavish praise upon him. "Truly, you are the factory director's son. Your spending is remarkably lavish. If all our customers were like you, our business would flourish." At that moment, Wang Chen coughed. "So, once you have a girl, you forget your brother, huh? What about my bicycle?" Lu Long pouted and took out another 200 yuan along with a bicycle ticket. "Let me pick one for Brother Chen. The most ordinary will suffice." After settling the payment and receiving the receipt, the two pushed their bicycles and left the state-run store, heading straight for Wang Shui's high school. Wang Shui's high school is a semi-closed institution. Most students there hail from nearby rural areas and are required to board. A small number of those living in the city can ride their bicycles home daily. Due to the considerable distance from her village and lacking a bicycle, Wang Shui could return home at most once a month. Each visit was a hurried encounter with Wang Chen, followed by a swift return the next day. With this bicycle, they could meet whenever they wished. The two rode their brand new bicycles down the road, Lu Long on Wang Shui's bike. As dusk approached, he decided to turn on the bike's lights, illuminating the previously dim path. "Brother Chen, this 480 was well spent. This bike truly stands out. If only it came in a different color, I would have wanted one for myself." Noticing Lu Long's exuberance, Wang Chen shouted, "Ride more carefully. Don't damage it. If you break the bike, I wonder if my sister will still pay you any mind." At the mention of Wang Shui, Lu Long instantly subdued, riding at a slower pace, fearful of scratching the bicycle. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the school gate just as classes were dismissed, and students were preparing to return to their dormitories. Among the crowd, a tall girl stood out remarkably. Her skin was fair, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. She possessed large eyes and a petite mouth, but what drew the most attention was her extraordinarily long black hair, cascading down to her waist, elegantly styled into a ponytail. The sheer volume of her hair was enviable. Clutching her class notes, she reminisced about the day's lessons. Unexpectedly, a robust girl approached, incessantly ringing her bicycle bell. Startling her, "Wang Shui, so dedicated to your studies? Even after school, with no teachers around, why pretend to be so diligent?" The long-haired girl was Wang Shui, and the one mocking her was her classmate, Su Xiaohua. In stark contrast to Wang Shui's graceful figure and striking beauty, Su Xiaohua appeared rather unappealing. Standing at 165 centimeters, Wang Shui towered over Su Xiaohua, who was merely 150 centimeters tall. Furthermore, Su Xiaohua was considerably overweight, tipping the scales at over 150 gene. Walking down the street, she resembled a ball, her face possessing an absurd quality that utterly lacked femininity. Were it not for her family's affluence, no one would have paid her any mind. Upon hearing the ridicule, Wang Shui, rather than succumbing to anger, responded in a calm tone. The teacher has said that education is a lifelong endeavor, not something to be achieved in a single leap. One must listen attentively during class and review diligently afterward. Only through sufficient effort can we gain admission to a prestigious university and not disappoint our family. However, upon hearing Wang Shui's words, Su Xiaohua shot her a disdainful glance. Does studying earn you anything? In this day and age, wealth reigns supreme. Just wait until your parents are gone. See what kind of life you lead then. Everyone claims you have a slender figure, but I know the truth. You've starved yourself thin because you can't afford the cafeteria food. They say I'm overweight out of envy. My family feasts on roasted chicken and ample rice daily. You rural folk are in no position to compare. Take my advice. Abandon your studies and work at my family's restaurant instead. I can persuade my father to pay you extra. How about 50 yuan a month? Su Xiaohua's words grew increasingly harsh, prompting even nearby classmates to intervene. Su Xiaohua, Wang Shui has neither provoked nor offended you. Why do you seek conflict? Besides, Wang Shui excels academically, ranking among the top 3 in our grade, while you languish near the bottom. She has a bright future ahead. Can you say the same? Perhaps you should consider leaving school and return to washing dishes at your family's restaurant. The classmates, fueled by a sense of justice, left Su Xiaohua blushing in embarrassment. Unable to counter their arguments, she pressed her bicycle bell, producing a jarring sound. Who says I can't attend university? My father has already secured connections. Once I complete the college entrance examination, I shall undoubtedly gain admission. What about Wang Shui? After her parents passed, she only has her brother left, right? I've heard he is poor, earning barely enough to scrape by. How will he afford your tuition? Not to mention, knowing you live far from home. Why hasn't he bought you a bicycle? Look at my bike. It's a Jinsher brand, worth a full 120 yuan. If your brother truly cared, he would buy you one too. Wang Shui could tolerate much, but the mention of her brother tugged at her heartstrings. Since their parents' demise, her brother had been the sole pillar of support for their family. Wang Chen, originally a top student poised to attend high school, had aspired to pursue a university education without difficulty. However, upon hearing that enrolling in a vocational school would guarantee employment, he selflessly sacrificed his high school life to attend a vocational institution in the provincial city, saving every penny for Wang Shui's education. This decision had always weighed heavily on Wang Shui's conscience. Thus, she dedicated herself to her studies, striving to gain admission to a reputable university and repay her brother's sacrifices. Little did she anticipate that her high school journey would be fraught with challenges. In school, there are always some unpleasant individuals who frequently come to harass her. There are those ruffians, attracted by her beauty, and then there's Su Xiaohua, a nouveau riche, envious of Wang Shui's popularity. At times, Wang Shui contemplates dropping out, weary of this indignity. Yet, when she recalls the hardships her brother has endured, she steels herself to persevere. At this moment, she finds herself at a loss for words, her complexion paling. Just then, a distant flicker of light catches her attention, and she hears her brother's voice. Dare you flaunt such a shabby gold lion bike? Looking at its dilapidation, it must surely be second-hand. It's hardly worth 60 bucks. My sister is so beautiful. How could she ride such a piece of junk? If she were to ride, it should be the finest Phoenix model. Chapter 29. Brother S. support. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wang Shui is overwhelmed with excitement. She turns around to see Wang Chen and Lu Long racing towards her on their bicycles. With a graceful toss of their heads, they come to a steady halt. The attention of the crowd swiftly shifts to Wang Chen and Lu Long, who are riding 2 brand new Phoenix bicycles. Whispers of admiration ripple through the onlookers. Wow, they're so wealthy. I want a Phoenix bike too. I hear they cost over 200. Look at that red bicycle, it's stunning. It even has a headlight. I've never seen such an exquisite bike in my life. Who are they here for? This is quite extravagant. In the midst of this, Wang Shui rushes to her brother. Though she usually appears strong, tears of frustration begin to stream down her face. Brother, why did it take you so long to arrive? She wants to express the multitude of grievances weighing on her heart. Yet, apart from calling out to him, she finds herself unable to articulate anything further. In truth, Wang Chen and his companion had arrived earlier and overheard the exchange. Even a fool could discern that it was Su Xiaohua seeking trouble. Wang Chen forcefully rang his bike bell, startling Su Xiaohua. He approached her, his tone unyielding. What offense has my sister committed to warrant your relentless targeting? Your family's wealth belongs to your parents. If they were to pass, would you not have to venture out and earn a living yourself? As the old saying goes, be cautious of the words you speak, for they may return to haunt you. Wang Chen's words, though harsh, incensed Su Xiaohua. Yet, none of the surrounding classmates offered her support. Rather, they applauded Wang Chen. After all, Su Xiaohua had a history of bullying and offending her peers. So it was no surprise that no one came to her defense. Not only Wang Chen, but Lu Long also chimed in fiercely. You fat pig. You look like a clay urn. And those pigtails, do you think they make you adorable? Just look at yourself. You can't compare to my sister Wang Shui in any aspect. In terms of looks, you're leagues behind. Wang Chen's words pierced through. While Lu Long's remarks were simply a personal attack, Su Xiaohua was acutely aware of her unappealing appearance, yet such matters were seldom brought to light by others. However, when Lu Long publicly addressed her shortcomings, she found herself unable to endure the humiliation. What of my short stature and lack of beauty? My family is wealthy, after all. You impoverished souls must be borrowing your bicycles, right? Before she could finish her tirade, Wang Chen had already wheeled a bright red bicycle in front of Wang Shui. He pressed the bell with vigor, producing a cheerful ding-ding-ding. Shui, I know it's inconvenient for you to get home, so I specially prepared this bicycle for you. Do take it for a spin. It's a genuine Phoenix brand. He exclaimed. In the entire state-run store, this is the only red one, complete with a headlamp. We should ride new bikes, unlike some people who can only afford second-hand ones to deceive others. As Wang Chen spoke, he cast a mocking glance at Su Xiaohua. Wang Shui, on the other hand, was enamored with the bicycle before her, unable to hide her delight. After a few tentative touches, she hesitantly inquired of Wang Chen, Brother, I've heard that Phoenix bicycles are quite expensive. How could you buy me such an extravagant gift? Does it cost around 200 yuan? This time, Lu Long interjected proudly. It doesn't come cheap. This bicycle set me back a full 480 yuan, plus a bicycle ticket. Shui, this is a special gift for you. I trust you'll love it. Upon learning that the bicycle was a gift from Lu Long, Wang Shui's expression turned slightly awkward. She was aware of Lu Long's affections, yet she regarded him merely as an older brother. Nevertheless, she managed a polite smile and replied, Thank you, Longo. I truly adore this bicycle. The group shared laughter and joy, while Su Xiaohua could hardly contain her indignation. You lot are quite the storytellers. Do you think I've never been to a state-run store? A Phoenix bicycle is indeed pricey, but it's only 200 yuan each. Do you truly believe this one costs 480? Are we all fools? Seeing her disbelief, Wang Chen promptly retrieved the receipt from his pocket. I know your studies may not be stellar, but surely you can recognize a few Arabic numerals? Take a good look at the price on this receipt. Su Xiaohua rubbed her eyes and glanced at the document. To her dismay, the figures revealed that the red bicycle indeed cost 480 yuan. Wang Chen's words rang true. Her own Jinsher bicycle was a second-hand purchase for merely 60 yuan. The price disparity was staggering, her bicycle costing only 1/8 of Wang Shui's. Until now, she had relished in her bicycle as a means of showing off at school. However, the arrival of Wang Shui's striking red bicycle would likely overshadow her own, making it the most eye-catching in the entire high school. Unable to bear the blow to her ego, she burst into tears. Her sobbing incited laughter from those around her. Su Xiaohua had truly brought this upon herself. Wang Shui had ignored her, yet she insisted on thrusting her face forward, inviting ridicule. Who could deny it? Some individuals simply invite trouble upon themselves, and it is no wonder that others are driven to act with such severity. What do you think Wang Shui's brother truly does? His generosity is rather extravagant, wouldn't you agree? The sum of 480 yuan equates to the annual earnings of a robust laborer in our rural community. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet Wang Chen offered no explanation. After all, he believed that sometimes a touch of mystery instills a sense of fear among others. From that moment forward, whispers of Wang Shui's brother's wealth circulated, and those with any sense would refrain from provoking her. While Wang Chen was lost in his thoughts, Wang Shui nestled her arm around his. Brother, you are truly wonderful. We only have a week until the holiday. After the exams, I can ride this bicycle back to the village to see you. She beamed with joy. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I treat you to a meal at the school cafeteria? Our spicy dried tofu is simply exquisite. Wang Shue's face radiated happiness. But a pang of sorrow gripped Wang Chen's heart. In his previous life, he had been unable to provide his sister with sufficient funds, forcing her to endure a frugal existence, often subsisting on mere vegetables and, at the month's end, struggling to afford even the cheapest cornmeal porridge. However, now that he had been reborn, he vowed never to let his sister suffer such hardships again. Shue, there's no need to eat at the cafeteria. Let's ride directly to the city. Your brother will treat you to a meal at a restaurant. Chapter 30. Dining out. Upon hearing the suggestion of dining out, Wang Shue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since their parents' passing, their family had endured considerable hardship, rarely indulging in meat throughout the year. Brother, shall we leave right away? As soon as she mentioned leaving, Lu Long cheerfully approached. Shue, why don't I ride with you? You can hold on to my waist from behind. It will be more stable. Lu Long harbored intentions of using this opportunity to get closer to Wang Shue. However, Wang Shue pouted her lips, clearly uninterested in his offer. I don't need you to ride with me. I can manage on my own. You can ride with my brother. Let him take you. Without further discussion, Wang Shue hopped on her red bicycle and sped off toward the city. Wang Chen patted the back seat of the bike and smiled at Lu Long. How does it feel to miss out on that swan meat? Hurry up and get on. Shue will leave us behind. Despite his discontent, Lu Long dared not voice it. He took a seat behind Wang Chen, and the two quickly set off in pursuit. With the bicycle, Wang Shue felt as though she had become a nimble little bird. She sang as she rode, capturing the attention of passers-by. With her natural beauty and the striking red bicycle, she appeared as the brightest star in the night sky. Half an hour later, they arrived in the city. Wang Chen recalled a delightful restaurant from their previous meal, so he decided to return there. As soon as they entered, a cacophony of noise greeted them. In the corner, a group of individuals appeared to have just finished their meal, each one puffing on a cigarette. Their faces flushed, a clear indication of excessive drinking. Wang Chen had come here primarily for the tranquility, but now, the raucous behavior of this group disrupted the peace. The owner, noticing Wang Chen's discomfort, hurried over to offer assistance. These were a few inebriates, vociferously shouting in their inebriated state. I'll find you a seat by the window. It should be quieter there. Wang Chen, having already arrived, said nothing further and settled down with his sister by the window. He picked up the menu and handed it to Wang Shue. Shue, order whatever you like. Today Lu Long is treating us. Despite Lu Long's frugality towards Wang Chen, he was remarkably generous towards Wang Shue. With a proud pat on his chest, he declared, Yes, I'm treating today. No vegetarian dishes. Let us have all meat. With Lu Long's insistence, Wang Shue felt no hesitation. Owner, let us start with a portion of sweet and sour pork, a clay pot of meatballs, a fried eggplant dish, and some braised hairtail. Wang Shue promptly ordered 4 meat dishes, her tastes mirroring those of Wang Chen. Although Lu Long was the one treating, he still felt a twinge of pain in his wallet. Noticing Lu Long's furrowed brow, Wang Shue cheerfully teased, What's the matter, Longo? Why the sour face? Is it just a few meat dishes that trouble you? Faced with her inquiry, Lu Long attempted to feign nonchalance. What are you talking about? Even if you ordered 4 more meat dishes, I could easily afford it. His voice was rather loud, inadvertently drawing the attention of the nearby drinkers. A tall man stood up and scolded Lu Long. Are you out of your mind? Can't you speak quietly? You're interrupting my business. Lu Long's temper flared at this remark. It was clear that the other party was the one making a ruckus. Yet he was being blamed for merely speaking a bit louder. I'll shout as much as I like. What are you going to do about it? Lu Long, known for his fiery temper, paid no heed to the tall man. He rolled up his sleeves and grabbed an empty bottle from the side. Wang Chen, standing at 1.8 meters tall, found Lu Long slightly taller at about 1.85 meters. This guy was from the security department, accustomed to roughhousing with the boys, and had a sturdy physique. In a fight, most people wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, the tall man across from them was quite intimidating, towering nearly 2 meters. Such giants were a rarity in northeast China. If a brawl were to ensue, it was hard to predict the outcome. Yet, Wang Chen noticed that the tall man had 4 other companions at his table. While they were not particularly tall, each bore a fierce countenance, their eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Moreover, Wang Chen observed that the hands wielding the chopsticks bore long, callous scars. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he whispered into Lu Long's ear, Don't engage. They are tough characters, likely involved in some serious dealings. Upon hearing this, Lu Long appeared somewhat intimidated. The term eating two lines refers to individuals who specialize in robbing trains. In those days, the northeastern region was somewhat chaotic. Many people were impoverished and, driven by desperation, turned to nefarious schemes. Their sights were set on the trains. At that time, freight trains were not managed as stringently as they are today. They often took advantage of moments when no one was watching to board the trains and pilfer the goods on board. Sometimes they would steal coal to warm their homes, and at other times, they would take grains to stave off hunger. However, the most lucrative endeavor was undoubtedly the theft of timber from the trains. A single log held considerable value back then. These individuals, emboldened by their audacity, would lie in wait along the tracks. When a train passed, they would leap onto it. They possessed a unique hook, curved and sharp at the tip. By forcefully snagging a log with the hook and pulling downward, they could dislodge the timber from the train. Over time, their constant use of the hook left them with long, thick calluses on their hands. It was the sight of these calluses that led Wang Chen to draw such conclusions. As for Lu Long's hesitation to act, the reason was quite straightforward. These train robbers were all desperate men. Lu Long was merely brave enough to fight, but his opponents were willing to kill. Moreover, there were 5 men against Lu Long, and only Wang Chen to assist him. He had no time to summon reinforcements from the factory, and engaging in a brawl would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. If anything were to happen to Xiao Shui, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Chen quickly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and approached the table of the men. He distributed a cigarette to each of them, and, with a beaming smile, said, "Gentlemen, my brother here is a bit reckless. Please do not hold it against him. We hail from the timber factory, and since we see each other often, why not befriend one another?" Initially, the men accepted the cigarettes with little enthusiasm. However, upon learning that Wang Chen was from the timber factory, they exchanged knowing glances and smiled. At that moment, one of the middle-aged men stood up and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. "The timber factory, you say? It seems today was merely a misunderstanding. Young man, before long, we shall meet again." Chapter 31. Hunting in the mountains. After the middle-aged man made his remark and patted Wang Chen's shoulder, he and his companions departed. Once they left, Wang Chen realized, to his dismay, that he had broken into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had managed to navigate the situation without incident. Had a confrontation erupted, defeat would have been inevitable. Sitting back down at the table, Wang Shui looked at Wang Chen with a hint of panic. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Had I known earlier that they were train robbers, we might as well have chosen a different place to dine today." Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's expression turned to one of confusion. "Brother, what do you mean by eating two lines?" Those men looked fierce. "I think they are indeed desperate criminals." Lu Long interjected before Wang Chen could explain. Eating two lines refers to those who specifically rob trains. The train runs on 2 iron tracks, resembling 2 parallel lines. There are individuals who climb onto passing trains, tossing down the cargo above, with others waiting below to catch it. This group possesses a dark and ruthless disposition, indeed. They are desperate outlaws. It was truly perilous moments ago. Lu Long, typically a carefree individual, expressed concern, prompting Wang Shui to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Anxiously, she tugged at Wang Chen, seemingly eager to leave. "Brother, perhaps we should go. Those people won't return to harm us, will they? Just enjoy your meal. If they intended to strike, they would have done so earlier." Wang Chen continuously reassured her. At that moment, the owner approached with a face full of apologies. "I sincerely apologize for your encounter with that rowdy bunch. Here are some drinks for you. A small token of my appreciation. Do come again." The owner handed out 3 cans of energy drink, which, being rather pricey, made it difficult for anyone to voice further complaints. The dishes soon arrived, and as they savored the delightful cuisine while sipping on their sodas, the earlier gloom was completely forgotten. Wang Shui realized it had been ages since she had enjoyed meat and ate heartily. In a moment of joy, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and offered it to Wang Chen. "Brother, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. Crispy, tender, and perfectly sweet and sour." Being fed by his sister filled Wang Chen with immense happiness. What a wonderful sister she is. Had it not been for his past cowardice, Wang Shui would not have met such a tragic fate. He reciprocated by offering her a piece of eggplant, his face radiating warmth. "Xiao Shui, you're at a crucial growth stage. Eat up." Their sibling bond was evident, prompting Lu Long to interject with a teasing tone. "Oh dear, is that sweet and sour pork truly delectable? Why has no one offered me a taste?" Wang Shui, seeing his antics, finally decided to give him a piece. Wang Chen shot Lu Long an impatient glare. If you have food, then eat it. Why be so picky? If you continue this way, I want to take you to meet Xiao Xue next time. Wang Chen's words held weight, prompting Lu Long to focus on his meal. After they were sufficiently nourished, Lu Long dutifully went to settle the bill. With plenty of leftovers, Wang Chen packed them into a container for Wang Xue to take back. They rode their bicycles and quickly returned Wang Xue to her high school. Just as she was about to head to her dormitory, Wang Chen called out to her once more. Xiao Xue, be sure to study diligently before the final exams. You must achieve excellent results. If you do well, I'll take you to Harbin during the break. You're the best, brother. I will certainly study hard. Wang Xue beamed sweetly before disappearing through the dormitory door. Wang Chen, however, did not rush away. Instead, he pulled out 2 cigarettes and asked Lu Long to light them. Noticing Wang Chen's furrowed brow, Lu Long curiously inquired, Brother Chen, are you still thinking about those fellows from earlier? Rest assured, I've been observing for quite some time. No one has been following us. Nor has anyone come to Xiao Xue's school. If they dare to harm Xiao Xue, I will surely fight them to the end. Seeing Lu Long so agitated, Wang Chen shook his head. I have seen it too. Those individuals left long ago and did not lay in wait for us. After all, those who walk both sides of the line do not wish to stir up unnecessary trouble. If they were to land themselves in prison, how could they continue their thievery? What piques my curiosity is what that middle-aged man said to me as he was leaving. Upon hearing that I am from the timber mill, he revealed a peculiar smile and mentioned that we would meet again soon. Do you think this bunch of scoundrels has set their sights on our timber mill? It is entirely possible. Lu Long's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. I have heard that security on the railways has tightened recently, so they dare not casually rob trains anymore. Moreover, following the contract signed with the Russians, a significant shipment of logs is expected in the next few days. These individuals are prone to stealing timber. If they cannot pilfer it from the train, they might take the risk of directly stealing from our mill. By the way, do you think that old rascal Ma Sen might be colluding with these characters to orchestrate a theft? Upon hearing Lu Long's analysis, Wang Chen nodded. That is precisely what I was thinking. Ma Sen has been rather quiet lately. However, I suspect he may have already been in contact with them, merely waiting for the right opportunity. Over the next few days, work a little harder and have your men keep an eye out to see if Ma Sen has had any dealings with this group. If there has been contact, we must prepare ourselves in advance. Though Lu Long is usually rather carefree, he cannot afford to be lax at this critical juncture. Wang Chen first escorted him back to the mill to seek out the security team. He then rode his bicycle back to the village. Cycling on his new bike, Wang Chen felt none of the joy he had experienced earlier in the day. Until Ma San and this group are dealt with, there will always be a lingering threat. The most crucial point is that he cannot ascertain whether this group is connected to Ma San. Pondering over this matter only brought him confusion, so he ultimately decided to set it aside. Now, he could only hope for good news from Lu Long. The next morning, just after Wang Chen had risen, he was suddenly startled by a knock on his door. At first, he thought Lu Long had arrived, but upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected visitor. Director Lu, what brings you here? Please, come in. I'll brew you a cup of tea. Wang Chen could hardly believe that Lu Zhinya would take the initiative to visit him at home. Initially, he feared it was related to the bicycle ticket, and that Lu Zhinya had come to reprimand him. However, he soon realized that Lu Zhinya wore a warm smile and appeared somewhat reserved, as though he had a request to make. Once inside, Wang Chen hastily retrieved a packet of jasmine tea and prepared a cup for Lu Zhinya. After taking a sip, Lu Zhinya hesitated, wearing an expression of indecision. Director Lu, you are my former superior. Feel free to speak your mind without such formality. With Wang Chen's encouragement, Lu Zhinya nodded. Indeed, Xiao Wang is a straightforward man. I shall be direct. I would like to inquire whether you have ever gone into the mountains to hunt for game? Chapter 32. Attending to guests, Wang Chen had contemplated various reasons for Lu Zhinya's visit, yet he never anticipated that Lu would inquire about hunting. Without much thought, he nodded and responded, a few years ago, when my father was still alive, he took me up the mountain to hunt. He trained me for quite some time, and I became quite adept with a firearm. Hitting a target the size of a rabbit from several dozen meters away posed no challenge. In fact, taking down a roe deer or a stag would have been effortless had we not been limited to makeshift rural firearms. Their lethality was insufficient for larger game. With a proper hunting rifle, I dare say I could even take down a tiger. As he concluded, Wang Chen mimicked the posture of firing a weapon. Seeing Wang's genuine proficiency in hunting, Lu Xinye grasped his hand firmly. Xiao Wang, our factory is facing a significant challenge, and I truly need your assistance. Wang had already surmised that Lu must be confronting some difficulty, hence his earnest demeanor. Still, curiosity compelled him to ask, Director Lu, what exactly is the nature of this predicament? Why do you inquire about my hunting skills? Are you suggesting I venture into the mountains to procure a couple of rabbits for you? Before Wang could finish, Lu Xinye shook his head. This matter is quite serious. A few rabbits will not suffice. To be candid, after you finalize the contract with the old Russian, our superiors have expressed great satisfaction with our timber factory's recent performance. Consequently, the headquarters intends to dispatch a senior executive for an inspection. Swifen is rather small, lacking any suitable venues for hosting. I cannot, once again, send the leader to the company cafeteria for a meal. The culinary skills of our cooks are adequate for mass cooking, but utterly inadequate for hosting a dignitary. However, I heard from Makarov that you personally oversaw the banquet for their trading company. Thus, I hope you can assist me in organizing an exceptional banquet for our esteemed guest. Wang Chen quickly grasped the situation and confidently assured Lu, is it not merely a matter of cooking? That is my forte. I can prepare 18 hot dishes, 4 cold platters, and 2 desserts. That should certainly create an impressive spread, right? Even if this executive hails from the headquarters and has seen it all, I believe we can meet expectations. Before Wang could elaborate, Lu Xinye hastily interjected, No. The headquarters has informed me that this esteemed leader possesses quite an eccentric temperament and has specific dining preferences. Each time he dines out, he insists on a standard of 4 dishes and a soup. Any excess is deemed wasteful and may incur his displeasure. Moreover, I have been told that he has a particular fondness for game. The delicacies from the mountains would undoubtedly delight him. My inquiry regarding your hunting skills stemmed from this reason. After all, our factory workers have spent years toiling in the city and have never ventured into the mountains. Only you, having grown up by the hills, might prove to be a skilled hunter. Wang Chen, I truly need your help this time. Could you possibly venture into the mountains to procure some wild delicacies, crafting a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup for this reception? Wang Chen, upon hearing this request, found himself in a state of bemusement. The notion of wild game signifies opulence, while the concept of 4 dishes and a soup embodies frugality. Merging these 2 disparate elements is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Moreover, Wang Chen sensed that this individual's peculiar ideas might lead to further demands. Director Lu, he inquired, besides the wild game and the 4 dishes and a soup, do you have any additional requests? If there are any, please voice them, and I shall inform you of my capabilities to fulfill them. Lu Xinye scratched his head, soon recalling another matter. Although he did not articulate specific demands, he acknowledged a significant issue. In hosting this event, every department of the lumber mill is required to send representatives. Adding to this the personnel from the headquarters, the dining party could total nearly 20 individuals. How on earth could one prepare 4 dishes and a soup to satisfy and delight such a large group? At this point, Wang Chen nearly sputtered in disbelief. While he might have contemplated the first 2 requests, the latter was simply outrageous. 4 dishes and a soup, sufficient to satiate and please 20 individuals. How could that possibly be achieved? Confronted with this reality, Wang Chen felt compelled to withdraw from the undertaking. Forget it. I simply cannot manage this. I suggest you approach a grand restaurant and engage a master chef instead. I am not a deity in a temple, and such wishes are beyond reason. This request is frankly unreasonable, and I find myself utterly powerless. Wang Chen's refusal cast a shadow over Lu Xinye's countenance. However, rather than lashing out in anger, Lu adopted a heartfelt tone. Wang, you have only recently joined our factory, and it is indeed somewhat unfair to place such a heavy burden upon you. Yet, you must also consider the factory's plight. Although our lumber mill appears prosperous, our actual profits are meager. The headquarters dispatches personnel for inspections, which, to put it plainly, is merely an opportunity to identify faults. Should we fail to host this event appropriately, and they return to report unfavorably, all our efforts over these past years could be rendered futile. This might even lead to staff reductions, leaving many without jobs. Surely, you do not wish to see our factory descend into such a predicament? Lu Xinye's words felt like a moral coercion, suggesting that if Wang Chen refrained from assisting, he would bear the blame for any resulting layoffs. Sensing Wang Chen's growing discontent, Lu shifted to an appeal to emotion. Even if you disregard the welfare of our factory's employees, consider my son, Lu Long. You two are childhood friends, having known each other for 20 years. If I, as the director, am unable to perform my duties, how long can he remain in the factory? This hapless boy knows nothing, and I fear for his survival outside. I ask for nothing more than your kindness. Should he ever find himself in dire straits, a mere morsel from you would suffice." As Lu Jianye spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Wang Chen, unable to endure such displays, could only turn away in exasperation. "Director Lu, let us speak frankly. Please tell me, what benefits can we expect from accomplishing these tasks?" Lu Jianye was eagerly anticipating this inquiry from Wang Chen. "A salary increase is inevitable, and I shall also hold a commendation ceremony in your honor. Furthermore, once your sister graduates, I can ensure her immediate placement in our factory. She need not toil as a laborer. I can arrange for her to work as an accountant in the finance department, if you agree to host the welcome banquet. Whatever you desire. The factory will certainly strive to accommodate." To be candid, the conditions Lu Jianye proposed genuinely stirred Wang Chen's interest. His foremost concern was his sister. If he could secure her a promising job, he would be willing to concede anything. After a moment's hesitation, he finally declared, "I can assist with this matter, but I insist on personally hunting for game. Director Lu, I require 2 double-barreled shotguns." Chapter 33. A bold request. Upon hearing Wang Chen's request, Lu Jinye's eyelids twitched. "Young Wang, is it truly necessary to acquire double-barreled shotguns for a mere hunting expedition? I believe a simple homemade firearm would suffice. You are aware that the management of shotguns is exceedingly strict. One must submit an application to obtain them. Moreover, why do you require 2 double-barreled shotguns? Are you capable of utilizing both?" Lu Jinye's face was one of confusion, yet Wang Chen merely smiled faintly. "Director Lu, you have not ventured into the mountains and are unfamiliar with the terrain. The mountains are not merely home to foolish deer and wild boars. They also harbor tigers and black bears. Although these beasts have become rare in recent years, should we encounter one, a homemade firearm would be utterly ineffective. Only professional double-barreled shotguns can yield the desired results. You mentioned that the leaders from the headquarters will be arriving soon. If the shotguns can be delivered by noon, I could ascend the mountain this afternoon. The sooner I procure the game, the sooner I can prepare. We must not allow our dishes to remain unprepared upon their arrival. Such a scene would be quite embarrassing. The reason I require 2 double-barreled shotguns is that I plan to bring Lu Long along. Having 2 individuals to look out for one another will ensure our safety." Initially, Lu Jianye maintained a calm demeanor, but upon hearing that his son was to accompany Wang Chen, he began to shake his head vigorously. No, my son Lu Long is merely a pretty face. How could he possibly accompany you on a hunting excursion? If you seek assistance, you can easily find someone from your village. I can pay extra if necessary." As Lu Jinye's only child, he was understandably reluctant to expose Lu Long to danger. However, Wang Chen had his own intentions. Lu Long had to join the expedition. The mountains were indeed perilous. Even without encountering wild beasts, one could easily fall into a ravine amidst the snowy forest, leading to a most unfortunate demise. With only himself and his sister remaining in his family, if he were to vanish in the mountains, it was unlikely anyone would venture in search of him. Yet, if Lu Long accompanied him, the situation would differ. Lu Long was the apple of Lu Jinye's eye. Should he fail to return, Lu Jianye would likely mobilize the entire lumber factory workforce to mount a search and rescue operation. Considering human nature, Wang Chen felt compelled to bring Lu Long along. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, it would provide a contingency plan. With this thought, a more serious expression settled on Wang Chen's face. "Director Lu, Lu Long and I are childhood friends. My trust in him is unwavering. What do you think of the people in our village? Are they reliable? Time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. I cannot think of a better assistant than Lu Long. Moreover, he has experience with homemade cannons. Even if his aim is not precise, it could still serve to intimidate. Most importantly, this gathering for the leaders from the headquarters is a matter of great significance. You have always looked down on Lu Long, believing him to be idle. Wouldn't you want him to seize this opportunity to prove himself?" With the wisdom gained from my past life, Wang Chen had a profound understanding of human nature. At this moment, Lu Jinye's expression indeed shifted. He suddenly realized that perhaps he had overly sheltered Lu Long, allowing him to become a sheltered flower, thus leading to his aimlessness. Perhaps this was an opportunity for his son to gain valuable experience. If he were to return victorious, he could share in the honor during the future commendation ceremony. With this thought, Lu Jinye decisively stated, "Very well, I will defer to your judgment on this matter." I shall procure a double-barreled shotgun from my brother's unit. And once I have it, I will send Xiao Long to deliver it to you. However, Wang Chen, you must ensure my son's safety." With a confident demeanor, Wang Chen assured him that there would be no issues. After bidding farewell to Lu Jinya, he finally felt a sense of relief. This gathering could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. If successful, it would elevate his standing within the factory. While Wang Chen was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard the voice of Zhang Yuru from next door. "Brother, is that the director of your timber factory? Why has he come to see you all of a sudden? Is there something wrong?" At this moment, Zhang Yuru looked at Wang Chen with concern, fearing for his well-being. Wang Chen, wishing to keep his affairs private, merely offered a dismissive smile. "Don't worry, he just wants me to prepare a banquet. It's nothing serious. Sister-in-law, have you had breakfast yet? If not, how about I make you some noodles with sauce?" Zhang Yuru usually accepted Wang Chen's kindness, but this time she declined. "Brother, I feel bad always relying on you. Your third brother hasn't finished his night shift yet, but I've prepared a delicious breakfast for him. Would you like to join?" Wang Chen sniffed the air and was indeed greeted by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen. This was quite a surprise, as Ma San's family was famously poor, typically subsisting on cornmeal porridge for breakfast. Moreover, it was not yet payday. How could Ma San afford to buy meat? With a hint of curiosity, Wang Chen hopped over to Zhang Yuru's home. As he entered the kitchen, his eyes brightened. In the large pot, there were freshly steamed meat buns, and beside it, a bowl brimming with seaweed and egg soup. Not only did it contain seaweed and eggs, but it was also enriched with numerous dried shrimp. "Wow, has your third brother struck it rich? When did your family's meals become so lavish? Eating dried shrimp is quite extravagant, isn't it?" Observing Wang Chen's expression of astonishment, Zhang Yuru spoke somewhat awkwardly. "This isn't from your third brother. It was a gift from friends who came over for drinks that night." Suddenly, Wang Chen recalled that there had indeed been a group drinking at Ma San's house that evening. However, Ma San's friends were notoriously unreliable. It was a miracle they didn't mooch off him, let alone bring gifts of meat and shrimp. "Sister-in-law, do you remember what those friends of third brother looked like?" Zhang Yuru scratched her head, trying to recall. Two people came that day. One was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, always grinning when he spoke. He brought along a tall fellow, nearly 2 meters tall, and as burly as a bear. "Were they employees from your lumber mill?" Upon hearing Zhang Yuru's description, Wang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed his earlier suspicions were correct. Those two-faced individuals he encountered the previous night were indeed colluding with Ma San. It wouldn't be long before they took action. Wang Chen intended to inquire whether Zhang Yuru had overheard any discussions, but she mentioned she had been busy cooking that day and had heard nothing. Unable to extract anything useful, Wang Chen aimlessly ate a couple of buns before returning home to await Lu Long. Around 11 a.m., Lu Long's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Brother Chen, quickly open the door and see what I've brought." Upon opening the door, Wang Chen was greeted by Lu Long, who entered with 2 double-barreled shotguns. Chapter 34. Snowy Wilderness. Wang Chen's eyes gleamed at the sight of the shotguns. He quickly welcomed Lu Long inside, his enthusiasm palpable. "Brother, come in. You've worked hard." As he spoke, Wang Chen picked up one of the shotguns and broke it open. The deep rifling and the dark muzzle spoke volumes of its formidable power. "Xiao Long, have you tested this gun?" With a proud smile, Lu Long replied. "You worry too much. My dad and I personally retrieved the guns and even tested their power at the shooting range. The accuracy is remarkable, and the stopping power is substantial. Hunting will be no problem at all. However, we have a limited supply of ammunition. The range only provided 100 rounds of lead bullets. I wonder if that will suffice. Are you planning to hunt dinosaurs? 100 rounds won't be enough. If we had any more, we wouldn't be able to carry it." Wang Chen playfully thumped Lu Long on the back of the head, causing him to chuckle. "Brother Chen, this time you not only have a shotgun, but also want me to accompany you up the mountain. It seems this isn't merely about hunting, is it? What exactly is your plan? Hurry up and tell me." Lu Long, surprisingly astute this time, elicited a serious response from Wang Chen as he placed the gun on the table. "I can now confirm that Ma San is colluding with that group of two-faced individuals. Recently, the leaders from the headquarters are coming for an inspection, and the factory will undoubtedly enhance security measures. Thus, I boldly surmise that once the leadership from the headquarters departs, they shall commence their theft of timber. Those scoundrels, driven by desperation, are armed not only with knives, but perhaps with makeshift firearms as well. The valiant members of the security department are utterly ill-equipped to contend with such rogues. Consequently, I have solicited your father to lend us 2 hunting rifles under the pretense of a hunting expedition. When the time comes to apprehend them, we shall each wield a rifle. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be summarily dispatched on the spot." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lu Long's expression transformed to one of sudden realization. "Brother Chen, it is indeed your insight that prevails. I had not considered this aspect at all. I merely instructed our brothers to prepare some pickaxes, neglecting the fact that they may possess firearms. Engaging in a direct confrontation with mere pickaxes could result in severe casualties among our men. However, armed with these double-barreled shotguns, it would be akin to striking down children. Especially that towering oaf. I have long held a disdain for him, and I shall not rest until he is vanquished." Lu Long exclaimed with pride, yet Wang Chen interjected, "That is a matter for another time. The leaders from the headquarters are set to arrive in the coming days. We must hasten to procure game from the mountains. We need to arrange a banquet post-haste. Otherwise, before we can deal with Ma San, your father may very well turn his ire upon us." Lu Long understood the gravity of the banquet's significance and dared not be careless. Wang Chen prepared a modest meal, and after they had sufficiently feasted, the two of them ready to sled and set off for the mountains. No sooner had they stepped outside than Zhang Yuru rushed out in a flurry. She handed him 2 aluminum lunchboxes, pressing them into Wang Chen's embrace. "Brother, I may not be of much help, but within these boxes are meat buns. Should you find yourselves in the mountains and unable to return by nightfall, you can use these to stave off hunger." Zhang Yuru spoke no sentimental words. Yet Wang Chen felt the sincerity behind her gesture. He accepted the lunchboxes and bid her farewell. Their village lay not far from the mountain. After approximately half an hour's trek, they reached the foothills. There was indeed a path leading up the mountain, but the heavy winter snow had concealed it. Wang Chen could still ascertain a general direction, trudging onward through the snow with varying depths. At that moment, the northeastern mountains could truly be described as a sea of forest and snow. A thick blanket of snow enveloped the entire mountain, stretching as far as the eye could see in a vast expanse of white. The temperature in the mountains was frigid. Even a breath exhaled produced frosty vapor, with the snow reaching as high as one's calves. Fortunately, both Wang Chen and Lu Long were well prepared, donning boots and gaiters to prevent their feet from sinking into the snow. They also wore thick gloves to guard against frostbite, ensuring they would be able to fire their weapons when the moment called for it. However, Wang Chen did not intend to use the hunting rifles immediately. The creatures of the mountain were astute. Should they catch wind of gunfire, most would flee, rendering any chance of capture futile. The most prudent course of action would be to set a few snares and see if fortune smiled upon them. The northeastern mountains were rich with exquisite game. Elders often say, "In the heavens, dragon meat. In the earth, donkey meat." The dragon refers not to the mythical beast, but rather to a local delicacy, a wild fowl known as the flying dragon. This chicken is splendid for making soup, truly a nourishing delicacy. The authentic Northeast dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms utilizes precisely this breed, known as filong. However, its numbers are exceedingly scarce, making it nearly impossible for the average person to procure. Furthermore, the mountain sika deer and the simple roe deer are also considered exquisite game. Consuming these in winter is particularly fortifying. The Qing dynasty royalty often regarded them as premier tributes, underscoring their esteemed status. Naturally, the fortune would be immense if one were to hunt a black bear, for bear paws are deemed the king of wild delicacies. In 1990, before the advent of wildlife protection laws in northeast China, bear paws were still commonly consumed. In later years, indulging in such a dish could lead to serious legal repercussions, as no one dared to tempt fate. However, it is currently winter, and the black bears should be in hibernation. Even if one wished to procure a bear paw, Wang Chen finds himself at a loss. According to Wang Chen's plan, he and Lu Long quickly set traps in the snow. The traps are simple, a branch with a rope tied to one end. The rope is connected to a mechanism that, when triggered, swiftly tightens to ensnare the prey. This method ensures that the game remains alive, yielding fresher meat. After half an hour of diligent effort, they have prepared over a dozen traps. Subsequently, the two of them pull a sled and hide in a nearby thicket, clearing away the snow to create a rudimentary campsite. They take turns watching the traps to prevent any escape. However, after an hour of waiting, the traps remain untriggered, and it is Lu Long's stomach that starts to rumble. He produces a lunchbox and offers it to Wang Chen. "Brother Chen, would you like a bun? I'm starving." Wang Chen, while keeping an eye on the traps, accepts a bun. Yet, before he can bring it to his mouth, he suddenly realizes the bun is no longer in his hand. Frowning, he gives Lu Long a light smack on the forehead. Are you messing with me? Wasn't that bun meant for me? Where is it? With half a bun stuffed in his mouth, Lu Long looks somewhat aggrieved at Wang Chen's accusation. Brother Chen, I thought it was for you. I'm just eating my own portion. Can you not wrongfully accuse me? Lu Long's tone seems sincere, as if he is genuinely innocent. Wang Chen quickly withdraws his hand and sniffs his glove, suddenly detecting a distinct animal scent. He hastily parts the thicket behind him, startled by what he sees. Emerging from the bushes is an adorably clumsy little head, wide-eyed and fixated on Lu Long's lunchbox. With a swift bite, it devours the remaining bun. Wang Chen's lips curl into a grin as he shouts to Lu Long, "Catch it. Don't let that silly roe deer escape." Chapter 35. The sanguine aroma. It turns out that the creature that pilfered their buns is none other than a roe deer. This species is a specialty of the Northeast, resembling a sika deer but smaller in stature. Its coat is a tawny hue without spots, and it lacks antlers. This creature is rather naive and exhibits a particular curiosity towards the unknown. At times, one wishes to capture them. Without any effort, they approach you out of curiosity. Seizing the opportunity when they are unaware, one can ensnare them with a rope, which is why they are dubbed foolish roe deer. This explains the audacity of the creature that dared to pilfer Wang Chen's buns earlier. However, this foolish roe deer reacted swiftly. Upon noticing Wang Chen's outstretched hand, it turned and fled. Wang Chen, missing his target, tumbled into a snowdrift. Lu Long raised his gun to shoot, but Wang Chen stopped him. This creature is still fresh and delectable. It is best to capture it alive. Lu Long, upon hearing this, wore a look of dismay. Brother Chen, are you jesting with me? That beast is already disappearing from sight. How can we possibly catch it alive? Wang Chen remained silent, pulling out his lunchbox. Upon opening it, the tantalizing aroma of buns wafted into the air. The foolish roe deer, which had retreated into the woods, was drawn back by the scent, slowly approaching once more. It called out and hastily ran back to Wang Chen's side. Wang Chen, holding the lunchbox, continuously lured the foolish roe deer. Lu Long took out a rope and prepared a noose. Seizing the moment when the roe deer was distracted, he swiftly threw the noose, catching it around its neck. As the creature struggled, Wang Chen lunged forward. He quickly bound all four of the roe deer's hooves with the rope, ensuring it could not escape. The roe deer attempted to call out, but Wang Chen had already silenced it by tightening the rope around its mouth. After toiling up a sweat, the two finally secured their quarry. Lu Long patted the foolish roe deer, his face beaming with pride. Brother Chen, this creature will make a delicious meatball soup. Let's slaughter it as soon as we return and enjoy a feast. Wang Chen shook his head and shot Lu Long a disapproving glance. What are you thinking at this hour? This creature is meant to entertain the leaders from the headquarters. If there are leftovers, I may prepare a small dish for you. The two bound the foolish roe deer to the sled and prepared to drag it down the mountain. Meanwhile, the trap they had set earlier had been triggered. Two flying dragons had been ensnared and were struggling. Upon seeing the captured dragons, Wang Chen was elated. With both the flying dragons and the foolish roe deer, their banquet would surely be grand. As dusk descended, the biting cold wind swept through the mountains. The hardened snowflakes stung their faces like tiny daggers. In such frigid conditions, neither wished to spend the night in the mountains. They finished the remaining buns and began their descent. However, halfway down the path, they suddenly spotted a sizable dark shadow at the edge of the trail. The creature was on all fours, adorned with a magnificent pair of antlers atop its head. Look, it's a sika deer. Clearly, it was a stag of considerable size. This creature was far more astute than the foolish roe deer, foraging through the snow for buried roots while occasionally surveying its surroundings. Capturing such a majestic sika deer alive seemed implausible. Nonetheless, with such a large game in sight, they were reluctant to let it go to waste. The two individuals swiftly separated, drawing their shotguns in preparation to fire. Lu Long, exhibiting a hint of impatience, prematurely squeezed the trigger before properly aiming. With a thunderous bang, a flurry of lead pellets erupted from the barrel. These were specialized deer hunting rounds. Even a majestic stag of this size would surely meet its demise if struck. However, Lu Long's aim was clearly askew, as the bullets struck a towering tree, dislodging the snow atop it. The stag, seemingly startled, emitted a bleat and attempted to flee into the thicket. Yet, it barely covered a few meters before another gunshot rang out. This time it was Wang Chen who had fired. Having anticipated Lu Long's reckless actions, he had aimed his weapon at the stag's path. Now, as the creature stumbled into his line of fire, a single shot brought it crashing down. The duo hurried over, intending to deliver a finishing shot. To their dismay, they discovered that the stag had already suffered a fatal neck injury and was lifeless. Lu Long beamed with delight. "Brother Chun, today is truly bountiful. We've bagged another sika deer. Thankfully, we brought the sled, or we would have struggled to transport it down the mountain." While Lu Long continued to grin foolishly, Wang Chen sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Faintly, he discerned the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from a distance. With no moon to illuminate the dark woods, visibility was severely limited, yet his instincts compelled him to shout at Lu Long, "Xiao Long, get down." Uncertain of Wang Chen's intentions, Lu Long instinctively crouched. At that moment, a dark, colossal shadow soared overhead, landing squarely upon the fallen sika deer with a resounding thud. The ground trembled beneath them as Wang Chen realized, to his astonishment, it was a gigantic black bear. Though the black bear is smaller than its grizzly counterpart, it still weighs several hundred pounds. Fortunately, they had managed to evade its charge. Had they been caught beneath its weight, they would have perished instantly. Armed with their shotguns, the two men now found themselves hesitant in the face of the bear's menacing display. Wang Chen suddenly regretted his earlier greed in shooting the sika deer. The gunfire had startled the hibernating bear, and the scent of blood had drawn its ravenous attention. The black bear, famished and eager for a meal, was now fixated on them. Lu Long, in a panic, raised his gun to shoot at the bear. Yet, despite pulling the trigger multiple times, the weapon failed to discharge. Perhaps the ammunition was faulty. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Chen acted swiftly to take a shot. However, before he could pull the trigger, the bear seized the sika deer's carcass and hurled it toward him. Wang Chen was struck by the heavy deer. Its weight, several hundred pounds, causing a jarring impact that sent a wave of pain through his abdomen. He felt a surge of warmth in his throat and, to his horror, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The black bear, perceiving Wang Chen as a threat, lunged toward him. Trapped beneath the weight of the deer, Wang Chen found himself unable to fire his weapon. Lu Long, witnessing Wang Chen in peril and finding his own firearm malfunctioning, unexpectedly seized a branch from the ground and hurled it at the black bear. "Beast, I shall confront you," he exclaimed, with a resounding crack. The branch struck the bear's rear but splintered upon impact. Infuriated, the bear rose to its full height, towering over Lu Long, and raised its massive paw to strike at his face. Chapter 36. A moment between life and death. The force behind the paw was formidable. One blow could potentially sever Lu Long's head from his shoulders. Paralyzed by fear, he found himself utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, vivid memories of his shared life with Wang Chen flooded his mind. They had grown up together, experiencing every joy and sorrow side by side. Even now, Lu Long remained devoted to Wang Chen, willing to face death as his steadfast brother. The thought of Lu Long perishing in such a manner filled Wang Chen with guilt that would linger for a lifetime. Suddenly, Wang Chen's heart raced, as if an untapped reservoir of strength had erupted within him. With a primal roar, he inexplicably pushed aside the heavy stag that weighed several hundred pounds. The bear, drawn by the commotion, swiftly turned its head. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of lead pellets. The bullets struck the bear's head, transforming it into a veritable bloodied mass. The creature's hefty body collapsed heavily onto the snowy ground, convulsed a few times, and lay still. Relieved to see the beast truly lifeless, Wang Chen hurried to Lu Long's side, anxious to ascertain his condition. "Lu Long, are you all right?" Lu Long nodded faintly, then pointed to his trousers. "Brother Chen, I think I've wet myself. Have I embarrassed you again?" Wang Chen glanced down and confirmed that Lu Long had indeed soiled himself in fright. Nevertheless, he patted Lu Long's shoulder reassuringly. "There is no shame in that. You are, in fact, a true man. Had you not distracted the bear just now, I might not have survived this day. Lu Long, from this moment forth, we shall be brothers bound by life and death." Strangely moved by Wang Chen's words, Lu Long burst into tears, clinging to Wang Chen's leg as he wept profusely. Amidst his sobs, laughter escaped him, leaving him in a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, a pressing dilemma loomed before them. Although they had dragged a sled up the mountain, both the bear and the stag each weighed several hundred pounds. The small sled could not possibly bear the weight of both, rendering it impossible to transport them all back down. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating that if necessary, he might have to sever the bear's paw to take back for cooking, leaving the remainder for the mountain's predators. Fortunately, at that moment, a flicker of light appeared in the distance along the mountain path, accompanied by shouts. Xiao Long, was that gunfire from you? Wang Chen squinted, realizing it was Lu Jinya accompanied by a group, evidently having come to rescue his son upon noticing his prolonged absence. Upon seeing his father approach, Lu Long quickly wiped away his tears and covered his damp trousers with his coat. He feigned a masculine demeanor, raising his arms in triumph toward his father. Dad, I'm fine. We managed to take down a black bear. Hearing his son's voice, Lu Jinya was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He had only one son, and the thought of losing him on the mountain was unbearable. Their group of over a dozen soon reached Lu Long's side. Upon witnessing the fallen black bear and the Sika deer, they were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Especially Lu Jinya, who incredulously exclaimed, Lu Long, did you really kill this? Lu Long, unwilling to claim sole credit, quickly pointed to Wang Chen. It was Brother Chen who shot it, but I was the one who drew the bear's attention. Dad, we were truly let down by those incompetent fools at the shooting range. The bullets they gave me were duds, because I couldn't fire. My head was nearly smashed by that bear. With each word, Lu Jinya's anger intensified as he hurriedly retrieved the shotgun. He emptied the previously ineffective bullets and swiftly identified the issue. The batch of ammunition appeared to have been dampened, causing the casings to deform slightly, rendering the gunpowder inert. Moreover, upon examining the remaining bullets, they discovered that most were similarly compromised, with only a handful still viable. Witnessing this disheartening scene, Wang Chen felt a pang of anxiety. He had assumed there was an ample supply of ammunition to deal with those troublesome creatures. However, with only a few bullets left, conservation was imperative. Lu Jinya, infuriated, shouted at Wang Chen and the others. Wang Chen, hand over the shotgun and ammunition. I'm going to confront those scoundrels at the shooting range. Wang Chen, naturally reluctant to relinquish the firearm, only handed over the bullets while firmly stating, Director Lu, we cannot return the gun to them. Those rascals at the shooting range are more cunning than monkeys. If we give them both the bullets and the gun, they could easily swap them out. If they later deny responsibility, we would have no recourse. He suggested, let's leave the gun with the security department and retain the good ammunition. Only take the damp bullets to demand an explanation. If they refuse, the rest of the gun and ammunition will be confiscated by our security team. Seeing the wisdom in Wang Chen's reasoning, Lu Jinya agreed to the plan. Truthfully, after nearly losing his son today, he felt some dissatisfaction toward Wang Chen. Yet, upon gazing at the fallen black bear and Sika deer, he forced a smile at Wang Chen. I must thank you. With such a bounty of fine ingredients, I believe we can prepare a splendid feast. By the way, I've heard that bear paws are quite difficult to handle. Are you able to manage it? Wang Chen, with a proud smile, patted his chest and replied, Is it just a bear paw? Once we transport it back tonight, I will wrap it in lime. First, by burning lime for several days to remove the coarse fur from the surface, one can also soften the internal fat. When combined with my culinary skills, the result will undoubtedly be exquisite. Observing Wang Chen's confidence, Lu Jinya refrained from further comments. He promptly organized a team to transport both the black bear and the Sika deer down the mountain. By the time they returned to the factory, dawn was approaching. As the lumber mill workers began their shifts, they were taken aback to find such a large black bear placed at the factory entrance. Upon learning that Wang Chen had brought down the bear, they could not help but express their admiration, recognizing his prowess. Wang Chen did not return home during the day. Instead, he meticulously butchered the Sika deer and the black bear, storing the cuts in the warehouse. In January, the temperatures in northeast China plummet below -20 degrees Celsius, while a typical refrigerator only maintains temperatures of -18. Thus, directly placing the meat in the warehouse ensured it would remain pristine. As for the flying dragon and the foolish roe deer, they would be nurtured for a few days to guarantee the freshness of the meat. In the following 3 days, the entire lumber mill busied itself preparing to welcome the leadership. Wang Chen occupied the largest kitchen in the canteen, tirelessly engaged in his tasks. 3 days later, at 8 in the morning, the company's convoy finally arrived. Chapter 37. Deliberate provocation in the distance. The convoy comprised 8 vehicles, led by a black Santana, valued at over 200,000 in 1990, signifying considerable prestige. When the convoy halted, a bespectacled man swiftly emerged from the passenger seat. Opening the rear door and gesturing invitingly, his smile excessively ingratiating. Under his welcoming demeanor, a middle-aged man descended slowly. He appeared to be in his 50s, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly portly figure but lacking a protruding belly. Clad in tailored trousers and a jacket, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of dignified authority. It was evident that he was the visiting leader from the headquarters, Li Wenming. Upon seeing the leader had disembarked, Director Liu waved his hand. The nearby band immediately struck up the welcome tune. In the distance, fireworks were ignited, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Director Liu, along with the key officials, hurriedly went to greet him, shedding his usual stern demeanor to welcome Li Wenming with a smile. "Leader, we are honored to have you visit our lumber mill. We hope for your valuable guidance to help our mill progress further." Lu Zhinya uttered pleasantries. Yet Li Wenming did not extend his hand for a shake, signaling his discontent with the proceedings. He pointed to the welcome banner at the factory entrance and began to critique. "Little Lu, you've crossed a line here. The company has long stated not to indulge in extravagance. We are in a market economy now. We must economize where possible and not revert to past excesses." With banners and a red carpet, one might think a truly significant figure is here for an inspection. Wang Chen discerned that while Li Wenming appeared to be criticizing Lu Zhinya, the faint smile at the corners of his mouth indicated his underlying satisfaction. However, with so many people present, he felt compelled to say something diplomatic. Otherwise, word would spread that he indulged in extravagance, tarnishing his reputation. Lu Zhinya, being astute, was well aware of these nuances. "The leader is correct. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. I shall rectify this in the future. Rest assured, in other matters, our factory is still quite frugal. For lunch, let us partake of a modest meal in the cafeteria, 4 dishes and a soup, simple fare from the countryside. I hope you do not find it lacking." Lu Zhinya was subtly signaling to Li Wenming that his wild game was already prepared. Li Wenming nodded slightly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no rush regarding the meal. First, they should inspect the factory's condition. He had heard that they had recently secured a significant order from a Russian client. Such an order was hard-won, and they must seize the opportunity to fulfill this year's production targets before the new year. In truth, all he spoke were pleasantries, as the factory manager. Did Lu Zhinya not understand the importance of production? Yet, even if it was mere formality, he could only nod in appreciation. "Thank you for your guidance, leader. I will ensure that all departments are notified to complete their tasks on time. Please follow me. I shall show you around." Lu Zhinya led Li Wenming and the others on a tour of the factory, while Wang Chen discreetly departed from the welcoming committee and hurried back to the kitchen in the cafeteria. Based on their prior estimates, the tour would last no more than an hour. Wang Chen needed to utilize this time to prepare all the hot dishes. After all, delaying the leader's meal would create a rather unfavorable impression. Lu Zhinya had allocated all available personnel from the cafeteria to assist Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen was not entirely confident in their skills. If they ruined the reception banquet, all his efforts would be in vain. He assigned them only menial tasks, opting to handle the cooking himself. With the flames ignited, Wang Chen busied himself with frying, sauté, and other culinary techniques. As each second ticked by, delectable dishes emerged from the kitchen. True to Wang Chen's predictions, an hour later, the group had completed their inspection and arrived at the second-floor private dining room of the cafeteria. They had chosen the largest room, furnished with a grand table capable of accommodating 20 people. The adjacent wine cabinet displayed an array of spirits and beers for the guest selection. Even the vases were filled with fresh flowers, demonstrating meticulous attention to detail. Manager Liu ushered everyone to their seats, placing Li Wenming at the head of the table while he took the second seat. Li Wenming's secretary, the bespectacled gentleman who had previously opened the door, sat nearby. Once everyone was seated, Li Wenming glanced at his watch, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. His secretary, ever perceptive, cleared his throat and remarked, "Manager Liu, after our tour, I must say that the construction at your factory is commendable. However, having walked for such a length of time, I believe everyone must be quite hungry. May I inquire about the readiness of the cafeteria's meal?" The leader had previously stated that a modest offering of 4 dishes and 1 soup would suffice. It is imperative that we do not exceed this standard, for that would tarnish our leader's reputation. This secretary serves merely as Li Wenming's mouthpiece, and it is evident that he is intentionally creating difficulties. The 20 individuals present are acutely aware of the challenge at hand, recognizing it as an insurmountable task. With only 4 dishes and 1 soup, Each person may take but a few bites before the food is depleted. Should there be insufficient sustenance, it would surely provoke the ire of the higher-ups. However, if only the senior leader partakes while the others abstain, it would present a rather unfavorable impression, suggesting that the leader is hoarding the meal. Such news would not bode well either. Some are concerned for Lu Xinye, fearing he may falter in managing the banquet today, while many others are merely awaiting a spectacle, eager to witness Lu's potential embarrassment. Nevertheless, Lu Xinye rose with purpose, smiling as he addressed Li Wenming. Leader, we are fully aware of your preference for simplicity. How could we dare to exceed expectations? Today, we have prepared a few humble mountain dishes for your enjoyment. As he spoke, Lu Xinye clapped his hands. The door to the private room swung open, and Wang Chen entered, pushing a food cart. With a broad smile, he announced to the gathering, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am responsible for today's banquet. Please savor the first dish I have prepared, braised venison." When Wang Chen unveiled the cart, it revealed not the usual plates, but an enormous celadon bowl. He had reasoned that while the number of dishes could not be increased, their portions could. Instead of using small plates, he opted for a bowl of substantial size, effectively multiplying the quantity by 3 or 4 times, ample enough for everyone. As the braised venison was set on the table, an enticing aroma enveloped the surroundings. Most had tasted venison before, yet few had encountered it prepared with such exquisite flavor. Upon seeing the large bowl, Li Wenming's secretary scoffed. "You truly excel at circumventing the rules. That bowl is nearly the size of a wash basin. Can this still be considered a single dish?" He resumed his attempts to challenge the group, but at that moment, Li Wenming interjected with a disapproving huff. "Xiao Xiao, refrain from speaking during the meal." Chapter 38. Circumventing the rules. This bespectacled secretary was indeed a bully in disguise. He had intended to seize the opportunity to criticize Lu Xinye, but unexpectedly found himself rebuffed by the senior leader. When Wang Chen presented the braised venison, Li Wenming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was a true gourmet, and just the scent alone indicated the venison was of exceptional quality. Lu Xinye promptly offered him chopsticks, smiling as he said, "Leader, this venison is freshly sourced. You must try it." Li Wenming accepted the chopsticks, lifted a piece of venison, and slowly placed it into his mouth. With his eyes closed, he savored the morsel, and moments later, he unexpectedly slammed his hand on the table. Everyone assumed he was displeased, only to be surprised when he exclaimed, "Excellent. This dish is truly remarkable. Years ago, while attending a conference in the capital, I had braised venison at the Ingbin building, yet it pales in comparison to the skill of this young man." Braised venison is characterized by its aromatic allure without being overly rich. If it is too lean, it becomes dry, and if overly greasy, it can be cloying. The fat within the venison must be rendered to release its unique aroma. "Young man, it appears your culinary skills are quite refined." Receiving such praise, a faint smile graced Wang Chen's face. "Thank you for your kind words, leader. If you don't mind, I shall retrieve another dish from the kitchen." Li Wenming nodded, eagerly anticipating what the next course would be. 2 minutes later, Wang Chen returned, pushing the dining cart once more. Esteemed leaders, it is generally believed that northeasterners favor stews. Yet they are unaware that northeastern cuisine encompasses a plethora of cooking methods, including frying and sauté. Next, I shall present to you a dish of pan-seared roe deer meat. As the cart was unveiled, Wang Chen opted for an oversized celadon plate instead of the usual large bowl. Upon its arrival, everyone was captivated by the enticing aroma of the roe deer, surpassing even that of the previous venison. Before Wang Chen could speak, Li Wenming cheerfully remarked, "Young man, this is the first time I have encountered the method of preparing pan-seared roe deer. Would you be so kind as to share with us how this dish is prepared?" Wang Chen eagerly began to explain. "Leaders, to master this pan-seared roe deer, one must first procure a prime specimen. The tenderloin from its back is sliced thinly and fried in hot oil. Once golden brown, it is complemented by mushrooms for a delightful sauté. The key to this dish lies in the precision of cooking time. A mere moment of inattention could lead to its ruin." Upon hearing this, Li Wenming displayed a contemplative expression. He lifted his chopsticks once more, selecting a piece of roe deer meat and slowly savoring it. After a brief taste, he exclaimed in delight, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Young man, your mastery of timing and cooking has reached an extraordinary level. Without 2 decades of experience in the kitchen, achieving such proficiency is quite rare." Wang Chen suddenly realized that Li Wenming possessed a discerning eye. A quick mental calculation revealed that Wang Chen indeed had spent 20 years in the kitchen, which accounted for his exceptional skills. Receiving accolades twice in succession, Lu Xinye felt a sense of pride. Leader, this Wang Chen is a graduate of the Provincial Technical School, a true talent. He is also a key member of the younger generation at our lumber factory, truly a promising youth. Li Wenming nodded in acknowledgement, but chose not to elaborate further. Seizing the moment, Wang Chen returned to the kitchen to present the third dish. Esteemed leaders, we northeastern elders say, heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. Coincidentally, a few days ago, I ascended the mountains and captured 2 flying dragons. Thus, today I present to you a renowned northeastern dish, monkey head flying dragon. Wang Chen unveiled the cart, revealing a large celadone bowl brimming with flying dragon meat and tender monkey head mushrooms. In this season of Northeast China, obtaining fresh monkey head mushrooms is no easy feat, especially when they are wild. Li Wenming lifted his chopsticks again, but instead of sampling the flying dragon, he chose a piece of monkey head mushroom. As he gently bit into it, the rich broth of the flying dragon filled his mouth instantly. Moreover, the tender texture of the lion's mane mushroom, coupled with its distinctive aroma, truly captivates the senses. Wang Chen could not help but exclaim that this is the hallmark of a discerning palate. The average person may only be familiar with meat, yet they fail to realize that the lion's mane mushroom, drenched in the exquisite essence of dragon soup, is indeed a delicacy of the highest order. Li Wenming set down his chopsticks and enthusiastically called out once more, "Young man, the dishes are splendid, and so are you. Your culinary skills have exceeded my expectations. Quickly, bring forth the 4th dish. I am certain you will surprise me yet again." He was indeed correct. Wang Chen's 4th dish was the main course. Wang Chen swiftly wheeled in the dining cart, but refrained from unveiling it immediately, instead addressing the guests. When it comes to the king of wild game in Northeast China, nothing surpasses the bear paw. However, this ingredient is notoriously complex to handle and difficult to cook. Most people simply lack the know-how. By fortunate chance, I have learned some techniques for preparing bear paw, and today, I present to you the orchid bear paw for your enjoyment. As the cart opened, a rich aroma wafted through the air even before the dish reached the table. There, a meticulously prepared bear paw glistened with a thick, savory sauce, enticing everyone's appetite anew. Wang Chen promptly placed the bear paw before Li Wenming. Leader, you are an aficionado of fine cuisine and must have tasted bear paw before. Do savor my creation and let me know your thoughts. Li Wenming, no longer holding back, picked up a piece of bear paw with his chopsticks and took a bite. In an instant, his expression froze. He remained silent, continuing to savor the dish. After 3 bites, he rose excitedly. Young man, during the inaugural national culinary competition, our chefs from the Northeast won 1st place with a dish of orchid bear paw. I happen to have met that master and tasted his creations. Yet, I assure you, your orchid bear paw is undoubtedly on par with his. No, I dare say your rendition may even surpass his. If my palate is not mistaken, you must have added honey. Correct? The pairing of bear paw with honey is truly harmonious. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen displayed a look of astonishment. Leader, you possess a golden palate. Indeed, I incorporated a touch of honey while preparing the bear paw. Honey not only enhances the flavor, but also accelerates the tenderization of the meat, rendering the skin softer and the flesh sweeter. I merely added a hint, and yet you discerned it. My admiration for you knows no bounds. Wang Chen's flattery was indeed masterful, praising both himself and Li Wenming, leaving both men in high spirits. However, at that moment, Li Wenming's secretary interjected with dissatisfaction. Young man, do not revel too soon. We had agreed earlier that not only should there be 4 dishes and a soup, but that everyone present should be well fed. With such a meager portion, it seems unlikely that all will be satisfied. Chapter 39. You truly are a talent. Wang Chen realized that this scoundrel was deliberately seeking to undermine him. However, the fellow was correct. Even with large plates and bowls, these dishes are insufficient for 20 people. Yet, such trivial matters would scarcely escape Wang Chen's consideration. He quickly straightened his posture and addressed the gathering, assuring them not to fret. Since I have taken on the responsibility of hosting today's banquet, I shall certainly ensure that everyone is well fed and satisfied. Let us not forget, we have only served 4 dishes thus far, and the soup has yet to be presented. At this point, Secretary Zhao let out a derisive laugh. Huh, have you prepared a gigantic pot of soup for each person to quench their hunger? This is not merely cleverness, it borders on treating us as fools. The secretary's lack of tact displeased Li Wenming, who responded, "Xiao Zhao, I have not seen you so talkative before. What ailment has struck you today? If you are unwell, perhaps you should visit the clinic later." Seeing his superior's displeasure, the secretary awkwardly replied, "Leader, I meant no offense. Did we not agree to address the issues at the lumber factory prior to our arrival? Your constant affirmations may hinder our progress." This secretary, rather naive, had inadvertently spoken the truth. Lu Xingye had long suspected that their headquarters had dispatched them to stir trouble. Otherwise, such unreasonable demands for 4 dishes and a soup would not have arisen. Yet, under Wang Chen's culinary prowess, it seemed that Li Wenming had already been won over. Perhaps there was still hope for the day's events, hinging on this final soup. Lu Xingye patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Xiao Wang, everyone is hungry. Do bring forth the final soup swiftly." Wang Chen nodded slightly and clapped his hands. The doors swung open once more, and Lu Long wheeled in a dining cart. Upon the cart rested an enormous copper pot, reminiscent of those typically used for hot pot, albeit several times larger than usual. The pot brimmed with a variety of ingredients. At the base lay a layer of pickled vegetables, topped with assorted dried seafood, crabs, mantis shrimp, prawns, scallops, and oysters galore. Before it even reached the table, the delicate briny aroma wafted through the air. Wang Chen stepped forward once again, smiling as he addressed everyone. "My dear guests, I initially intended to prepare light soups to alleviate any greasiness. However, considering the impending new year and the bitter cold, coupled with your arduous journey from the provincial capital, a simple broth seems rather inappropriate. Therefore, I have crafted a dish beloved by the people of northeast China, traditional hot pot base. This consists of farm-pickled vegetables combined with a variety of dried seafood. Once we add water and simmer, it will transform into a delectable seafood and pickled vegetable soup. A bowl of this will surely warm you from head to toe, leaving you feeling utterly refreshed." Wang Chen and Lu Long positioned the copper pot on the table, subsequently adding burning charcoal. As the clear water was poured in, the savory scent of the seafood began to permeate the atmosphere. As Wang Chen had mentioned, after a long journey by car in the cold weather, everyone appeared somewhat fatigued. Rather than indulging in the thick bear paws, they yearned for a bowl of sauerkraut seafood soup to dispel the chill from their bodies. Wang Chen instructed someone to fetch small bowls and served each person a portion of the soup. Upon tasting it, smiles illuminated everyone's faces. Wang Chen, putting aside past grievances, even served a bowl to Secretary Zhao. After sipping, Zhao's expression mirrored astonishment. Just as Li Wenming had stated, Wang Chen's culinary skills were truly exceptional, surpassing even those of a 5-star hotel chef. However, they had come with the intent to stir trouble, Zhao remarked with a furrowed brow. It was previously agreed that the leaders desired game. You present these dried seafood. This is not merely cleverness, but a blatant deviation from the topic. In response to Zhao's provocation, Wang Chen had already prepared his retort. "Secretary Zhao, have you not heard the term mountain delicacies and ocean flavors? If there are mountain treasures but no ocean flavors, this meal would lack depth. Moreover, the seafood hot pot is not limited to just this." Wang Chen opened the next level of the dining cart, revealing numerous platters of beef and lamb. "Leaders, these cuts of beef and lamb were procured from my friends at Holisi. The quality is extraordinarily fine, truly first-rate. This traditional hot pot, paired with beef and lamb, is sure to be a culinary delight. Additionally, we have fresh meatballs made from roe deer meat, perfect for cooking in the pot together. A gathering of mountain delicacies and ocean flavors, an absolute pinnacle of enjoyment." The enormous table was soon laden with various meats and dipping vegetables. At that moment, Lu Xingye suddenly realized why Wang Chen had insisted on ensuring everyone was well-fed and satisfied. It dawned on him that the final soup was, in fact, the true centerpiece of the meal. On a cold day, enjoying a warm hot pot complemented by an abundance of beef, lamb, and roe deer meat would elicit nothing but praise from anyone. Secretary Zhao, who had initially intended to create trouble for Wang Chen, found it impossible to find fault with the meticulously arranged banquet. At this juncture, Li Wenming also decided to refrain from further antagonism. He suddenly raised his wine glass and addressed the assembly. "Director Lu and our young brother Wang Chen have prepared such a lavish feast for us today. If we do not appreciate this, it would be a disservice to their thoughtful efforts. Today, let us set aside work and focus solely on enjoying this meal. Come, let us toast together." With Li Wenming's words, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Laughter and conversation flowed as they savored the game and fragrant hot pot, creating a wonderfully harmonious ambience. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and Lu Long discreetly pushed the dining cart away. Upon returning to the kitchen, Wang Chen realized his shirt was completely soaked. It seemed that the pressure of facing such high-ranking leaders had taken its toll. Lu Long offered Wang Chen a cigarette, and the two shared a moment of camaraderie. "Brother Chen, today I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your clever insights, my father might not have navigated today as challenges." As Wang Chen wiped the sweat from his neck, he addressed Lu Long. "Given our relationship, is there any need for thanks? The timber factory is like home to me, and I should contribute to its welfare. Today has been quite smooth. Save for that Secretary Zhao, who has been looking for trouble. I sincerely wish he would keep his mouth shut. If he continues to meddle, I am at a loss for how to handle it." Wang Chen was filled with dread, having anticipated many challenges. Yet he had not foreseen the arrival of the irksome Secretary Zhao. However, sometimes what one fears most comes to pass. Suddenly, someone burst into the kitchen, frantically shouting at Wang Chen. "Wang, you must hurry. Secretary Zhao specifically requested you to toast the leaders." Upon hearing this, Lu Long rushed to Wang Chen's side. "Brother Chen, that Secretary Zhao comes with ill intent. It must be because you just contradicted him, and now he seeks revenge by making things difficult for you. My father has told me that in formal banquet settings, toasting the leaders requires great tact. If you misstep, we could end up wasting our efforts today." Wang Chen understood all too well the implications of Lu Long's words. If he were to mishandle this situation, it would not only reflect poorly on him, but could also implicate Director Lu and the entire timber factory. Nonetheless, Wang Chen was not one to shy away from challenges. He flicked his cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out forcefully. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall block it. I refuse to believe that Secretary Zhao can truly thwart me." Wang Chen initially intended to confront the situation alone, but Lu Long, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him. They quickly returned to the private room, where the remnants of the meal lay scattered, the atmosphere thick with the scent of alcohol. Wang Chen cast a glance at Lu Jinya, who signaled that today's affairs were fraught with difficulty. His eyes then fell upon Secretary Zhao, who exuded a cold demeanor, clearly harboring ill intentions. As expected, Secretary Zhao approached with an empty glass, filling it to the brim with strong liquor. In northeast China, a single cup holds 2.5 liang of spirits, and the potency of the alcohol was such that downing it in one gulp would surely lead to immediate intoxication. Zhao filled the glass deliberately to the top, evidently aiming to embarrass Wang Chen. He sauntered over and presented the glass to Wang Chen. "Ah, Wang, our leader holds you in high regard. He says your culinary skills are quite impressive and wishes to take you to the provincial capital for further development. With a leader supporting you, you must seize this opportunity." Wang Chen accepted the glass, beads of sweat forming in his palms. A sudden realization struck him. This was a predicament fraught with peril, and no matter how he responded, he would be in a precarious position. He was a member of the timber factory, not of the headquarters. To leave the timber factory for the provincial capital would amount to betraying Lu Jinya. Even if Li Wenming genuinely wished to mentor him, it was likely that he would not fare well. After all, in the headquarters, merit was secondary to seniority. Wang Chen was but a rootless weed. If he ventured there, anyone could easily crush him underfoot. Moreover, with the resentful Secretary Zhao still present, Wang Chen was keen to avoid becoming the target of collective ire. As he indulged in his wandering thoughts, Li Wenming, seated at the head of the table, gently cleared his throat. "Xiao Wang, do you face any difficulties? If so, feel free to express them. We are all comrades here, and I assure you we will do our utmost to assist you." In that moment, Wang Chen felt as though Li Wenming was subtly guiding him. By inquiring about Wang Chen's troubles, it suggested that if Wang Chen truly had challenges that tethered him to the timber factory, he might not need to transfer to the headquarters at all. With this realization, Wang Chen let out a deep sigh. "Leader, Director Lu has treated me exceptionally well, and the factory has bestowed upon me generous benefits. My life here is quite satisfactory, so I cannot truly claim hardship. I am eager to work alongside you in the provincial capital and broaden my horizons. However, since my parents passed away, I have been my younger sister's sole guardian. She is still quite young, currently in high school, and truly cannot manage without me. If I were to leave, she would struggle to survive alone in our village. Yet, in 6 months, she will be preparing for her college entrance examinations. Her academic performance is commendable, and I believe she will gain admission to a university in the provincial capital. If, at that time, you are still willing to offer me an opportunity to gain experience in the city, I would be able to care for her as well." Wang Chen articulated his thoughts with remarkable poise, presenting reasons that were impeccable. The loss of both parents and his role as the elder brother necessitated his staying in the village to look after his sister, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, he did not close the door entirely on the prospect of moving to the provincial capital, indicating that in 6 months, his sister might indeed secure a place at a university there. His eventual relocation would not be too late. The expressions of those present varied upon hearing Wang Chen's words. Some snickered dismissively, while others visibly sighed in relief. Li Wenming, however, exhibited an even greater sense of appreciation. Yet, Wang Chen had not yet successfully navigated the situation. As Secretary Zhao shifted the conversation to a new topic, "Wang Chen, I have heard that someone from your timber factory reported to the headquarters. It was alleged that our leaders indulge in extravagant feasts whenever they conduct inspections, leading to this unfortunate limitation of 4 dishes and a soup to avoid further complaints. What is your perspective on this? Do you also believe that our leaders are excessively wasteful?" At this juncture, Wang Chen finally comprehended the source of their animosity. If Secretary Zhao's claims were to be believed, it was likely that someone from the timber factory had indeed reported to the headquarters, provoking this inquiry. It was evident that the individual responsible for the complaint had not yet revealed themselves. Their anonymity meant that Lu Zhinya would bear the brunt of the fallout, potentially jeopardizing his position as director. Wang Chen recalled the adage, "Where there are people, there are conflicts." It seemed that the timber factory was not as tranquil as it appeared. Should the opportunity arise, Wang Chen was determined to uncover the identity of the instigator, for they were the root of this trouble. However, such matters were secondary. The immediate priority was to overcome the present challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly approached Li Wenming. As Wang Chen raised his glass, he addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, in every realm, one shall find both gentlemen and scoundrels. A gentleman conducts himself with integrity and decorum, while a scoundrel lurks like a rat in the shadows, forever ashamed to face the light. Our esteemed leader stands tall, untroubled by distorted reflections. Today, as we gather at the timber factory, we witness only diligence and simplicity, devoid of any ostentation or extravagance. Moreover, I believe that the pleasures of the palate are inherently human. Indulging in exquisite cuisine is, after all, quite justifiable. The rustic dishes I present today are but a humble token from an ordinary worker. Only through good food and drink can our leaders guide our timber factory towards swifter progress." Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Chen downed the remaining 2.5 liang of spirits in one gulp. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions revealing surprise at his unexpected eloquence. Wang Chen, neither servile nor arrogant, managed to please both the leaders and the factory workers. Most importantly, he subtly flattered his superior. Who could resist such charm? After finishing his drink, Wang Chen turned his glass upside down, signifying that not a drop remained. Li Wenming, now beaming, rose to his feet, dispelling the gloom from his countenance. "Ah, Wang Chen, you are the most delightful surprise of my visit to the timber factory. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a scoundrel remains troubled. Indeed, there is no need for me to stoop to the level of such scoundrels. Your hospitality today has been splendid, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Remember our agreement. We shall reconvene in the provincial capital in 6 months." Chapter 41. The Crisis at the Timber Factory. With that, Li Wenming departed, accompanied by Secretary Zhao and others closely trailing behind. Lu Zhinya, along with the timber factory personnel, followed closely. They escorted their guests to the factory's entrance, where Lu Zhinya personally opened the car door for Li Wenming, his face alight with smiles. Once the convoy had vanished from sight, Lu Zhinya exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that today's formidable challenge had been successfully overcome. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Long chuckled, "Dad, didn't you say I should make an impression in front of the leaders? Today, it was all about Brother Chun's solo performance. I hardly showcased anything." With a playful grin, Lu Long's jest earned him a light smack to the back of his head from Lu Zhinya. "You rascal. As if you even had the chance to display anything. Do you realize that I nearly faced disaster today?" Lu Zhinya's voice rose, drawing the attention of those nearby. Not wishing to stir further controversy, he promptly ushered Wang Chen and Lu Long back to his office. Once inside, Lu Zhinya locked the door and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, tossing it to Wang Chen and Lu Long. Upon catching a glimpse of the brand, Lu Long exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Zhonghua! Dad, when did you become so generous?" "Not for you. This is a reward for Wang Chen. You're merely riding on his coattails." Upon hearing this, Lu Long's face displayed a look of envy. However, Wang Chen, unfazed by the pack of cigarettes, promptly placed it into Lu Long's pocket. He then seated himself before Lu Zhinya, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Director Lu, it appears that you have not been entirely forthright with me. Today's gathering is far from a mere banquet. It is, in fact, a perilous banquet. I have come to realize that this group's sudden visit to the lumber mill is undoubtedly intended to create trouble for you. Is this incident related to the denunciation letter they mentioned?" Before Wang Chen could finish his statement, Lu Zhinya sighed once more. "Let us not dwell on it. We are still uncertain which scoundrel in our factory decided to report that Li Wenming had issues with his conduct. Half a year ago, Li Wenming visited us for an inspection. During that time, we hosted a lavish banquet for 3 consecutive days and presented him with numerous gifts to take back to the provincial capital. Everything was going splendidly. As we expected, Li Wenming's support would lead to favorable words for us at the headquarters. However, not long ago, an anonymous coward penned a denunciation letter, claiming that since Li Wenming's arrival at the lumber mill, he indulged in excessive feasting and demanded the company of attractive female employees. Such allegations are utterly unfounded, yet they have caused a significant uproar. The informant surely does not comprehend Li Wenming's standing at the headquarters. A mere word from him could determine the fate of our lumber mill. A trivial denunciation letter holds no weight whatsoever. Since this incident occurred, Li Wenming has chosen to remain silent. Little did we know he possesses a fierce temperament. After enduring this for so long, he is now ready to settle the score. Should we fail to host him satisfactorily or utter a misplaced word today, he would undoubtedly exploit the situation to make our lives difficult. My own fate matters little, for I am nearing retirement. Yet, the hundreds of employees at our lumber mill rely on their livelihoods. If the mill were to falter, I would be deemed its architect of ruin." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen appeared contemplative. No wonder Lu Zhinya had been so generous, acquiescing to every request Wang Chen made. Securing 2 hunting rifles was one matter, but he even consented to allow his beloved son to accompany them on the hunt. It seems he understands that without making some sacrifices, Wang Chen would not host this banquet. If this banquet were to fall short, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, Lu Long slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Good heavens! I thought we were merely having a meal. I had no idea the situation was so intricate. I must say, regarding Li Wenming, the informant's accusations are not entirely baseless. He publicly requests a modest 4 dishes and a soup, yet privately desires the delicacies of the mountains." Fortuitously, Brother Chen intervened, procuring venison and even bear paws. Had we only provided ordinary mountain fare, he would likely have sought trouble. It is not merely a penchant for fine dining. This is a test of compliance, Wang Chen interjected calmly. When he instructed us to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, we complied. That was an act of obedience. When he requested various wild delicacies, we acquiesced as well, demonstrating our willingness to follow his directives. Moreover, today, as we ensure they are both well-fed and pleased, we achieve his complete satisfaction. He presents such a multitude of challenging demands merely to ascertain whether the timber factory still heeds his words. The moment we falter slightly, he will undoubtedly create a scene today. Wang Chen's discourse is overly profound, rendering Lu Long entirely perplexed. "Brother Chen, I fail to comprehend your words. All I see is that he is thoroughly enjoying himself today. You should have seen it. He nearly devoured half of the entire orchid bear paw dish. The copious ingredients we prepared are now nearly depleted. This group of people is feasting joyously, while we are left utterly exhausted. In the end, not even a word of gratitude was exchanged, and I feel somewhat shortchanged. By the way, Brother Chen, he wishes to take you to the headquarters. Why don't you go? The provincial capital is splendid, a true metropolis, far superior to our humble locale." Observing his son's obstinacy, Lu Zhinya sighed with resignation. "Xiaolong, if only you possessed half of Wang Chen's intelligence, as your father, I would be at ease. Do you think the headquarters is a desirable place? It's a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Without a modicum of capability, attempting to enter could lead to one's demise, leaving not a shred behind. Moreover, I can assure you, this matter is far from over. Take Secretary Zhao, for instance. On the surface, he appears to be merely a secretary to the leadership. Yet his authority is quite substantial. He has now set his sights not only on me, but also on Wang Chen. It won't be long before he stirs the pot from other quarters. Having received a scathing reprimand from his father, Lu Long's countenance darkened further. Damn it, that Zhao fellow, with his gold-rimmed glasses, is clearly no good. If all else fails, I could have the security team don masks and, under the cover of night, deliver him a swift blow. Once we teach that rascal a lesson, he will think twice before causing trouble again. Lu Long's reckless words prompted Lu Zhinya to hastily cover his mouth. Xiaolong, could you refrain from bringing me trouble? Are you unaware that walls have ears? There might be someone in our factory who would report Li Wanming privately, and perhaps our words will also be relayed outside. You both must remember that leading up to the new year, the factory's safety issues require utmost attention. Firstly, fire prevention is crucial, and secondly, we must ensure that the newly imported batch of timber is not stolen. Chapter 42. Time to reel it in as Lu Zhinya uttered the word theft. Wang Chen and Lu Long exchanged glances, both contemplating Ma San and that group of individuals who might soon take action. Noticing their peculiar expressions, Lu Zhinya thumped the table. What are you two plotting now? I speak earnestly to you. Are you even listening? Ensuring the factory's safety is our primary task. One of you is in charge of scheduling and the other in security. You must prioritize safety. If you fail in this regard, just wait and see how I deal with you. Wang Chen did not reveal the truth, but merely pounded his chest in assurance. After all, should he disclose the matter concerning Ma San, Lu Zhinya would undoubtedly alert the authorities. Now, if they were to raise the alarm prematurely, Wang Chen would be unable to exact his revenge. This time, he intended to personally deliver Ma San to his fate, allowing him to experience the torment he endured in his previous life. Fortunately, Lu Zhinya did not inquire further after offering a few words of advice. He permitted them to return and rest. Upon exiting the office, Lu Long expressed his concerns. Brother Chen, is our plan truly reliable? When exactly will Ma San and his accomplices strike? Surely, we cannot afford any unforeseen complications. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before responding to Lu Long. It is quite difficult for me to predict the precise timing of their actions. However, once the inspecting leaders depart, the factory will undoubtedly relax its vigilance, and that will present the opportune moment for them to act. Perhaps I should stay in your security department's dormitory for the next few days instead of returning home. You should gather the brothers and instruct them not to go home either. They must remain on standby at the factory. Assure them that for every day they are stationed here, I will provide them with ample cigarettes and alcohol, as well as 2 hearty meals. With such generous terms, the situation became considerably more manageable. Lu Long hurried off to inform the brothers, who were all eager to participate. The security department comprised a group of young men in their 20s, fearless and brimming with enthusiasm. They had long awaited the opportunity to confront this gang of rogues and were curious to see whether these outlaws or the security department would emerge victorious. In the ensuing days, Wang Chen kept his word. He procured a substantial supply of cigarettes and alcohol, distributing them among the dormitory residents. Daily, he treated them to roasted chicken or braised pork knuckles, leaving everyone savoring the feasts. As for himself, he remained vigilant in the dormitory, poised for action at any moment. After 3 or 4 days of waiting, Lu Long indeed brought new intelligence. Brother Chen, just now, one of our men informed me that the group of rogues dined with Ma San at noon. They went to a restaurant together, laughing and chatting as if celebrating a victory. Do you think they might attempt to steal the timber tonight? There is a strong possibility. Inform the brothers to prepare. With Wang Chen's command, everyone began their preparations. Each person donned an old military overcoat, topped with a fur hat, ensuring they were thoroughly concealed. These vintage military coats were quite heavy and offered a degree of protection against blunt objects and knives. The fur hats served to shield against blows to the head. After all, only by safeguarding themselves could they effectively combat their adversaries. In terms of weaponry, everyone equipped themselves with a pickaxe handle, a favored tool for brawls in northeast China at that time. The pickaxe handle was not only sturdy, but also lengthy enough to keep opponents at bay, particularly if they wielded knives. Of course, the most crucial weapons remained the double-barreled shotguns belonging to Wang Chen and Lu Long. Regrettably, after their inventory, they discovered that only 12 usable bullets remained. Each of them took 6, reserving them for critical moments. In addition, they prepared flashlights and a whistle for each individual. While the whistle is not a weapon, it can emit a piercing sound. In a state of ambush, a sudden blast from the whistle is sufficient to distract the enemy. Once everything was set, they began to dine, replenishing their strength. Now, they awaited the onset of darkness, ready to strike at any moment. After work, the lights at the lumber factory were extinguished. Apart from a small street light at the entrance, virtually no illumination could be seen. Ma-san arrived early today to take over the shift, sending the previous security personnel home. Afterward, he settled into his usual routine, lounging with his legs crossed, listening to the radio, and sipping tea, relishing the moment. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, as the nearby residents drifted into slumber, the lumber factory was completely shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a massive truck sped toward the factory. Before the vehicle reached the entrance, Ma-san had already opened the gate. The truck entered as if it were in a deserted realm, heading straight for the woodpile. Once the vehicle halted, 7 menacing figures leapt down from the truck. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, flanked by his companions. As the man disembarked, Ma-san hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother Ba, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting anxiously. We had an agreement. If we manage to transport the wood, you must give me a cut of the profits." To entice Ma-san to open the gate, the middle-aged man had promised a considerable reward. According to their calculations, this batch of logs consisted of prime red pine, fetching an exceptionally high price. Transporting a full truckload could yield nearly 10,000 yuan in profit. Thus, Ma-san would earn 1,000 yuan for each truck. Over the course of that night, they could easily haul a dozen trucks, enabling Ma-san to pocket over 10,000 yuan, securing his status as a wealthy individual. However, just as Ma-san was beginning to smile, the middle-aged man suddenly slapped him. "Ma-san, what did I tell you before? When we're in action, you must remain at the entrance, vigilant. If any unexpected situation arises, report to us immediately. Have you forgotten?" Ma-san had indeed misstepped, earning the slap he deserved. He was a man who had become overly confident, having long forgotten the middle-aged man's instructions. Rubbing his face, he pitifully replied, "Brother Ba, what could possibly go wrong?" A few days ago, some executives from the headquarters visited, and the factory was indeed under strict supervision. But once they left, everyone became quite lax. Currently, I am the only security guard on duty at the entire lumber factory. I assure you, there will be no issues. You can proceed with transporting the wood." With a face full of sincerity, Ma-san reassured him. The middle-aged man glanced around, confirming there was indeed no unusual activity, and then instructed everyone to begin their work. They opened the truck's compartment, gradually moving closer to the pile of wood. They produced sharp hooks, and, with a vigorous tug, the logs rolled effortlessly into the truck bed. Yet, they could never have anticipated that, amidst the enveloping darkness, a pair of vigilant eyes was fixated upon them. Chapter 43. No one shall escape at this moment. Wang Chen, accompanied by Lu Long and the valiant brothers of the security department, lay concealed in the shadows. He meticulously observed the situation, sparing no effort in his vigilance. Compared to their previous encounter at the restaurant, this time, there were several more individuals attempting to pilfer timber. Although they held a numerical advantage, Wang Chen discerned that 2 of their adversaries appeared to be concealing something bulky at their waists, likely firearms. "Brother Chen, what shall we do next?" Lu Long inquired. Wang Chen gestured with a serious expression. "Do you see those 2? They are likely armed. We will split into 2 groups and encircle them from both flanks. Let us all sound our whistles in unison to instill fear in these rascals. Meanwhile, we will take advantage of the ensuing chaos to neutralize those 2 armed individuals. Once we eliminate them, the remaining foes will be much easier to handle." Lu Long nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Wang Chen's strategy. After briefing the others on the situation, they dispersed to execute their plan. Aside from Wang Chen, a total of 16 brothers from the security department had arrived, their numbers double that of the enemy. However, they remained cautious, for their foes were desperate men. A slight misstep could cost them dearly. Stealthily, they advanced toward the large truck to encircle it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man, accompanied by his subordinates, swiftly cleared a stack of logs. The tall man among them wore a jubilant expression. "Brother Ba, today is truly a windfall. The timber from the Russians is of superior quality, far thicker than the trees in our forest. This exquisite red pine, once sold, will surely yield a handsome profit." The middle-aged man clapped the tall man's shoulder with a serious tone. "Tell the brothers to work quickly, but also to exercise caution. We must not suffer injury before the money is in our hands. With the new year approaching, let us not endure such misfortune. If all goes smoothly, we can divide the profits and enjoy a prosperous new year." As they conversed, Wang Chen and his team had already surrounded them from all sides, remaining well hidden. However, unexpectedly, the tall man suddenly called out, "Brother Ba, look, it seems there is a shadow over there." Wang Chen had anticipated many variables, yet he could not foresee being discovered. It appeared that the tall man's height afforded him a wider field of vision. Despite their best efforts to conceal themselves, they were spotted. What was intended as a stealthy ambush had devolved into a skirmish. Nevertheless, the group adhered to their original plan and blew their whistles in unison. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing sound of alarms. The timber thieves were indeed startled, creating a flurry of confusion. One man, who had been trying to hook a log, lost control and was struck directly by the heavy timber. The impact was catastrophic, severing his leg and eliciting blood-curdling screams. Sensing the dire turn of events, the middle-aged man shouted urgently to his brothers. "The situation seems to have turned against us. If one is a true man, let us arm ourselves and confront these wretched scoundrels." Just as Wang Chen had surmised earlier, the two men with bulging waist packs indeed drew crude firearms. These rudimentary guns, though filled with iron shot, possessed remarkable power at close range. Just as they were about to fire, Wang Chen had already lifted his gun and shot. With a resounding bang, one of the men wielding the crude firearm fell instantly into a pool of blood. Wang Chen's marksmanship was extraordinarily precise. Yet Lu Long was not so fortunate. He had barely moved halfway forward with his comrades when the enemy spotted them, leading to a state of utter panic among their ranks. The second man with a crude firearm, upon noticing Lu Long's hunting rifle, pulled the trigger without a second thought. In an instant, a barrage of iron shot hurtled towards Lu Long and his companions. Fortunately, Wang Chen had adequately prepared, ensuring that everyone donned sturdy dogskin hats and military overcoats. These protective items significantly mitigated the impact of the iron shot, resulting in mere superficial injuries without inflicting damage to internal organs or bones. After a brief exchange of fire, the adversaries, emboldened, retaliated. They brandished long knives and charged directly at Lu Long and his group, having identified Lu Long as the more vulnerable target compared to Wang Chen. They believed that if they could subdue Lu Long and his men, they might secure a chance for survival. Their gamble proved correct. Lu Long indeed faltered. He recklessly fired his hunting rifle twice, yet failed to hit anyone. Meanwhile, his nearby companions had been struck by the iron shot, sustaining minor injuries that nonetheless diminished their combat effectiveness. Lu Long, in a fit of bravado, inexplicably tossed aside his hunting rifle and seized a pickaxe, charging forward defiantly. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." With an unexpected surge of strength, he swung the pickaxe wildly, preventing 3 or 4 men from closing in on him. Observing Lu Long surrounded, Wang Chen urged his brothers to advance, to disperse the enemy and rescue Lu Long. With a decisive numerical advantage, a single charge could shatter the opposing force. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The middle-aged man unexpectedly revealed yet another crude firearm hidden behind him. He fired into the advancing crowd, knocking several individuals to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen resolutely squeezed the trigger, aiming for the middle-aged man's head, determined to ensure he met his demise. However, to his astonishment, the tall figure from earlier shielded the man, taking the fatal blow upon himself. In an instant, numerous holes appeared in the tall man's back. Strangely, Wang Chen noticed that no blood flowed from the bullet wounds. This was beyond belief. Wang Chen could not fathom the existence of a bulletproof individual. Yet, his shot had indeed failed to fell the tall man. To make matters worse, the tall figure then lifted a heavy log and charged towards the group. The towering figure stood at 2 meters tall, possessing immense strength. Grasping a piece of wood, he surged through the crowd like a vengeful deity. Despite the numerical advantage, the defenders were swiftly scattered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The brute spotted Wang Chen reloading his weapon and unleashed a venomous tirade. "So it was you, you bastard. I should have finished you off last time. You think you can betray my brothers? I'll take your life first." Just as Wang Chen completed the reloading of a bullet, the giant was upon him. The hulking man lunged, attempting to seize Wang Chen's shotgun. With no time for contemplation, Wang Chen understood that hesitation would lead to his downfall. He swiftly closed the barrel and pulled the trigger with fervor. The resounding gunshot echoed, and the giant collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chapter 44. Dare to move. Gazing at the fallen giant, Wang Chen remained on high alert. He noticed the wound was oddly devoid of blood. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, Could the thickness of the man's fat have obstructed the bullet's exit? Driven by curiosity, he cautiously lifted the giant's coat. The sight before him revealed a startling truth. Iron plates were strapped to the front and back of the brute, akin to a bulletproof vest, capable of absorbing a significant amount of damage. The shot that struck his back from a distance had failed to penetrate. However, at close range, a lead bullet had pierced through the steel plate on his chest, finding its mark in the heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally dispatched this menacing creature. Had he not done so, the battle would have turned dire for everyone. Turning his attention to Lu Long's side, he observed a successful counterattack. Armed with pickaxes, the group swung wildly, wielding their long weapons with ferocity. Though their adversaries bore knives, they were rendered powerless against the onslaught. Yet, Wang Chen soon sensed an unsettling development. The middle-aged man who had led the charge had mysteriously vanished. Alarmed, he thought, could he have escaped? Just as he pivoted to pursue, a sharp trident was thrust against his chest. The middle-aged man had not fled. Instead, he glared menacingly at Wang Chen, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Wang Chen responded with equal swiftness, leveling his gun at the man's head. Remarkably, the middle-aged man displayed no fear, his audacity unwavering. "I saw it all, kid. You've run out of bullets, haven't you? Go on, pull the trigger and see if you can kill me." Wang Chen's greatest fear materialized. The middle-aged man had discerned the truth about his empty chamber. A hint of weakness from Wang Chen would result in a swift piercing of his chest. In such a critical moment, maintaining an imposing presence was paramount. Wang Chen pressed the gun's muzzle closer, now resting against the man's temple. "Oh, I didn't expect your eyesight to be so keen. In this darkness, you can still tell whether I've reloaded or not. Since you are so confident, why don't we engage in a wager? Let us both make our move and see whether I will be the first to shatter your skull with my firearm, or if your blade will pierce my flesh first. However, I must caution you about the three-edged dagger you wield. Its lethality is indeed formidable. It features 3 blood grooves designed to effectively drain an opponent's life. Yet, it is typically employed to target the neck or abdomen, for it cannot penetrate bone. Should it meet bone, its triangular structure will become ensnared, rendering it impossible to either penetrate further or to withdraw. Given that I am clad in a military overcoat, do you truly believe that your strike will find its mark?" Upon hearing these words from Wang Chen, the middle-aged man was drenched in cold sweat. His singular focus on avenging his comrade had led him to commit such a grave oversight. Had he known better, he would have aimed directly for Wang Chen's neck, perhaps bringing the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Moreover, Wang Chen was correct. In the darkness, he could not ascertain whether Wang Chen had reloaded 1 round or 2. Should he miscalculate, his demise was all but certain. While he hesitated, Lu Long and his companions had subdued all the assailants and rushed to Wang Chen's side. Lu Long, visibly irate, brandished a pickaxe, ready to strike. "Let go, or I swear I'll split your head open." Lu Long was a hot-headed youth, and he was indeed willing to act on his threats. It is often said that the meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Faced with a contender like Lu Long, uncertainty loomed over everyone present. With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man discarded his knife onto the ground. 2 security personnel hurried over and bound him with rope. Once the man was secured, a sly smile spread across Wang Chen's face. He slowly opened the chamber of his firearm, revealing nothing but an empty shell casing. Witnessing that Wang Chen's gun was devoid of bullets drove the middle-aged man to the brink of madness. "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? I'll make you pay?" Wang Chen, however, merely smiled faintly, regarding him as though he were invisible. Wang Chen was executing a psychological blow. From that moment forth, every time this man recalled Wang Chen, shadows of fear would haunt him. Having dealt with this individual, Wang Chen approached Lu Long and scrutinized him from head to toe. Only when he confirmed that Lu Long had sustained no serious injuries did he exhale with relief. "Thank goodness you're unscathed. If anything happened to you, your father would surely tear me apart." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lu Long began to voice his grievances. "Brother Chen, who said I'm unhurt? Just moments ago, my arm took several hits from iron pellets. It's almost unbearable. Fortunately, thanks to the military overcoat, most of the pellets were deflected. A few did penetrate, and now I have small dents in my arm." Wang Chen examined Lu Long's arm, noting that the wounds were scarcely the size of a grain of rice, far less severe than Lu Long had exaggerated. As for the other brothers, none had been injured in vital areas, which was a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortunes. However, at that moment, Wang Chen slapped his forehead in exasperation, stomping his foot in frustration. Damn it! In my haste to capture this bunch of fools, how could I have forgotten about Ma San? He is the mastermind. We cannot allow him to escape. Lu Long swiftly followed Wang Chen to the guardhouse, only to find the doors ajar and the place deserted. Moments ago, the courtyard had been engulfed in chaos, gunfire echoing relentlessly. Any living soul would have surely fled in terror. However, at that moment, a comrade dashed towards them, pointing into the distance. Brother Chen, I think I just saw Ma San running towards your village. Has he returned to the village? Wang Chen pondered this possibility as he and Lu Long quickly retrieved their bicycles, setting off in pursuit of the village. Riding a bicycle left them unable to wield their firearms, so each armed himself with a pickaxe, determined to capture the scoundrel without fail. The icy, snow-covered road proved treacherous, causing Lu Long and Wang Chen to skid several times, nearly losing their balance. Yet, the fire of rage fueled Wang Chen's resolve. He could never forget the anguish of his past life. Ma San had ruined his existence, and Wang Chen was adamant that he would make him pay the price. After pursuing for several minutes, Lu Long pointed ahead, exclaiming, Brother Chen, look, is that Ma San? The figure ahead was not tall, covered in mud. Clearly a result of a fall during his escape. Yet, he still wore that blue security uniform. Who else could it be? Seeing Wang Chen and Lu Long in pursuit, Ma San wished fervently for additional legs to hasten his escape. Ma San, stop immediately and return with us. I'd rather die than go back. Wang Chen had been waiting for this very declaration. He accelerated his pedaling, raising the pickaxe high above his head, bellowing, then come and face your fate. In that moment, Wang Chen embodied the spirit of Zhao Zilong. He charged forward, swiftly catching up to Ma San. Terror gripped Ma San's face as he considered begging for mercy. But it was too late. Wang Chen brought the pickaxe down with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as Ma San's left leg twisted grotesquely, sending him crashing to the ground. The sheer inertia and the slick surface propelled him several meters away. By the time Wang Chen and Lu Long reached him, Ma San's face was a bloody pulp, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. As they dismounted their bicycles, Lu Long gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Wow, Brother Chen. That was incredible. The bicycle nearly took flight. How did you manage that? Wang Chen was unaware of how it had happened. His actions had been purely instinctual. His mind was singularly focused on one conviction, to bring Ma San, the beast who had tormented him for a lifetime, to justice. Wang Chen smiled at Lu Long, gently patting his shoulder. If you wish to learn, I'll teach you when I have the time. But right now, our urgent task is to get this scoundrel back. They secured Ma San to the bicycle and returned to the lumber mill half an hour later. Unknown individuals had alerted the police, who had already cordoned off the entrance to the mill. Even Lu Jinya was alerted and rushed over, terrified at not having seen his son. Seeing his son return unscathed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he rushed over and delivered a sharp slap to Lu Long's nape. You little rascal, creating such a commotion without notifying me in advance. I just inquired with the security department, and you all knew about the impending theft, didn't you? You've really grown bold. Playing the game of acting first and reporting later. Just watch. I'll break your legs today, or I won't bear the surname Lu. Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Long turned and fled. The scene at the lumber yard was rather comical, with Lu Long sprinting ahead while Lu Jinya pursued him, vociferously cursing him. To an outsider, it would seem Lu Long had committed a grievous offense. They only halted when Lu Jinya grew exhausted from the chase. Wang Chen hurried over, supporting Lu Jinya as he spoke. Director Lu, this is entirely my fault. I asked Lu Long for assistance. We should have notified you sooner to implement preventive measures at the lumber yard. However, the information was uncertain, merely hearsay. Thus, I enlisted Lu Long and the security brothers to guard here every night. After all, you previously stated that the top priority of the factory is to ensure the safety of this batch of logs. We undertook these actions solely under your directive. So please do not make things difficult for Lu Long. Wang Chen's eloquence deftly deflected blame, and logically, it was indeed Lu Jinya's orders that had been followed. Meanwhile, Lu Long chimed in cheerfully, Dad, we caught several big fish this time. I heard this group of scoundrels had committed numerous crimes. Now that we've apprehended them, does this mean I can be recognized at the commendation meeting? Lu Jinya nodded, though his expression remained grim. We'll discuss the commendation meeting later. I must first cooperate with the police to ensure these beasts are incarcerated. With the assistance of the security department, all were escorted onto the police vehicle. Even Ma San, who had been knocked unconscious, would face legal repercussions. The cold handcuffs clamped down on him as he was tossed into the vehicle. Wang Chen, Lu Long, and their companions proceeded to the police station to provide statements regarding the events. Though they were exhausted and weary, their determination to see these criminals imprisoned fueled their cooperation. They toiled until midday the next day before returning to the lumber yard. Lu Jinya, showing a modicum of compassion, ordered the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous feast of meat dishes and procured 4 cases of beer for them to enjoy. After the arduous battle of the previous day, everyone was famished. With Lu Jinya treating them, they feasted heartily. Amidst drinking and playing games, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. As the evening wore on, whether from intoxication or sheer fatigue, they gradually dozed off in their seats. It was not until dusk, as the lumber yard was closing, that the cafeteria staff roused them. Wang Chen, seemingly still under the influence of a hangover, decided to return home to continue sleeping. As he stepped out of the lumber mill, the biting cold wind instantly sobered him. For reasons unknown, after dealing with Ma San, he felt no joy. Instead, a tinge of anxiety crept into his heart. He could not shake the feeling that this matter would not conclude so easily. Before he realized it, he had returned to the village. Upon approaching his home, he noticed a police car parked at the entrance of Zhang Yuru's residence. Zhang Yuru had just alighted from the vehicle, her expression grim. Clearly, she too had been ensnared in the repercussions of Ma San's actions. Wang Chen did not rush over. Instead, he lingered outside, observing the situation. Only after the police car departed did he knock on Zhang Yuru's door. "Sister-in-law, are you home?" "It's me." Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Zhang Yuru slowly opened the door. Her eyes were puffy, and traces of tears marred her cheeks, suggesting she had been weeping for quite some time. Unlike their previous encounters, today Zhang Yuru's gaze seemed tinged with resentment. Although she harbored no fondness for Ma San, he was nonetheless her husband. Most critically, he was the sole breadwinner of the household. With his arrest, Zhang Yuru had lost her only means of financial support. She found herself pondering how a fragile woman like herself would survive in the future. However, Zhang Yuru refrained from speaking too much, simply inviting Wang Chen into her home. Once inside, Wang Chen observed the disarray. Many belongings were missing. Particularly, the gifts from a middle-aged man to Ma San seemed to have been entirely confiscated. Suddenly, Zhang Yuru seized Wang Chen by the collar. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. "Stop looking around. Those items, rumored to be stolen goods, have all been taken away. Wang Chen, I know you despise your brother, but must you be so ruthless? I have already given myself to you. Can't that alleviate some of your resentment? Now that my brother is gone, how am I to live?" Wang Chen felt as if Zhang Yuru had succumbed to Stockholm Syndrome. The worse others treated her, the more dependent she became. At that moment, he was tempted to storm out and sever ties with her. Yet, reason quickly quelled his impulse. After all, he had previously fixated on vengeance, without giving due consideration to Zhang Yuru's future well-being. He enveloped her in his arms, sincerity etched across his face. "Sister-in-law, with your brother gone, I shall take care of you." Chapter 46. Let us divorce. Wang Chen's expression was one of unwavering determination. For him, supporting Zhang Yuru was merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. Looking at Zhang Yuru, who had initially stifled her tears, they began to flow anew, this time as tears of joy, for she sensed that Wang Chen still held feelings for her. Previously, she had been overwhelmed with fear, worried that Wang Chen viewed their relationship as a mere dalliance, one that would end once he grew weary. With her parents long deceased and Ma San now imprisoned, she realized that if Wang Chen were to abandon her as well, she would be left to face starvation alone. She clung tightly to Wang Chen's neck, kissing him fervently. Having lost everything, this was the sole way she could express her gratitude to him. Wang Chen, initially overwhelmed by fatigue, found himself stirred by the dreamy gaze of Zhang Yuru. The room was somewhat chilly, yet it could not quell the fervor burning within him. The two shared a passionate kiss and ascended the heated calm. An hour later, Wang Chen, embracing Zhang Yuru, wore a look of profound contentment. Zhang Yuru's cheeks were flushed as she nuzzled against his chest. Observing her, he noticed her hesitation to speak. "Sister-in-law, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" he inquired. "Well, brother, could you lend me some money?" she replied, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "I wish to visit Ma San at the detention center tomorrow, to bring him some food and drink, and to see how he is faring. If possible, I intend to file for divorce." With the confiscation of the illicit goods earlier that day, Zhang Yuru found herself devoid of funds. Even to visit Ma San, she needed to borrow money from Wang Chen. However, what surprised Wang Chen was Zhang Yuru's initiative to propose a divorce. He had assumed her submissive nature would compel her to wait for Ma San's return from prison. As women of that era often placed great importance on reputation, in rural areas, divorce was an exceedingly rare occurrence. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen extracted 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it into Zhang Yuru's hands. Sister-in-law, take this money for now. If it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. But you must consider this carefully. Are you truly determined to divorce Ma San? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, and the women in the village may well gossip about you. Holding Wang Chen's money with trepidation, Zhang Yuru replied, Brother, this amount is too generous. I fear I may not earn such a sum in half a year. Just 10 yuan will suffice for me to buy some wine and meat for him, a final farewell. As for the gossip, let them say what they will. I can simply cover my ears. Regardless, I have resolved to divorce Ma San. Wang Chen suddenly realized that this clarity from Zhang Yuru was indeed rare. She was correct. Bearing the stigma of being a criminal's family member would likely render her life in the village even more difficult. The bullying she faced would be mild in comparison to the possibility of being ostracized. As a rural woman without skills or land, her survival would be precarious. With this thought, Wang Chen embraced her tightly. Sister-in-law, please keep this money for now. It may not be convenient for you to visit the detention center alone. I shall accompany you tomorrow. His words moved Zhang Yuru deeply. Overcome with emotion, she struggled to hold back her tears, which Wang Chen gently wiped away. Before her tears could dry, she voiced her concerns. Ma San is quite a rogue. I doubt he will willingly agree to the divorce. What shall I do if he refuses? Do not fret. I will assist you in resolving this matter. Wang Chen assured her, his expression radiating confidence. Although Zhang Yuru remained anxious, Wang Chen's words instilled a glimmer of hope that perhaps he had a plan. That night, they fell asleep together, wrapped in each other's warmth. He did not wish for Zhang Yuru to remain alone in the empty house. He felt a need to offer her some care. The following morning, upon waking, Zhang Yuru had already prepared breakfast, waiting for Wang Chen. Subsequently, Wang Chen rode his bicycle with her to a department store. They procured 2 bottles of liquor, a roasted chicken, and some marinated pig's head. This was to be a farewell meal for Ma San, and it needed to be well prepared. They quickly arrived at the detention center, but were initially denied visitation. Only after Wang Chen passionately asserted his identity as a dispatcher from the timber factory did they gain permission to enter. At that moment, Ma San had already spent an entire day in the detention center. He neither ate nor drank, his broken leg encased in plaster, and he appeared utterly despondent. Charged with the theft of state assets, he faced a grave offense, with a minimum sentence of 10 years, and in severe cases, even the possibility of a death sentence. Yet, Ma San remained oblivious to his transgressions, attributing his plight to misfortune. If it weren't for Wang Chen's meddling, he would have already become a wealthy man. With this thought, he struck the bed frame vigorously, producing a loud thud. His actions, however, provoked the ire of his fellow inmates. A burly man, awakened abruptly from slumber, rushed over and without hesitation, landed several punches on Ma San. The frail figure of Ma San could not withstand such an onslaught. In an instant, he was left bruised and battered, losing 2 teeth in the process. With no other recourse, he knelt and pleaded for mercy, narrowly escaping with his life. Just as he was about to wipe the blood from his face, he heard a voice from outside calling, Ma San, someone is here to visit you. Hurry out. Elated at the prospect of a visitor, Ma San leaped up, instinctively knowing it was Zhang Yuru who had come to see him. With one leg injured, he limped his way outside. The visitation took place in a small room, separated by a steel barrier. While they could see each other, physical contact was prohibited. Wang Chen refrained from entering, allowing Zhang Yuru to step inside alone, believing it best for her to communicate certain matters herself. Upon seeing her husband, tears involuntarily streamed down Zhang Yuru's cheeks. Though she harbored resentment towards Ma San for his abusive behavior, years of shared life could not erase all emotion. She promptly produced the liquor and roasted chicken, pushing them through the bars. Darling, I specifically bought this for you. Please eat it quickly. Upon seeing the food, Ma San, disregarding the gazes of those around him, devoured it voraciously. Yet, as he ate, he berated Zhang Yuru. You wretched woman, why have you only come to see me today? With just this little bit of food, how long can I survive? Next time, Bring more delicacies and some clothes. This wretched place is no place for a human. Hurry and find a way to get me out of here, or when I return, I swear I will make you pay." Despite his battered visage, Ma San's threats towards his wife were unabated. In that moment, Zhang Yuru realized that there was truly no hope for someone like Ma San. She shed her final tear and spoke with a blank expression. "Ma San, this is my farewell meal for you. Let us divorce." Chapter 47. Killing with a heart of malice. Upon hearing Zhang Yuru's words, Ma San was initially taken aback for a few seconds, but then he erupted in fury. Grasping a half-eaten roast chicken, he hurled it violently at Zhang Yuru. Fortunately, a sturdy iron fence separated them. Otherwise, she would have been struck. Throughout his life, the only person he could control was Zhang Yuru, and he could not fathom that she would dare to propose a divorce. In a fit of rage, he clutched the iron bars and tugged at them with all his might. Alas, the fence was unyielding, and his efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, he continued to shout frantically, "You wretched woman! The moment you saw me in trouble, you immediately wanted divorce. Are you seeing someone else? I knew it had to be Wang Chen. I've noticed the way you two have been exchanging glances. It seems you truly have a secret affair. Even if I die, I will never divorce you. Just wait until I get out. I will make you pay, you filthy bitch." Ma San's frenzied demeanor terrified Zhang Yuru, leaving her pale and shaken. She anticipated his anger, but never imagined he would harbor murderous intent towards her. For a moment, she felt utterly helpless. Just then, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist. Turning around, she saw Wang Chen had arrived. Wang Chen had initially intended to stay out of the matter, allowing the two of them to talk it out. However, Ma San's arrogance left no room for discretion. He took Zhang Yuru's arm and walked towards Ma San. The fury on Ma San's face turned an ashen green as he attempted to reach for both Zhang Yuru and Wang Chen. Yet, Wang Chen stood just out of his grasp, allowing Ma San to watch helplessly. Then, with a mischievous grin, Wang Chen taunted, "Ma San, what dreams are you still chasing? You have committed a grave offense. Do you truly believe you can walk free? Even if you evade the bullet, you will spend a lifetime in prison. It would be better for everyone to part ways amicably. If you take the initiative to divorce Zhang Yuru, at least you can salvage some reputation. If you agree to the divorce, I can arrange for you to receive provisions every month. What do you say? I believe that's quite generous of me." To Ma San, Wang Chen's words felt like an insult. How dare he embrace Zhang Yuru in front of him, placing a large green hat upon his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he spat venomous words at Wang Chen. "You shameless pair, don't harbor any illusions. I repeat, even if I face execution, I will never divorce this wretched woman. That is not for you to decide." Wang Chen let out a cold laugh. "If you can see clearly, take a look at this." He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, covered with densely packed writing and a thumbprint. Even if Ma San were forgetful, he would recognize what it was. "Isn't this the employment application you had me sign when I joined?" he asked, bewildered. Wang Chen smiled. "Ma San, today I will enlighten you. This is not a mere employment application. It is, in fact, a divorce agreement. The document clearly states that you voluntarily relinquish all assets to Zhang Yuru. Moreover, you have acknowledged your history of domestic violence, frequently abusing your wife. I believe that submitting this to the court will facilitate a swift divorce." When Wang Chen spoke of this matter, a mocking smile graced his face. In stark contrast, Ma San was consumed by fury, spitting blood in response. This is what Wang Chen refers to as a lethal blow aimed at the heart. Having suffered greatly at Ma San's hands in a previous life, he intends for Ma San to live perpetually in the shadows of his past misdeeds. Yet, even in his despair, Ma San gritted his teeth and persisted. "Wang Chen, just you wait. I, Ma San, vow to escape from here soon. Once I am free, I will make you pay. Zhang Yuru shall not escape either. I will ensure that you two wretched lovers meet a grim fate. And as for your sister, just watch how I will bring her to ruin. The humiliation you have inflicted on me today, I shall return 100-fold. Ma San was truly unhinged. Even in this dire situation, he still harbored fantasies of escape. Wang Chen, however, paid him no mind, and instead embraced Zhang Yuru, planting kisses upon her. Unable to withstand such provocation, Ma San collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Yuru showed no signs of regret, grasping Wang Chen's hand as they departed. Outside the detention center, Zhang Yuru lowered her head and inquired, "Brother, is what you said earlier true? Did Ma San truly sign that divorce agreement?" She feared being deceived by Wang Chen. Feeling utterly uncertain, Wang Chen unfolded the document for her to see. Although Zhang Yuru's education was limited, she was slightly more literate than Ma San, having attended elementary school. While she could not read every word, she discerned that it was indeed a divorce agreement. Once reassured, Wang Chen smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, rest assured. I promise to help you resolve this matter, and I shall certainly do so. Today has been tiring. Let us return home and rest well. Tomorrow, I will take you to the court to finalize the divorce." At this moment, Wang Chen was Zhang Yuru's sole pillar of support, and she had no choice but to heed his words. Upon returning to the village, Wang Chen prepared a delightful meal for her to help restore her strength. The following morning, as per their previous arrangement, he escorted Zhang Yuru to the court. As per the usual procedure, the court would typically require mediation. However, upon revealing the injuries inflicted upon her and presenting the divorce agreement, there was no need for mediation. The staff informed them that the formalities would be completed within approximately 7 days, and they could return home to await the outcome. With Ma San's affairs seemingly resolved, Wang Chen felt a sense of relief. Yet, the image of Ma San's madness lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of unease. Logically, he should never emerge from his predicament. However, unforeseen events may arise, and it was possible that Ma San might indeed dare to escape. But that was a matter for another day. In just 2 days' time, Wang Chen's sister would be on break. He had promised Wang Shui that he would take her to Harbin, the provincial capital, once her holiday commenced. Wang Chen, unwilling to breach his promise, resolved to prepare in advance. He intended to purchase 2 train tickets at the station, ideally securing sleeper accommodations. However, just as he was about to depart, Lu Long unexpectedly approached him. "Brother Chen, what are you up to?" "What else could it be? I'm heading to the train station to buy 2 tickets to the provincial capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Long's expression became notably grave. "Brother Chen, it seems you are already aware of the situation." Lu Long's words left Wang Chen in a state of bewilderment. Aware of what? Don't play games with me. Lu Long scratched his head, looking utterly confused. "Has my father not contacted you? He mentioned reporting our previous encounter with the thieves to the headquarters. They wish to commend you and intend to present you with a gift. Yet, that Secretary Zhao has meddled, insisting you must personally report in the provincial capital, otherwise, the reward will be forfeited." Chapter 48. A thorn in your side. Upon hearing Lu Long's revelation, Wang Chen's face morphed into a mask of discontent. This was not merely a request for him to report in the provincial capital. It was a clear attempt by Secretary Zhao to undermine him. Wang Chen had long recognized Zhao as someone with a vindictive streak. After he had openly confronted Zhao, it was only to be expected that Zhao would seek retribution. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen patted Lu Long on the shoulder. "I indeed need to go to the provincial capital, but my intention is to take my sister for a little excursion. You were involved in apprehending those scoundrels as well, weren't you? Perhaps you could speak with Director Lu on my behalf regarding the report. You can handle that. As for the reward, you can keep it. I have no need for it." Wang Chen was generous. While he was not wealthy, he held little interest in trivial accolades. Rather than endure Zhao's schemes, he preferred to forego the reward entirely. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Long's countenance darkened in response. "Brother Chen, I conveyed the same to my father. As brothers, I must bear the burden for you. Initially, I thought, how difficult could it be to simply report? I could do it. However, my father communicated with the headquarters, and Secretary Zhao specifically requested your presence. If you fail to attend, he might very well hold our lumber mill accountable." This fellow truly was insufferable. Wang Chen felt a surge of indignation. However, despite his anger, he did not wish for his personal issues to hinder the progress of the lumber mill. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a petty person. After much deliberation, Wang Chen resigned himself to the situation. "Very well. I shall go purchase the tickets now. I am eager to see what scheme Secretary Zhao is concocting." Just as Wang Chen mounted his bicycle, Lu Long followed suit. "Brother Chen, could you spare me a ticket? I, too, wish to accompany you to Harbin." Wang Chen recognized Lu Long's true motivation. He was not merely interested in visiting the city, but rather in keeping company with Wang Shui. Lu Long had indeed assisted him considerably of late, and he could not dismiss him outright. Furthermore, when Wang Chen reported to the headquarters, it would be prudent for someone to accompany Wang Shui. After all, in these times, even in the provincial capital, public safety was not guaranteed. It would be unwise for a young girl to venture out alone. Having an extra companion would provide her with greater security. The two arrived at the train station and purchased tickets to the provincial capital, only to find that only hard seats were available, with sleeper berths completely sold out. That evening, Wang Shui finally had her holiday and hurried back to the village to see Wang Chen. Wang Chen prepared several delightful dishes and invited Lu Long to join them for dinner. However, upon learning that Lu Long also intended to travel to the provincial capital, Wang Shui's expression darkened once more. She reiterated her sentiment. She regarded Lu Long merely as an older brother and had no desire to pursue a romantic relationship with him. Lu Long, however, persistently clung to her, causing discomfort in Wang Shui's heart. Yet, Lu Long remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing her with unabashed determination. He even chose to stay the night, insisting on sharing a bed with Wang Chen so they could set off together at dawn. As one was a brother and the other a sister, Wang Chen refrained from voicing any objections. After all, he had more pressing matters on his mind, particularly concerning Secretary Zhao. Ultimately, he resolved to take things one step at a time. The following morning, the group tidied themselves up, mindful of their impending journey to the provincial capital, making an effort to present themselves well. The train ride from Suifan to Harbin spanned over 10 hours. Aboard an old green train, particularly sluggish in the winter. Nevertheless, the passengers aboard were in high spirits, for during those times, venturing to the provincial capital was no small feat initially. Wang Shui felt a surge of excitement, gazing out at the snowy landscape while discussing with Wang Chen the places she wished to explore. However, by noon, her enthusiasm waned significantly. The reason was simple: Wang Shui was hungry. Those embarking on long train journeys typically brought along some food. Those with limited means would bring dried tofu wrapped in scallions, while those with more resources could indulge in a luxurious cup of instant noodles. Unlike today, instant noodles in 1990 were considered a luxury item. The aroma of a bowl of instant noodles would fill the entire carriage, tantalizing the passengers. Those consuming the noodles often made a considerable racket, ostensibly to showcase their indulgence. In their carriage, 2 or 3 individuals were slurping down instant noodles, leaving Wang Shui feeling quite envious. "Brother, I'm a bit hungry," Wang Shui said, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Upon hearing her lament, Lu Long mirrored her expression. "Chenggu, it seems we miscalculated. Had I known, I would have also brought some dried tofu wrapped in scallions. Watching them eat is truly tempting." Observing their expressions, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. "You miscalculated. Not me. Did you really think I would be as foolish as to not bring any food?" As he spoke, he opened his backpack and revealed a large plastic bag, which, to their astonishment, contained a roasted chicken. The moment the bag was unsealed, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of even those indulging in instant noodles. Eating roasted chicken on a train was the epitome of luxury, especially in those times when even during the new year, many could not afford such a treat. Wang Chen tore off a generous chicken leg and handed it to Wang Shui, while Lu Long looked on with longing, nearly drooling. Reluctantly, Wang Chen also offered a chicken leg to Lu Long, while he leisurely savored the remaining 2 chicken wings. It seemed that in her haste to eat, Wang Shui had choked a little. Upon witnessing her distress, Wang Chen unexpectedly retrieved 3 cans of Jianlibo from his bag. After taking a few sips of the revitalizing drink, Wang Shui began to feel more at ease. Although the carriage was not particularly crowded, the onlookers were drawn to Wang Chen's side. In 1990, being able to indulge in roast chicken and sip on Jianlibo was undoubtedly a privilege of affluent families. The eyes of the spectators were filled with envy, and even a few children cried out in longing. Noticing the plight of one small child, Wang Chen compassionately offered him a chicken head. The child devoured it greedily, his face lighting up with joy. The adults, however, could only swallow their saliva in silence and return to their seats. Observing the envious gazes of the crowd, Wang Chen suddenly felt the weight of the significance of earning money. Only by accumulating wealth could he ensure a better life for those around him. Had he lacked financial means, his sister would have merely watched others indulge in sumptuous delights. He had no desire to shortchange his sister or his friends. His ultimate aspiration was to uplift everyone alongside him. Resolutely, Wang Chen vowed to carve out his own realm in this era, armed with nothing but determination. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group began to feel drowsy. Leaning against their seats, they gradually drifted into a light slumber. The long train ride was wearying, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of snoring. As evening approached, the train's announcement suddenly broke the tranquility. "Dear passengers, we are arriving at the beautiful ice city, Harbin. Those disembarking, please prepare in advance." Chapter 49. Central Street. Such a familiar voice warmed Wang Chen's heart. His years studying in Harbin were among the happiest of his life. The group swiftly donned their backpacks and dashed to the train door. As the train gradually came to a halt, the doors finally swung open. A brisk gust of air greeted Wang Chen's face. People often say that the air in northeast China carries a unique scent, reminiscent of home. Taking a deep breath, he felt rejuvenated. Outside, snowflakes fell like soft feathers, transforming the surroundings into a silvery wonderland. As a native of northeast China, Wang Shui was no stranger to snow, yet the breathtaking scenery still filled her with excitement. She gleefully dashed to the platform, frolicking in the fresh snow. The untouched snow produced a delightful crunch beneath her feet. "Brother, look, it's snowing." Wang Shui chirped like a joyful little bird, celebrating in the snow. Lu Long, however, seemed unimpressed, pouting as he remarked, "What is so great about snow? If it gets into my shoes, my socks will be soaked." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen playfully tapped him on the back of the head. "Shui is having so much fun. Can't you refrain from being such a killjoy? If you keep this up, I want to take you out again." Lu Long wore a look of grievance, as if he had unspoken woes. At that moment, a snowball unexpectedly soared from a distance, striking him on the head. Lu Long was about to express his irritation when he realized it was Wang Shui who had thrown the snowball at him. With a radiant smile, Wang Shui continuously called out to Lu Long, "Brother, why don't you two join in the snowball fight? It's so much fun." Whatever request Wang Shui made, Lu Long would strive to fulfill. He hurriedly dashed toward her, and as Wang Shui incessantly hurled snowballs, she nearly transformed him into a patchwork of white and black. However, Lu Long refrained from retaliating, fearful of harming Wang Shui. Wang Chen observed their playful chase and couldn't help but chuckle. Such leisurely days, accompanied by a sister and brother, were the very life he had longed for. Before long, the two grew weary from their frolic, prompting Wang Chen to call out, "Enough playing. Let me take you both for a stroll down Central Street. We can enjoy some barbecue too." Upon hearing about Central Street, Wang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hurried to Wang Chen's side, embraced his arm, and laughed joyfully. "Brother, I've heard the night scenery on Central Street is breathtaking. Please take me to see it. Several classmates have been there and keep boasting about it. I'm almost envious to death." All right, let's go right now." The group exited the train station, and although night had fallen, the street vendors outside were still bustling with activity. Occasionally, a few well-bundled individuals approached them with offers. "Hey there, need a place to stay? We have heating and hot water. Young man, do you need to store your bags? Just one more for Taiping Bridge." Wang Shui found everything novel, while Lu Long attempted to engage with the vendors, only to be pulled back by Wang Chen. Navigating through the lively crowd, they boarded a bus. After purchasing their tickets, they set off toward Central Street. As the bus accelerated, the surroundings became illuminated with vibrant lights. In comparison to the Petite Suifen, Harbin was a colossal entity. It encompassed 9 districts and 9 counties, covering over 50,000 square kilometers. Without the guidance of a longtime resident like Wang Chen, Lu Long and Wang Shui would surely have lost their way. After several stops, they finally reached their destination. As they disembarked, Wang Shui's face lit up with astonishment. Before her stood an array of exquisite Western-style architecture. Each building, with its unique design, displayed various artistic styles, accompanied by plaques indicating their historical significance. As they entered Central Street, Wang Shui noticed that the path was not paved with concrete, but rather constructed from meticulously laid stones. "Brother, why is the road made of stone?" Lu Long inquired, equally curious. "Is the provincial capital so impoverished that it still uses stones for paving? We have concrete roads in Suifen." Wang Chen smiled gently and began to explain, "Do not underestimate these stones. They are genuine breadstones. Each stone slab is approximately half a foot long, sturdy, and aesthetically pleasing. Workers painstakingly hammered each piece into the ground to create this pathway. It is said that the initial cost was $1 for each stone slab. The entirety of Central Street is paved with breadstones. How extravagant it appears." Lu Long gestured animatedly, his astonishment growing. "Goodness, I never imagined these stones would be so costly. I feel as though this street could nearly purchase our entire Suifen." His expression elicited laughter from Wang Chen, who said little more and led the two into a leisurely stroll along Central Street. At that moment, the street buzzed with activity, flanked by bustling shops and numerous street vendors. In 1990, vehicles were still able to traverse the thoroughfare, which was alive with the flow of traffic. After spending half a day exploring, They had amassed quite a collection of goods. Local specialties such as Chiu Lin Li Dao Si red sausage, the Russians' beloved big rye bread, and the local delicacy, Xiugu Li Mu, butter puffs. Wang Shui found everything delectable, her stomach pleasantly full. Lu Long, ever the pack mule, bore the burden of Wang Shui's purchases. Once they had gathered enough, the group sought a nearby inn to rest. However, a commotion in the distance caught their attention as a crowd began to gather. Northeasterners are known for their love of spectacle, and Wang Chen and his companions were no exception. Drawing closer to investigate, they encountered a stunning foreign woman. She was strikingly beautiful, with golden hair and blue eyes, standing tall at least 175 centimeters. Her slender figure resembled that of a model, and her attire was nothing short of opulent. In 1990, affluent individuals in northeast China favored fur, typically mink, yet this foreign beauty donned a fashion fur made from European lynx. She appeared quite young, perhaps in her mid-20s, and such luxurious fur would be beyond the means of someone her age, suggesting she hailed from a noble lineage. Accompanying her were several local men, older in age and dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of authority. Initially, Wang Chen speculated that the woman might be Russian, but to his surprise, she spoke fluent French. What do you think could be done to transform Central Street to realize its commercial potential? The question seemed daunting, leaving those nearby momentarily speechless. Perhaps unable to contain himself, Wang Chen ventured a response in French. It could be developed into the premier pedestrian street in Asia. Chapter 50. Making friends. Wang Chen's sudden utterance in French immediately captured the foreign woman's attention. She gracefully approached him, appraising him from head to toe before expressing her astonishment. Sir, as far as I know, there are not many in Harbin who speak French. Those proficient in the language are typically university professors or high-level translators. You seem quite young, yet your fluency is truly unexpected. Upon hearing the words of the foreign woman, Wang Chen found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. In truth, his ability to converse in French stemmed from his days as a waiter in an upscale French restaurant, where patrons were predominantly foreign and required the staff to communicate in French. With a foundation in Russian, learning French had not posed much of a challenge for him. After several months of employment, though his French was not as fluent as his Russian, he was certainly capable of engaging in normal conversation. However, Wang Chen felt compelled to conceal the truth and instead smiled, saying, "My dear lady, I sincerely appreciate your kind words. In fact, my major is Russian. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of French. I couldn't help but interject when I overheard your discussion about Central Avenue. I hope you do not take offense." Having said this, Wang Chen turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, several locals who had previously surrounded the foreign woman appeared displeased. "You insolent brat! Who gave you the right to speak out of turn? Do you not realize this lady is our esteemed guest, here to make an investment? Should you offend her and jeopardize her investment, I assure you, I will not let this go unpunished." The individuals had an air of authority, and their words were not to be taken lightly. Wang Chen wished to avoid further entanglements and decided to exit the scene. However, Lu Long, known for his fiery temperament, began to argue with the locals. "What are you pretending for? You think you can bully us just because we are from out of town? If you're not satisfied, let us settle it with our fists and see who is stronger." Lu Long rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Despite their bluster, the locals were wary of Lu Long's reckless bravado. At just over 20, he was easily swept up in fervor. Were a fight to ensue, there was a potential for violence. Yet, witnessing their comical antics, the foreign woman chuckled. "This young man, your friend, is quite amusing. His fiery temper is reminiscent of a Western cowboy." Wang Chen discerned the teasing tone in the foreign woman's words and quickly seized Lu Long's arm, turning to her with an apology. "My beautiful lady, we truly meant no harm and had no intention of instigating conflict. This is entirely my fault. I should not have interrupted and delayed your important discussion. I sincerely apologize." However, the foreign woman halted his apologies. "No, dear sir, there is no need for you to apologize. In fact, I found your suggestion quite intriguing. We have deliberated for quite some time without arriving at a coherent plan for developing Central Avenue, and your idea has provided us with a fresh perspective. Would you be willing to elaborate on your thoughts? I am eager to learn from you." Wang Chen had initially spoken out of impulse, but given the current circumstances, he realized he must articulate his thoughts clearly to be allowed to depart. Fortunately, with 30 years of life experience under his belt, he was well aware of the promising future that awaited Central Avenue. He cleared his throat and addressed the foreign woman. "Madam, My thoughts are rather straightforward. Central Avenue is replete with historical landmarks, and even the stones beneath our feet are artifacts. The incessant passage of vehicles over them is rather detrimental. The entire street is adorned with scenic beauty and commercial establishments. I envision barricading both ends of the street to prohibit vehicular traffic. Subsequently, a restoration of the adjacent buildings should be undertaken, with particular attention to repairing the damaged cobblestones. Once the restoration is completed, it is imperative to promote the revitalized area. We could incorporate cultural elements, such as reviving the traditional balcony performances and hosting various floral parades. The newly available space could also accommodate grand shopping malls and hotels to cater to the influx of tourists. I firmly believe that in due time, Central Avenue could transform into the premier pedestrian street in Asia, attracting countless visitors from around the globe. The foreign woman initially thought Wang Chen was merely jesting. However, after a conversation, she realized that Wang Chen was genuinely insightful, with ideas so advanced that even she found it difficult to keep pace. Meanwhile, the individuals accompanying her felt aggrieved, as if Wang Chen had stolen their limelight. They contemplated rebuttals, yet the foreign woman extended her hand to Wang Chen first, initiating a handshake. "May I ask your name?" she inquired. "I am Wang Chen," he replied. Upon hearing his name, the foreign woman smiled faintly. "Hello, I am Margaret. I am certain we will meet again." With that, she departed with her companions. Wang Chen finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Before he could dry off, Lu Long suddenly approached, seizing Wang Chen's hand and inhaling deeply. What a delightful fragrance. Surely, she must be wearing perfume. "Brother Chen, you certainly have a way with women. I envy you." Lu Long's focus was always uniquely different, leaving Wang Chen speechless. Wang Shui, feeling annoyed, gave Lu Long a swift kick to the knee. "Lu Long, I think you should change your name to Rogue," she exclaimed before turning on her heels and walking away. Lu Long, aware of Wang Shui's irritation, chased after her. Meanwhile, Wang Chen gazed at the hand that had just been clasped, a hint of nostalgia washing over him. He had an inkling that he might indeed encounter that foreign woman again. However, that was a matter for another time. He hurried after his sister, unwilling to let her stray too far. Wang Chen and his companions found a barbecue restaurant and indulged in a delightful meal. After dining, they sought out a nearby inn to settle in temporarily. Accommodations near Central Avenue are rather pricey, yet Wang Chen was fortunate enough to afford them comfortably. The following morning, Wang Chen provided Wang Shui with some money, encouraging her to explore nearby shops and purchase whatever caught her fancy, treating it as a festive shopping spree. He then boarded a bus, intending to visit the company's headquarters. The headquarters, located on Zhongshan Road, was relatively easy to locate, a standalone building, several stories high, far more imposing than Makarov's trading company. Wang Chen was contemplating whom to approach for his report when, unexpectedly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Wang Chen, what are you doing standing at the door? Why haven't you gone in yet?" Turning around, he was surprised to see Secretary Zhao. Chapter 51. I hold you in high esteem. Upon realizing it was Secretary Zhao addressing him, Wang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Of all people he could have encountered, why did it have to be him? However, Wang Chen was no longer the naive youth he once was. He quickly adorned a welcoming smile for Secretary Zhao. "What a coincidence, Secretary Zhao. It seems we meet again. The headquarters has summoned me to report on the theft at the timber factory. If it's not too much trouble, could you escort me there?" Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Secretary Zhao chuckled lightly. "No need to go inside. You can report to me right here." A sense of foreboding crept over Wang Chen. It seemed he was destined to wear these uncomfortable shoes today. Although he felt an urge to retort, he suppressed his rising irritation. "All right, Secretary Zhao, let us find a suitable place to talk." Contrary to Wang Chen's expectations, Secretary Zhao did not attempt to make things difficult for him. Instead, he casually walked over, draping an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder. "Wang Chen, there's no need for such formality. The main reason I called you here today was simply to have a chat. Since it's almost noon, why don't we find a restaurant and discuss things over a meal?" Without waiting for a response, Secretary Zhao pulled Wang Chen toward the roadside, where a sleek black Santana was parked, exactly like the one Li Wanming had used last time. With practiced ease, Secretary Zhao produced the keys, unlocked the door, and gestured for Wang Chen to enter. At that moment, Wang Chen realized that Secretary Zhao's position at the headquarters might be even more significant than he had initially presumed. After all, such a fine official vehicle was not afforded to just anyone. One had to attain a certain level to be assigned a Santana worth over 200,000. Once inside the car, Secretary Zhao pressed down on the accelerator, and they soon arrived at the other side of Zhongshan Road. Wang Chen was familiar with this area, known for the workers' cultural palace, but the restaurant they were headed to was anything but ordinary. It was the Lu Fu Lu, a grand establishment boasting 4 signs. The use of multiple signs was a distinctive feature of northeastern restaurants. A single sign indicated a snack bar, 2 signs denoted a modest eatery serving simple stir-fries, while 4 signs signified a grand banquet hall. There were few 4-sign establishments, and Lu Fu Lu was one of them, renowned for its exquisite Shandong cuisine, exceptional flavors, and steep prices. In 1990, a single meal here would easily cost several hundred yuan, more than the average person could earn in 2 months. Wang Chen felt a twinge of unease as Secretary Zhao led him to such an upscale venue. Secretary Zhao, this Lu Fu Lu is rather extravagant, I assenti it? We could simply find a small snack bar and order a couple of stir-fries. If you're in the mood for a drink, I would gladly join you for a round. To Wang Chen's surprise, before he could finish his thought, Secretary Zhao laughed heartily. Brother Wang, there's no need for such politeness with me. Today, we aren't spending public funds. I'm treating you. In truth, he had sensed Wang Chen's potential the last time they met. After indulging a bit too much in drink earlier, I sincerely hope my brother will not take offense. Secretary Zhao now greets with a cheerful demeanor, leaving Wang Chen feeling quite uneasy. Each utterance of brother from Zhao sends a chill down Wang's spine. Such a person is undoubtedly a cunning fox in sheep's clothing. It is prudent for Wang to remain cautious. Otherwise, he might find himself left with nothing but bones. However, having arrived, he cannot simply take his leave, as that would irrevocably offend Secretary Zhao. The two entered the Lu Fu Tower, where a welcoming hostess greeted them with a bright smile. Under her guidance, they proceeded to a private room. At this midday hour, the Lu Fu Tower was nearly at full capacity, making it impossible to book a private room on the spot. This can only suggest one thing. The room had been reserved in advance. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu, yet Secretary Zhao did not hasten to order. Instead, he handed the menu to Wang Chen. Haha, Brother Wang, please take a look and decide what you would like to order. The Lu Fu Tower is quite remarkable. It moved from Gexin Street to a grander location on Zhongshan Road. I have dined here since its inception in '83. Their dishes are all exquisite, so rest assured. With such a commendation from Zhao, Wang felt compelled to indulge. Since they were enjoying Shandong cuisine, he opted for several classic dishes. Waiter, let us start with braised sea cucumber, followed by 9 tern intestines. Additionally, we shall have sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sautéed shrimp, scallion oil snail slices, and braised fish belly, 6 dishes in total. Upon hearing Wang's order, the waiter promptly interjected, Sir, with just the 2 of you, wouldn't these 6 dishes be excessive? Moreover, these dishes are rather pricey. Would you like to reduce the order? Wang glanced at Secretary Zhao and noted a slight frown on his face, clearly indicating the dishes were too costly. Nevertheless, Wang slammed the menu onto the table and declared with confidence, Who do you take us for? My brother Zhao is no ordinary man. 6 dishes are only fitting for his stature. Hurry and have the kitchen prepare them. My brother Zhao is already famished. By the way, let us order some beverages, nothing too cheap. My brother Zhao is not accustomed to that. Secretary Zhao, now feeling like a mute eating bitter gall, had no choice but to let his earlier bravado go unaddressed. He simply waved his hand for the waiter to proceed. As the waiter went off to place the order, Secretary Zhao poured tea for Wang Chen. Brother Wang, I have heard you graduated from a vocational school in the provincial capital. That makes you quite an accomplished individual. With your education and the contribution you made in apprehending the thief, transitioning to work at headquarters would be a breeze. To be honest, our company is currently undergoing a transformation, venturing into various industries. You are aware of the development zone, I presume? We have invested in a golf course there, which is arguably the most upscale in all of Northeast China. Can you guess how much it costs to play golf there? Surely it must be several $100s? Wang casually replied. Little did he know, Secretary Zhao raised 3 fingers with a disdainful snort. Humph, several hundred is far from sufficient. Playing there costs 30,000. His words nearly caused Wang Chen to spit out the tea he was sipping. So damn expensive? Wang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, Secretary Zhao remained unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Is it really that costly? Not quite, he replied. The golf course in the development zone operates on a membership system, requiring a hefty fee of 300 to obtain a membership card for year-round play. For the average individual, they are certainly not part of our target clientele. Moreover, do you genuinely believe that venue is solely for golfing? It merely serves as a comfortable retreat for esteemed business leaders, facilitating their negotiations. If one cannot even muster the entrance fee of 300,000, it is a clear indication of their lack of capability, rendering any discussions futile. Wang Chen grasped the underlying message, but still posed a counter-question. Is your invitation today related to the golf course? I don't play golf. You should seek someone else. Sensing Wang Chen's reluctance, Secretary Zhao interjected, Brother Wang, please don't rush off. I shall be candid with you. The company's initial investment has been made, but we are currently facing a shortage of funds and require new investments. Coincidentally, there is a young lady from France who is interested in collaborating with us. I heard from Lu Jianye that you possess some language skills, correct? I wonder if you speak French. If so, the task of hosting this young lady will be entrusted to you. Chapter 52. Assured completion of the task. Wang Chen had already surmised that if Zhao's secretary were not in need of something, he would certainly not be so courteous. He held no fondness for Zhao's secretary and was naturally reluctant to assist. However, he understood well that offending Zhao's secretary again would lead to repercussions far beyond mere inconvenience. Lifting his teacup, he smiled at Zhao's secretary and remarked, Since you have entrusted me with such a formidable task, I must approach it with the seriousness it deserves. Allow me to toast you with tea in lieu of wine. Wang Chen downed the beverage, and a satisfied smile spread across Zhao's secretary's face. Brother Wang, my earlier words were not mere pleasantries. I genuinely admire you. If you could join the headquarters in 6 months, you wouldn't necessarily have to follow Li Wenming. Working with me would be equally advantageous. I cannot speak for others, but my office in the secretary's department holds a certain standing within the headquarters. Furthermore, many business projects must pass through my hands. Should you take on a deputy position here, I assure you that within 5 years, you will own a home in the provincial capital. Wang Chen was well aware that Zhao's secretary's statement held truth. The business projects at the headquarters were replete with lucrative opportunities. With a slight application of clever tactics, acquiring a residence in the provincial capital could indeed be effortless. Nonetheless, Wang Chen had higher aspirations. He did not wish to spend his life in subservience, as he intended to eventually venture out on his own. Moreover, should his ventures in trading prove successful, he envisioned expanding his business internationally. Thus, the trifling benefits offered by Zhao's secretary were hardly of significance. However, he refrained from voicing his true thoughts and continued to flatter Zhao's secretary. Is what you say genuine? Within 5 years, I could own a home in the provincial capital? That would be truly splendid. I raise my glass to you once again, hoping for your continued support in the future. Wang Chen's performance has increasingly delighted Secretary Zhao. Just then, the meal they had ordered arrived. Secretary Zhao felt a twinge of regret, considering that this lavish feast would surely cost a few hundred yuan. However, if such modest expenses could win Wang Chen's favor, it would ultimately yield greater benefits. As foreign investors flocked to Harbin, possessing a talent proficient in multiple languages would provide a competitive edge. Wang Chen, on the other hand, had a straightforward mindset, enjoy the fine food and drink, while business could also be discussed. Naturally, seizing this opportunity to procure some advantages for himself would be even more splendid. Once they were satiated, Secretary Zhao produced an envelope and handed it to Wang Chen. Brother Wang Chen, the headquarters has reserved a grand suite for that French woman at the International Hotel. Inside are the key and an introduction letter. Shortly, I will take you there to ensure everything is adequately prepared and to make any necessary adjustments. This evening, I have also arranged a luxurious French dinner. You must attend to her well and persuade her to invest in the golf course. If this matter is handled successfully, the headquarters will reward you handsomely. Wang Chen opened the envelope to find the key and introduction letter as promised. The International Hotel, as Secretary Zhao had mentioned, has been in operation since the Republic of China era, serving as a prestigious establishment. While Harbin boasts many hotels, few can cater to foreign guests, making the International Hotel one of the select few. To stay there, mere wealth is insufficient. An introduction letter is imperative due to its stringent security measures, which prevent unauthorized individuals from checking in. Moreover, Secretary Zhao had thoughtfully arranged the dinner, leaving the success of the contract negotiations reliant on Wang Chen's eloquence. After settling the bill, Secretary Zhao drove Wang Chen to the International Hotel in a Santana. The hotel boasts a uniquely striking design, characterized by Art Nouveau elements intertwined with classical touches, resembling an elegant accordion. The interior is adorned in pure European style, with many areas embellished in gold leaf. It is said that numerous dignitaries have graced this establishment, underscoring its rich heritage. After imparting a few final instructions, Secretary Zhao departed. Wang Chen proceeded to the front desk to liaise with the staff. Initially, the front desk staff regarded Wang Chen with a hint of disdain due to his ordinary attire. But upon presenting the introduction letter, their demeanor swiftly transformed to one of warm hospitality. Soon, a server escorted Wang Chen to the suite. As the door opened, a flicker of envy crossed Wang Chen's face. Although this room could not rival a presidential suite in a five-star hotel, it was indeed a rarity in this era. The room boasted solid wood flooring, high-end imported furnishings, a color television, a king-sized bed, a private bathroom, and even a small sitting area. In stark contrast, Wang Chen's humble earthen house seemed woefully inadequate. A thought suddenly struck him. Once he accumulated more wealth, he might consider building a two-story house in the village. He also wished for a modernized decor, complete with a bathroom and preferably a television. He hoped his sister could enjoy a life akin to that of children in the city. However, those were matters for another time. The immediate priority was to rearrange the suite. The room was already quite clean, requiring no further tidying. Yet, it appeared somewhat too plain, lacking the warmth to welcome guests. Wang Chen promptly summoned a server and inquired if there were any fresh flowers available nearby. This posed a dilemma for the server, as it was winter, making the procurement of out-of-season flowers quite challenging. Nevertheless, Wang Chen, wielding his financial prowess, produced several hundred-yuan bills, requesting the manager's assistance in acquiring some flowers. In Wang Chen's recollection, in 1990 Harbin, there were already numerous upscale florists. Although the prices were somewhat steep, fresh flowers were indeed available. The manager, seeing the money, assured Wang Chen that he would certainly procure the flowers. Within an hour, the manager returned with an abundance of blooms. However, upon seeing them, Wang Chen found himself in a predicament. Most were roses, accompanied by some carnations, and even a few peonies. Roses were for lovers, carnations for mothers, and peonies for admiration. But none were suitable for entertaining guests. Nonetheless, Wang Chen understood that acquiring these flowers was already a commendable feat. He instructed his staff to prepare vases, placing the fresh flowers within them, adding water to prevent wilting. He then asked the server to bring some fruits, which were cut into pieces to create a fruit platter, and purchased a bottle of red wine to place in the living room. With all preparations completed, darkness began to descend. According to Secretary Zhao's earlier mention, the French woman was expected around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He tidied his attire, washed his face, and stood at the door early to await her arrival. As the clock struck 4, a black car suddenly approached from a distance. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of the International Hotel. And as the door opened, a tall foreign woman emerged. Wang Chen glanced at her and furrowed his brow. How could it be her? Chapter 53. A candlelit dinner. Before Wang Chen stood a familiar face. The woman who disembarked from the car was none other than the foreign lady he had encountered on Central Street. She seemed to recognize him as well and waved gently. Wang Chen, what a surprise to see you here, she exclaimed. Wang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied in French, Miss Marguerite, what a coincidence. I have been dispatched by the headquarters to host a distinguished guest from France. Could it be that the guest is you? Marguerite laughed heartily, her face lighting up with a hint of surprise. I spoke with Secretary Zhao today, and he informed me that someone fluent in French would be receiving me. I never imagined it would be you. With everyone being acquaintances, the situation became easier. Come, I am hungry. Are you not going to invite me to dinner? Foreign women are indeed bold. Margaret confidently linked her arm with Wang Chen's as they entered the International Hotel together. Previously, Wang Chen, dressed quite ordinarily and bearing a letter of introduction, had already astonished the front desk staff. Now, with such a beautiful foreign woman by his side, he stirred envy among onlookers. Margaret was truly stunning, reminiscent of a foreign movie star. Many diners, upon seeing her arrival, set down their forks and knives. Captivated by her presence, unfazed by the attention, Margaret greeted everyone with a warm smile. They proceeded to their reserved table, which was positioned by the window, offering a view of the bustling streets outside. Once seated, the waiter approached with the menu and, in somewhat halting Russian, inquired whether he should recommend some of the chef's classic dishes. It seemed that Margaret did not understand Russian and asked the waiter, Do you speak French? I do not comprehend what you are saying. The waiter, clearly puzzled, could not speak French either. Given that most business people in Harbin were of Russian descent, it was already quite a feat for them to be trained in a few phrases of Russian. At this moment, Wang Chen's significance became evident. He slowly opened the menu, pointing to various dishes. Miss Margaret, for the soup, I recommend the bouillabaisse. For the main course, I suggest the roasted duck breast accompanied by pan-seared foie gras, paired with braised veal and potato mille-feuille. For dessert, perhaps a cheese souffle? As for the wine, how about a bottle of Riesling? What do you think? His tone was gentle, and he maintained a charming smile, exuding gentlemanly grace. For some reason, a faint blush appeared on Margaret's fair cheeks. Wang Chen, you seem to know quite a bit about French cuisine. Have you visited France? I have not, but it has always been a longing of mine. Wang Chen's reply was perfectly suited, further enhancing Margaret's fondness for him. She nodded at the waiter, signaling her choice of dishes. Soon, the kitchen delivered a freshly prepared French feast, each dish emanating an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. The combination of these dishes was meticulously considered by Wang Chen, creating a discernible layering of flavors throughout the dinner. Accompanied by white wine, it induced a pleasantly tipsy state. Wang Chen observed Margaret throughout the meal, noting her evident enjoyment. Eating is a fundamental human desire. If the meal were unsatisfactory, future business negotiations would likely falter. Margaret soon felt satiated, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Slightly tipsy, she appeared even more alluring. Miss Margaret, how do you find tonight's dinner? Most of it is quite good, she replied with a smile. However, I feel that the duck breast is not prepared very well, which somewhat undermines your menu. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen immediately picked up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of duck breast to taste. Indeed, as Margaret had mentioned, the duck breast was somewhat overcooked. Wang Chen set down his utensils and, with a hint of regret, remarked, I apologize. I had assumed that the chef at this international restaurant possessed a certain level of culinary skill. It is surprising that even a simple duck breast could be so poorly prepared. When roasting duck breast, one must pay careful attention to the cooking time. The skin should be crisp and fragrant, while the meat retains its moisture. Once it is overcooked, the duck becomes exceptionally dry and carries a faint metallic taste. I believe it is time for a change in the kitchen staff here. Before Wang Chen could finish his thought, an irksome voice suddenly interrupted. Do you even know how to eat? Do you really think you can critique the chef's dishes? A young man at a nearby table was shouting at him. Dressed in a leather jacket with a motorcycle helmet beside him, a jade pendant hung around his neck, and a mechanical watch adorned his wrist. He appeared to be quite affluent. Most notably, he spoke French fluently, suggesting a distinguished background. Margaret was visibly displeased by the man's unwarranted interjection. Sir, did my friend speak incorrectly? Today's duck breast was indeed poorly executed. The meat was dry and carried a hint of bloodiness. For such a renowned establishment, it is unacceptable to present customers with such subpar offerings. A thorough reassessment is in order. Rather than dissuading the man, Margaret's words only fueled his arrogance. You foreign woman, it seems you are merely feigning knowledge. Do you not realize that the head chef of this international restaurant is a team from France? They have hosted esteemed guests for years without error. How could such a mistake occur? I see. You must be trying to find fault because you cannot afford your meal and wish to have it comped, right? I have encountered too many foreign women like you looking to exploit the system. If you cannot pay, simply call me Big Brother, and I shall cover your bill today. The man's audacity was astonishing as he treated Margaret, a noble woman, as if she were merely a gold digger. Deeply offended by such an affront, Margaret rose to her feet and slapped the man across the face. You are a rude man. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. However, unbeknownst to her, this act only served to incite the man further. You wretched woman, aren't you just a gold digger? How dare you strike me? Watch as I deal with you today. Wang Chen quickly discerned that this man was trouble. He seized an empty bottle from the table and hurled it toward Margaret. She gasped in alarm, yet the bottle never reached its intended target. As she opened her eyes, she discovered that Wang Chen had firmly grasped the wrist of the man, preventing him from advancing a single step. In Chapter 54, You Are My Hero, Margaret viewed Wang Chen as a veritable hero. With just one hand, he subdued the menacing thug, ensuring her safety. Every young girl harbors the desire for a hero to protect her, and in this moment, Margaret envisioned her very own Prince Charming. Looking at the assailant, his face had turned a deep shade of purple, and he exerted all his strength in an attempt to hurl the bottle at Wang Chen. Yet, with merely one hand, Wang Chen tightened his grip on the man's wrist, rendering him unable to move an inch. The disparity in their strength was starkly evident. "Hey, you little brat. Let go of me. Do you even know who I am? My surname is Song. If you don't want my father to deal with you, you better kneel and apologize," he shouted. "Otherwise, you will find no refuge in Harbin." His words only served to ignite Wang Chen's fury. "I care not whether your name is Song or Zhao, Qian, Sun, or Li. In a public setting, to strike such a beautiful lady is not the action of a true man. You ought to apologize to her, or else I shall not hold back." As he spoke, Wang Chen increased the pressure in his grip. Having grown up as a rural child, laboring in the fields, and later working in a lumber factory, he had never shied away from hard work. His physique was muscular, while the troublemaker was notably overweight. The outcome was clear. He stood no chance against Wang Chen, who had once defeated a black bear with his own hands. As their confrontation escalated, it captured the attention of the hotel manager, who hurried over, his face paling at the sight. "Mr. Wang, please release him. This is young Master Song. You cannot harm him." Recognizing the manager's fearful demeanor, Wang Chen understood that this man was not of ordinary standing. He had come for business and likely sought to avoid a scandal. Thus he reluctantly released his grip. The moment he did, the man, unable to bear the pain, smashed the bottle to the ground. Yet, even then, he played the victim. "Manager, this is not my fault. These two scoundrels are intentionally causing trouble. Your hotel's culinary team was recommended by my father. For him to claim that the skills of these French chefs are lacking tarnishes my father's reputation. They must apologize today. If not, I will inform my father to withdraw the entire French culinary team, and then let us see how your international hotel continues to operate." Wang Chen was increasingly baffled by the audacity of this man, who dared to threaten even an international hotel. If he were not merely bluffing, he must possess some significant influence. Contemplating this, he quietly inquired of the manager, "What exactly is this fellow's background? He is exceedingly arrogant." The manager sighed helplessly upon hearing his words. "Young man, you've certainly landed yourself in a serious predicament." The young gentleman, known as Song Wanglong, was the son of Song Eru, a prominent figure in the hotel industry renowned throughout the provincial capital, monopolizing all high-end hotel businesses. Despite the esteemed status of our international hotel, we often find ourselves reliant on his father for procurement. Take chefs, for instance. Whether it be French, Russian, Shandong, or Cantonese cuisine, his father possesses the connections to assemble an entire culinary team. For hotels like ours, seeking a distinguished chef team to elevate our establishment necessitates going through Song Eru. However, Song Wanglong himself is rather inept. Being the sole heir, Song Eru dotes on him excessively. Following his failure to gain admission to university, his father expended a fortune to send him to France, ostensibly to pursue an education. Unfortunately, this young man caused chaos abroad and was ultimately expelled from the institution. While he acquired no substantial skills, he did manage to learn a smattering of French. Since our hotel's chef team is sourced through his father, he often takes advantage of this connection to indulge in lavish meals at our international hotel, or to create disturbances with guests. We typically turn a blind eye to his antics, but who could have anticipated that his volatile temperament would lead to him being assaulted? I advise you both to leave quickly. Otherwise, he may call for reinforcements, and it will be impossible to resolve the situation. Wang Chen's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, he was a worthless rich heir. As for Song Eru, he had heard tales of him. Rising to prominence through ruthless demolition practices, he was notorious for his brutality. Anyone who dared defy him could find themselves severely harmed, or worse, disappearing entirely. Although he had managed to clean up his image in recent years and transitioned from demolition to the hotel industry, his arrogant demeanor remained unchanged. His son had inherited this trait, frequently causing chaos wherever he went. Little did Wang Chen realize that today he would cross paths with him, a stroke of ill fortune. At this moment, Wang Chen urgently whispered to Miss Margaret, "This individual is nothing more than a rogue. We should depart swiftly and not stoop to his level." Wang Chen meant well. They were there for business and truly had no need to provoke unnecessary conflict. However, Margaret, with her obstinate nature, crossed her arms and defiantly shouted at Song Wanglong, "Why should I leave? I have done nothing wrong. Is there something erroneous in my statements? The French cuisine you serve here is utterly subpar and unworthy of being placed on a dining table." Before Margaret could finish her retort, Song Wanglong slammed his hands on the table in anger. "Damn it, you insolent wench. Have I not granted you enough respect? It is well known that our chef team is provided by the Song family, and yet you dare to criticize it? It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble. Pray tell, which chefs are superior? Bring them here, let them compete against our culinary team, and see who prevails." Upon hearing this, Margaret suddenly burst into laughter. "Wang Chen, I have heard from Secretary Zhao that your culinary skills are exceptional, to the extent that you can even prepare bear paws. Furthermore, you identified the issue with the dish in an instant. Why not engage in a friendly competition with them?" Wang Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret for accepting this hosting task. Who could have anticipated that merely going out for a meal would lead to such significant trouble? He was now in a predicament. To refuse would offend Marguerite, jeopardizing any potential business deal. Yet, to acquiesce would also displease Song Wanglong, leaving him caught between two fires. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chen resolved to support Marguerite. "Very well, summon your head chef. I shall challenge him today to see whose French cuisine is superior." However, before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, a voice from afar interrupted him. "Mr. Wang Chen, there is no need for a competition. I willingly concede." As Wang Chen turned, he saw a foreign man in a chef's uniform approaching. Initially, he did not recognize him from a distance, but as the man drew near, a look of realization crossed Wang Chen's face. The foreign chef before him was none other than the French cook from the banquet hosted by Makarov. Without waiting for Wang Chen to greet him, the man extended his hand. "Mr. Wang, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well." "I am well, and I did not expect to see you in Harbin," Wang Chen replied with a courteous smile. Witnessing this exchange, Song Wanglong appeared utterly perplexed. "What is going on here? Do you know each other? Owen, didn't you come from France? How do you know this country bumpkin?" Owen cast a glance at Song Wanglong and replied with a hint of disdain. "Young Master Song, not long ago, I engaged in a culinary contest with Mr. Wang Chen. Regrettably, I lost that competition, and I concede it was with full acceptance of my defeat. Mr. Wang Chen is not only proficient in Chinese cuisine, but also well-versed in foreign dishes. My entire team exerted every effort, yet we could not triumph over Mr. Wang Chen. If you wish for me to compete with him again, would that not be a humiliation for myself?" In Song Wanglong's mind, Owen was a man of considerable pride. He had previously led his team to victory in a Western culinary competition in Harbin, which was why Song Eru had invested heavily to recruit them for the group. Yet now, Owen claimed that Wang Chen's culinary skills far surpassed his own, which seemed utterly ludicrous to Song Wanglong. "Owen, are you truly not going to compete with him? He just insulted your culinary prowess. Can you truly tolerate such an affront?" Owen disregarded Song Wanglong's comments and approached the dining table, examining the remaining duck breast. He cut a small piece with his knife and fork and tasted it, instantly grimacing. He then turned to Marguerite and bowed. "Dear Miss, today's mishap was due to our kitchen's oversight. I hope you can forgive us. You understand, though I am the head chef, it is impossible for me to personally oversee every dish. Today, the duck breast was prepared by a newly appointed apprentice. Regrettably, the cooking time was not well managed, and the blood was not properly cleaned. I sincerely apologize once again. To compensate for your loss, allow me to cover the cost of today's meal. It brings Margaret joy to encounter a fellow compatriot from France in this foreign land." She waved her hand lightly, appearing indifferent. "Mr. Owen, please do not take this matter too much to heart. I am no longer upset. However, I do hope that in your kitchen, you will conduct thorough quality checks on your dishes in the future. Just because we are far from France does not mean we should lower our standards. Firstly, it is a disservice to the diners, and secondly, it is a disservice to yourselves. Would you not agree?" Naturally, Owen accepted Margaret's criticism with humility. While Wang Chen and his companions engaged in enthusiastic conversation, Song Wanglong felt utterly sidelined, his expression darkening like the bottom of a pot. In a fit of impotent rage, he seized a plate from the table and smashed it to the ground with force. The plate shattered with a loud crack, and the previously harmonious atmosphere turned tense once more. Without concern for his image, Song Wanglong unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it, Wang. Have I not given you enough face? My father is a titan in the hotel industry. You dare to cause a scene on my turf? I'll make you regret it." Song Wanglong reached into his pocket and produced a large mobile phone. In 1990, possessing such a device was a mark of extreme wealth or privilege. After all, even the most basic models were unattainable for many. The market price was at least 10,000 yuan, and one would need connections to acquire it. In the black market, it could fetch up to 20,000. Song Wanglong deftly dialed a number, shouting loudly, "Lao San, bring 2 cars and block the International Hotel. Someone here is looking for trouble. Break one of his legs." Although Margaret did not understand Chinese, she sensed that Song Wanglong was calling for help. She immediately grasped Wang Chen's hand, concern etching her features. Wang Chen, are you in trouble? A cold sweat broke out on Wang Chen's back. Finding himself embroiled in such a predicament was indeed unfortunate. Yet as a man, he did not wish for Margaret to worry about him. Miss Margaret, you need not concern yourself. It is somewhat dangerous here. Allow me to escort you to safety. For reasons unknown, ever since meeting Wang Chen, Margaret felt an inexplicable sense of security. Just moments ago, when she was nearly attacked, it was Wang Chen who stepped forward. Otherwise, her beautiful face might have been marred. Faced with danger, Wang Chen still prioritized her safety. Such a compassionate and courageous man is surely appealing to any woman. As Wang Chen and the others attempted to flee, Song Wanglong blocked their path once again. You little brat, thinking you can escape now? It's too late. If you know what is good for you, kneel and apologize to me. If you bow your head 100 times and call me grandfather 100 times, perhaps I might spare your life. If you refuse to kneel, let this foreign girl spend a night with me, and we shall consider the debt settled. Song Wanglong's words were spoken in French, and Marguerite heard them clearly. Even Owen, the chef, could hardly endure it and argued with him vehemently. Young Master Song, you are not merely lacking in manners. You are utterly shameless. I truly regret choosing to collaborate with your family. I wish to resign. Find someone else to be your chef. Before Owen could finish his statement, Song Wanglong struck him with a slap. Am I giving you a bit of face? You compete with this little brat and then concede? You've brought shame upon our Song family. Dare to criticize me, and I'll break your legs. You'll be begging on the streets. Song Wanglong unabashedly displayed his vile character, embodying the image of a thug. Owen, after all, was just a cook and felt powerless against such ruffians. After dismissing Owen, Song Wanglong pressed forward relentlessly. However, Wang Chen resolved to protect Marguerite's safety at all costs. Noticing the veins bulging on Wang Chen's forehead, it was evident he was prepared to fight. Marguerite, however, smiled slightly, her expression one of disdain. Wang Chen, do not worry. I can handle this minor issue myself. Marguerite opened her Chanel bag and retrieved a large mobile phone. After dialing a number, she spoke with displeasure. What are you all doing? I am in danger at the International Hotel. Hurry and come to protect me. Chapter 56. The richest in the Far East. Seeing Marguerite on the phone, Song Wanglong scoffed. You foolish woman, don't put on a show. This is my territory. Who can you possibly call? He reiterated, sleep with me, or this matter will not end. A wicked grin spread across his face as his eyes roamed over Marguerite. Her complexion darkened, and a hint of coldness entered her gaze. Suddenly, the doors of the International Hotel swung open. A group of foreign men in black suits charged directly toward Marguerite. They were tall, each over 180 centimeters, muscular, with buzz cuts and sunglasses. Calloused hands and scars on their faces suggested they were veterans. Upon seeing Marguerite, a blond man stepped forward and inquired, Miss, what has happened? Marguerite pointed at Song Wanglong, her fury almost spilling over. This shameless individual wants me to sleep with him. I have no time for such nonsense. If he loves sleeping so much, you all can keep him company. Upon hearing this, Song Wanglong realized he had provoked the wrong person. Several burly men approached with ill intentions, swiftly seizing Song Wanglong's arms. He attempted to resist, but with a crack, it seemed his arm had dislocated. Even so, he remained defiant. You filthy bitch, how dare you offend me? Do you even know the position of the Song family in Harbin? Wait, none of you shall escape today. Wang Chen suddenly felt that Song Wanglong was rather foolish. A foreign heiress accompanied by so many bodyguards. Even if the Song family were immensely powerful, they could not possibly rival her. As for Margaret, seeing Song Wanglong's foolishness, she couldn't help but chuckle. Slowly, she approached him and gently patted his face. I initially thought you were merely wicked, but now I realize you are truly foolish. To be so arrogant on the brink of death is quite audacious. Very well, I shall ensure you understand your fate today. Allow me to introduce myself. My full name is Margaret Kesp. Upon hearing this name, both Wang Chen and Song Wanglong's expressions shifted dramatically. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about Harbin's history would recognize the significance of the Kesp surname. On Central Avenue, there lies a renowned hotel called the Ma Dyer, founded by the French merchant Joseph Kesp. In his time, Joseph was indeed the wealthiest man in the Far East. He established numerous hotels in Harbin and controlled a plethora of tea houses and tobacco companies, with trade routes extending from Harbin to Europe. However, due to the turmoil of war, Joseph was compelled to return to France with his family. Yet, the enterprises he left behind continued to thrive, becoming famous landmarks in Harbin. Wang Chen had long suspected that Margaret hailed from a distinguished lineage, but he never imagined she was a descendant of the Kest family. No wonder she could mobilize substantial funds for investment in Harbin. After all, her family was once the wealthiest in the Far East. Meanwhile, Song Wanglong was drenched in cold sweat, utterly disheveled. A few years prior, during his studies in France, he had heard of the Kest family's reputation. In comparison, his father, Song Eru, was nothing more than a small fry. Indeed, it exemplifies the saying, a mayfly shaking a great tree, absurdly unaware of its insignificance. However, at that moment, Song Wanglong made an unexpected move. He suddenly knelt before Margaret, bowing repeatedly. "Miss Margaret, I truly realize my mistake. Had I known you were a member of the Kest family, I would never have dared to utter those words. Would slapping my own face suffice? Please, spare me." Seeing him in such a state, Margaret was genuinely amused. "I always thought clowns existed only in foreign lands, yet your local clowns are even more entertaining. I might grant you mercy today, but you must learn your lesson. Stand at the door and shout to the people on the street, 'I am a clown 100 times. Once you have finished, you may leave.'" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen could hardly contain his laughter. Margaret's tactic, though not lethal, was profoundly insulting. After all, Song Eru was a figure of some importance in the provincial capital, and Song Wanglong was known to many as he strutted about each day. The International Hotel is bustling with guests. If someone were to shout, "I am a clown" 100 times at the entrance, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle of embarrassment. Just as Wang Chen anticipated, Song Wanglong was unwilling to accept such a punishment. He looked up at Miss Margaret and tentatively inquired, "Miss Margaret, could you possibly spare me from shouting that I am a clown? Our Song family is quite affluent. I could compensate you handsomely." Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Margaret's face. "Oh, so you imply that your Song family possesses greater wealth than the Kest family, do you?" At that moment, Song Wanglong finally felt the oppressive weight of a prominent family. Margaret's tone remained calm, yet an unusual authority emanated from her. He could only relent and sigh in resignation. "Very well, I shall go out and shout. Thank you, Miss Margaret, for your mercy." With a gentle wave of her hand, several burly men dragged Song Wanglong outside. Through the glass, Wang Chen could hear Song Wanglong's boisterous declaration at the entrance, repeatedly proclaiming, "I am a clown," which was quite comical. Nevertheless, a flicker of concern lingered in Wang Chen's heart. "Miss Margaret, by humiliating him today, I fear he may harbor resentment. The Song family is not to be trifled with. Although they have seemingly rehabilitated their image, they are still adept in employing insidious tactics. I advise you to always travel with more bodyguards, otherwise you may find yourself in a precarious situation should they resort to underhanded methods." In response to Wang Chen's counsel, Margaret merely shrugged her shoulders. "Wang Chen, do you truly believe that a mere ant shouting in front of a tiger would be taken seriously? Those of low stature will never dare to bask in the sunlight. I do not believe the Song family would dare to act against me." Margaret's confidence rendered Wang Chen hesitant to press further. However, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. He had yet to discuss matters regarding the golf course and nearly overlooked it. "Miss Margaret, I actually came here not only to meet with you, but also to discuss some business ventures. I wonder if you might be available." Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Margaret yawned. "I am feeling a bit tired and wish to return to my room for some rest. If you wish to discuss any projects, let us do so in my room." Chapter 57. A romantic evening as an adult. Wang Chen understood Margaret's implication. What else could a man and woman do in the same room? However, in order to fulfill Secretary Zhao's task, he was willing to indulge in a bit of charm. "Very well, Miss Margaret, let us proceed to your room for a detailed discussion." Margaret smiled knowingly, gesturing for Wang Chen to lead the way. Wang Chen displayed his gentlemanly demeanor, courteously opening the elevator door for her. Soon, they arrived at the door of her room. Wang Chen skillfully retrieved the key and unlocked the door. As the chandelier illuminated the space, Margaret gasped in surprise. "Roses. So many roses. Wang Chen, did you prepare all of this for me?" No girl could resist the allure of romance. As Margaret gazed upon the room adorned with roses, a delicate blush graced her cheeks. Conversely, Wang Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. The abundance of roses was merely a consequence of his inability to procure other flowers. Yet, he dared not reveal this truth and boldly embraced Margaret's waist. "Margaret," he began, "from the very first moment I beheld you last night, I was utterly captivated by your charm. Today, upon learning that I would be receiving you, I eagerly volunteered to come and discuss business. After all, to see you once more is a fulfillment of my desires. However, I never anticipated that you would be the esteemed daughter of the Kest family. Our social standings are so disparate that it seems we may never cross paths again. Wang Chen's heartfelt words struck a chord within Margaret, opening the floodgates of her emotions. She turned to him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wang Chen, since my arrival here, many affluent suitors have shown me kindness, but in my eyes, none compare to you. Their interest in me is merely a means to leverage our family's immense wealth for their own gain. Yet, you, upon seeing me in peril, selflessly came to my rescue. It truly touched my heart. I am uncertain of the potential for us, but please, do not leave tonight. With such a beautiful plea, it would be utterly unromantic for Wang Chen to depart. He secured the door and drew the curtains, the moonlight outside contrasting with the vibrant flowers within. In this enchanting setting, the air was thick with the scent of desire as they surrendered to their instincts, sharing fervent kisses. 2 hours later, Wang Chen lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, rummaging through his belongings for a cigarette. Despite his efforts, he could not find one. But Margaret graciously offered him her Chanel purse. Are you searching for a cigarette? I have some in my bag. Wang Chen fumbled through the contents, only to uncover 2 cigars instead. Clumsily, he retrieved his lighter and ignited one. A deep inhale sent him into a fit of coughs. Observing his struggle, Margaret quickly patted his back. You mustn't inhale the cigar. It's too potent for you. Following her guidance, he took a puff without inhaling, discovering an exquisite aroma. Margaret, this must be a Cuban cigar, and the flavor is truly delightful. I have heard that these cigars are crafted using whole tobacco leaves, rolled on the thighs of a young maiden. This process imbues them with a hint of youthful allure, resulting in such a marvelous taste. In truth, these were mere hearsay to Wang Chen, who had no certitude regarding the authenticity of this method. He simply relished the opportunity to boast. Margaret smiled softly, leaning closer to him. Oh, it seems you have an affinity for the essence of youth. I must be several years your senior. So are you implying that I am too old? Pouting slightly, she looked at him, but Wang Chen chuckled in response. Margaret, you misunderstand. What is so special about youth? A few years older is truly a treasure. We have an old saying, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Today, encountering you felt akin to beholding a resplendent diamond. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if fate will grant us another meeting in the days to come. Should the company seek more opportunities to collaborate with you, perhaps we shall cultivate a deeper connection. Margaret delights in sweet nothings, her laughter radiating joy. You seem rather sincere. Yet I did not expect such eloquence from you. There is no need for veiled insinuations. I comprehend your intent. You're referring to your company's project, correct? Since we are engaging in business, let us adopt a more formal demeanor. Do you genuinely perceive potential in the development of the golf course project in the development zone? Secretary Zhao informed me that he intends to implement a membership system requiring a hefty entry fee of 300,000. Given the economic landscape in your country, how many individuals can afford such an expense? Do you hold optimism for our nation's future? Wang Chen countered with a question. In your grandfather's time, Harbin was a jewel of the Far East, often dubbed the Little Paris of the East. The Harbin Stock Exchange was even comparable to Wall Street. Regardless of your confidence in me, you ought to have faith in this city, and even more so in our nation. Presently, while a 300,000 membership card may seem exorbitant, with economic growth, a surge of affluent individuals will emerge. It is entirely possible that a situation may arise where such cards become highly sought after. Would you agree? Wang Chen's words plunged Margaret into contemplation. She reflected on her experiences in the past few days, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Since her arrival in Harbin, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. Many left her feeling repulsed, like the encounter with Song Wanglong today. Yet, some, like the man before her, exceeded her expectations. After a moment of reflection, she nodded at Wang Chen. You are absolutely right. Everything possesses duality. It may evolve towards the negative or the positive. Thus, I am willing to take a chance. To wager that this place will flourish, and many will be able to play golf. I am prepared to invest, and will sign the contract with Secretary Zhao tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this task accomplished, Secretary Zhao would likely no longer make things difficult for him. Margaret, I cannot thank you enough. Before he could finish his sentence, Margaret embraced his neck once more. Is gratitude merely expressed through words? Her eyes sparkled enticingly, and Wang Chen understood her meaning. They covered themselves with the blanket and fell into a passionate embrace. Margaret proved to be even more fervent than Wang Chen had imagined, leaving him utterly exhausted by the end of the night. He was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber, but when he opened his eyes the next day, it was nearly noon. Glancing around, he noticed that Margaret had vanished without a trace. On the nearby dining table, something seemed to be left behind. Upon inspection, he discovered a box of the cigars they had enjoyed the previous day. Inside the cigar box lay a note from Margaret. Wang Chen, I have already instructed my assistant to handle the contract matters. I have some matters to attend to and will be away for a while. My phone number is here. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chapter 58. A vision of grandeur. Upon seeing the note left by Margaret, Wang Chen felt as though he had just awoken from a beautiful dream. Deep down, he understood that he and Margaret were worlds apart. Margaret belonged to the illustrious Kesp family, while he was merely a poor lad. Even if he were to succeed in his future endeavors, the likelihood of bridging the gap to the Kesp family's wealth was nearly impossible. Given their disparate backgrounds, having experienced this fleeting romance was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, Wang Chen resolved to look ahead. He dressed, placed the box of cigars and the note into his backpack, and then boarded a bus, intending to return to the headquarters. Secretary Zhao had previously assured him of a reward upon the completion of this task, and curiosity piqued within him about what this reward might entail. Cash would be most welcome, for nothing is as practical as money. Lost in thought, he found himself back on Zhongshan Road. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he presented his work ID from the lumber factory and explained the situation to the security guard, who then escorted him to Secretary Zhao's office. Secretary Zhao had not been deceitful. His office indeed occupied an entire floor. The secretary's area was bustling with activity, indicative of a thriving business. Zhao's office was situated in a secluded section. Wang Chen knocked on the door and called out, Secretary Zhao, the task has been completed. I wonder if they have delivered the contract? Before Wang Chen's words had fully escaped his lips, Secretary Zhao opened the door with enthusiasm, eagerly ushering Wang Chen inside. Oh, Wang Chen, come in, take a seat. I'll brew you a cup of tea. Wang Chen glanced at Zhao's desk, where a French contract lay. Though he couldn't decipher it entirely, the mention of a golf course suggested that Margaret had agreed to invest. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhao retrieved a canister of tea from his cabinet and prepared a pot. Once brewed, he personally served a cup to Wang Chen. Hurry, try this. It's authentic Westlake Longjing, not the jasmine tea you're accustomed to. Taking a sip, Wang Chen found the flavor refreshing. What a fine tea indeed, he complimented. Before shifting the conversation, Secretary Zhao, I noticed the contract on your desk. Wang Chen preferred to be direct and pointed out the document. Secretary Zhao could no longer feign ignorance and clapped Wang Chen on the shoulder, saying, Brother Wang Chen, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Miss Margaret has agreed to invest, and the golf course should proceed smoothly. Rest assured, I will deliver on my promise to you. He then handed Wang Chen an exquisite card. This is precisely the membership card for that golf course, and it is of the platinum variety. However, Wang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been deceived. The golf course in the development zone is still nothing but barren land. Not only must the course be constructed, but various infrastructures and a leisure center need to be erected as well. Such a colossal undertaking cannot possibly be completed in less than 2 or 3 years. Furthermore, numerous formalities must be fulfilled, and it is likely to take 3 to 4 years before it can truly commence operations. At this moment, this membership card could be deemed worthless. After all this effort, Secretary Zhao has merely handed him a promissory note. Secretary Zhao, this membership card is far too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Wang Chen exclaimed, slapping the card down on the table, his displeasure evident. Yet, at that moment, Secretary Zhao chuckled softly. Wang Chen, why the long face? Although the golf course is not yet built, once it is completed, this card will be worth 300,000. You are a talented individual, and I see great potential in you. While this card may seem useless now, it could very well open doors for you in the future. Wouldn't you agree? Secretary Zhao's eloquence struck a chord with Wang Chen, who conceded and tucked the card into his wallet. However, before departing, he couldn't help but grumble. Who can predict what will happen in a few years? It would be better to gift me 2 buckets of cooking oil instead. Seeing that Wang Chen remained discontented, Secretary Zhao interjected, I nearly forgot something significant. Didn't we agree that you would receive a reward for your successful apprehension of thieves at the timber factory? Come, take a look at this. It's a genuine imported item, undoubtedly a high-end appliance. Secretary Zhao pulled Wang Chen towards a cabinet and revealed a large box. The carton bore inscriptions in Japanese, but Wang Chen recognized it as a smart rice cooker. In the year 1990, such an appliance was considered a luxury, despite being merely a kitchen utensil in the context of 30 years later. Moreover, this smart rice cooker was particularly rare in the domestic market at that time. Wang Chen glanced at the price tag, which astonishingly read 800 yuan, a truly staggering sum. He found himself quite fond of the rice cooker. Once he brought it home, he would no longer have to endure eating plain rice every day. The thought of steaming a pot of fragrant, fluffy rice was undeniably delightful. Nevertheless, he felt rather odd receiving a rice cooker as a reward, especially since the monetary compensation he had anticipated amounted to nothing. With a sigh, Wang Chen prepared to leave the company. However, Secretary Zhao once again resorted to an appeal to sentiment. Wang Chen, your performance this time has been exceptional. Securing such a significant deal has left me thoroughly impressed. I hope you will continue to excel and soon transition to work at headquarters. The doors of our secretariat will always be open to you. Wang Chen had heard such platitudes often enough that they had become tiresome. It appeared that Secretary Zhao truly enjoyed spinning grandiose tales, and he resolved to keep his distance from such individuals in the future. Wang Chen exchanged a few pleasantries before departing with a smile. Upon returning to the inn, he sought to reunite with Lu Long and the others. However, upon his return, he found no trace of them, only a note left on the table. Brother, Lu Long took me to Ha-Yi-Bai to shop. You can find us there. Wang Chen glanced at the note, his brow furrowing in concern. Ha-Yi-Bai was Harbin's premier department store, a true high-end marketplace, renowned for its array of imported goods. Despite Lu Long's modest stash of cash, it would hardly suffice for purchases at Ha-Yi-Bai. If they were to complete their shopping and find themselves unable to settle the bill, it would be quite embarrassing. This Lu Long truly knows how to get me into trouble, Wang Chen muttered, promptly hailing a taxi to Ha-Yi-Bai. Upon disembarking, Wang Chen was met with a throng of people. Truly, it was a high-end mall. The prices were steep, yet the establishment was bustling with shoppers, making it nearly impossible for him to navigate through the crowd. After much effort, he finally entered the mall and had not ventured far when he heard a cacophony of shouting emanating from the electronics section. You two country bumpkins, are you going to buy something or not? If not, don't touch anything. Chapter 59. Looking down from the high ground, the commotion drew the attention of numerous customers. Though Wang Chen was initially anxious to locate his sister, curiosity compelled him to investigate the ruckus. He approached the appliance display on the first floor, where a female salesperson was vociferously berating a young couple. She appeared to be in her 30s, with large, wavy curls cascading down her head. Her face caked in a pale foundation, and her neck a different hue entirely. Her lips were painted a garish red, undoubtedly with inferior lipstick. Clad in a worn-out uniform and sporting a pair of shoes on the verge of peeling, she seemed far from affluent. Before her stood a young couple, being reprimanded in a most disparaging manner. How many times must I tell you? Our display features premium household appliances, with the cheapest priced over 1,000 yuan. If you touch anything and break it, can you afford the damage? Before the salesperson could finish her tirade, the young man, his voice hoarse, shouted back. It's just 1,000 yuan. I can cover that. As he spoke, he pulled out 10 100 yuan bills and slapped them on the counter. To his surprise, the saleswoman crossed her arms, a smug grin spreading across her face. Are you out of your mind? I just said the cheapest appliance is 1,000 yuan. What you're touching is our finest color television, priced at 4,000 yuan. Can you produce 4,000 yuan? If so, I will gladly apologize for my earlier comments. The salesperson seemed to have concluded that the pair could not possibly produce the 4,000 yuan in cash, which emboldened her arrogance. In contemporary department stores, many salespeople displayed such arrogance, mistakenly equating their high-end merchandise with their own worth. They often exploited their minor authority to make life difficult for others. Why must the impoverished make life hard for one another? Wang Chen found the scene increasingly intolerable and felt compelled to intervene and reason with her. At that moment, the young girl beside the man began to weep softly. Brother, where are you? They are bullying me. Suddenly, Wang Chen's heart quivered, for he realized that the girl's voice was strikingly similar to that of his own sister. He rushed over and, upon reaching the young girl, confirmed it was indeed Wang Shui. The man beside her was none other than Lu Long. Upon seeing Wang Chen approach, Lu Long was overwhelmed with excitement. "Brother Chen, you're finally here. This fool has been making things difficult for us, and I've shouted myself hoarse. You're here now. Quickly, scold her a bit to relieve Wang Shui." Lu Long's voice was somewhat hoarse, indicating he had indeed been shouting for quite some time, and Wang Chen momentarily failed to recognize it. Wang Shui clung to Wang Chen's arm, sobbing incessantly. "Brother, this woman is utterly unreasonable. Long Gu and I merely came to take a look. And when I accidentally touched the television, she demanded compensation from us. Long Gu offered her 50 yuan, but she refused, insisting on 500. She claims we've dirted the television, and it won't sell anymore, so we must take responsibility." Hearing his sister's words, Wang Chen finally understood the situation. He turned to glare at the saleswoman and spoke with irritation. "Are you out of your mind? A television this sturdy can't possibly be damaged by a mere touch. If it truly were broken, it would only indicate that the televisions here are defective, utterly shoddy workmanship. I think we should report you to the authorities for selling counterfeit goods and have your store shut down." Wang Chen's argument was sound, and many bystanders applauded in agreement. Indeed, how could this television be so easily damaged? You simply want to pick on this young girl because she is from out of town, don't you? Exactly. I suspect this woman is simply envious. Seeing that the young girl is youthful and beautiful, she seeks to bully her. The crowd voiced their outrage, directing their ire at the saleswoman. Hearing this, the saleswoman became even more infuriated, banging her fist on the table. "You're talking nonsense. Who would envy these country bumpkins? I am a local with a respectable job. Those who toil in the countryside all their lives could never afford our color television. If they could, I would apologize to them." The woman's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, and even the usually mild-mannered Wang Chen felt his temper flare. He shot her a cold glance and scoffed. "Do you have any decency? Stop calling others country bumpkins. Look at your clothes. They're worn and frayed. And your shoes are falling apart. How much better is your life than ours? If you look down on us, then I look down on you. It's just a television, right? How much did you say it costs? 4,000 yuan? I'll take out the money right now to buy it, and you'd better apologize to my sister." Wang Chen reached for his wallet, but Lu Long intervened. "Morning, do not be deceived by her. That woman is treating us as though we are gullible fools. While a color television is indeed costly, it certainly does not warrant a price tag of 4,000 yuan. I have asked my father to leverage his connections, and I believe we could procure one for merely 2,000 yuan. Spending double the amount would be an utter waste." Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, the saleswoman began berating him again. Clearly, she hails from the countryside and possesses no discernible knowledge. "You claim that a 2,000 yuan television is outdated. Yet that model has long been relegated to obsolescence. Its screen is small, and it can only be adjusted via knobs, receiving but a handful of channels. Look at the televisions in our store. This is a bona fide Baiwa brand. A magnificent 21-inch set, and it can be operated with a remote control. Do you even comprehend what a remote control is? You, a rustic fellow, have likely never encountered one." As she continued her tirade, the saleswoman demonstrated by activating the television with the remote. At that time, televisions equipped with remote controls were indeed a rarity. It was not merely that those from the countryside had never seen one. Even in the city, very few could afford such a luxury. However, upon observing the television, Wang Chen's face illuminated with satisfaction. Indeed, the quality of this Baiwa television is commendable, and the inclusion of a remote control is a delightful bonus. I shall retrieve my funds now. Please expedite the issuance of my receipt and the delivery of the merchandise." Wang Chen reached into his pocket and astonishingly pulled out a substantial bundle of cash. A mere glance revealed it to be no less than 10,000 yuan. He extracted 4,000 yuan from the pile and placed it upon the counter. "Here lies 4,000 yuan. Should you doubt the authenticity of this currency, feel free to employ a bill verification machine." In truth, even if Wang Chen had not spoken, the woman would have undoubtedly produced the bill verifier. After a thorough examination, all the notes were confirmed to be genuine. At that moment, the saleswoman began to perspire profusely. She had initially presumed that Wang Chen and his companions were impoverished and incapable of producing such a sum, which led her to boast that she would apologize. However, with so many witnesses, an apology would strip her of all dignity. Gritting her teeth, the saleswoman resolved to adopt a defiant stance. "Do you understand the rules here? Our establishment is hot e-buy, exclusively catering to foreign clientele. Cash alone is insufficient to purchase this television. You must possess foreign exchange vouchers. Chapter 60. I truly have foreign exchange vouchers. In reality, Ha-Ebai Mall accepts both cash and foreign exchange vouchers. Yet the saleswoman, convinced that Wang Chen was merely a rural lad, believed that despite having some money, he could not possibly possess any foreign exchange vouchers. She thought that if she could merely endure the situation, she would not suffer disgrace. However, her repugnant demeanor infuriated the other patrons. Have you no shame? When has it ever been established that only foreign exchange vouchers can be used for purchases in this mall? You are deliberately making things difficult for this young man, seeking to provoke him. Indeed, we are not engaged in foreign trade. How could we possibly possess foreign exchange vouchers? He has presented his money, which has been verified as authentic, and you should simply sell him the television. For heaven's sake, you are truly bringing shame upon us. You ought to leave. As the crowd grew increasingly incensed, several men contemplated taking action against the woman. At that moment, Wang Chen took the initiative to calm everyone's emotions. Please remain composed. There is no need to resort to violence over a trivial matter, he urged. Turning his gaze towards the saleswoman, he inquired, if I present you with foreign exchange vouchers today, you will sell me this television and subsequently apologize to my sister, correct? Absolutely, the saleswoman retorted, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. As long as you produce the vouchers, I would not only apologize, but would even kneel before her if necessary. After confirming her words, Wang Chen wasted no time and reached into his pocket. Soon, a thick stack of foreign exchange vouchers emerged before the astonished crowd. The moment the saleswoman laid eyes on the vouchers, her expression widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Wang Chen would possess such currency. Having worked in retail for many years, she had encountered fewer than 10 customers using foreign exchange vouchers, and those were of much smaller denominations. Yet, the pile Wang Chen presented must surely amount to 4,000 or 5,000. He placed 4,000 worth of vouchers before her and asked, shall we verify the authenticity of these vouchers? Without waiting for the saleswoman's response, a helpful customer chimed in, I have experience in foreign trade. These vouchers are undoubtedly genuine. Now that he has produced them, you wouldn't dare to backtrack, would you? The saleswoman, acutely aware of the growing displeasure among the onlookers, realized that if she continued to deny her wrongdoing, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Trembling, she counted the vouchers and said to Wang Chen, I apologize, sir. I should not have spoken so harshly or labeled you as country folk. I sincerely apologize and implore your forgiveness. Wang Chen, uninterested in her apology, pointed at his sister and insisted, you ought to apologize to my sister. As a young girl, was it appropriate for you to utter such words? You should be ashamed to represent the Northeast with that demeanor. The saleswoman nodded fervently and approached Wang Shui. Miss, I was wrong to speak carelessly. I will slap myself in penance. Please do not hold a grudge against me. As she spoke, she indeed struck herself across the face several times. Though she had not intended to do so, she understood that Wang Chen's ability to produce thousands in foreign currency and considerable cash indicated he was no ordinary farmer. Realizing she had underestimated him and invoked the wrath of an influential figure, she merely wished to placate him and preserve her job. However, before Wang Shui could respond, Lu Long interjected with a cold laugh. Where has your arrogance vanished to, madam? You were so eager to exchange barbs with me. Why do you now feign humility? You explicitly stated that if Wang Chen produced the vouchers, you would kneel and apologize. Surely, those words cannot be dismissed so lightly? Lu Long pressed, eager to see the saleswoman kneel in contrition. The saleswoman could no longer endure the pressure and burst into tears. Her sobbing bewildered everyone. Those unaware might have thought that Wang Chen and his companions were bullying her. Ultimately, it was Wang Shui's kindness that shone through. As she offered a gentle word to Lu Long, all right, Brother Long, I believe she understands her mistake. Our teacher often reminds us to be forgiving. There is no need to push her to the brink. No need for her to kneel, but I do hope that in the future, she can be a little kinder to customers. If she encounters someone truly formidable, it won't be as easy to negotiate. Wang Chen initially felt dissatisfied with the saleswoman's demeanor and intended to reprimand her further. However, with his sister interjecting, he restrained himself. The saleswoman, filled with gratitude towards Wang Shui, bowed repeatedly in apology. Thank you, young lady. I promise I won't dare to act this way again. After resolving the situation, Wang Shui turned to Wang Chen to voice her grievances. Brother, you were far too impulsive just now. That television cost 4,000 yuan. It would take 2 years of frugality to earn that amount. Such an expensive item, we should return it. Wang Shui lamented the money spent, while Wang Chen gently patted her head. Little Shui, didn't I tell you? Your brother has money now. We no longer need to endure the hardships of the past. You deserve everything that the children in the city have. This color television is the latest trend, and it even comes with a remote. The new year is approaching. We can bring it home, hook it up to cable, and watch the Spring Festival Gala together. Just imagine enjoying our New Year's Eve dinner while watching the gala. How wonderful would that be? Wang Chen's vivid description touched Wang Shui's heart, and she nodded repeatedly in agreement. He promptly instructed the saleswoman to package the television securely, ensuring it wouldn't be damaged. However, a critical issue remained unresolved: how to transport the television home. Given its fragility, taking it by train would inevitably lead to potential bumps and scrapes. Moreover, with Wang Shui having purchased several items alongside Wang Chen's prize, the idea of bringing everything on the train seemed unrealistic. If only we had a car, we could drive straight back to Swifen. Wang Chen suddenly recognized the significance of owning a vehicle. It became apparent that once he had the means, purchasing a car would greatly facilitate their endeavors. His remark piqued the saleswoman's interest. Tentatively, she approached Wang Chen and whispered, "Are you all considering buying a car? Do you have one for sale?" Wang Chen inquired. The saleswoman eagerly nodded, her face brightening with a smile. "I have a second-hand van, and I urgently need money. If it suits your needs, why not consider purchasing it?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Unlike her earlier frightened state, Wang Chen could see that she was genuinely in distress. "Do not cry just yet. Please tell us what transpired, so I may determine whether to purchase your vehicle." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the saleswoman hastily wiped away her tears. "Everyone, believe me or not, I truly did not intend to target you today. Our family has recently encountered a dire situation that I am unable to resolve. The frustration within me has been overwhelming, and I inadvertently directed it towards you. My husband was once a driver for the factory, specifically for the factory manager. However, since last year, his health has deteriorated significantly. A visit to the hospital revealed he is suffering from uremia. While this affliction does not claim life immediately, it drains one's vitality persistently. We have spent the better part of 6 months on treatment, exhausting our savings completely. In desperation, I approached the factory leadership, hoping they might contribute to his medical expenses. After all, my husband was in good health prior to this. But the long hours driving for the manager took a toll on him. His uremia is somewhat related to that. Yet, the factory manager claimed that the company is currently facing financial difficulties and could not offer any substantial compensation. Instead, he provided us with the van my husband used to drive as a form of compensation. Initially, my husband was still able to manage some work, earning a little extra. However, recently, his condition has rendered him bedridden, leaving the van unused. Now, our family relies solely on my income, and it has become increasingly difficult to make ends meet. Thus, I contemplated selling the van to acquire funds for my husband's ongoing treatment." Wang Chen observed the saleswoman's expression, sensing her sincerity. As the old adage goes, illness and financial woes seldom coexist without devastation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen addressed the saleswoman again. "If it is not too much trouble, could you lead us to see the vehicle?" The saleswoman seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, eagerly nodding in agreement. "Absolutely. I will store the television in the warehouse first. Let us go to my home to inspect the van, and you can return for the television later." They boarded the bus together, making their way to the saleswoman's residence. As the capital city of Harbin, not every area shines with prosperity. The saleswoman's home was located in the old district of Dawai. To put it elegantly, it was termed an urban area, but in reality, it resembled a shanty town. The living conditions here were scarcely better than those in rural areas, lacking even paved roads, with only dirt paths to traverse. After considerable effort, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon opening the iron gate, Wang Chen immediately spotted the van parked in the yard. It was an old white Nissan van, likely produced in the 1980s. The vehicle was generally intact, though the exterior paint was somewhat scratched and the bumper bore marks, indicating it had seen considerable use. Just as Wang Chen was about to open the door to inspect the interior, a pale-faced man staggered out from the house. "Xiu Feng, have we guests?" Wang Chen surmised that this man was the saleswoman's husband. He appeared extremely gaunt, dark circles under his eyes betraying the severity of his illness. Upon seeing her husband emerge, the female salesperson hurried over to support him. "Darling, why are you out of bed?" she asked. "They are here to buy a car." And since we have no use for it anymore, why not sell it? A little money could help with your treatment. At the mention of selling the car, the man's mood shifted dramatically. I want to sell it. This is my old companion. I've driven it for so many years. How could I part with it so casually? Once I recover, I intend to take it out for work to support our family. Selling it would be akin to shattering my means of livelihood. Men have a deep affection for their vehicles, regardless of whether they are modest or luxurious. A car is not merely a mode of transport. It is a comrade and partner. Driving it can provide both freedom and sustenance. Therefore, the notion of the female salesperson selling her husband's car indeed feels rather cruel. At that moment, Lu Long, visibly irritated, interjected, "If you weren't going to sell it, why didn't you say so earlier? We've come all this way, and you think we have nothing better to do? Moreover, who knows if your old Nissan can even run anymore? What if we buy it, and it breaks down immediately?" Lu Long, already brimming with frustration, let his words escape rather harshly. Hearing Lu Long's comments, the man coughed indignantly. "You can insult me all you want, but do not speak ill of my car. I take great care of it. It may look rough outside, but inside it is in pristine condition." The man continued to defend his beloved vehicle, while Wang Chen smiled at him. "Brother, since you speak so highly of this car, could you please open it for us to take a look?" Wang Chen's inquiry was a test of the man's willingness to sell. Should he refuse, he would surely ask them to leave without revealing the vehicle. However, if he had any intention of selling, he would not turn them away. After a moment of contemplation, the man finally handed over the keys. "Go ahead and take a look, but be gentle, don't damage it." As Wang Chen opened the driver's door, he discovered that the man had indeed not exaggerated. Though the exterior appeared worn, the interior was quite well maintained. This older model Nissan van boasted surprisingly high specifications. There was a saying that it was the factory manager's vehicle. The van was equipped with a radio, a digital dashboard, and even air conditioning. The most extravagant feature was a small refrigerator on board. The Nissan van was exceptionally practical, normally seating 6, and could accommodate 7 if needed. It served dual purposes, functioning as both a passenger vehicle and a small cargo transport. It was evident that the man cherished this vehicle. The interior was intact, all equipment was operational, and even the seats were adorned with a layer of blue velvet. Adding an aesthetic touch, Wang Chen was thoroughly impressed with the vehicle and turned to the man, inquiring, "Brother, what is the asking price? How much do you wish to sell it for?" The man sighed and held up 5 fingers. "Young man, I hadn't planned on selling this car, but my family is in a dire situation. What do you think of 50,000? I assure you, that price is quite reasonable. Purchasing a brand new Nissan van requires a substantial investment of at least several $100,000. Currently, acquiring a vehicle has become quite challenging, particularly without a referral letter or a purchase quota. I am merely asking for 50,000, which is half the original price. I assure you, there are no hidden traps." Wang Chen is fully aware that acquiring a new vehicle is indeed a daunting task. The van has been reasonably well maintained and is worth roughly 50,000. However, at this moment, Wang Chen raised 3 fingers and resolutely declared, "My friend, do not perceive me as merciless. I can offer you a maximum of 30,000, and I can pay in cash on the spot. If you agree, I shall proceed with the purchase. If not, then let this matter rest." The price Wang Chen proposed left the man visibly dissatisfied. "Young man, negotiating is acceptable, but your offer is quite outrageous. If you truly find it expensive, I can reduce the price by 10,000. Would 40,000 suffice?" Wang Chen continued to shake his 3 fingers, reaffirming his stance of 30,000. This was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather a reflection of his own financial constraints. The previous sale of liquor had yielded him a profit, of which he had shared a portion with Lu Long. Subsequently, he had withdrawn 30,000 to procure a new batch of beverages, along with expenses paid to Zhang Yuru and other miscellaneous costs. Consequently, he could muster no more than 30,000 in cash at present. Observing the man's hesitation, Wang Chen gestured for Lu Long and Wang Shui to depart. The man, suddenly alarmed, hurriedly stopped Wang Chen. Prior to this, several individuals had come to inspect the vehicle, but upon learning of the man's kidney disease, they attempted to negotiate ruthlessly. The highest offer had only reached 25,000, with some unscrupulous individuals even attempting to drive away with the van for a mere 10,000. In comparison, Wang Chen's offer was indeed generous. He understood that missing this opportunity would mean losing the chance altogether. With a thud of his thigh, the man, with a vacant expression, addressed Wang Chen, "Young man, your offer is reasonable. I shall sell you the vehicle. However, I have but one request. You must treat this van with care and refrain from selling it again. I implore you. Wang Chen remained silent, but conveyed a resolute gaze in response. He then produced cash and 2 sheets of blank paper, ready to draft a contractual agreement. In that era, formal contracts were scarce. The 2 men each penned a document and affixed their fingerprints, thereby conferring legal validity to the transaction. Once the formalities were completed, the man received 30,000, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. One might mistakenly believe that this sum represented the sacrifice of his wife and children. At that moment, Lu Long quietly interjected, "Brother Chun, it would be prudent to test drive the vehicle. It appears quite new inside. We must ensure it runs smoothly. If we end up purchasing a junk car, we would incur significant losses." The man did not refuse this request. Wang Chun took his place in the driver's seat, inserted the key, and with a gentle turn, the engine roared to life. Fortunately, having previously driven a small delivery van, he was able to navigate it with relative ease. Lu Long and Wang Shui waited in the courtyard while Wang Chun drove around the shantytown. Indeed, as the man had stated, the vehicle was well maintained. Aside from a few scratches on the exterior, there were no other issues. Having confirmed the car was in good condition, Wang Chun returned to the mall with the female salesperson. He intended to first deliver the television back to the hotel, as he needed to rest thoroughly today. After all, driving back to Swifen would take nearly a day. Without adequate rest, fatigue driving in such heavy snow could lead to an accident. In the days spent in the provincial capital, although he had spent quite a bit of money, the rewards were bountiful. The most significant acquisition was this second-hand Nissan van. It would greatly facilitate various activities in the future. It could transport both people and goods, making it ideal for areas on the urban-rural fringe. Wang Chun was delighted and treated everyone to a barbecue. After the meal, he purchased numerous snacks and clothing to bring back as gifts for friends and family. After a night's rest, Wang Chen set off on his journey home, feeling invigorated. However, as they departed Harbin, they encountered several traffic police, which made Wang Shui a bit anxious. "Brother, you don't even have a driver's license. What if we get checked?" Wang Chen paid no heed to Wang Shui's concerns. In this era, many drove without licenses, and if questioned, one could simply claim the license was at home, making verification impossible. After all, back in 1990, there were no regulations against drinking and driving, let alone driving without a license. They merely exchanged pleasantries and passed through without incident. The car sped along the highway, and the group was in high spirits. Wang Chen even turned on the radio to play some music, and they all hummed along. Lu Long incessantly flattered Wang Chun, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Chun, you're truly impressive. You not only took care of business in the city, but also got this big car, along with a remote-controlled color television and a smart rice cooker. Not to mention, in the entire Swifen, there are hardly a few who can match your accomplishments. My father has managed to become a factory director, yet he can't even afford a car. Compared to you, he seems like a failure." Lu Long's words made Wang Chen feel a bit elated. In this era, being in one's 20s and living such a life was indeed remarkable. However, recalling the tragic experiences of his previous life brought a sense of calmness to his heart. One must not speak so lightly. Director Lu is a man of substance who does not concern himself with such superficial matters. He is a good leader, guiding our lumber factory forward, and I should learn much from him. Upon hearing Wang Chun's response, Lu Long rolled his eyes. All right. Why do you sound like one of those old-timers from our factory, singing praises for my dad? I know full well what kind of person he is. He just can't get the quota to buy a car or obtain a recommendation letter. Otherwise, he would have gotten one long ago. By the way, Brother Chun, can I drive this car for a while? Let me have a taste of the experience." Wang Chen shot Lu Long a doubtful glance and replied, "Have you ever driven a car? Do you even have a driver's license? The car is quite precious, so please be careful not to damage it." Noticing Wang Chen's reluctance, Lu Long continued to ingratiate himself. "Brother Chen, rest assured, although I lack a driving license, I often drive the factory vehicles. I am quite adept at handling the large liberation truck from the factory fleet. If you don't believe me, you can ask the team members when we return, and you'll see whether I can drive or not." After several hours behind the wheel, Wang Chun began to feel fatigued. He vaguely remembered that Lu Long indeed seemed capable of driving. Allowing Lu Long to take the wheel for a while would grant him a chance to eat and rest. They found a spot by the roadside and switched seats. Wang Chen took out some red sausage bread he had purchased earlier and began to eat heartily. Lu Long, on the other hand, pressed the accelerator and sped off. While Lu Long could drive, His skills were evidently not as steady as Wang Chen's. He fluctuated between speeding and slowing down, occasionally making sharp turns that nearly made Wang Chen feel nauseous. Xiaolong, could you drive a bit slower? The road is slippery. You mustn't hit anyone. Lu Long, however, seemed dismissive of Wang Chen's concerns. Brother Chen, just relax. I'm perfectly steady behind the wheel. How could I possibly hit someone? Before Lu Long could finish his statement, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. The person darted out unexpectedly, and Lu Long had no time to react, slamming on the brakes. The car finally came to a halt, and Wang Chen saw someone lying motionless not far away. Chapter 63. You should turn yourself, and seeing the person sprawled on the ground, Lu Long panicked. Brother Chen, what is happening? I pressed the brakes. How did I still hit someone? Wang Chen, slightly impatient, gave Lu Long a firm tap on the back of his head. I told you earlier that the winter roads are slippery. I advised you to drive slowly. Why didn't you listen? Now look, you might have killed the person. You should go turn yourself in. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Lu Long's eyes. Brother Chen, I truly didn't mean to. Who could have predicted he would jump out from the roadside? I promise to listen to you from now on. Please help me think of a solution. The more Lu Long lamented, the more amused Wang Chen became. Fortunately, Wang Shui, with her keen insight, quickly interjected, Long go. Don't pay attention to my brother's nonsense. I saw everything clearly. That person slipped and fell on their own. It wasn't your fault at all. The front of the car was several meters away from him. How could you have hit him? Lu Long finally grasped the situation. Leaning out of the car window to see for himself, and indeed, the distance was considerable. Nevertheless, he remained shaken and resolved to drive more cautiously in the future. Although it was not Wang Chen and the others who had caused the incident, Wang Chen could not let the person lie there in the cold. He walked over swiftly and gently tapped the person's face. Hey, wake up! Wake up! The individual, evidently not a local, was of medium build with a round face. Bundled in many layers of clothing, although they were all lightweight without any winter wear. Even the shoes they wore were inadequate for the cold. After being tapped a few times, the person slowly opened their eyes. Who are you? How did I end up here? My head hurts. Did I get hit? The man spoke with a thick southern accent, rendering Lu Long and Wang Shui utterly perplexed. Fortunately, Wang Chen had previously worked as a waiter and had encountered numerous southern customers. He helped the man to his feet and pointed to his forehead, saying, You slipped on the ice and fell, hitting your head. It's only natural to feel pain. Who are you? What brings you here? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the man rubbed his head and recalled, I remember now. I was in a car accident, just over there. He pointed towards the road in the distance, where indeed a plume of black smoke was rising. The icy roads were prone to accidents, and this man was certainly having a streak of bad luck. Lu Long, feeling bewildered, turned to Wang Chen and inquired, Brother Chen, what does this man do? I can't understand a word he's saying. Let's just leave him be and head home. However, Wang Chen did not intend to abandon the man, having noticed that he was shivering from the cold. Are you here on vacation? Wang Chen asked again. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. The man was visibly excited upon hearing this. Thank you so much, young man. I'm heading to Swifan. I hope I can catch a ride with you. Quite the coincidence, as Wang Chen was also bound for Swifan, since it was along the same route. He invited the man to get in the car. Initially, the man was somewhat reserved and silent. Wang Shui, sensing he might be hungry, offered him a sausage. Are you hungry? Here, have some. The man intended to decline, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. He could only respond with a polite smile and took the sausage, devouring it heartily. Once his hunger was satiated, the man became quite talkative. Young man, your vehicle is quite stylish. Is it a Nissan van? And the items inside seem rather luxurious. Remote-controlled color television, smart rice cooker. I didn't expect life in northeast China to be so prosperous. I feel I can hardly compare. Wang Chen found this remark both amusing and perplexing, as he had spent a considerable sum to acquire those items. Yet, in the man's eyes, it seemed that everyone could enjoy such a life. Wang Chen remained silent, while Lu Long chuckled, saying, You have it wrong. My brother Chen has money, which allows him to live this way. If everyone lived like this, it would be a mere fantasy. The man, however, appeared unconvinced by Lu Long's perspective. Young man, I must respectfully disagree with you. The country is developing, and times are progressing. As long as everyone puts in the effort, life will undoubtedly improve. Even if we cannot enjoy such a life now, I believe that in 10 or 20 years, everyone will own cars, watch color televisions, and use smart rice cookers. Wang Chen suddenly felt that the man's vision was remarkably forward-thinking. As someone who had experienced rebirth, he knew these advancements would indeed come to fruition. Yet, it was astonishing that a person born in 1990 possessed such insight. "Friend, you must be here for business," Wang Chen remarked, catching the man off guard with his question. "Young man, how did you discern that?" "Intuition," Wang Chen replied with a faint smile, subsequently lapsing into silence. He wished to maintain an air of mystery around this merchant from the south. Sometimes, excessive conversation could be counterproductive. The man, too, regarded him with contemplative eyes, his thoughts concealed. Throughout the journey, Wang Chen remained focused on driving, while Lu Long and his companions grew familiar with the man, sharing laughter and banter. Eventually, Lu Long produced a deck of cards, and the trio began to play in the back seat. It was only when dusk fell that they finally returned to Swifana. "Friend, where are you headed? Is someone here to receive you? Just take me to the guest house. I have friends in the area." Wang Chen escorted the man to the guest house and prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, the man called out to him again. "Young man, I sincerely appreciate your help. My name is Huang Dafa. I feel a certain affinity with you and hope we can meet again." Wang Chen took his words with a grain of salt, merely offering a polite smile before driving away. He first dropped Lu Long off and then returned home with his sister. After a long day, he was utterly exhausted. He hastily prepared a simple meal of noodles and, after satisfying his hunger, retired for the night, knowing he had to report to the factory the following day and had much work to attend to. On the following morning, Wang Chen drove his van ostentatiously into the lumber factory. However, he refrained from entering the premises and instead honked repeatedly at the entrance. As employees arrived for work, the entrance became the focal point of attention. Wang Chen, eager to display his recent acquisition, was soon surrounded by curious onlookers. "Brother Chen, is this a new car? It's truly beautiful. Wow, Brother Chen, you've struck it rich, bringing back a big vehicle. Can I take a ride? Just for the thrill." Amidst their flattering remarks, a sense of pride swelled within Wang Chen. Yet before he could fully relish the moment, an irksome voice pierced through the revelry. "Wang Chen, you've been rather arrogant lately. Is our lumber factory unable to accommodate you anymore?" Upon turning, Wang Chen was confronted by an unwelcome face. The voice belonged to Wu Yud, the workshop director of their factory. Wu Yud was not a pleasant individual. He possessed a peculiar temperament and relished opposing others. He would often lecture those he deemed unsatisfactory, and if one dared to avoid him, he would pursue them to their homes. Moreover, he took great pleasure in wielding his slight authority to manipulate others. If one sought his assistance, he might refuse, but should he require a favor and it went unfulfilled, one could expect retaliation. Since Wang Chen's arrival at the factory, Wu Yud had harassed him several times. Fortunately, due to his connection with Lu Long, factory director Lu had extended some protection. Wu Yud's attempts to provoke Wang Chen had thus far been skillfully avoided. For a time, there had been an uneasy peace, with everyone minding their own business. Who knows that Wang Chen just acquired a new vehicle and has come over to stir up trouble again? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Wu Yud, the workshop director, holds a considerable position within the factory hierarchy, wielding some degree of authority. Despite Wang Chen's apparent disregard for him, he still ought to exchange pleasantries. "Oh, is that you, Director Wu? I've been diligently working lately, and I trust one haven't exhibited any arrogance," he said. "As for your claim that the lumber factory cannot accommodate me, that is utterly absurd. I aspire to contribute positively to our lumber factory." Wang Chen's words, though grandiose, left Wu Yud feeling powerless. Unable to pinpoint any faults in Wang Chen, he quickly pointed to a nearby van, retorting, "You claim not to be arrogant, yet here you are, arriving at work in such a fine vehicle. Our director Lu hasn't even had the chance to ride in one, yet you've managed to acquire one. Do you aspire to become the director yourself?" Hearing the sarcastic tone, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, it was not Wang Chen who sought the directorship, but rather Wu Yud himself. Approximately 6 months prior, the former factory director had retired, leaving the top position vacant. At that time, Lu Jinya served as the deputy director, while Wu Yud occupied the role of workshop director. Both were qualified to vie for the directorship, and given their ages, securing the position would allow for a comfortable retirement. The stakes were high after the director's retirement, as the benefits were markedly different. Both parties employed every tactic imaginable in their fierce competition. Ultimately, Lu Jinya emerged victorious, claiming the directorship. Lu Jinya was known for his generosity and amiable demeanor, while Wu Yud was often stingy and difficult, leading to a lack of support for him. As the defeated contender, Wu Yud harbored resentment towards Lu Xinye. His sudden accusation that Wang Chen aspired to the directorship clearly stemmed from lingering dissatisfaction over past events. Considering this, Wang Chen decided to respond in kind. Director Wu, I believe you have wronged me. I am merely a humble dispatcher, lacking any rank or authority. How could I dare to entertain thoughts of becoming the director? I merely procured this vehicle to ensure that Director Lu has an easier time with his travels. When he uses it for business, wouldn't that be quite impressive? By stating his allegiance to Lu Xinye, Wang Chen made it clear that any further provocation from Wu Yud would equate to a declaration of war against Lu Xinye. Wu Yud, wary of making such statements in front of numerous employees, pivoted his tone, plastering on a smile. Wang Chen, I was merely jesting earlier. Why take it to heart? You are young and already driving such a magnificent vehicle, and you have received commendation from headquarters. I can only envy you. However, I hope you continue to excel and help our lumber factory resolve more issues. Wang Chen felt he had successfully navigated the situation and chuckled in response. The lumber factory is my home. No matter the challenges we face, I will undoubtedly give my all. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Wu Yud revealed a hint of a sinister smile. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Our timber factory is currently facing a rather challenging predicament. Please come to my office, and I shall elaborate further. Wang Chen suddenly regretted his earlier words. He should not have spoken so impulsively. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had laid a trap, waiting for him. Yet, having uttered those words, he could not retract them. He had no choice but to follow Wu Yud to the office. Wu Yud's office, though not far from Lu Xinye's, was considerably smaller. As they passed Lu Xinye's office, Wang Chen cast a glance inside. The door was locked, suggesting that Lu Xinye was not present, which explained Wu Yud's audacity. Upon entering Wu Yud's office, he did not allow Wang Chen to take a seat, but immediately began issuing orders. Wang Chen, Director Lu has gone out for research and will not return for several days. For the time being, I am in charge of the factory's affairs. You have previously assisted us in resolving several hospitality issues, which everyone acknowledges. Coincidentally, we have a significant client visiting soon to discuss potential collaboration with the timber factory. I hope you can arrange the reception, ensuring it is executed splendidly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Organizing a reception was merely a matter of preparing a meal, a trivial task for him. Rest assured, Director Wu, I will certainly manage the reception well. However, it would be best if you could inform me of the client's culinary preferences so that I can prepare accordingly. Before Wang Chen could finish his inquiry, a sly smile crept across Wu Yud's face. As for the client's preferences, I happened to inquire about that last time. They are affluent merchants from a large city and are unaccustomed to our northeastern farmhouse cuisine. They will not take kindly to the delicacies you typically prepare. They desire something more upscale. Have you heard of caviar? It is their absolute favorite. Procure a few boxes of caviar, and you can manage the rest with some simple fare. At the mention of caviar, Wang Chen nearly choked in disbelief. Caviar is a world-class delicacy, exorbitantly priced, often compared to gold in value. The most critical issue was that such a product was simply unavailable in Suifen. Even with ample funds, one could not acquire it. Harbin might have it, but Wang Chen had just returned and could not possibly make another trip. Yet, if he outright refused, Wu Yud would likely seize the opportunity to find fault. After much contemplation, he extended his hand to Wu Yud. Director Wu, it is merely caviar. If you could allocate some funds from the factory, I could drive back to Harbin tonight to procure it for you. Wu Yud did not offer any funds. Instead, he pushed Wang Chen's hand away. Wang Chen, you are aware of the factory's current situation. We are facing a financial crunch. There is no surplus to provide you. Moreover, the client is due to arrive for dinner this evening. Whether you can make it back to Harbin in such a short time frame is uncertain. Regardless, I have assigned this task to you, and you must have the caviar ready before dinner. Otherwise, you may as well prepare your resignation letter. Chapter 65. What benefits await me? Wang Chen had begun to realize that his close association with Lu Xinye had drawn the ire of Wu Yud, who was intent on eliminating him. Securing caviar before dinner was an unattainable task. Wu Yud's true objective was to compel Wang Chen to submit his resignation voluntarily. After a brief moment of contemplation, rather than succumbing to fear, Wang Chen confidently declared, "Is it merely a matter of procuring some caviar? That's hardly a daunting task. I assure you, I will retrieve it before dinner. Should I fail, I shall willingly draft my resignation." Upon hearing this, Wu Yud stood up in delight. Wang Chen, Those are your own words. I have not coerced you. However, Wang Chen shifted his stance, adding, but what benefits shall I receive if I accomplish this task? Wu Yud was taken aback by Wang Chen's inquiry, momentarily speechless. Yet, he quickly concocted a grandiloquent excuse. Young man, do not always think of personal gain. Consider contributing to the collective. Did you not previously state that you were part of the lumber mill? The factory is currently engaging in extensive investment promotion, providing you with an opportunity to showcase your abilities. If you succeed, I shall ensure your name is added to the honor roll. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. In that case, I shall decline. During my visit to the headquarters, Secretary Zhao informed me of the company's regulations. He stated that we have now entered an era of market economy and can no longer adhere to outdated practices. Every contributing employee deserves recognition. For instance, after I apprehended several thieves for the mill, I was rewarded with a smart rice cooker worth 800 yuan upon my return to headquarters. Wu Yud's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom Wang Chen's words. As a workshop director, his salary was double that of Wang Chen's. Yet, saving for such a smart rice cooker would require half a year of frugal living. The thought that Wang Chen could receive such a reward for merely catching a few thieves filled him with envy. However, being a seasoned player in the game, he discerned the underlying message in Wang Chen's statement. By mentioning Secretary Zhao, Wang Chen was subtly indicating that their relationship was quite amicable. If Wu Yud was unwilling to offer some form of reward, Wang Chen could potentially report him to Secretary Zhao. Yet, having painstakingly laid a trap for Wang Chen, Wu Yud was not willing to concede easily. After a few moments of silence, he begrudgingly remarked, if you can accomplish this task, surely a promotion and salary increase would be reasonable? How substantial a promotion and how much of a raise are we discussing? Let's be clear about this. It would be prudent to establish a written agreement. Should anyone renege afterward, I would like to have a basis for negotiation. Wang Chen was unyielding, insisting on a formal agreement. This matter requires documentation. You should outline the rewards you intend to grant me, as well as any potential penalties. Do not be unreasonable. Wang Chen, Wu Yud cautioned. If you succeed, I can offer you a raise of 50 yuan per month and promote you to the position of deputy section chief. Wu Yud made concessions, yet Wang Chen continued to press for more. Words alone are insufficient. We must have a written agreement. After all, if this matter fails, I will have no choice but to submit my resignation. You cannot allow me to suffer unduly, can you? Wang Chen exuded confidence. Yet Wu Yud remained convinced that Wang Chen could not possibly procure caviar within a mere few hours. Removing Wang Chen from the equation would effectively sever Lu Xinye's right-hand support. At that point, with a few manipulations, he might even manage to bring Lu Xinye down and assume the role of factory director himself. In his eyes, such a sacrifice was worth the price. Very well, let us draft an agreement, he declared. The two produced paper and writing instruments, swiftly composing the document. Although Wu Yud hesitated to affix his thumbprint, Wang Chen insisted he sign, thus preventing any possibility of retraction. Once the agreement was completed, Wu Yud let out a cold laugh. Wang Chen, your time is running out. It is now 9 a.m., and that esteemed guest will arrive around 4 p.m. You have less than 7 hours to procure the caviar, so you best hurry. Wang Chen recognized the urgency. He could not afford to waste a single minute. He dashed outside and hopped into his vehicle, racing back to the village. In truth, he was uncertain about this gamble. In a small place like Suifen, acquiring caviar was highly improbable. Moreover, caviar could only be harvested from certain large sturgeon. Ordinary fish would not suffice. Wang Chen intended to seek out Makarov, as the Bear Country was renowned for its caviar production, and Makarov operated a foreign trade company. Perhaps he could uncover a glimmer of hope there. However, approaching empty-handed was less than ideal. Fortunately, during this time, the distillery's spirits had been adequately prepared. Wang Chen planned to bring a selection of samples. Sharing a drink would surely facilitate matters. Loading a truck with liquor from the village, he arrived at the foreign trade company. Since the reception desk had changed, he could now easily meet Makarov. As Makarov descended the stairs, he spotted Wang Chen's van. Oh, Wang Chen, you are becoming increasingly prosperous. You have a splendid van now. Surely you haven't come just for a joyride? Wang Chen smiled faintly as he opened the back of the van. Makarov, I trust you haven't forgotten our previous agreement? A full load of liquor appeared before Makarov's eyes. True to form, he could not resist the temptation and immediately opened a barrel to indulge. After a few sips, Makarov gave a thumbs up. This liquor is exceptional. The purity seems even higher than before. Wang Chen, have those 3,000 barrels been prepared? The demand is urgent. And if the spirits can be delivered today, I will arrange for cash as soon as possible. With several successful collaborations under their belts, Makarov was growing increasingly confident in Wang Chen. Wang Chen did not immediately broach the subject of caviar. Instead, he chuckled heartily. Makarov, if you are in dire need of liquor, I can call the village right now to have them deliver it. As for the payment, you can settle it whenever is convenient for you. Wang Chen spoke with remarkable candor, prompting Makarov to excitedly embrace him. My good brother, you truly are generous. Conducting business with you is truly a delightful experience. Come, let's ascend the stairs and enjoy a drink together. However, Wang Chen appeared disinterested in indulging in libations. Standing there with a sigh, Makarov, I actually have a favor to ask of you, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. My brother, feel free to speak your mind. Makarov, could you assist me in procuring some caviar? Upon hearing Wang Chen's request, Makarov hesitated slightly. After a brief pause, he leaned in closer to Wang Chen and whispered, My friend, I can indeed acquire caviar. However, you must promise me that you will not disclose its source, or I shall encounter difficulties. Chapter 66. A secret not to be revealed. Makarov's expression was shrouded in mystery as he uttered these words. Wang Chen was perplexed. After all, it was merely a matter of obtaining caviar. Why the need for secrecy regarding Makarov's involvement? Noticing Wang Chen's confusion, Makarov beckoned him closer. Come with me. Instead of leading Wang Chen upstairs, Makarov took him to a narrow alley behind the trading company. They meandered through the alley until they arrived at a small, inconspicuous warehouse. This hidden warehouse was nearly undetectable without a guide. Makarov produced a key and skillfully unlocked the door. Inside, Wang Chen discovered numerous wooden crates stacked high. Once inside, Makarov handed Wang Chen a flashlight for illumination. He then picked up a crowbar and pried open one of the wooden boxes. As the box creaked open, it revealed a plethora of canned goods. Wang Chen glanced inside and noted that they were merely cans of sardines, lacking any distinguishing features. Makarov, I requested caviar. What use are sardine cans to me? At this remark, a peculiar smile spread across Makarov's face. Wang Chen, prepared to witness a miracle. Makarov retrieved a can opener and gradually opened one of the cans. When the lid was lifted, Wang Chen was genuinely taken aback. Instead of the usual tomato sauce sardines, the can was filled to the brim with black caviar. Astonishment flooded Wang Chen's face as he incredulously inquired, Goodness, is this can entirely filled with caviar? Caviar is as precious as gold, while sardines are but a cheap commodity. There is no way a factory would mistakenly fill these cans. This can only imply that someone has deliberately concealed the caviar within sardine cans. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Makarov nodded in agreement. Wang Chen, you are astute and your deduction is accurate. In truth, these sardines can serve merely as a facade. The ultimate objective is to smuggle this exquisite caviar out of our country. You see, certain individuals within our nation possess significant connections. They consistently find various means to enrich themselves. Take this caviar, for instance. Although exports are strictly controlled annually, the international demand remains exceedingly high. Some individuals resort to their own channels to clandestinely package caviar into sardine tins for sale. In essence, this is akin to the illicit trade of white liquor. My trading company facilitates their distribution, yet they are not as generous as you, offering me meager profits, leaving me to toil without reward. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen comprehended the situation entirely. In contrast to the lucrative avenues he had envisioned, those truly connected engage in far more profitable enterprises. Each tin can hold nearly 2 pounds of caviar. If one can transport these tins from the Bear Country to upscale hotels abroad, repackaging them into smaller containers, the profits could exceed tenfold, perhaps even reaching hundreds. With this thought, Wang Chen smiled at Makarov. Makarov, I must address you here. Previously, when I sought your assistance in selling white liquor, you were burdened by hesitation. Look around. Those in your homeland have long been indulging in such dealings. Selling a modest amount of white liquor merely nets us small earnings, while they are the true magnates of this world. Given the current state of affairs, I propose we expand our business and reap substantial rewards. Wang Chen's words stirred Makarov's ambition. You are absolutely right, Wang Chen. My previous reservations held me back from seizing opportunities. Observe this warehouse brimming with sardine tins, each filled with caviar. I am tasked with distributing this caviar, but see no profits. It feels like a futile endeavor. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food, and I must consider my family as future. Therefore, let us do this. After we sell this batch of white liquor, I will order an even larger supply, 10,000 barrels. I expect this stock to arrive post-New Year. You should have no objections, correct? Makarov resolved to scale up the business, yet Wang Chen appeared hesitant. It was not a lack of desire for profit, but the daunting prospect of fulfilling such a colossal order immediately after the New Year, especially since the distillery would also observe a holiday. Wang Chen was uncertain if they could meet the deadline. However, as Makarov stated, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Wang Chen believed that with sufficient monetary incentive, the liquor could surely be produced in time. Very well, Makarov, let us embark on a grand venture. I assure you I will deliver the 10,000 barrels post-New Year. However, it is best that we settle the payment promptly so that I can place the order at the distillery. Rest assured, once this batch of liquor returns to our homeland, the payment will be swiftly dispatched, Makarov assured him with a pat on his chest. With business matters resolved, Wang Chen's caviar dilemma was also settled. Makarov initially intended to offer Wang Chen several more tins of caviar, but Wang Chen insisted that the one already opened sufficed. After all, this caviar is exceedingly precious, and Makarov is merely facilitating sales. Wang Chen did not wish to take undue advantage. Moreover, with the tin weighing 2 pounds, it would be ample sustenance. The two individuals meticulously discussed the details, and upon their return to the trading company, they found that the distillery had already dispatched a wagon to deliver the liquor. Makarov examined the beverages and confirmed there were no quality issues. They swiftly loaded the cargo onto the truck and immediately transported it domestically. Wang Chen, meanwhile, drove the van back to the lumber factory. His journey was efficient, taking just over 2 hours, allowing him ample time to prepare the ingredients for a lavish dinner featuring caviar. However, upon his return to the lumber factory, he was taken aback to find a luxurious black car parked at the entrance, drawing the attention of numerous employees. A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Chen's mind. He hastily parked the van and rushed to the security office. Master Feng, what is going on? Why is there suddenly a car here? Is it the headquarters personnel come for inspection again? Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, the security guard, Old Feng, pulled him into the room and shut the door. Wang Chen, did you promise that scoundrel Wu Yud to entertain guests? Wang Chen, confused, replied, Yes, what is the matter? Seeing Wang Chen's bewildered expression, Old Feng sighed. You may be capable, but you are still too young. That scoundrel has set you up. Do you see that car outside? It belongs to a significant client. They did not schedule dinner for the evening, but rather a luncheon. You won't have enough time to prepare. And Wu Yud is merely seeking an excuse to dismiss you. Wang Chen finally comprehended why Wu Yud had so readily signed the agreement. It became clear that he had deliberately given Wang Chen the wrong time, never intending for him to complete the task. Yet, Wang Chen was not one to concede defeat. Even without proper preparation, he was determined to give it his all. He grabbed the jar of caviar and raced to the cafeteria with utmost urgency. Upon reaching the private room on the second floor, he indeed found Wu Yud in the midst of receiving guests. There were 2 visitors. One was evidently the boss, while the other appeared to be an assistant. Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, Wu Yud let out a disdainful snort. Wang Chen, how have you managed this situation? Did I not instruct you to prepare the banquet for our esteemed guests in advance? The clients have arrived, yet you have nothing ready. Are you not interested in your position anymore? Wang Chen, already brimming with frustration, shouted back at Wu Yud, Director Wu, we must uphold some integrity in our dealings. You explicitly informed me that the guests would arrive in the evening, so naturally, I prepared the ingredients during the day. Who could have anticipated that someone in your high position would deceive me? Do you have no sense of shame? Wang Chen spared no pleasantries, leaving Wu Yud blushing with embarrassment. Unable to counter Wang Chen's remarks, Wu Yud turned his attention to the guests. Wang Chen, do you not understand decorum? Speaking so carelessly in front of General Huang reflects poorly on our lumber factory. If you continue this way, perhaps you should consider resigning. Just then, the prominent boss beside him suddenly let out a chuckle. My dear fellow, I did not anticipate our swift reunion. Director Wu informed me that you have prepared a plethora of delectable dishes for us. I simply must savor your culinary skills today. This familiar accent instantly captured Wang Chen's attention. He glanced at the proprietor, revealing an expression of astonishment. This owner was none other than Huang Dafa, the very person he had previously rescued. However, today, Huang Dafa adorned a tailored suit and sported a new hairstyle, making him momentarily unrecognizable. "Mr. Huang, what a surprise to see you," Wang Chen exclaimed, hurrying over to warmly shake Huang Dafa's hand. Witnessing this interaction, Wu Yud's face turned an ominous shade of green. He had intended to seize the opportunity of entertaining Huang Dafa to ensnare Wang Chen, ideally leading to Wang Chen's dismissal. Yet, who could have anticipated that this modest dispatcher had a connection with such a prominent figure, and evidently, a cordial one at that? Realizing the tides had shifted, Wu Yud swiftly altered his demeanor. "Wang Chen, so you know Mr. Huang. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Had I known, I would have arranged for someone to fetch you, allowing you to return sooner." Wu Yud feigned amiability, but Wang Chen merely scoffed. "Director Wu, there's no need for such arrangements. If you refrain from undermining me in the future, I shall count my blessings." Wang Chen offered no semblance of respect, leaving Wu Yud feeling cornered. He abandoned the pretense and continued to berate Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, you claim to have prepared the ingredients, so hurry and make lunch. After we dine, I intend to take Mr. Huang on a tour of the workshop. Do not delay the proceedings." Wang Chen, uninterested in further discourse, simply smiled at Huang Dafa. "Mr. Huang, please bear with me. I shall return shortly." He dashed to the kitchen with his supplies. Given his culinary prowess, even a few simple dishes would suffice. However, upon entering the kitchen, Wang Chen was taken aback. The kitchen was devoid of any provisions. Not even the usual assortment of chicken, duck, fish, or meat remained, aside from a few remnants of scallions, ginger, and garlic, and a sizable carp in the fish tank. The shelves were bare. Where are the ingredients? Does the kitchen not procure fresh produce daily? Wang Chen called out to the kitchen staff. Awkwardly, one of the employees replied, "Wang Chen, it is not that we did not prepare ingredients. Director Wu instructed us not to stock fresh chicken, duck, or fish today. He has long sought to undermine you. You may be in serious trouble this time." Infuriated, Wang Chen realized that with only a scant supply of scallions, ginger, garlic, and a single carp, he could hardly create a lavish meal. He now truly understood the adage that a clever cook cannot work miracles without rice. After all the effort to procure caviar, he could not possibly serve it to Huang Dafa as a meal. Fortunately, he recalled that his van still contained some bread and sausages he had previously purchased. He swiftly retrieved these items and cut them into small pieces. In truth, the finest ingredients often require only the simplest of preparations. Saute the red sausage and bread in butter, then sprinkle caviar atop. This is a dish that embodies authentic flavors. Wang Chen swiftly prepared a caviar platter and presented it at the dining table. Upon seeing the platter brought by Wang Chen, Huang Dafa's eyes lit up. "Director Wu, the other day I merely jested that since my arrival in northeast China, I haven't had caviar for ages. How could you take me seriously?" Wu Yud could only manage an apologetic smile in response. "Mr. Huang, you are our esteemed guest. Every word you utter is etched in my memory. Our timber factory is wholly committed to collaboration. Whether it is caviar or even the meat of dragons from the heavens, we will procure it for you." After complimenting Huang Dafa, Wu Yud turned his gaze back to Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, is this caviar truly authentic? It has an odd fishy aroma. Moreover, your dish appears rather simplistic, merely pairing bread and red sausage as accompaniments. Are you aware of Mr. Huang's status? Would he truly appreciate such fare?" Wang Chen, unfazed, retorted with a cold smile, "Director Wu, if you have never tasted caviar, might I suggest you refrain from speaking? Caviar is naturally cured, seasoned only with a hint of salt, which naturally imparts a fishy scent. The essence of such delicacies lies in their unadulterated flavor. The sautéed red sausage and bread serve as the perfect complement. As for whether Mr. Huang enjoys it, you ought to inquire directly." As Wu Yud turned around, he discovered Huang Dafa had already taken a piece of bread topped generously with caviar and was savoring it slowly. With each bite, a smile graced Huang Dafa's face, and he seemed to relish it even more, his expression growing increasingly animated. He continued to indulge, astonishingly consuming nearly the entire platter of hors d'oeuvres. "Wang Chen, I never anticipated your culinary skills were so exceptional. Even in the grandest restaurants of the South, I have yet to experience such an authentic sensation. They often resort to overly complicated techniques, detracting from the true essence of the food. For us Southerners, the pursuit of freshness is paramount. Your appetizer exemplifies this freshness. I am now eagerly anticipating the main course you have prepared for us." Chapter 68. The slaughtered fish. Upon hearing Huang Dafa's words, Wang Chen's expression soured. He had exerted tremendous effort to create this appetizer, and now, With no ingredients left in the kitchen, how could he prepare the main course? However, a sudden thought struck him. Huang Dafa had mentioned that food should pursue its original flavor, emphasizing freshness, and an idea began to form in his mind. With a slight smile directed towards Huang Dafa, he said, "Boss Huang, today I shall prepare for you a renowned dish from northeast China. But please allow me to keep it a secret for now. Soon, I shall present you with a delightful surprise." Huang Dafa nodded, indicating that Wang Chen could proceed with his preparations. Yet, after Wang Chen departed, Wu Yud revealed a confident demeanor, as though he had everything under control. He had previously instructed the kitchen staff to tamper with the ingredients, and now, finding nothing available, he was convinced that Wang Chen would be unable to conjure anything remarkable. Upon returning to the kitchen, Wang Chen ordered all employees to leave. He trusted no one and was particularly unwilling to allow anyone to learn his craft. Gazing at the large carp in the aquarium, Wang Chen sighed. "Oh carp, whether I succeed today depends entirely on you." He reached in, swiftly caught the carp, and proceeded to slaughter it, removing its entrails and scales. He then took a chef's knife and filleted the fish, extracting the flesh from the bones. What he prepared was not just any dish, but the renowned delicacy of the Hanja ethnic group, raw fish. In essence, it was a type of sashimi, albeit different from the southern variety. After removing the flesh, he meticulously shaved off the skin. The fish flesh was sliced into thin strips and briefly soaked in vinegar. Meanwhile, the skin was fried in oil until crispy, then also cut into fine shreds for later use. The fish flesh should not be soaked in vinegar for too long, as it would compromise its crispness. Once drained, it was combined with the fried skin. He then chopped some cilantro, minced ginger, and sliced scallions to mix with the fish. Next came the crucial step. He julienned some potatoes and fried them until they were crispy. He also fried dried chilies to create a fresh chili oil. Drizzling this aromatic oil over the ingredients, he gently mixed them, completing the dish of raw fish. This dish, characterized by its simplicity in ingredients and technique, beautifully highlighted the fish's inherent flavor and delightful crunch, truly deserving of the word fresh. In just half an hour, he prepared the dish and promptly delivered it to the private room. As he set the platter down, he introduced it to the guests. "Boss Huang, you must have had your share of sashimi, but do try this northeastern specialty, raw fish." Just as Huang Dafa was about to pick up his chopsticks, his assistant interjected. "President Huang, it seems he has used carp. The muddy taste of carp is so strong. How can it be made into sashimi? If it upsets your stomach, it would be quite unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Wu Yude chimed in. "Indeed, President Huang, carp is of inferior quality. I suggest you refrain from eating it. Wang Chen surely has ulterior motives." Faced with their provocations, Wang Chen merely smiled. "President Huang, the northeastern carp is quite different from its southern counterpart. The southern variety has a pronounced muddy taste and a mealy texture. However, the northeastern carp, having lived in cold waters for years, has less fat and a milder earthy flavor, with a delightful crunch to its flesh. Even if you doubt the flavor of this carp, you must trust my culinary skill, right? I assure you, once you take a bite, you will discover its exquisite taste." Huang Dafa, who had hesitated before, was swiftly convinced by Wang Chen's description. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and slowly placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, he was enveloped by an extraordinary taste. The fish was exceptionally fresh, devoid of any muddy flavor, and its texture was delightfully crisp. The freshly fried chili oil tantalized his taste buds incessantly. Coupled with the crispy potato shreds and the delicate texture of the fish, a striking contrast emerged. Moreover, a myriad of seasonings and accompaniments conspired to create a unique flavor that danced within his mouth. Huang Dafa could hardly restrain himself, devouring bite after bite, his visage reflecting sheer satisfaction. Even the assistant, who had previously expressed disdain for the earthy taste, couldn't resist having a few mouthfuls. Upon swallowing a piece of fish, his eyes widened in awe. "Mr. Wang, this dish is truly exceptional. I dare say, even the chefs in five-star hotels cannot rival your culinary prowess." Huang Dafa nodded in agreement, showering praises. While the caviar was delectable, it paled in comparison to this exquisite fish dish. "Wang Chen, your skills are nothing short of miraculous, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary." After expressing these sentiments, Huang Dafa turned his attention to Wu Yude. "Director Wu, given that Wang Chen has crafted such splendid cuisine, why do you not indulge in it? Would it not be a waste of his efforts?" At that moment, Wu Yude had lost all appetite, having initially intended to undermine Wang Chen, only to find that Wang Chen had garnered unanimous acclaim. He could only feign a stomach ailment, claiming he could not consume raw food. Even at this juncture, he was still scheming to trouble Wang Chen. Suddenly, he slammed the table and bellowed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, 2 esteemed guests are present, and you serve only 2 cold dishes? Is this how we extend hospitality in the Northeast? Wang Chen, well aware of his tactics, smiled serenely. Fear not, everyone. I have prepared the hot dishes as well. He swiftly returned to the kitchen and soon emerged with a clay pot. Upon lifting the lid, it revealed fish balls and tofu. Ladies and gentlemen, please savor this clay pot fish ball soup. As a southerner, Huang Dafa relished soup. He picked up a spoon and sampled the broth. The snow-white liquid delighted him anew. Wang Chen, this soup is magnificent. If I am not mistaken, you must have simmered it using fish bones. Wang Chen gave a thumbs up, flattering Huang Dafa. Indeed, you are quite astute, Boss Huang. This soup is indeed prepared with a fishbone base. I found a block of tofu in the kitchen and made fish balls from the remaining fish meat, concocting this clay pot fish ball soup. It is somewhat regrettable that the kitchen had only a limited supply of ingredients. Otherwise, I could have truly showcased my skills. If I could have some chicken, duck, and fish prepared in advance next time, I would be delighted to present you with a full northeastern banquet. While speaking, Wang Chen glanced toward Wu Yud. Having navigated the business world for many years, Huang Dafa naturally understood that this was Wu Yud's doing. With this realization, a smile crept across his face. Director Wu, Wang Chen is exceptionally talented. I believe he should be promoted more frequently. Before Wu Yud could respond, Wang Chen interjected. Rest assured, Boss Huang, Director Wu has already promised that if I can successfully host today's banquet, he will grant me a promotion and raise. I would like to believe that Director Wu's words would not be as meaningless as flatulence. Chapter 69. One must keep their word. Wang Chen showed no regard for Wu Yud, causing his complexion to turn a shade of green with anger. He remained silent for a considerable time, evidently reluctant to fulfill his promise. Huang Dafa also found it difficult to tolerate the situation. A hint of discontent etched on his face. Director Wu, as a businessman, the utmost importance lies in integrity. You previously assured Wang Chen that should he successfully host this banquet, he would be rewarded with a promotion and a raise. I can now affirm that I am thoroughly pleased with this banquet, and you ought to honor your commitment. If one cannot even stand by their own words, how can I trust them to conduct business with integrity? Huang Dafa's indignation sent Wu Yud into a state of panic. Mr. Huang, please do not be upset. I have no intention of going back on my word. However, matters of promotion and salary adjustments are not solely within my purview. I must first report to Factory Director Liu, and only upon his approval can Wang Chen's promotion be realized. Moreover, there is a pivotal issue at hand. Wang Chen currently lacks the support of his peers. As a dispatcher, if his promotion stems from his exemplary performance in his core duties, there would be no objections. Yet, if it is based solely on his culinary skills, he risks facing complaints. Perhaps we should consider this. Let Wang Chen first enhance his professional skills. When the time is ripe, I shall promote him. What do you think? Wang Chen found a newfound respect for Wu Yud, who could conjure such a contrived excuse. At this juncture, Wang Chen felt compelled to advocate for himself. Director Wu, I have always perceived my professional abilities to be quite commendable. I graduated from a vocational school in the provincial capital, and my educational qualifications are certainly adequate. During my tenure in the production dispatch department, I have successfully accomplished all my tasks. You are intending to show Mr. Huang the workshop soon, are you not? Why not first visit the transportation team and observe the efficacy of my dispatching work? Wang Chen was now unabashedly assertive, withholding nothing. Before Wu Yud could decline, Huang Dafa had already made a decisive choice. Excellent. I would like to tour various departments in your factory. It will grant me a clearer understanding of your establishment's capabilities. This will facilitate our future cooperation. With Huang Dafa's declaration, Wu Yud had no choice but to comply. After the meal, they swiftly proceeded to the transportation warehouse. Wang Chen's primary responsibility involved creating dispatch schedules and managing the allocation of resources between the factory and the transportation fleet. While this task may seem straightforward, it demands a high degree of scientific precision. The more accurately the dispatch schedules are crafted, the more time can be saved in the process. Inadequate dispatching can lead to cargo accumulation and insufficient vehicle availability, significantly impairing production efficiency. Upon arriving at the site, they observed workers diligently unloading and loading goods in an orderly manner. During his time in northeast China, Huang Dafa had visited numerous factories. Yet none had managed their dispatch operations with the same level of meticulous organization as the lumber factory. All vehicles were lined up, entering and exiting without colliding with one another. Meanwhile, the adjacent warehouse operated seamlessly, with goods being received and dispatched without a hint of chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Dafa appeared somewhat surprised. Wang Chen, did you handle the scheduling work all by yourself? It's remarkably well planned. Not only does it make full use of the available space, but it also allows the entire fleet to operate in a continuous loop. You have maximized the resources at hand and achieved the best possible outcome. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chen's face reflected a hint of modesty. It's really nothing. He replied, I merely applied the knowledge I learned from textbooks in a flexible manner. Wang Chen's statement was a blend of truth and humility. Indeed, he had employed textbook principles in the scheduling operations of the entire lumber factory. However, he had also adapted and utilized the experiences gained from his previous life as a courier, improving the processes of inbound and outbound logistics, and assigning numbers to the fleet to prevent conflicts during transportation. Regrettably, due to the immature state of current technology, he felt he could have leveraged more modern advancements to enhance the allocation of materials. Huang Dafa simply smiled at Wang Chen's response. There's no need to be so modest. Books may be static, but people are dynamic. If one were to rely solely on theoretical knowledge without the ability to apply it flexibly, achieving such results would be impossible. What do you think, Director Wu? Can we not now ascertain Wang Chen's professional competence? Wu Yud's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he dared not contradict Huang Dafa. I suppose we can confirm that. I will draft a report upon my return and expedite his promotion and salary increase. Hearing Wu Yud's verbal assurance, Huang Dafa finally nodded in satisfaction. Well, this minor issue has been resolved. Now, let us proceed to tour the production workshop. Wang Chen, you should accompany us. I would like to hear your insights. Wang Chen had become a favored figure in Huang Dafa's eyes, and despite Wu Yud's reluctance, he had no choice but to allow Wang Chen to join. The group departed the fleet and soon arrived at the production workshop. Wang Chen thoughtfully retrieved several masks for Huang Dafa and the others to wear, as the dust in the workshop was quite severe. Business people like them could hardly endure staying for long. This was Wu Yud's territory. He led the way, providing explanations along the route. Mr. Huang, the area you are currently observing is the production workshop for disposable chopsticks. Here, we utilize smaller pieces of wood to manufacture disposable chopsticks, which are currently selling quite well and in high demand. Further ahead is the furniture production workshop. Our furniture is crafted from solid wood, characterized by excellent quality, durability, and is highly favored by the public. The last section is dedicated to processing flooring materials. With the increasing number of newly constructed homes, the demand for flooring is also rising. Our output is substantial, with products exported throughout various regions in the province. If you find anything appealing, I could offer you some favorable pricing. As Wu Yud guided the group through the workshop, his explanations were continuous. However, Wang Chen noticed that Huang Dafa's expression remained rather indifferent, seemingly unimpressed by the products produced by the lumber factory. As anticipated, once the group exited the production workshop, Huang Dafa removed his mask and let out a sigh of resignation. Director Wu, pardon my candor, but the products produced here are somewhat antiquated, making it impossible to penetrate the southern market. Although you are currently enjoying reasonable sales, it is merely due to the absence of competition from innovative products. If this situation persists, I dare predict that within 3 years, your lumber mill will face bankruptcy. Huang Dafa's prediction proved to be remarkably accurate. Wang Chen vaguely recalls that indeed, 3 years later, the lumber mill declared bankruptcy due to mismanagement. Huang Dafa's insight is undeniably astute. Upon hearing this, Wu Yud became visibly flustered. Mr. Huang, are these products truly outdated? Could you perhaps illuminate our path forward? What should we do next? Huang Dafa did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured towards Wang Chen beside him. Director Wu, with such talent in your factory, why seek my counsel? Chapter 70. Humility in seeking assistance. Huang Dafa had great faith in Wang Chen, believing he would devise an excellent solution. However, the thought of asking Wang Chen for help was a blow to Wu Yud's pride. He stood there in silence, unwilling to approach Wang Chen. Observing his stubbornness, Wang Chen jested, some individuals simply refuse to bow down when seeking assistance. Mr. Huang speaks truthfully. I indeed have some promising ideas regarding our factory's products. While I cannot guarantee a miraculous revival, significantly increasing sales should be well within reach. Hearing Wang Chen boast, Wu Yud's eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Wang Chen, as a member of the lumber mill, if you have a solution, why not share it? Wang Chen remained reticent, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Some people wish for the horse to run, while simultaneously hoping it does not graze. Director Wu, when will you resolve my promotion to deputy section chief? This time, Wang Chen was adamant. He would not divulge a word without a definitive answer from Wu Yud. Wu Yud hesitated, when suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the workshop. What is the point of aiming for a deputy section chief? Aim for a full section chief instead. Wang Chen recognized that voice all too well and turned to see Lu Zhenye returning. Lu Zhenye was accompanied by Lu Long, who was gesturing animatedly towards Wang Chen. It seemed he was aware of Wang Chen's predicament and quickly fetched his father to intervene. Upon seeing Lu Zhenye, Huang Dafa approached him for a handshake. Ah, Director Lu. I thought I wouldn't see you this time. Lu Zhenye responded courteously, Mr. Huang, I truly apologize. I should have welcomed you personally. But the headquarters assigned me a task at the last moment, instructing me to fetch a new employee. She is a top-notch graduate from Haida University. I believe her arrival will breathe new life into our lumber mill. Following Lu Zhenye's gesture, Wang Chen suddenly spotted a slender figure. It was a young woman, strikingly beautiful. Seemingly in her early 20s, standing at least 1.7 meters tall. Her features were exceptionally refined, with lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as pearls. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, a quintessential embodiment of sleek black tresses. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, curvaceous where it should be and slender where necessary, rivaling even the beauty of Zhang Yuru. She wore a crisp white shirt, complemented by a woolen vest and fashionable denim jeans, a rarity in the quaint town of Swifen. Even her outerwear, a cashmere coat, exhibited exquisite craftsmanship, unmistakably marking her as a girl from a bustling metropolis. Noticing Wang Chen's unwavering gaze upon her, the lovely young woman allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. She approached him directly, extending her hand in a gesture of introduction. Hello, my name is Li Tingting, the new assistant to the factory manager. You must be Wang Chen, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wang Chen felt a flush rise to his cheeks upon seeing Li Tingting. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, his hand was clasped in hers. The instant their hands touched, an exquisite warmth enveloped him, akin to the smoothness of jade. His heart raced, and a delightful jolt coursed through his being. Though he had encountered beautiful women before, such as Zhang Yuru and the stunning Margaret, Li Tingting possessed a demure elegance that resonated deeply with Wang Chen's sensibilities. He found himself entranced, reluctant to release her hand. It was only when Lu Long interjected, breaking the spell, that the tension was alleviated. Brother Chen, you've been holding on for quite some time. Speak up. Don't just take advantage. With Lu Long's reminder, Wang Chen became aware of his own impropriety. He quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing earnestly. Hello, I'm Wang Chen, the dispatcher at our factory. I've been around for a while, so if you encounter any challenges, feel free to consult me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Before Wang Chen could finish, Li Tingting smiled again. When I arrived, Director Lu mentioned you. He said you are quite capable and can handle anything. Not only are you skilled, but you also cook well. What a remarkable individual. I assumed someone with such talents would be in their 30s or 40s, yet here you are, a tall and handsome young man. Li Tingting's praise lifted Wang Chen's spirits immensely. He had an abundance of thoughts to share, yet found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhenye, however, broke the silence with a hearty laugh. Little Li, Wang Chen graduated from the Provincial Vocational School, while you hail from Heilongjiang University. Among our lumber factory, your academic achievements are unparalleled. For the sake of the factory's progress, you both must contribute your insights and strategies. We cannot afford to have individuals who lack competence yet revel in empty rhetoric. Should we offend our major clients, it could spell disaster for our lumber factory. Lu Zhenye's words were laced with veiled criticism, clearly aimed at Wu Yud. After all, Wu's attempt to undermine Wang Chen in Lu Zhenye's absence was akin to severing his right-hand man. Such behavior was intolerable to Lu Zhenye. Were it not for Wu's high position as workshop director, Lu Zhenye would have devised a way to oust him. A sensible person in this situation would certainly tread carefully. Wu Yud, however, is quite eccentric in his reasoning. He dares to step forward and instigate trouble once more. I asked Director Lu, what did you mean by that statement? Are you insinuating that I lack the capability and can only engage in empty rhetoric? It seems to me that you are also a person who craves accolades, relishing the flattery of Wang Chen. Regardless of Wang Chen's accomplishments, he can only aspire to be a deputy section chief at best. Yet you just suggested he be appointed as the chief section chief. Are you out of your mind? Does he possess the contributions or the caliber for such a position? The public confrontation between both parties indicates that Wu Yud has exhausted his tactics. Before so many employees, he boldly accused Lu Jianye of nepotism, leaving no regard for dignity. Nevertheless, Lu Jianye displayed no fear. Instead, he approached Wang Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Wu Yud, I am indeed engaging in nepotism. What can you do about it? This is far superior to your incessant underhanded schemes. Surely you do not believe that I am unaware of the last denunciation letter, which you authored. You intend to use the headquarters to undermine me for your ascendancy, correct? Unfortunately for you, Wang Chen merely showcased a fraction of his capabilities last time and effortlessly resolved the issue. Now, not only do I regard him as a talent, but even the headquarters recognizes Wang Chen's potential, coupled with his recent contributions and inherent professional skills. I firmly believe he is entirely qualified to assume the role of chief section chief. With Lu Jianye's robust support, Wang Chen's confidence soared. Yet, even at this juncture, Wu Yud clenched his teeth and retorted. He spoke too assuredly. At least he failed to address the issues raised by General Manager Huang earlier. Seeing Wu Yud's refusal to concede, Wang Chen scoffed lightly. Director Wu, very well. This time I shall earn your unequivocal respect. Chapter 71. I demand a share of the profits. Upon uttering these words, Wang Chen swiftly approached the assembly. He gestured towards the production line behind him, wearing an expression of unwavering confidence. Director Liu, Boss Huang, I actually have some transformative ideas for the production workshop at the timber factory. First, we must abolish the assembly line for producing disposable chopsticks. The current production model is excessively crude. Timber is a non-renewable resource, and the growth cycle of a tree spans several decades. To utilize such a vital resource for the manufacturing of disposable chopsticks is a gross misallocation and contradicts the principles of sustainable development. Therefore, I propose we convert the chopstick production line into a small-scale wooden craft production line. Swafen, being close to the Russian border, has a populace that greatly appreciates nesting dolls. We can certainly mass-produce these crafts and sell them in Russia post-processing. I believe this could yield considerable profits. Upon hearing Wang Chen's proposal, Huang Dafa nodded in agreement. Your idea is indeed excellent. I have also heard that the Russians have a fondness for nesting dolls. Moreover, with a population nearing 300 million, the vast market holds immense potential. Their light industry is relatively underdeveloped, which presents an opportune moment for us to leverage our strengths. Wang Chen, your idea is simply brilliant. Confronted with Huang Dafa's praise, Wang Chen maintained his composure. Thank you for the kind words, Boss Huang. In addition to nesting dolls, we could also produce various other wooden crafts such as wooden bowls, spoons, bracelets, and pendants, which would surely appeal to many. The crux of the matter is that producing these items would not necessitate significant alterations to the existing equipment, thereby conserving funds for the lumber factory. Despite Huang Dafa's earlier delight, Lu Jianye wore a furrowed brow. His greatest fear was the potential need to modify the production line, which would incur substantial costs. Upon hearing that no new equipment was required, and that expenses would be minimized, he also gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. Having gained their approval, Wang Chen pointed towards the furniture production line and remarked, the furniture we manufacture is indeed sturdy and of high quality. However, times have changed. People are not only concerned with quality, but also with aesthetics. Furniture is meant to be visually appealing, and the more beautiful it is, the greater the likelihood of sales. Therefore, I propose a slight modification to our production line to pivot towards European-style furniture. Such furniture is incredibly stylish and would undoubtedly find a warm reception in metropolitan areas. This would expand our market reach beyond the Northeast, allowing us to sell nationwide and undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Upon hearing Wang Chen's proposal, the group exhibited expressions of enlightenment. As Wang Chen had articulated, furniture must be both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Such a minor adjustment could yield significant enhancements. What is there to lose? However, at that moment, Wu Yud interjected with a pointed inquiry. Wang Chen, do not make it sound so simple. To produce European-style furniture, you must at least have design plans, right? We cannot simply experiment and produce haphazardly. Doing so would likely result in considerable waste, leading to significant losses for the lumber factory. I can manage the design plans. Wang Chen replied confidently. Just give me some paper and a pencil, and I will illustrate them for you right away. This was the production workshop, and paper and pencils were not readily available. Fortunately, the newly arrived Li Tingting had white paper and a pencil in her bag. She handed them over, and Wang Chen expressed his gratitude before swiftly beginning to sketch. In his previous life, Wang Chen had undertaken various odd jobs, including working in kitchens, serving as a waiter, delivering food, and even engaging in delivery services. He had also dabbled in renovations, which had exposed him to many styles of European furniture. As he continued to draw on the paper, he quickly produced a design for a forward-thinking European-style cabinet. Though merely a draft, it was evident that this piece of furniture was remarkably beautiful, far surpassing anything currently available. Even Huang Dafa, a man of extensive experience, marveled at the design. Wang Chen, you are truly talented. If you do not wish to continue working at the lumber factory, I would be willing to offer you a generous salary. How does 1,000 yuan a month sound? Huang Dafa's proposal left everyone astonished. After all, Lu Zhinya, as the factory director, earns merely over 300 yuan a month. A sum of 1,000 yuan represents 3 months of his income. At last, everyone comprehends that knowledge equates to wealth. Individuals like Wang Chen, who possess such knowledge, can effortlessly earn what others cannot. Unfortunately, the current Wang Chen has already weathered many storms. By merely engaging in the liquor business with Makarov, he secures a monthly income of at least several tens of thousands, rendering the trivial 1,000 yuan insignificant in his eyes. However, he cannot express this outright. Instead, he offers a subtle smile to Huang Dafa. Boss Huang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am a member of the lumber factory and must continue contributing to it. I understand that you are here to invest. If you genuinely wish to assist me, I have an idea that I wonder if you would consider. Speak up. Huang Dafa nodded in encouragement. Wang Chen raised the furniture sketch and addressed Huang Dafa, Boss Huang. In fact, I possess numerous similar furniture designs, each guaranteed to be among the finest on the market, destined to become bestsellers. Hence, I wish to explore the possibility of a technical equity stake. I require little. Once the production line is revamped and profits are realized, I would only request a 5% share of the dividends. Huang Dafa hesitated at Wang Chen's request. In this era, the concept of technical equity stakes was still relatively unfamiliar. To outsiders, it appeared unreasonable for someone to demand 5% of the profits merely for sketching a few designs. However, Huang Dafa, possessing foresight, ultimately resolved his uncertainty and declared, "Very well, as you propose, provided your method proves viable, I am willing to grant you 5% of the profits." This agreement took everyone by surprise, most notably Wu Yud, who reacted vehemently. "No, this is utterly unreliable. Boss Wang, we have previously calculated that even if our collaboration succeeds, after accounting for material losses, transportation, and sales costs, our lumber factory could only secure 10% of the profits. Why should this scoundrel receive 5% merely for a few drawings? Would that not mean he is equivalent to half our lumber factory?" Not only Wu Yud, but even Lu Zhinya cast doubtful glances. Yet, the newly arrived beauty, Li Tingting, offered a fair remark. "If I am not mistaken, Wang Chen must possess additional skills beyond these design sketches. Wang Chen, do not keep us in suspense. Please share your insights." Chapter 72. The latest technology. At this moment, Li Tingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was eager to hear what astonishing statements Wang Chen might unveil. Wang Chen, naturally, did not disappoint her. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Have you all heard of a new technology known as high-density board?" At this question, the crowd exchanged perplexed glances, clearly unaware of its significance. However, Huang Dafa nodded thoughtfully. "I believe I encountered this technology during my trip to Europe. It is a woodworking technique that remains quite rare in our country. However, I am not entirely sure how it operates. Wang Chen, would you kindly elaborate for everyone?" Wang Chen did not rush to speak. Instead, he picked up a handful of wood shavings and sawdust from the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you perceive any value in these wood shavings and sawdust? What value could they possibly hold? They are better suited for burning." Lu Long jested with a smile. Wang Chen, however, shook his head in disagreement. "We have always utilized these materials for burning and even for sweeping. But what if I told you I could transform these remnants into furniture, door panels, or flooring? Would you believe me?" Wang Chen's assertion was startling, and the crowd appeared skeptical. However, Lu Zhinya quickly grasped the concept. "Wang Chen, the high-density board you mentioned, Is it crafted from these scraps? Precisely. Wang Chen affirmed with a nod. In essence, this high-density board technology involves the repurposing of sawdust and wood shavings into boards through secondary processing. First, these remnants must be crushed and soaked in a solution. Subsequently, they are pressed in a machine, and once shaped, they become solid boards. According to my estimations, if we can implement this technology, our factory's wood waste rate could be reduced by at least 50%, and the factory's profit could increase by 5%. Wang Chen extended 5 fingers and shook them before everyone. The figures he presented left the audience astounded. It is crucial to note that after extensive discussions with Huang Dafeng and numerous calculations, they had only managed to achieve a 10% profit. Wang Chen's technical improvement, yielding an additional 5% profit, was indeed remarkable. However, at that moment, Huang Dafeng raised a pivotal question. Wang Chen, while this technology may be feasible, can we guarantee the quality of the boards produced? I certainly do not wish to offer substandard products to my clients, lest I face bankruptcy. Wang Chen had already anticipated this concern. Boss Wang, you need not worry about this matter. I have also devised a new strategy regarding sales. There is no necessity for us to standardize prices across all products. We can certainly establish 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. For high-end furniture, we shall use solid wood as the main material. All components will be crafted from natural, safe, and environmentally friendly solid wood. For mid-range furniture, we can utilize solid wood for the visible parts while substituting high-density boards in less visible areas to reduce costs. As for low-end furniture, we will rely entirely on high-density boards. These boards possess considerable strength and durability, allowing for intricate carvings without compromising structural integrity. Furthermore, high-density boards can serve as primary materials for doors and flooring, ensuring a robust market demand. Wang Chen's sales strategy illuminated Huang Dafeng's perspective. He felt a decision forming within him, sensing the viability of Wang Chen's approach. With the introduction of 3 distinct tiers, it becomes feasible to offer 3 varying price points. High-end solid wood furniture, designed exclusively for the affluent, can command exorbitant prices. Mid-range furniture, being more affordable, will undoubtedly attract a considerable clientele. As for the low-end furniture, its strategy hinges on slim profit margins coupled with high sales volume, ensuring a steady demand. While Huang Dafeng remained pensive, Lu Xinye eagerly fanned the flames of enthusiasm. What do you think, General Huang? Wang Chen's idea is quite commendable. I assent it. If we can upgrade to a high-density board production line, both parties' profits will surely see a significant boost. Furthermore, we should expedite our efforts. While others have yet to adopt this technology, we can seize the market. The sooner we capture it, the greater our profits will be. At that moment, Huang Dafeng finally resolved to proceed. All right, I will invest in this project. Let us introduce a high-density board production line. As for the promised dividends to Wang Chen, let it be calculated at 5%. Regardless of future profits, Wang Chen shall receive a 5% share. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart soared with joy, although he maintained a composed facade. As if everything were well within his grasp, Lu Long, equally elated, clasped Wang Chen's shoulder. Brother Chen, you are destined for great wealth this time. Once the dividends are disbursed, do not forget my contributions. Treat me to a lavish meal. Even the newly arrived beauty, Li Tingting, expressed her congratulations to Wang Chen. Wang Chen, you truly live up to the acclaim. You are remarkably capable. I have just joined the lumber factory, and you have already secured such a significant deal. Impressive indeed. Amidst the celebration, a note of dissent emerged from Wu Yud, who abruptly interjected. Are you all out of your minds? All you think about is profit. Has anyone considered the investment required? This cutting-edge technology is scarce in our country and must be sourced from Europe. This will undoubtedly entail a substantial expenditure. If we truly invest, how long will it take to recoup our costs? Wu Yud's words served as a wake-up call for Huang Dafeng. He turned to Wang Chen and inquired, have you calculated the estimated cost of introducing such a production line? Wang Chen, after a moment of contemplation, awkwardly replied, based on my calculations and the current market rates, even the smallest production line would likely require 30 million. The mention of 30 million left everyone in stunned silence. Even the typically composed Huang Dafeng displayed signs of hesitation. Nevertheless, he retrieved a mobile phone from his assistant and addressed the group. Such a substantial investment requires careful deliberation. I must consult the board of directors and confirm with the shareholders. If they all agree, then the 30 million will be feasible. If not, this project will have to be temporarily shelved. At that moment, Wang Chen's heart raced with anxiety. Such a considerable investment was indeed challenging to secure. Yet, should it be approved, the dividends would pave the way for a life of financial freedom. Huang Dafa made several phone calls in quick succession, conversing animatedly with each person. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, a smile finally graced his face. Everyone, the board has unanimously approved the investment in the timber factory. Chapter 73. The background of Li Tingting at last. As the dust settled, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group. Wang Chen and his companions wore expressions of unrestrained joy, while Wu Yud resembled a defeated rooster. He felt a burning sensation on his face. He had initially intended to dismiss Wang Chen, but had instead found himself thwarted. Had he foreseen the outcome, he might have chosen inaction, thus avoiding the embarrassment of both loss and defeat. In that moment, Huang Dafa turned to Wang Chen, inquiring, based on your estimates, with our new production line orders, improvements in technology, and waste recycling, what do you project our annual profits to be? Approximately around 10 million, Wang Chen replied, eliciting a wave of astonished expressions from everyone present, particularly Lu Long, who began gesturing animatedly with his fingers. Brother Chen, you mean we could earn 10 million in a year? If you receive 5% of that, wouldn't you be looking at a dividend of 500,000 annually? My goodness, not only will you be the wealthiest in the village, but in a few years, you might even become the richest in Swifan. Lu Long appeared utterly captivated by the prospect of wealth, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the 50,000 was not his own. However, Wang Chen remained unfazed by the monetary figures, as he was already enjoying substantial profits from his liquor business with Makarov. Makarov was about to place an order for 10,000 barrels of liquor. Should this batch sell, it would net him 500,000 in one fell swoop. With plans to further expand his business and dominate the liquor market in the Far East, he anticipated an abundance of wealth that would be nearly impossible to exhaust. Yet, he pondered whether the village's distillery could keep up with the production demands as the business flourished. Wang Chen began contemplating the possibility of acquiring additional brewing equipment to operate independently if necessary. Of course, these considerations were for another time. The immediate priority was to finalize the contracts between both parties. Before Wang Chen could speak, Li Tingting interjected, Mr. Huang, if the board can finalize the agreement, could we proceed to sign the contract with our timber factory? Signing it sooner would enable everyone to reap the benefits more quickly. Huang Dafa, a businessman at heart, appreciated Li Tingting's efficient and straightforward approach. Absolutely, but shouldn't we engage a professional to draft the contract first? At this suggestion, Lu Jingye chuckled. Mr. Huang, you've asked the right person. Li Tingting is majoring in business at Black University. Drafting a business contract is a breeze for her. Shaoli, please hurry to my office and prepare the contract. Once Mr. Huang and I confirm its accuracy, we can proceed with the signing. Li Tingting, efficient as ever, took the keys and headed to the office. Wang Chen, increasingly intrigued by this young woman, followed closely behind. However, he dared not follow too closely. It would hardly be appropriate for a grown man to trail a young girl. At this moment, Lu Long cheerfully approached. Chengge, what is this? Are you smitten with Li Tingting? Indeed, the young lady was remarkable, a tall beauty with an admirable figure and impressive academic credentials. If she were to pair with you, it would be a perfect match. Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, Wang Chen delivered a swift tap to the back of his head. What nonsense! I merely fear she might struggle to locate the office. I intended to guide her. You rascal, be careful lest I teach you a lesson. Lu Long, noticing Wang Chen's refusal to concede, pouted. Chengge, if you fancy her, just admit it. Why all this convoluted reasoning? And could you refrain from hitting me so often? Were it not for my timely retrieval of my father, would you have managed today as crisis? Lu Long wore a pitiful expression, prompting Wang Chen to produce a pack of cigarettes and offer it to him. Am I not allowed to be wrong? Consider this a reward for you. Are you satisfied now? Lu Long glanced at the pack, barely containing his laughter. Sherlin cigarettes, Chengge. You truly have a knack for acquiring fine things. Lu Long, a seasoned smoker, opened the pack and lit one instantly. Having appeased him, Wang Chen posed another question. So, who exactly is this Li Tingting? Why would your father personally come to fetch her? With such high qualifications, why come to our lumber mill? Wouldn't it be better to work at the headquarters in Harbin? I'm not quite sure. Lu Long exhaled a smoke ring. I asked my father, but he was tight-lipped, only saying she is from Harbin and that we should take good care of her, leaving everything else unsaid. The more Lu Long spoke, the more curious Wang Chen became. Lu Long, do me a favor, whether through subtle inquiries or direct means, find out who Li Tingting really is. The sooner, the better. Lu Long gestured confidently, seemingly assured. Meanwhile, Lu Zhinya began calling for Wang Chen again. Director Lu, is there something you need? Lu Zhinya, beaming, patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. Wang Chen, when I mentioned your promotion to chief section head, I was not jesting. I reported to headquarters last time, and now, while fetching Li Tingting, I've retrieved the approval. You shall officially assume the role of chief of the production scheduling department. 3 days hence, our factory will host its annual commendation ceremony, at which I will formally announce this news. Wang Chen had previously thought Lu Zhinya was merely trying to rescue him from a predicament, but he never anticipated this promotion to be genuine. Lu Long continuously congratulated him. Yet beside them, Wu Yud erupted in discontent. Lu Zhinya, this is rather abrupt, I assent it? Old Meng has yet to retire. He still holds the chief position. Are you intending to force him out prematurely? Old Meng was the current head of the production scheduling department and Wang Chen's direct superior. If Wang Chen were to be promoted, it would indeed displace Old Meng from his position. However, at this moment, Lu Zhinya let out a scoff. Humph, Wu Yud. This matter is none of your concern. The headquarters has its arrangements. The headquarters has stated that Old Meng is nearing retirement, having dedicated his life to the timber factory, thus deserving recognition for his hard work. So, before his retirement, he is to be promoted to the position of deputy factory director. Wang Chen will then take over his role. What could possibly be wrong with that? Upon hearing this, Wu Yud was nearly furious to the point of explosion. He was aware that he had no chance of becoming the factory director, but securing the position of deputy director before retirement would have sufficed. However, due to his reckless actions, Old Meng unexpectedly ascended to the deputy director position. Now, any hopes of promotion for him were completely dashed. Truly, it was a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Nevertheless, Wu Yud did not seem inclined to concede defeat. With a grim expression, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Zhinya and berated him. Lu Zhinya, you favor your own, creating cliques within the factory. Just wait. I will report you to headquarters and ensure you face the consequences. Chapter 74. Preparations for the commendation meeting. Wu Yud had completely shed his pretense. Having previously submitted a report, he now intended to personally lodge a complaint. Lu Zhinya, wishing to salvage the situation, considered their long-standing camaraderie. Yet, Wu Yud showed no regard for decorum and turned to leave. Faced with this, Wang Chen could only offer Lu Zhinya some words of advice. Director Lu, we are on different paths and should not conspire together. Some matters are not worth forcing. After all, we stand upright and need not fear shadows. He can report us wherever he pleases. Lu Zhinya found merit in Wang Chen's words and decided not to dwell on it further. The group then agreed to visit Lu Zhinya's office to check on the progress of the contract prepared by Li Tingting. Upon arriving at the office, they found Li Tingting using the printer to finalize the contract. With a beaming smile, she presented the prepared documents. Director Lu, General Huang, please take a look. I have completed the contract. Initially, we only needed 2 copies, but since you agreed to give Wang Chen a share, I have prepared an additional one for him. If there are no issues, the 3 of you can sign. Each person took a copy of the contract and began to review it carefully. The document spanned over a dozen pages, with all terms clearly articulated. Wang Chen had previously thought of Li Tingting as merely ornamental, but it was evident now that she was indeed a remarkable talent with substantial capability. After confirming there were no discrepancies, they each signed and affixed the official seal. With that, the 3 contracts acquired legal validity. Having accomplished this significant task, Lu Zhinya planned to host a celebratory dinner for Huang Dafa. General Huang, I truly appreciate your hard work this time. If there are no further matters, I would like to treat you to a drink tonight. However, Huang Dafa shook his head. No need for drinks. We must seize every moment. Although I discussed production plans with the board today, I still need to personally clarify some specific execution items with them. Additionally, I must devise a plan for purchasing equipment in Europe. Strive to secure more time, so that you can formally commence production. Huang Dafa has expressed this sentiment, making it difficult for anyone to linger. The crowd could only see him off at the door, wishing him a safe journey. After bidding farewell to Huang Dafa, Lu Zhinya called Wang Chen aside. Wang Chen, in 3 days, you will be taking your annual leave. We need to hold an annual commendation meeting to formally announce your promotion. You and Lu Long are tasked with organizing it, and it must be done splendidly, so everyone can enjoy the new year. Naturally, Wang Chen would not decline such an assignment. This so-called annual commendation meeting is essentially a celebration for the workers after a year of hard toil. All the employees gather for a festive gathering, held in the cafeteria. Typically, there will be cultural performances, with individuals taking turns to showcase their talents. Following this, there will be speeches from the leaders, recognizing those who have made significant contributions to the factory. Prizes will also be distributed to the commendable individuals. The grand finale will be a celebratory feast. As long as these affairs are executed well, the commendation meeting will conclude successfully. With only 3 days remaining, Wang Chen must promptly arrange everything. After all, this is his inaugural task as the newly appointed section chief, and it must not falter. He first takes the van with Lu Long to purchase prizes. The prizes are quite simple, primarily consisting of everyday necessities that are practical and well received by the factory employees. Next, they must procure ingredients for the banquet. Although Wang Chen does not need to prepare the dishes himself, he must direct the cafeteria on what to cook. Naturally, the more meat, the better, ensuring everyone enjoys a hearty meal. Once these tasks are completed, Wang Chen begins to contact various departments, informing them to prepare performances. Many workers possess talents, and gathering a few will suffice for a delightful evening. After completing all these tasks, night has fallen. Wang Chen, lacking time to return home, spends the night in the security department with Lu Long and the others. The next morning, just as dawn breaks, there is a sudden knock at the security office door. Wang Chen rubs his eyes and opens the door to find Li Tingting standing there, holding a plastic bag containing several steamed buns. Li Tingting, what brings you here? Wang Chen, I heard you were busy all day yesterday and must be exhausted. I specially prepared breakfast for you, so hurry and eat. Observing the meat buns offered by Li Tingting, Wang Chen feels a bit puzzled. They have just met, and their relationship is not yet deep. Her unsolicited kindness raises suspicions of hidden motives. If you have something to discuss, feel free to speak plainly. I have already told you that I will assist you wherever I can. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Li Tingting smiled coyly. Actually, it's nothing much. For the commendation meeting, aren't we organizing cultural performances? I would like to sing a song, but I lack an accompanist. If possible, could you help me find someone to accompany me? Wang Chen, initially thinking it was a significant matter, confidently reassured her, this is easily arranged. Many of our craftsmen can play musical instruments. Please share the song title with me so that I can prepare in advance and coordinate accordingly. However, at that moment, Li Tingting shook her head once more. I have yet to decide on the song, so I cannot provide you with the title just yet. In any case, please help me find someone skilled in playing an instrument. I assure you, I will surprise you all. After saying this, Li Tingting smiled and departed. Wang Chen was left utterly perplexed, unsure of the girl's intentions. Nevertheless, he adhered to their agreement and informed a few musicians about the situation. After a long day of labor, Wang Chen felt utterly exhausted. Concerned about his sister being home alone, he requested a day off, intending to check on her well-being. Having completed most of the tasks, he felt confident leaving the remainder to Lu Long, and Lu Zhinya promptly approved his leave. Just as he was about to leave the factory, Wang Chen received a call from Makarov. Wang Chen, do you have a moment? Would you like to visit the trading company? I have some good news for you. What could Makarov's good news possibly be? It surely had to do with bringing back money. Given that Wang Chen had recently incurred considerable expenses, his wallet was nearly empty. This was a timely relief. He immediately jumped into the delivery van and headed straight to the trading company. Makarov was already waiting for him at the entrance, waving for Wang Chen to follow him to the office. Once inside, Makarov produced a larger brown paper bag and tossed it into Wang Chen's arms. Count it, no more. No less, exactly 150,000. Wang Chen opened the bag and confirmed that it indeed contained 15 bundles of 100 yuan notes. Rather than count, he casually remarked, Makarov, we are old friends. How could I not trust you? No need to count. Just as he turned to leave, Makarov called out to him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wang Chen, do you not wish to hear my good news? Chapter 75, another major deal. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen turned back, intrigued. Makarov, what other good news could there be? Please, share it with me. Do you remember the nesting doll set you gifted me? Makarov inquired. Of course, you seem to quite like it, Wang Chen replied. Confirming Wang Chen's memory, Makarov approached a cabinet and swiftly retrieved a certificate. Upon opening it, Wang Chen discovered it was a gold award certificate from the Moscow exhibition. Wang Chen, I took that 20-layer nesting doll to the Moscow exhibition. It was a tremendous success and won a gold medal. It has caused quite a stir domestically, with many praising the craftsmanship and the impressive 20 layers. Consequently, the headquarters has instructed me to inquire whether I could order more nesting dolls from you for domestic sale. With the Gold Award rating from the exhibition, the value of these dolls has skyrocketed. I believe this transaction will yield substantial profits for both of us. After hearing Makarov's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but reflect. This is what they call planting flowers with care, yet not seeing them bloom, while inadvertently sowing willows that thrive. Initially, I merely intended to present Makarov with a coveted gift to foster a closer relationship between us. Who would have anticipated that this 20-layered matryoshka would garner the gold medal at the exhibition? Moreover, it was serendipitous that the timber factory was on the verge of transformation into the realm of handicraft production. Makarov promptly dispatched a substantial order, providing a significant impetus for the factory's transition. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen confidently asserted, "This is a fortuitous opportunity for mutual cooperation. Our timber factory will certainly spare no effort. Once the contract is duly signed, production can commence after the new year." It seemed that Makarov had been awaiting Wang Chen's affirmation as he retrieved a substantial contract from the cabinet nearby. "Wang Chen, take a look. The contract has been prepared by headquarters, and the profits are rather lucrative. I have already signed it. Please present this document to Director Liu for his signature, and this business will be secured." Makarov's meticulous preparation suggested urgency from Moscow. Wang Chen wasted no time and promptly secured the contract. "Rest assured, Makarov, I shall return to the factory at once to deliver this contract. Furthermore, I have a suggestion. We need not limit ourselves to producing only the 20-layered matryoshka. We could also manufacture smaller versions. We can categorize them into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The 20-layered version would represent the premium category at the highest price, while the 12-layered version would be mid-range, and the 8-layered version could be sold at a more accessible price, making it affordable for everyone." Wang Chen adeptly adapted the previous tiered furniture model to the production of matryoshkas. Makarov was quite pleased with this proposal, nodding in agreement. "Your plan is commendable. I will relay it to headquarters, and it should be easily approved. Wang Chen, let us proceed with our respective tasks, and may we reap greater profits this time." During his interactions with Wang Chen, Makarov's perspective had undergone a profound transformation. He appeared utterly captivated by financial prospects, frequently expressing an insatiable interest in money, while other matters seemed to fade from his concern. However, this was advantageous for Wang Chen. As long as Makarov cherished wealth, their collaboration could persist, yielding greater financial rewards. Wang Chen swiftly returned the contract, and upon learning that he had secured a substantial order for the timber factory in just half an hour, Liu Xingye could scarcely contain his delight. "Wang Chen, you truly are a blessing for our timber factory. Do you realize that we were on the brink of bankruptcy? Had it not been for your timely intervention, the factory might have faced imminent closure. Now, with this significant order, I shall certainly request a generous bonus for you from above." Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled modestly, replying, "The money is of little consequence. I merely wish to enhance the timber factory and contribute in any way I can." The bonuses from the headquarters held little allure for him. After all, he possessed a 5% share of the factory's profits, far exceeding any monetary reward. Securing more business orders and elevating the factory's sales volume was his true objective. After an hour of diligent work, the contract was finally completed, and Makarov's side had also received confirmation from headquarters. Now, all that remained was to modify the production line after the new year, and they could officially commence production of these nesting dolls. Wang Chen was overjoyed, as good fortune seemed to come in abundance. He made his way to the grocery store to purchase a roasted chicken, intending to return home and improve his sister's meal. Upon arriving home in his van, he discovered Zhang Yuru and Wang Shui busily preparing dumplings together. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Wang Chen inquired, somewhat taken aback, as Zhang Yuru had been rather distant since Ma San's arrest. However, seeing her laughing and chatting amiably with Wang Shui, their camaraderie seemed stronger than ever. Before Zhang Yuru could respond, Wang Shui chimed in, "Brother, while you've been away these past few days, sister-in-law Yuru was worried about my safety being alone. So she stayed here to keep me company. Look, she even bought some meat to make dumplings for me. The dumplings will be ready to boil soon. So wash your hands and take a seat." Zhang Yuru smiled gently, brushing her hair back, choosing to remain silent. She was acutely aware that her current status was far from deserving of someone like Wang Chen. Yet, in her heart, she had already regarded him as her own. She sought no formal acknowledgement. She merely wished to remain by his side. Unfortunately, lacking any other skills, she could only try to endear herself to Wang Shui, hoping to strengthen her bond with Wang Chen. Wang Chen, perceptive to Zhang Yuru's subtle intentions, handed her the roasted chicken, taking the opportunity to lightly touch her hand. Sister-in-law, I just bought this. It's still warm. Let us shred the chicken, and we can start our meal. As he touched her hand, Zhang Yuru's cheeks flushed deeper. She hurried to the kitchen to shred the chicken and arrange it on a plate, bringing it to the dining table. Soon, steaming dumplings were ready. Wang Chen had initially considered having a drink, but with his sister present, he was cautious about saying the wrong thing while intoxicated. Instead, he opened a bottle of pear soda and poured it for everyone. Today, let us toast with soda instead of alcohol. The new year is approaching, and it's rare for us to be gathered together like this, so we must celebrate joyfully. After saying this, they clinked their glasses and drank heartily. As the three of them laughed and enjoyed their meal, Wang Chen recounted the recent happenings at the lumber mill. Upon hearing that he had been promoted to the head of the production scheduling department, the astonishment on their faces was palpable. Wang Chen was about to share that not only had he become the department head, but he also received a 5% share of the factory as profits. However, before he could speak, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Wang Chen, are you home? Hurry and open the door. Chapter 76. Uncle Tun. The voice from outside was familiar, seemingly belonging to the owner of the distillery. Wang Chen had intended to visit the distillery to place an order for a new batch of liquor, but he hadn't anticipated the owner would come himself. The tone of his voice suggested anxiety, leaving Wang Chen curious about what might have transpired. He quickly approached the door and opened it, only to be greeted by a strong, metallic scent of blood that wafted in immediately. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed the distillery owner standing at the threshold. His face bore the marks of a brutal assault, bruised and battered, with 2 teeth knocked out. Blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth, explaining the overwhelming scent of iron in the air. Boss Zhou, what has happened to you? Wang Chen inquired as he supported him. Instead of responding directly, Boss Zhou could only sigh heavily. Alas, Wang Chen, it is difficult for me to speak of this matter. Yet remaining silent is no longer an option. Do you have any money on hand? Could you lend me some? I promise to repay you as soon as my situation improves. The unexpected request for a loan left Wang Chen utterly bewildered. Despite having recently earned a considerable sum, he could not compare to Boss Zhou's wealth. The brewing equipment alone at the distillery was worth over 300,000 yuan, and having operated the distillery for several years, Boss Zhou surely had savings amounting to at least 100,000. The request for a loan from Wang Chen raised numerous suspicions. How much do you intend to borrow? 100,000. Just lend me 100,000. The mere mention of this figure caused everyone in the room to gasp in disbelief. In an era where even 10,000 yuan was a rarity, especially in rural areas, how could an ordinary household possibly come up with 100,000? Although Wang Chen had just received 150,000, the lack of clarity regarding Boss Zhou's predicament made him hesitant to lend such a sum. Noticing Wang Chen's silence, Boss Zhou suddenly knelt on the ground. Wang Chen, I am pleading with you. I know you have been making a profit from your liquor business. I am truly in dire straits. If you do not help me, they will surely harm me. If necessary, I will mortgage my distillery to you. No, I will sell it to you outright. The equipment alone is worth around 300,000. I can let it go for 100,000. You would not be at a loss. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a flicker of temptation. He had previously contemplated acquiring his own set of equipment to establish a distillery, which would facilitate future dealings with Makarov. However, he was acutely aware that starting a distillery required a significant investment, far beyond his current means. Yet, taking over Boss Zhou's distillery would indeed be a lucrative opportunity. With the equipment and labor already in place, he would only need to purchase raw materials and pay wages to commence operations. Just as Wang Chen was about to agree, several burly men burst into the room. They seized Boss Zhou by the head and delivered a series of harsh slaps. So, Zhou, you think you have some capability now, do you? You dare to run. Were you not supposed to gather the money? When will you give me the 100,000? A total of 5 men entered. Their faces unfamiliar, indicating they were not from Wang Chen's village. However, Wang Chen quickly recognized the leader, the bald-headed Lu Air from the neighboring village. Despite his unassuming name, Lu Air was the quintessential village tyrant, a local despot ruling with an iron fist. In his own village, Lu Air was a figure of intimidation, wielding considerable power. In addition to his tyrannical behavior towards men and women alike, he has established a rather sizable gambling den in the village. Villagers from nearby areas, and even residents from the city of Swifen, often find themselves drawn to his establishment to place a few bets. His commission is exorbitantly high, and he also engages in usury, amassing a fortune in the process. The most deceitful aspect is that he reportedly orchestrates schemes to cheat unsuspecting patrons. It is evident that the proprietor, Zhou, is fond of gambling, and inevitably, he has fallen prey to Lu Er's machinations, losing all his wealth in the process. As Wang Chen contemplated this, Lu Er seemed to be growing desperate, grappling fiercely with several burly men. Amidst the chaos, he hurled curses at Lu Er, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You've deliberately set a trap to swindle me. If it weren't for your schemes, would I be losing hundreds of thousands?" He defiantly declared, "I will not back down. If I take one down with me, I shall gain with two." Wang Chen, witnessing the brutal altercation, quickly positioned himself in front of Wang Shui and Zhang Yuru, determined to protect those dear to him from the fray. Unfortunately, Zhou, fighting alone, was no match for his assailants and soon found himself on his knees, unable to rise. Lu Er, smoking a cigarette, seized Zhou's hair and taunted, "Zhou, you still owe us 100,000. How do you intend to settle this? You claimed you would borrow money. Where is it now? If you do not pay up, I swear I will break your leg." Lu Er was notorious for his ruthlessness, and his threats were not mere bluster. At that moment, Zhou, battered and nearly unable to open his eyes, reached out towards Wang Chen, clearly seeking assistance. Lu Er, discerning Zhou's intentions, crushed his cigarette underfoot and sneered. "I believe your name is Wang Chen, correct? What is your intention to shield him from this storm? I've heard you are merely a dispatcher. Although you have a stable job, I doubt you can muster such an amount. Your provisions seem quite lavish, dumplings and roasted chicken. And these two lovely ladies by your side, who are they to you?" Lu Er, brimming with arrogance, reached out towards Zhang Yuru. Having bedded many beautiful women in his own village, he felt emboldened to act with the same impunity here. Yet, just as he attempted to touch Zhang Yuru, a sharp pain struck his ribs. Wang Chen had landed a powerful punch, causing Lu Er to stagger back several steps. Seeing their leader attacked, Lu Er's lackeys rushed forward, ready to retaliate. Wang Chen swiftly grabbed a kitchen knife, coldly challenging, "Anyone unafraid of death, come and try." Ultimately, these men were merely paper tigers, all roar and no bite. Faced with Wang Chen's fierce demeanor, they hesitated to engage. However, recovering slightly, Lu Er gritted his teeth and spat, "You little brat. Have I given you too much face? Aren't you just a lowly dispatcher at the lumber mill? In my presence, you are nothing. If you wish to shield him, you better ensure the debt is repaid, or I will end you." As Lu Er's words lingered in the air, Wang Shui suddenly interjected, "You lot. Do not be so arrogant. My brother is no longer just a dispatcher. After successfully apprehending a thief at the lumber factory, he has been promoted to the position of chief officer. If you dare to make a move, consider the consequences." This proclamation from Wang Shui caused the advancing individuals to halt in their tracks. A chief officer at the lumber factory was not someone they could afford to provoke. After all, the factory employed hundreds of workers and had its own security department. If they were to offend Wang Chen, a mob would undoubtedly descend upon them, and Lu Er would be unable to withstand such a force. Moreover, Wang Shui's claim that Wang Chen personally captured the thief was widely known. The infamous Lao Ba, who typically preyed on two lines, had not encountered issues for many years. The singular time he faltered was at the hands of Wang Chen, resulting in several of his subordinates meeting their demise by shotgun fire. No matter how bold Lu Er might be, he would not dare to confront a gunman directly. His expression shifted swiftly, revealing a forced smile. "Chief Wang, so it was you who apprehended that Lao Ba. I have heard he was quite ruthless. You were not harmed, were you?" Lu Er inquired, probing for information. Wang Chen could easily discern his intentions. Concealing the kitchen knife behind him, he maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of authority. "What a farce. I had a gun pressed against his head, and that old fool nearly soiled himself. What about you all? Do you wish to test your luck?" Sometimes, concealing a weapon can be far more intimidating than brandishing it openly. The sycophants, sensing danger, retreated. Yet Lu Er, emboldened, continued to wear a smile, though a hint of coldness crept into his tone. "Chief Wang, I genuinely admire your ability to take down Lao Ba and his gang. However, do you believe this will shield you from Boss Zhou's wrath? He owes us a substantial sum of 100,000, which is no trifling matter. If he does not repay us soon, we shall set his distillery ablaze, ensuring he never rises again." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's demeanor darkened. He had set his sights on the distillery, and if Lu Er and his gang were to destroy it, all his efforts would be in vain. Contemplating the situation, he realized that if he did not draw blood today, he would undoubtedly face insurmountable hurdles. Returning to the house, Wang Chen swiftly retrieved a brown paper bag. He tossed it to Lu Er and said curtly, "Count it. If everything is in order, then tear up the IOU. We shall consider this matter settled." Upon inspecting the bag, Lu Er's eyes sparkled with greed. However, after weighing its contents, he sensed something amiss. Emptying the bag, he discovered only 9 bundles of cash, far short of the 100,000 owed. "Chief Wang, what is the meaning of this? He owes us 100,000, not 90,000. Are you attempting to evade your debt?" Wang Chen did not respond kindly, slamming his hand on the table. "You barged into my home uninvited at this late hour, frightening my sister. Shouldn't you compensate for the emotional distress? Offering you 90,000 is already generous. If you continue to dither, you might find that it will soon be reduced to 80,000. Wang Chen pressed forward, his demeanor unyielding, while Lu Er bristled with indignation. However, he was acutely aware that this money had been acquired through deceitful means, rendering it ill-gotten wealth. Securing 90,000 yuan was already a considerable stroke of fortune. Moreover, Wang Chen was no longer an ordinary individual. He was someone one could scarcely afford to offend. After much contemplation, he could only force a smile before Wang Chen. "Director Wang, let us proceed as you suggest. The 10,000 yuan shall be considered compensation for your sister's emotional distress, and we shall regard this 90,000 as a total of 100,000. However, Director Wang, I am also doing you a personal favor in hopes that we may cultivate a friendship." Regrettably, Wang Chen showed no inclination to reciprocate. "Why would I wish to befriend you? Are we of the same ilk?" Lu Er's face darkened at the rebuff, and he suddenly pointed at Zhang Yuru, who stood nearby. "Director Wang, if I am not mistaken, this lady is Ma San's wife, is she not? They say that a first-rate man has a family outside his home, while a second-rate man finds solace in fleeting affairs. As for me, Lu Er, I shall never ascend to the first tier. I can only seek out a few wildflowers in the village. But you, Director Wang, have yet to marry and already maintain an entire household of beauty. I can hardly contain my envy." Lu Er's words dripped with sarcasm, clearly insinuating that Wang Chen had taken Ma San's wife for himself. Wang Chen was untroubled by gentlemen, but remained wary of scoundrels. Lu Er's foul tongue could indeed become a source of irritation for Wang Chen. "Very well. I too appreciate the value of friendship. Since you regard me as a friend, let us share a drink together when the opportunity arises." Wang Chen's response allowed Lu Er to regain some semblance of dignity. He left the room with his underlings, leaving Zhou Boss behind. Once they departed, Wang Chen hurriedly assisted Zhou Boss to his feet. Zhou Boss had been badly beaten and was barely able to stand. "Are you all right, Boss Zhou? Shall I escort you to the hospital?" Zhou Boss grasped Wang Chen's hand with trembling fingers and said, "Brother Wang, I have wronged you, forcing you to take the brunt of my troubles. Yet rest assured, I am a man of my word. My distillery shall belong to you from now on. Bring me paper and a pen, and I shall draft a transfer deed." Wang Chen was eager for Zhou Boss's distillery, but he hesitated to be so direct in taking advantage of the situation. "Boss Zhou, consider this money alone. Repay me when you are able." However, Zhou Boss could only manage a bitter smile. "Repay? What is there to repay? I have run this distillery for several years, and tonight I have lost everything. My spirit is utterly crushed. How can I continue? You have no idea how treacherous these people are. Before I even sat at the table, they poured several drinks down my throat and then conspired against me. Initially, I wagered a few thousand and even won a bit. But once I reached tens of thousands in winnings, I became utterly blinded by greed. I intended to make a grand play, only to lose 70,000 or 80,000 in one fell swoop. I became frantic, losing more and more until I had gambled away my entire fortune. With my temperament, I am truly unsuited for business anymore. Handing over the distillery to you shall not squander my lifelong efforts." With the conversation having reached this point, Wang Chen no longer felt inclined to refuse. He brought paper and pen, prompting Boss Zhou to sign the transfer document. However, after the signing, Wang Chen addressed Boss Zhou. "Though you have sold the distillery, your expertise remains invaluable. If you do not mind, would you consider taking on the role of supervisor for me? You provide the technical know-how, and I shall offer you a 10% share of the profits in return. Wang Chen's proposal deeply moved Boss Zhou. Brother Wang Chen, I need not say more. From now on, I shall follow your lead. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. The two parties reached a harmonious agreement, and both were pleased. Boss Zhou would secure a respectable income, ensuring he would not go hungry. With his supervision, the quality of production at the distillery would be assured, for it is always prudent to entrust specialized tasks to experts. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Lu Er and his companions were cursing. Damn it! That little brat Wang Chen just swindled me out of 10,000. Lu Er muttered, plotting his revenge. As he spoke, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind a distant tree. Gentlemen, if you seek to retaliate against Wang Chen, I have a proposition for you. The unexpected voice startled Lu Er and his group. They grew wary, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from behind the tree. The man was of modest height, with a balding head and a lecherous expression. Lu Er immediately recognized him, sneering, I thought it was someone important. It's just Wang Fugawei. Why haven't you come to gamble with me lately? Oh, I remember now. Your son seems to have been arrested, leaving you preoccupied. Lu Er's sharp words darkened Wang Fugawei's countenance, yet he could only force a smile as he approached Lu Er. Lu Er, I appreciate your concern for my son, but I have a single question for you. Do you wish to take revenge on Wang Chen? Wasn't that an obvious question? Lu Er, having suffered such humiliation today, yearned to see Wang Chen utterly destroyed. However, he still asked Wang Fugawei, aren't you Wang Chen's uncle? Why do you seem to harbor even more hatred for him than I do? Don't mention that scoundrel. Wang Fugawei shouted vehemently. My son's current plight is entirely due to him. Lu Er, I know you look down on me, but we share a common enemy now. Let me tell you, that brat Wang Chen has recently made quite a fortune. His pockets are fuller than anyone's. Are you bold enough to pull off a big score? If so, come to my place, and we can discuss it further. Wang Fugawei's eyes were filled with malice. Upon seeing this expression, Lu Er realized that Wang Fugawei had murder on his mind. The thought of the van parked outside Wang Chen's home, along with the beautiful Wang Shui and Zhang Yuru, stirred Lu Er's ambitions. Very well, let us go and discuss this matter in detail. As the conspirators plotted, Wang Chen was tending to Boss Zhou's wounds with bandages. After dressing the injury, he applied alcohol for disinfection, making the wound appear less alarming. Although Wang Chen had intended to invite Boss Zhou for a meal, he ultimately decided to return to the distillery to investigate further. After all, this is the culmination of his life's work, and he felt a twinge of reluctance as he transferred it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen did not insist on keeping him. Instead, he merely packed a box of dumplings for him and handed him 10,000 yuan from within the house, slipping it into his pocket. Upon seeing the money, Boss Zhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Wang Chen, what are you doing? You've already helped me so much. I cannot accept your money. Wang Chen anticipated his refusal and swiftly brought up the matter of the order. Old Zhou, take this money for now. I have some tasks for you. I've recently secured another order and need to produce 10,000 barrels of liquor by the Lantern Festival. The quality must meet standards, and the quantity cannot be lacking. Use this money to procure materials. I hope it will be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhou's expression turned troubled. Wang Chen, to be frank, our distillery's output is no more than 6,000 barrels a month. If you truly wish to increase production to 10,000 barrels, we will need the workers to operate in 3 shifts. However, it is the new year, and hiring is not an easy task. Do not worry too much. With enough incentive, I am sure we can rally the workers. I will have everyone work overtime starting tomorrow, and we should be able to meet the deadline. Wang Chen, relieved by this response, patted Boss Zhou on the shoulder and said earnestly, Old Zhou, I entrust this matter to you. I await news of your success. Boss Zhou offered a slight nod in acknowledgement and said no more. After his departure, Zhang Yuru hurried over to tidy the table, a hint of regret on her face. Look at this situation. We were enjoying a nice meal, and now it has turned into this. The dumplings must be cold by now. Let me heat them up so we can eat. Zhang Yuru remained considerate, and Wang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yuru was in the kitchen, he returned to the room to retrieve something. Just as Zhang Yuru brought the dumplings to the table, Wang Chen presented his item. Sister-in-law, I didn't bring you any gifts from Harbin this time. I noticed your vest was worn out, so try this on for size. Zhang Yuru accepted the black plastic bag, feeling that its contents were different from her usual vests. Upon opening it, she discovered a set of purple ladies' lingerie, her face flushing with embarrassment. Brother, I'm perfectly fine with a simple white vest. There's no need for such expensive lingerie. I've heard it's quite costly, right? I'm just a rural woman. I can't wear such fine clothes. Perhaps it would be better suited for Wang Shui. Zhang Yuru intended to pass the lingerie to Wang Shui, but Wang Shui interjected, Sister-in-law, I bought some too. You don't need to feel obligated. Besides, the size is too large for me. At this, Zhang Yuru's blush deepened. She realized that this was a heartfelt gesture from Wang Chen and eventually nodded in acceptance. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, brother. Zhang Yuru, bashful like a young girl, felt an overwhelming joy. It was not merely the expensive gift that delighted her. It was the realization that someone truly valued her. After many years of marriage with Ma San, he has never once taken the initiative to buy her a gift. She has grown increasingly convinced that following Wang Chen is indeed the wisest choice. What initially felt like an awkward atmosphere gradually transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. As everyone indulged in dumplings and roasted chicken, occasionally sipping on a glass of pear wine, the comfort was palpable. Once they were well fed and satisfied, the group resumed their casual conversation. Wang Shui suddenly grasped Wang Chen's hand, her face alight with joy. Brother, didn't you mention earlier that you're going to hold an awards ceremony? I heard there will be many performances. Could you take me along to see them? I'm so bored at home. I can't just spend every day doing homework, can I? Of course I can. Wang Chen readily agreed. You little glutton. You're not just interested in the performances. You're hoping to enjoy the feast as well, aren't you? This is a gathering for the workers of the lumber factory, and family members are welcome. Just stick with me, and I'll find you a place to sit. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Wang Shui grasped Zhang Yuru's hand. How about we take sister-in-law Yuru along too? I don't know anyone else. And she can keep me company. Wang Shui's sudden suggestion left Wang Chen feeling somewhat awkward. Bringing Zhang Yuru along was not out of the question, but doing so would essentially make their relationship public. After all, Ma San had worked at the lumber factory for a time. If Wang Chen were to take his wife, it might not reflect well on him. As Wang Chen hesitated, Zhang Yuru, who had been smiling moments before, began to look increasingly despondent. She understood that Wang Chen would not bring her along, yet his indecisiveness left her feeling quite uncomfortable. She quickly stood up, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. I just remembered that I have something to attend to at home. You all carry on. I'll head back now. Upon seeing Zhang Yuru leave in a hurry, Wang Shui pushed Wang Chen in frustration. Brother, why are you being so stingy? Such a wonderful opportunity, and you won't bring sister-in-law Yuru? She must be upset. You should hurry and comfort her. Wang Chen was no fool. He could certainly recognize that Zhang Yuru was upset. However, Wang Shui, with her overly simplistic thoughts, assumed Zhang Yuru was merely displeased due to missing out on the banquet. Wang Chen rose to his feet and affectionately ruffled Wang Shui's hair. You think I shouldn't listen to you? I'll go and cheer her up right now. Meanwhile, don't just sit around at home. Tidy up the kitchen and the floor and finish your homework later. The mention of homework made Wang Shui reluctant. After all, writing assignments was a daily chore at school, and even during the holidays, there was no respite. Anyone would find it tedious. She quickly grabbed a broom, proceeding to work at a leisurely pace. Wang Chen leapt over the low wall and made his way to Zhang Yuru's home. At that moment, Zhang Yuru was struggling to light a fire with a pile of kindling, intending to warm the Kong. The room was quite cold, and without the fire, one could easily catch a chill. Yet, whether it was due to the dampness of the wood or the turmoil in her heart, she could not get the fire to ignite after several attempts. Wang Chen quietly approached and slowly crouched beside her. Upon noticing his presence, Zhang Yuru hurriedly wiped away her tears. Wang Chen did not embrace Zhang Yuru's waist as he typically would. Instead, he took the match from her hand and smiled, saying, Sister-in-law, one must never rush when starting a fire. If the wood is wet, the flame will not ignite. Moreover, if the method is incorrect, the fire will not catch either. You must learn the proper technique. First, take a piece of kindling and light a small flame. Then, toss it into the pile of firewood, and the blaze will grow ever more fierce. Although Wang Chen's words were somewhat esoteric, Zhang Yuru understood there was a deeper meaning behind them, a gentle reminder not to be overly impatient. However, she felt a twinge of discomfort, unwilling to meet his gaze. Wang Chen, remaining silent, picked up a piece of kindling, pine wood, from the ground and soon ignited the stove. Once the Kong was warmed, he turned to leave. Yet, just as he reached the doorway, Zhang Yuru suddenly called out to him, Brother, won't you sit for a while? Her voice trembled slightly. Fearing she might provoke his ire, Wang Chen promptly closed the door and locked it. Then, reaching behind him, he retrieved the black plastic bag he had brought earlier. Sister-in-law, you rushed out so quickly that you forgot the items I bought for you. Now that the Kong is warm and the room is cozy, why not try them on? Being adults, Zhang Yuru understood Wang Chen's intentions all too well. Feeling a bit bashful, she hurried to the side to change into the undergarments. Once she had donned them, she looked in the mirror and was suddenly struck by her reflection. Her figure, already commendable, appeared even more alluring in the new lingerie. Wang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yuru, with a touch of adornment, could rival the allure of city girls. A surge of heat coursed through him as he approached her, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. In a moment of impulse, he placed a kiss near her ear. Zhang Yuru felt as if she had been electrified, instinctively wanting to push Wang Chen away. "Brother, what are you doing? My sister is at home. Please don't," she exclaimed, concerned that their actions could be overheard. Wang Chen's heart raced. It was no simple matter to extricate himself now. He tightened his embrace and whispered into her ear, "Rest assured. I sent her to do her homework. Let us be swift about this." With that, he lifted Zhang Yuru and playfully tossed her onto the Kong. Beneath the covers, they engaged in a passionate encounter. A half hour later, Zhang Yuru picked up Wang Chen's clothes and urged him to dress quickly. "Brother, you should head back soon. If we take too long, Xiao Xue will surely notice something is amiss." Though she was eager for him to leave, Wang Chen grasped her hand firmly. "Sister-in-law, please do not be upset about today. The awards ceremony is organized by the factory, and I cannot simply bring anyone along. Wang Xue is different. The son of Director Liu has a penchant for her. If she attends, no one would dare to challenge her. Can you understand my predicament?" Initially, Zhang Yuru felt a bit disgruntled, but after the flurry of activity, her irritation had dissipated. "Brother, you needn't explain further. I comprehend. Rest assured, even when you are not at home, I will still take the time to keep little Xue company." Wang Chen was uncertain whether Zhang Yuru was genuinely upset, yet he nonetheless retrieved his trousers. From his pocket, he extracted 1,000 yuan and placed it into Zhang Yuru's hand. Upon seeing such a substantial sum, Zhang Yuru appeared momentarily startled. "Brother, you haven't even let me spend the last money you gave me. Why are you giving me more? Do you think of your sister-in-law as merely a vessel for your funds?" Wang Chen shook his head, gently caressing Zhang Yuru's cheek. "Sister-in-law, do not misunderstand. The factory has been exceedingly busy lately, and I would like your assistance with a few matters." Upon hearing that Wang Chen sought her help, Zhang Yuru's tension eased slightly. "Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for such formality." With her encouragement, Wang Chen felt liberated from any restraint. "Sister-in-law, as you are aware, my family has been impoverished for several years. During the annual village pig slaughter, while everyone feasted on pork dishes, I could not afford to participate. However, the kind-hearted villagers allowed me to bring my sister along, so we could enjoy meat from house to house. Otherwise, we might have gone years without tasting such delicacies. This year, with newfound wealth, it is time for me to repay their kindness. Please assist me in purchasing 2 large, fat pigs. The fatter, the better. In a few days, I intend to host a feast for the villagers to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuru felt a stir of emotion within her. She had always feared that Wang Chen might disregard her in the future, but now it became evident that he had remembered the kindness shown to him over the years. Perhaps, even when he becomes wealthier, he would not forget Zhang Yuru. "All right, leave this matter to me. I will certainly handle it with efficiency." After discussing the first task, Wang Chen added, "I recently purchased a television from Harbin. You must have seen it, right? I have contacted someone to install cable television, and someone needs to be home to let him in. I will leave the key with you. When he arrives, please attend to it. Once the television is installed, we shall watch the Spring Festival Gala together on New Year's Eve." Hearing Wang Chen's words filled Zhang Yuru with a sense of anticipation. Although the Spring Festival Gala had been held for many years, her family had never owned a television, and she had never had the chance to watch it. Now, not only would she be able to watch it, but it would also be on the latest color television. The thought was exhilarating. "Brother, rest assured. I will manage this task as well, and there will be no issues. Is there anything else? Please feel free to tell me everything," Zhang Yuru inquired, prompting a mischievous smile to appear on Wang Chen's face. "Indeed, there is something else, sister-in-law. I was a bit hasty earlier. How about we?" Before he could finish, Wang Chen pulled the blanket over them. Chapter 80. The commencement of the commendation ceremony, whether it was due to fatigue or not, Wang Chen, in the midst of his busyness, unexpectedly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the morning. Feeling anxious, he genuinely feared that Wang Shui might come looking for him. After ensuring that Zhang Yuru was comfortably covered, he hurriedly returned home. Fortunately, upon his return, he discovered that his sister had long since gone to bed. Had Wang Shui sensed anything amiss, it would have been rather difficult to explain. Although Wang Chen's home is a humble earthen house, it is still quite spacious. The dwelling consists of 2 large rooms, one for him and one for his sister. Unfortunately, with only the 2 of them occupying such a large space, it feels rather desolate. Nevertheless, Wang Chen is confident that it won't be long before the household becomes lively again. After a prolonged slumber, he awoke the next day to find it was already noon. Zhang Yuru, as she had done the previous day, brought him lunch. Wang Chen had initially intended to rest for the afternoon, but Lu Long arrived on a bicycle to seek him out. Lu Long informed him that the factory was in chaos and urged him to return promptly. After giving Zhang Yuru a few instructions, Wang Chen set off with Lu Long. Upon arriving at the lumber factory, he discovered that his absence, even for half a day, had thrown the place into disarray. Typically, aside from Wang Chen, the workshop director Wu Yud was quite capable of keeping things organized. However, since he had stormed off in a fit of anger, the factory had descended into chaos. Fortunately, for Wang Chen, this was not a daunting task as he was, after all, a dispatcher. He divided the various departments into small teams. Some were tasked with procuring materials, others with moving tables and chairs, while yet others were responsible for setting up the stage and hanging lanterns and flags. Once these tasks were completed, he took a stroll backstage. The performers were rehearsing, their faces glowing with joy. Particularly, Li Tingting was animatedly conversing with several musicians. Li Tingting, have you chosen the piece you will perform? Wang Chen inquired. Of course. I have. Li Tingting replied with a sweet smile. What song will you be singing? Do tell. Wang Chen leaned in eagerly. However, Li Tingting remained coy, playfully tapping his nose. That's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. The girl from the big city maintained an air of mystery that left Wang Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. Since she was unwilling to divulge any details, he decided not to press further. He would discover it during the performance. However, Wang Chen soon encountered another issue. A throng of male employees from the lumber factory constantly surrounded Li Tingting. They showered her with attention, inquiring about her well-being and presenting her with various gifts. In the morning, they brought soy milk and fried dough sticks. By noon, it was braised pork, and by evening, someone even offered her a coat, fearing she might catch a chill. Wang Chen began to realize that this beauty from the big city was quite the center of attention. These men, akin to starving wolves, seemed eager to devour her whole. For reasons unknown, Wang Chen suddenly felt a strong urge to chase them all away. He sensed that their presence around Li Tingting was not in his favor. Observing Wang Chen clenching his fists, Lu Long approached with a grin. Brother Chen, what's up? Are you smitten with Li Tingting? He teased. This girl has been inundated with admirers lately. While you were away, several suitors delivered love letters. But Li Tingting, in her haughty manner, tore them all to shreds. Upon reflection, it is indeed perplexing that someone like Li Tingting, given her advantageous family background, would ever consider associating with the solitary men of our lumber mill. When Lu Long reached this juncture in the conversation, Wang Chen detected a hint of discord. What do you mean? Have you already uncovered Li Tingting's true identity? At Wang Chen's inquiry, Lu Long's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Naturally. Once I set my mind to something, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Then do enlighten me. What is her background? Wang Chen pressed urgently, while Lu Long began to delve into Wang Chen's pocket. Brother Chen, that Sherlin cigarette you gave me last time was truly splendid. Do you still have some? Wang Chen was utterly exasperated. Lu Long had grown audacious enough to openly request a favor. Reluctantly, he retrieved 2 boxes of Sherlin from his pocket and handed them to Lu Long. Is this sufficient? Now speak. Lu Long tucked the cigarettes away and whispered into Wang Chen's ear. Brother Chen, do you recall Li Wenming from our last visit? At Lu Long's reminder, Wang Chen's realization struck him. You mean to say, Li Tingting is Li Wenming's daughter? Precisely. Lu Long nodded affirmatively. It is not just me. Everyone is inquiring about her. Although Li Tingting arrived discreetly, with a few inquiries, her background becomes apparent. She is the only daughter of Li Wenming, having grown up in Harbin. Her academic performance is commendable, having attended Li Xiao, Xiaohong, and Hajiao, ultimately enrolling in Heilongjiang University. As for her beauty, she is of the campus belle caliber. It is said that during her time at university, numerous affluent suitors pursued her, but she remained unimpressed. Immediately after graduation, her father arranged for her to join our mill, perhaps seeking a tranquil retreat. Given her status, one might consider her a pampered young lady. Do you truly believe that men of our ilk could aspire to such heights? It is nothing short of fanciful. After listening to Lu Long's account, Wang Chen found himself increasingly intrigued by Li Tingting. Her attributes, from every conceivable angle, aligned perfectly with Wang Chen's preferences. In his previous life, he would have shunned a wealthy heiress like her. However, the current Wang Chen was unrestrained by such apprehensions. Yet, those thoughts were for another time. The immediate priority was to ensure the success of the upcoming awards ceremony. After a day of diligent preparations, the day of the ceremony arrived swiftly. Wang Chen drove to collect Wang Shui, bringing her along to the event. Wang Shui required no assistance from Wang Chen, as Lu Long was more than eager to accompany her. As the attendees gathered in the cafeteria, they settled into their designated seats. The leaders occupied the front row, followed by middle management, with the grassroots employees seated at the back. Had this been merely a few days prior, Wang Chen would surely have found himself relegated to the last row. Yet now, he held the esteemed position of section chief, and Lu Zhinya graciously extended an invitation. Wang Chen, hurry and bring your sister to sit up front. Wang Chen, accompanied by Wang Shui, took their places in the foremost seats. As they made their way, many cast envious glances filled with jealousy and admiration. They too aspired to ascend the ranks like Wang Chen, yet alas, they lacked the requisite abilities. As Wang Chen settled into his seat, the lights of the cafeteria illuminated the stage. A pair of elegantly attired individuals swiftly ascended to the forefront, their faces adorned with the quintessential smiles of today's hosts. Once on stage, they each took up a microphone and commenced the opening address. Esteemed leaders and colleagues, with the new year approaching, we gather in joyous unity. I hereby declare the commencement of the commendation ceremony. Chapter 81. Our disagreement. As the hosts announced the beginning of the commendation ceremony, the audience erupted into applause. Gradually, the clapping subsided, and the hosts again took the microphone. Next, let us invite Director Lu to the stage to deliver his speech. Another wave of applause ensued as Lu Zhinya made his way to the podium. He accepted the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke. Comrades, after a year of relentless efforts, our lumber mill has achieved remarkable results. Not only have we secured several significant contracts, but we have also partnered with a southern group to comprehensively upgrade our production line. Once the new line is completed, our mill's performance will undoubtedly reach new heights. I urge everyone to unite in purpose, face challenges head-on, and strive to ascend to new peaks. At this point, applause erupted once more in response to Lu Zhinya's words. However, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. The extraordinary achievements this year are a testament to the hard work of all comrades. Yet, the individual who has contributed the most is none other than Wang Chen, who has consistently demonstrated diligence in his work, always striving to take the lead. He has also apprehended habitual offenders of timber theft, thereby recovering significant economic losses for our factory. After careful consideration, the factory has decided to commend Comrade Wang Chen by promoting him to the position of Chief of Production Scheduling. This announcement equated to a formal appointment, prompting Lu Zhinya to applaud, with the audience joining in. Particularly, Wang Shui and Lu Long were genuinely delighted for Wang Chen, their hands reddened from clapping. However, compared to the previous synchronized applause, this round was somewhat disordered. It was evident that dissent lingered in the hearts of some, who clapped haphazardly in an attempt to disrupt the moment. Others refrained from clapping altogether, even spitting on the ground, an act intended to intimidate Wang Chen. Lu Zhinya observed this clearly from the stage. He once more signaled for quiet and addressed the audience. I sense that some comrades seem less than supportive of the factory's appointment. I personally do not advocate for a monologue. If anyone has thoughts to share, please feel free to express them. Typically, at such moments, even if there were grievances, they would remain unspoken. Yet, one dissenter boldly stood up. Director Lu, we are aware of the close relationship between Wang Chen and your son. It was one thing to bring your son into the factory, but now promoting Wang Chen to such a high position seems rather nepotistic, does it not? There are many long-serving colleagues who have dedicated over a decade of hard work without seeing any promotions. If this continues, will our lumber mill not become your personal property? Wang Chen cast a glance at the individual before him, whose name eluded his memory, yet he resembled a sycophant of Wu Yud. Wu Yud, too timid to confront him directly, opted instead to send his minion to create discord, a most ungracious tactic. However, Wang Chen had anticipated such a scenario. Resolutely, he rose to his feet and addressed the man. Comrade, should you harbor any grievances against me, I encourage you to voice them openly. Today's assembly is a celebration of commendation, not a platform for personal attacks. You assert that I lack the qualifications for the position of chief section head. What evidence do you possess? In terms of education, I am a graduate of the provincial vocational school. While I may not be a top scholar, I certainly do not consider my credentials inferior. As for my capabilities, I have meticulously managed the transportation team and warehouse, enhancing operational efficiency by at least 50%. Regarding contributions, I successfully negotiated a substantial timber contract with our Russian counterparts and facilitated a partnership with a southern company, thereby introducing new equipment to our timber mill. Each of these accomplishments is a testament to my efforts. Do you truly believe they are fabricated? Wang Chen's barrage of assertions left the man speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for words. In the realm of verbal sparring, Wang Chen harbored no fear of any adversary. Those who sought to engage him in such tactics were, quite frankly, ill-prepared. The man, unable to counter Wang Chen's points, retreated to his seat. Yet, as if the situation could not worsen, another individual rose, similarly affiliated with Wu Yud. This newcomer posed even sharper, more incisive questions. Wang Chen, even if you meet all other criteria, your age is simply too young. By the traditional hierarchy, you are not yet entitled to the role of chief section head. If you aspire to this position, you must demonstrate greater capability. In contemporary discourse, the notion of seniority as a benchmark for promotion might seem absurd, favoring merit over tenure. However, at that time, seniority was widely accepted, as reaching a certain age often guaranteed advancement. Wang Chen, barely in his 20s, aiming for the chief section head position, threatened to disrupt this established norm, potentially sidelining many seasoned employees from future promotions. The mere articulation of this sentiment sparked discontent among the elder workers, who began to murmur disparagingly toward Wang Chen. Rather than retaliate, Wang Chen chose a contemplative silence. Lu Long, witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation. Brother Chen, those two scoundrels are merely seeking trouble. Wait here, I shall rally the security team to deal with them. Lu Long, driven by impulse, was halted by Wang Chen's firm grip. There's no need for haste. The best part is yet to come. The earlier speaker mistakenly believed he had subdued Wang Chen. However, at that moment, Lu Zhinyet emerged with a briefcase, retrieving a contract from within. He returned to the stage, brandishing the document before the audience. Everyone, the contributions Wang Chen has made to our factory surpass your wildest imaginations. You may not be aware, but just 2 days ago, he secured a significant contract for our timber mill to ensure its successful transition. This pertains to a batch of artisanal orders signed with the Russians. With this order in hand, I dare not say much, but it will undoubtedly double everyone's bonuses. Wang Chen has consistently contributed quietly. Unlike some individuals who only engage in verbal disputes, he genuinely hopes that the employees of our timber factory can reap more tangible benefits rather than indulge in empty rhetoric. When he delivered the contract to Lu Zhinyet last time, the two had already anticipated that someone might create disturbances during the commendation meeting. Thus, they had prepared this discourse in advance, and now it proves to be quite useful. The workers at the timber factory indeed care deeply about promotions, but their love for money surpasses that. After all, opportunities for advancement are scarce, yet money is something they can earn directly. Doubling the bonuses is enough for them to purchase a considerable amount of rice, flour, and oil, as well as meat. This is the genuine advantage brought by Wang Chen, and everyone must appreciate his contributions. After a brief silence, another person stood up. What era are we in? We have already embraced reform and opening up. Clinging to the old hierarchical mindset is unacceptable. I believe Wang Chen is a commendable comrade and is more than capable of fulfilling this role. Most importantly, he can genuinely bring substantial benefits to the workers of our timber factory. In summary, I unconditionally support Wang Chen. Chapter 82. The Will of the People. With this declaration, others began to echo his sentiment. I support Wang Chen too. He should not just be called Wang Chen. He should be addressed as Section Chief Wang. Section Chief Wang is doing a great job. We will always support you. Within the cafeteria, there were no longer any dissenting voices. At this moment, Wang Chen could truly be regarded as the embodiment of collective will. The two individuals who had previously voiced opposition began to attract disapproving glances. After all, it was their disruptive actions that nearly jeopardized everyone's bonuses. To obstruct someone's financial prospects is akin to harming one's family. These two will find it difficult to navigate the factory in the future. Following the announcement of Wang Chen's appointment, Director Liu continued, stating that besides Wang Chen, the positions of two other comrades would also be adjusted. The former head of the production scheduling department, Old Meng, has been promoted to the position of deputy director of our factory. Additionally, Lu Long from the security department, who was accidentally shot while apprehending a thief, yet persevered valiantly, has been recognized by the headquarters for his contributions, second only to Wang Chen, and has been promoted to deputy head of the security department. Meng's promotion was anticipated by everyone, but Lu Long's elevation to deputy head came as a complete surprise. Not only the others, but Wang Chen also displayed a look of astonishment. It seems Lu Jianye has been quite cunning, promoting his own son at a critical moment. However, Wang Chen felt no envy, as he and Lu Long are good friends. Moreover, during their last hunting expedition, Lu Long nearly lost his life, and Wang Chen would undoubtedly support his promotion unconditionally. Yet, the other workers did not share in this joy, though they remained silent. They privately speculated that Lu Jianye had paved a path for Lu Long. Nonetheless, this had become an indisputable fact, and everyone could only acquiesce. Looking at Lu Long, he flashed a grin at Wang Chen. "Brother Chen, how are you? I've been closely following in your footsteps. You have ascended to the position of chief section head, and I have secured the role of deputy section head. If I were to marry Xiaoxue, our families would indeed form a formidable alliance." Wang Chen remained silent, while Wang Shui pinched Lu Long, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from making such nonsensical remarks? If you continue to babble, I shall take my leave immediately." Lu Long, somewhat oblivious, tended to speak without regard for the occasion. Having just been promoted to deputy section head, he had become a tad overconfident. Despite knowing that Wang Shui disliked discussing such matters, he still brought it up, clearly courting trouble. Lu Long could only smack his own mouth a few times in apology, which managed to placate Wang Shui. As for Wang Chen, he put his arm around Lu Long's shoulder and remarked, "Lu Long, had your father decided to promote you earlier, he ought to have given me a heads up. I could have arranged for some accolades to ease the discomfort of others. You two seem to have acted without prior consultation, and this little cunning of yours has surely led you astray." Noticing Wang Chen's displeasure, Lu Long felt embarrassed. "Brother Chen, please do not be upset. This was a last-minute decision by my father, and I only learned of it an hour ago. The headquarters had not approved this matter until suddenly issuing the paperwork. Otherwise, my father would not dare to promote me so casually. It is indeed the headquarters' decision." Lu Long's expression conveyed genuine ignorance of the situation. Wang Chen, wishing to move past the issue, returned his attention to the performances on stage. After announcing these appointments, Lu Jianye picked up the microphone once more, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the personnel announcements have been concluded, and now the banquet shall officially commence." With Lu Jianye's command, the kitchen began to roll out cart after cart filled with delectable dishes, enticing everyone's appetite. To divert attention from the discussions surrounding Lu Long's promotion, nothing could be more effective than a sumptuous feast. In those times, every household struggled financially, and it was a rarity to enjoy a proper meal with meat more than a few times a month. Organizing this banquet had required significant effort from Wang Chen, who prepared 16 dishes for each table, truly a lavish affair. As the dishes were laid out, the tables soon overflowed with an array of hearty fare. For happiness meatballs, braised pork hock, roast chicken, green beans with ribs, chicken stew with mushrooms, squirrel fish, salted shrimp, stir-fried meat strips, fried eggplant, garlic scallion pork, candied sweet potatoes, assorted canned fruits, cold noodles, stir-fried cabbage with wood ear mushrooms, sauerkraut with pork belly, and a platter of smoked sausages. The offerings included both hot and cold, meat and vegetables, even desserts, featuring dishes that families typically refrained from preparing. Upon witnessing such a lavish spread, everyone promptly forgot the earlier conversation and began to indulge heartily. Just as the feast commenced, the host returned to the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we not only have a sumptuous banquet, but also an array of splendid performances. Please join me in welcoming the cultural showcase prepared by various departments of the lumber mill." Eating while enjoying the show was truly the pinnacle of luxury at that time. Soon, the first performance began, featuring a solo on the halusi, a simple yet captivating instrument. However, to master the art of performance, one must invest considerable effort. The performer is Old Sue from the driving team, a rather unassuming figure who drives daily. To everyone's surprise, he possesses a talent for music. As the melodious sound of the halusi fills the air, enchanting music wafts throughout the cafeteria. Although the audience is unfamiliar with the piece, they find it delightful. And Old Sue receives an abundance of applause. The second act features a comedic skit presented by the logistics team. As two performers take the stage, they deliver a series of classic catchphrases. Dear audience, I've missed you so much. Wang Chen finds it quite amusing, as they recite popular jokes of the time. While the performance exhibits some obvious rehearsed elements, the outcome proves to be quite enjoyable. Next, the third act showcases a magic performance by the finance department. The tricks, although relatively simple, transforming handkerchiefs, cards, and even conjuring a dove from a garment, leave the employees of the lumber mill in awe. Wang Chen, having previously uncovered the secrets behind these illusions, observes that for the factory staff, these small feats are quite impressive. The fourth act features a group dance presented by the production workshop. Given the extensive rehearsal required and the lack of dance experience among most participants, the performance is rife with blunders. Two individuals even stumble and fall, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Rather than a graceful dance, it resembles a comedic spectacle. As the fifth act approaches, the anticipation builds for the grand finale. The host returns to the stage, microphone in hand, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, for today's climactic performance, we invite our assistant factory director, Li Tingting, to sing Iron-Blooded Heart." The crowd erupts in applause. Iron-Blooded Heart, the theme song from the 1983 adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, was a sensational hit nationwide, with everyone able to sing at least a few lines of its melody. However, as the song is in Cantonese, most struggle to sing it well. Li Tingting's willingness to tackle this song indeed showcases her talent. As the lights illuminate the stage, Li Tingting, adorned in an elegant blue velvet gown, gradually appears before the audience. The fitted design accentuates her stunning curves, while the long hem of her dress sweeps the floor, creating a mesmerizing effect as she walks, swaying gracefully like a fairy. With an exquisite makeup look and a pearl necklace adorning her neck, she radiates beauty. In recent days, the male employees of the factory have marveled at her beauty, yet witnessing her in such resplendence leaves them utterly speechless. Whispers circulate among the crowd, likening her to a celestial being, extraordinarily beautiful. Even the well-versed Wang Chen finds himself momentarily captivated, setting down his chopsticks. With an enchanting smile, Li Tingting steps forward, bowing gently before the audience. Rather than rushing to perform, she invites everyone with warmth, saying, "Today, I shall present to you Iron-Blooded Heart, and I hope you enjoy it." However, due to the nature of this song being a duet, performing it solo would render the experience monotonous and fail to capture its essence. I wonder if any gentleman would be willing to lend a hand and join me in this melodic endeavor? Before Li Tingting could finish her sentence, several male employees were eager to volunteer. They were keen to step forward and accompany her in song. Yet, the piece Iron-Blooded Heart posed a significant challenge, requiring proficiency in Cantonese, leading them to reconsider and ultimately withdraw. Nevertheless, a bold few stood in the crowd, shouting enthusiastically, "Tingting, let me sing with you. I absolutely adore The Legend of the Condor Heroes and know the lyrics better than anyone." The voice belonged to Sun Pongzi, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, nearly twice Li Tingting's size. Li Tingting was reluctant to invite him, her brows furrowing slightly. Sun Pongzi, undeterred, attempted to ascend the stage, only to be met with jeers. "Sun Pongzi, don't flatter yourself. Your singing is infamous throughout the lumber mill. You sound like a pig being slaughtered. Please don't embarrass us." Faced with such ridicule, Sun Pongzi had no choice but to retreat to his seat. With his audacity quelled, no one else dared to rise. Li Tingting stood on stage, momentarily enveloped in awkwardness. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, I remember you quite enjoy The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Do you happen to know this song? If so, why not come up and showcase your talent?" Wang Shui was indeed correct. During the height of the series' popularity, Wang Chen had adored Iron-Blooded Heart. As if responding to Wang Shui's words, Li Tingting extended her invitation once more. "Director Wang, a lifeline in a crisis. Will you not come up to assist? For reasons unknown, Wang Chen felt as if Li Tingting was being intentionally provocative. If she truly wished for him to sing, she ought to have informed him of the song in advance, allowing them to practice together. Now, with such an abrupt invitation, there was no coherence between them, leaving him uncertain whether they would falter. Yet, at that moment, the crowd began to chant. Sing one. Sing one. Director Wang, sing one. Wang Chen found himself compelled to act, stepping onto the stage and accepting the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, given your enthusiasm, I shall endeavor to perform. As he spoke, the small band that had been prepared began to play the introduction. With the spotlight shining upon them, the duo gradually found their rhythm. Li Tingting, microphone in hand, sang passionately, faintly, as if from a dream, the heart's waves arise. Her voice soared, resonant and bright, yet imbued with a hint of feminine gentleness. Wang Chen raised his pitch slightly, joining in with the male part. Casting aside worldly grievances, we accompany each other to the ends of the earth. Li Tingting's vocal prowess was anticipated by all. However, no one expected Wang Chen's singing voice to be equally remarkable. The song Iron-Blooded Heart exuded a heroic spirit, and Wang Chen's passionate rendition amplified that very essence. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly admiring each other's melodious voices. They gradually drew closer, their hands intertwining unconsciously. Soon, they began to engage in a duet, their voices harmonizing beautifully amidst the vast expanse of grass and the desolate desert. The cold winds blew under the vast sky, unperturbed by the biting frost and snow, as they sang of galloping beyond the fortress with bow in hand. Though the song was brief, Wang Chen felt as if he had traversed countless days and nights. The two became increasingly engrossed in their performance, leaning ever closer. Fortunately, Wang Chen managed to retain a sliver of rationality, or they might have found themselves locked in an embrace. As the final notes faded away, he and Li Tingting exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with an unspoken affection. As the song concluded, the audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. That was splendid, truly reminiscent of the original. So delightful. Sing another one. I can't get enough. Director Wang, you and Li Tingting are a perfect match. The crowd's enthusiastic remarks left both Wang Chen and Li Tingting blushing. They bowed slightly to the audience, signaling the end of their performance. Wang Chen returned to his seat to continue the banquet, while Li Tingting went backstage to change her attire. Upon sitting down, Lulong suddenly gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. Indeed, Brother Chen, your skills are unmatched. You should have seen the envious glances from those rascals in our factory. Their eyes were practically glowing with jealousy. They all wished to share a song with Li Tingting and perhaps hold her hand. Alas, they lack your talent and could never make it to the stage. Hearing Lulong's words, Wang Chen glanced around and indeed noticed many male colleagues casting him glances filled with animosity. Although Li Tingting had not been around long, she was already acknowledged as the factory's belle. Wang Chen's actions were akin to openly vying for her affection, igniting resentment among many. Wang Chen, despite his youth and recent promotion to department head, had already stirred discontent. Now, with this spectacle, he likely had garnered even more animosity. However, he paid them no mind, continuing to savor the banquet. In Wang Chen's view, they were of little consequence, hardly worth his attention. Several more performances followed, yet none could rival the brilliance of the Iron-Blooded Heart. As the event neared its conclusion, the host returned to the stage, declaring the annual awards ceremony officially over, and began distributing various gifts to the performers. These gifts, which Wang Chen had procured earlier, included malted milk, frozen fish, and assorted kitchenware, all chosen for their practicality. Wang Chen stood and stretched, preparing to take Wang Shui home. Meanwhile, the other workers at the lumber mill retrieved plastic bags to pack the leftover food. For frugality was a hallmark of that era. Wastefulness was a luxury they could not afford. As Wang Chen reflected on this, he suddenly heard Li Tingting's voice from behind. Wang Chen, are you busy? I have something I would like to discuss with you. At that moment, not all the employees at the lumber mill had left the venue. The sight of the factory's belle, Li Tingting, approaching Wang Chen stirred a wave of gossip among the onlookers. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Wang Chen felt a twinge of discomfort, particularly from Wang Shui and Lu Long, who stifled their laughter, amplifying his unease. Out of courtesy, Wang Chen managed to smile and inquired, "What brings you here, Li Tingting? Is there something you need my assistance with? If it's not urgent, I can first disperse everyone and we can discuss it in detail later." His tone was formal, clearly delineating their relationship as mere colleagues without any romantic undertones. Li Tingting, however, did not refuse. She simply pulled out a chair and sat down, patiently waiting for the others to leave. To ease the awkwardness, Wang Chen urged everyone to depart swiftly, even instructing Lu Long to take Wang Shui home on his bike, as he wished to avoid having his sister linger as an unnecessary third wheel. After half an hour of bustling about, only Wang Chen and Li Tingting remained in the now quiet cafeteria. The lights were bright, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. Slowly, Wang Chen seated himself across from Li Tingting and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Li Tingting, what is it you wish to discuss? As colleagues, you may speak freely." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tingting retorted, "During your last visit to the headquarters, why did you only meet Secretary Zhao and not my father?" Her tone carried a slight accusation, and Wang Chen immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. She was here to confront him. He was aware of the power struggles within the headquarters. Li Wenming, now the general manager of the group, held an exceptionally high status, promising a bright future. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhao, who appeared to show deference to Li Wenming, operated behind the scenes, often engaging in duplicitous behavior. Young talents like Wang Chen were undoubtedly coveted by both sides. Wang Chen realized he should have met Li Wenming during his last visit. However, Secretary Zhao had obstructed him, and with no one to introduce him, he had been eager to return home, ultimately missing the opportunity. Now, faced with Li Tingting's inquiry, Wang Chen was at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he earnestly replied, "Li Tingting, it's not entirely my fault. When I visited last time, I was merely a lowly dispatcher at the lumber mill. The security guard was hesitant to let me enter the building. How could I have possibly met your father? But things have changed now. I have been promoted to a department head. The next time I visit the headquarters, I will surely report to your father." Before he could finish, Li Tingting interjected with a scoff, "Huh, my father anticipated this. You are indeed using that excuse to deflect. He foresaw you would cite your low position as a reason, which is why your promotion to department head was personally approved by him. Otherwise, with your contributions, you would have only been elevated to deputy department head at best. Now that you've been granted a full position, you can't possibly concoct another excuse to evade meeting him, can you?" At that moment, Wang Chen finally comprehended that his recent advancements were entirely thanks to Li Wenming. In contrast to Secretary Zhao's manipulations, the benefits bestowed by Li Wenming were far more direct. The position of department head at the lumber mill was one that many aspired to attain. Not only does he earn more, but he also gains a certain degree of authority within the factory, along with a respectable social standing. During the earlier performance, Wang Chen had believed that Li Tingting had taken a liking to him, which is why she invited him to sing on stage. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that Li Tingting was aware of her father's displeasure and intended to teach Wang Chen a lesson. If Wang Chen faltered in his singing, it would not be a moment of pride, but rather a source of embarrassment. The workers at the lumber mill would certainly not spare him from their relentless teasing. In truth, Wang Chen detested this feeling of being at the mercy of others. He yearned to break free and establish himself as a prominent entrepreneur. Nevertheless, remaining at the lumber mill proved to be advantageous, as he could leverage its resources to amass greater wealth. Many endeavors that ordinary individuals found insurmountable could be effortlessly accomplished due to his position as a section chief. After much contemplation, he resolved to endure for the time being. Once the following year witnessed the disbandment of Mao Xiong, and he had accumulated sufficient capital, that would be his moment of true ascendance. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen smiled at Li Tingting once more. Previously, he had been short-sighted. Henceforth, he would maintain a clear boundary with Secretary Zhao. Perhaps it would be best to visit the provincial capital after the new year and personally admit his mistakes to her father. What do you think? Li Tingting observed the beaming Wang Chen, her brows furrowing in contemplation. As the daughter of Li Wenming, she had encountered a myriad of individuals throughout her life. Many sought to curry favor with her father for career advancement. Yet, Wang Chen was different. He possessed genuine skill and strength across various domains. While he excelled in his primary responsibilities, their duet had unexpectedly stirred feelings within her, reminiscent of youthful infatuation, an emotion she had never experienced with any other man. Yet now, Wang Chen seemed to embody a cunning persona, intent on stirring the waters. Despite his outward proposal to meet Li Wenming, she could not help but wonder if ulterior motives lay beneath his intentions. A sudden realization dawned upon her. This man before her was unpredictable, destined to soar to great heights. Yet, such a man was precisely what she desired. She had no tolerance for subservience. She sought genuine masculinity. Lost in her thoughts, Li Tingting's stomach suddenly growled, startling her from her reverie. She absent-mindedly placed a hand on her abdomen, recalling how she had been preoccupied backstage without having eaten. Gazing at the now empty table, she lamented the lack of food options. Wang Chen, not being oblivious, noticed her hunger. Li Tingting, please wait a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat. She did not decline, merely nodding slightly. Wang Chen hurried back to his van and soon returned with 2 cans. Upon seeing the cans, Li Tingting's expression soured. Wang Chen, what do you mean by this? When entertaining guests, you prepare elaborate feasts, yet for me, you bring only 2 cans. Are you jesting? Her displeasure was palpable. However, at that moment, Wang Chen merely smiled faintly. Do not be impatient. I did not intend to serve you canned food, but rather to prepare a delightful dish with these ingredients. Li Tingting, emboldened, challenged, do you dare to wager? The dishes I prepare for you will undoubtedly be to your liking. However, her skepticism was palpable. Since arriving at the lumber mill, she had been dining with her colleagues, and her culinary preferences remained a mystery to Wang Chen. With a shrug of her shoulders, she defiantly declared, a wager it shall be. What is there to fear? Wang Chen inquired, but we must establish a stake, don't you think? Li Tingting instinctively stepped back, eyeing him warily. What do you mean? Surely, you do not intend to take advantage of me? Not at all. If I win, you shall call me good brother 3 times. Chapter 85. Understanding a woman's heart. As soon as Wang Chen made his request, Li Tingting's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. After a brief pause, she retorted, perverted rogue. Rather than being offended, Wang Chen merely smiled. Ah, little beauty, please wait here a moment. This perverted rogue is off to prepare a meal for you. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, unconcerned by her words. Though Li Tingting had come to confront him, she was ultimately just a young girl, and Wang Chen, a seasoned charmer, could easily navigate her temperament. Upon entering the kitchen, Wang Chen assessed the contents of the refrigerator and found the ingredients rather scarce. He resolved to create a delectable dish using the available canned goods and remaining ingredients. Li Tingting, seated at the table, frequently glanced towards the kitchen. Her curiosity piqued about what Wang Chen would conjure today. A flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. Should he create a dish she adored? Would she stubbornly deny it or call him good brother 3 times? The mere thought deepened her blush. Resolutely, she decided to focus on something else, running her fingers through her hair in hopes of alleviating her unease. Wang Chen ignited the stove, engaging in a flurry of frying and sought ing. After over 40 minutes of diligent effort, he finally presented the dish. Little beauty, please savor my first creation, the renowned Harbin delicacy, sweet and sour pineapple pork. He set down a porcelain plate, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The pork was fried to a golden hue, coated in a rich sauce, with sweet and succulent pineapple accompanying it. Li Tingting inhaled the fragrant scent, her expression one of sheer delight. Wang Chen, how did you know I adore sweet and sour pineapple pork? Upon hearing her question, he simply smiled, revealing no secrets. He lacked the ability to discern hearts. Rather, he had inferred from her accent that she hailed from the Nangang district of Harbin. This area is known for its unique culinary preferences, and while sweet and sour pork may not rival the fame of Guibao pork, it remains a cherished dish among true Harbin locals. Thus, he gambled on the notion that Li Tingting might enjoy it as well. With a grin, he nudged the plate forward. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply indulge in it. It will lose its charm if it cools down. Li Tingting, having altered her previous demeanor, nodded incessantly at Wang Chen. In truth, the food at the cafeteria was rather unpalatable, and she found herself yearning for the flavors of Harbin. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, savoring it alongside a piece of pineapple. The rich aroma of the meat combined with the sweetness of the pineapple, creating a delightful sensation. Indeed, Wang Chen's culinary skills were as remarkable as rumored. While Li Tingting was enjoying her meal, the kitchen resonated with the sound of frying. After a brief interlude, Wang Chen presented her with a second plate. This time, it was not a meat dish, but rather a collection of white, snowball-like confections dusted with powdered sugar. Li Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You can actually make beautiful red bean paste. This is quite an old dish, and many restaurants have ceased to offer it." Clearly, Wang Chen had once again correctly discerned Li Tingting's taste. This so-called beautiful red bean paste, commonly referred to online as snow cotton red bean paste, was merely a dish with different names. Its preparation was quite simple, requiring a generous amount of egg whites, whisked incessantly with chopsticks. Once the egg whites reached a sponge-like consistency, the first step was complete. Subsequently, a portion of sweet red bean filling was encased within these airy egg whites, rolled into spherical shapes, and then low-temperature fried. Once fully cooked, a layer of powdered sugar was sprinkled on top, resulting in a visually appealing and delectable treat. Wang Chen remained silent, merely gesturing for her to continue. Li Tingting picked up a beautiful red bean paste, savoring a bite, her expression once again one of surprise. Wang Chen, your skills are impressive. Even the grandest restaurants in the city might not match your prowess. What other dishes have you prepared? Hurry and bring them out. At that moment, a chime echoed from the kitchen as the oven timer rang. Wang Chen swiftly retrieved a tray adorned with an assortment of pastries. Li Tingting glanced at it and exclaimed, "These are xiaogu limu. You can make this too?" Wang Chen simply nodded, nudging the plate closer to her. Indeed, they were xiaogu limu. But he added, "However, my version differs from theirs." Li Tingting was puzzled, as this pastry was quite common. How could it be prepared differently? Yet, upon taking a bite, she was instantly captivated once more. "Wang Chen, you've used butter instead of cream." "Precisely, it gives a more authentic flavor," Wang Chen replied with a smile. Xiaogu limu, translated into English, refers to cream puffs. However, the authentic Harbin xiaogu limu is made with butter for the filling, resulting in a richer flavor. As Li Tingting savored the pastry, it seemed to awaken memories of her childhood. She extended her thumb in approval, unable to contain her admiration. "Wang Chen, is there anything else to eat? Bring it out quickly." Li Tingting's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. This time, Wang Chen did not present a large plate, but instead brought forth a small dish. Inside were neatly cut pieces of canned fruit. "Is this cantaloupe and syrup? Did you buy it from the Friendship Palace?" "On the last occasion I passed by, I casually purchased a few boxes. This delicacy serves as an exquisite palate cleanser, perfect for refreshing oneself after indulging in an array of greasy dishes." Li Tingting, this time, uttered not a single word, instead savoring a piece of canned cantaloupe with utmost delicacy. The sweet and tangy flavor spread across her palate, effectively dispelling the heaviness of the preceding meal. Li Tingting faintly recalled her childhood, when her father would often ride his bicycle to the Friendship Palace to buy canned cantaloupe. This taste evoked cherished memories of time long past. Slowly setting down her chopsticks, she remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Wang Chen, how on earth do you manage this? Can you truly see into people's hearts?" Wang Chen, barely able to suppress his laughter, simply understood the culinary preferences of the old Harbin locals and prepared a few classic dishes. Coupled with his exceptional culinary skills, he had surely captivated Li Tingting. Nevertheless, Wang Chen straightened his posture, adopting an air of profundity. "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely learned a bit of mind reading from a mentor in the past. I can perceive your desires and whims. However, that is not the crux of the matter. You've enjoyed my meal, and it seems you are quite pleased. Am I correct? So, does our wager still hold? You wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" As he spoke, he leaned ever closer to Li Tingting, nearly bridging the gap between them. Li Tingting playfully pushed him away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "All right, good brother." Chapter 86. You are truly annoying. When Li Tingting referred to him as good brother, her previous assertiveness had vanished, replaced by an extreme shyness. Her voice was sweet, imbued with a sugary essence that could easily earn 5+ points. Upon hearing this soft utterance, Wang Chen felt a delightful tingle course through him. He had encountered many women, but Li Tingting was undeniably unique. After calling out, she quickly covered her face, unable to meet Wang Chen's gaze. However, Wang Chen had no intention of letting her off the hook, continuing to tease her in a playful whisper, "Li Tingting, you still owe me 2 more good brother calls. Our wager cannot be left unfinished, can it?" The more he said this, the tighter she pressed her hands against her face, utterly mortified and wishing to vanish into the ground. Wang Chen had intended to further tease her, but suddenly, a male and female voice emerged from outside the door. "Good brother, you are so naughty." This unexpected interruption startled Wang Chen. Turning around, he was surprised to find 2 familiar figures at the entrance of the cafeteria, Lu Long and Wang Shui. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, never expecting them to still be present. "What are you 2 still doing here?" Lu Long and Wang Shui exchanged a rare smile and replied, "If we were to leave, how could we witness the unfolding drama?" Li Tingting, already feeling embarrassed, buried her head on the table, too shy to lift it. If this incident were to spread, It would undoubtedly spark rumors between her and Wang Chen. Certainly, Li Tingting harbored a deep affection for Wang Chen. However, the emergence of such news shortly after her arrival at the lumber factory was undeniably unseemly. Wang Chen, perceiving Li Tingting's thoughts with a single glance, swiftly approached and seized Lu Long and Wang Shui by their ears. "You two rascals, must you cause such a ruckus here? Mark my words. Today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, you shall cease to call me brother henceforth." Upon hearing Wang Chen's admonition, Lu Long nodded incessantly. "Yes, yes. I will no longer call you Chingu. I shall refer to you as good brother instead." Even in such a moment, Lu Long maintained his playful demeanor. Wang Chen, exasperated, delivered several light taps to the back of his head, finally silencing his banter. "Do you take my words lightly? Are you seeking a beating?" Seeing that Wang Chen was genuinely incensed, Wang Shui hurriedly grasped his hand. "Brother, you mustn't blame Lu Long. It was my concern for you that prevented him from escorting me home. We shall absolutely keep this matter under wraps, so rest assured." Lu Long might disregard Wang Chen's words, but he would never defy Wang Shui's wishes. With her assurance, Lu Long dared not speak of the incident. Wang Chen awkwardly returned to Li Tingting's side, scratching his head as he spoke. "It was all in jest. Please do not take it to heart. I have already warned them, and they will keep this matter to themselves." As the night grew late, he offered, "If it pleases you, allow me to escort you back to the dormitory." Li Tingting nodded, then retrieved her outerwear from backstage, ready for Wang Chen to accompany her home. After all, as a young lady, it was quite perilous for her to wander alone at night. Meanwhile, Lu Long and Wang Shui stood in the cafeteria as a form of punishment from Wang Chen, unable to leave until he returned from escorting Li Tingting. As they stepped outside, they were suddenly greeted by the gentle descent of large snowflakes. The snowy evening was not cold, but rather enchanting. Li Tingting, seemingly trained in dance, twirled gracefully in the snow, resembling a fairy. Wang Chen mused to himself, marveling at Li Tingting's beauty, her myriad talents, and her high education. If she were to become his wife, it would be nothing short of perfection. The two walked in silence, one behind the other, until they reached the entrance of the female dormitory. At that moment, Li Tingting turned to Wang Chen with a smile. "Wang Chen, I am truly grateful for the meal you prepared today. I thoroughly enjoyed it. As the holiday approaches, I wish you a very happy new year in advance." Seeing her satisfaction with his culinary skills, Wang Chen promptly extended an invitation. "In the coming days, I will be slaughtering a pig and preparing the traditional dishes. If you are interested, why not join us for a feast in our village?" Li Tingting initially smiled, but then pouted slightly. "I would love to attend, but my father is coming to pick me up tomorrow, so I'm afraid I cannot make it. When I return after the new year, I shall bring you a gift." Wang Chen suddenly remembered that Li Tingting was not from the area. With the holiday approaching, it was only natural for her to return to Harbin. He did not insist, and simply stated that he would prepare delicious food for her upon her return. They waved goodbye, and Wang Chen made his way back to the cafeteria. At this moment, Lu Long and Wang Shui stood there obediently, resembling children punished by their teacher. Upon seeing Wang Chen return, the two approached him with cheerful smiles. "Brother Chen, we've been standing here for ages. Please don't be angry with us, all right?" Lu Long vowed, "I swear on the light, if I ever divulge today's events, may the light extinguish along with me." Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, Wang Chen swiftly covered his mouth. "Enough, enough. You're just a jinx. Don't speak carelessly. Don't you remember your last oath? You truly broke the light bulb." Wang Chen reassured them, "I trust you both. Let this matter be forgotten. However, should you ever dare to feign compliance with me again, just wait and see how I handle you two rascals." Wang Chen, accompanied by Wang Shui, prepared to head home. Lu Long, like an eager shadow, trailed closely behind. Aware of Lu Long's intentions, Wang Chen extended an invitation. "Tomorrow, for the small new year, we will slaughter the pig. I will treat the villagers to a feast of pork. If you're free, come lend a hand." Being brothers, Wang Chen felt compelled to take care of him. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lu Long eagerly promised to fulfill his duties. Wang Chen drove the van, swiftly returning to the village with Wang Shui. His mind was in turmoil. Every time he closed his eyes, he was immediately reminded of Li Tingting's visage. It seemed that not only was she captivated by him, but he, too, had begun to be enchanted by her. Unfortunately, their social standings were currently disparate, leaving Wang Chen uncertain about the outcome of their relationship. Upon arriving home and parking the vehicle, they discovered that the gate of the yard had been opened. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, suspecting that trouble was afoot. He picked up a brick from the ground and hurried inside to investigate. However, upon switching on the light, he found a familiar figure asleep at the table. It was none other than Zhang Yuro. She appeared somewhat weary, as if she had been waiting for Wang Chen for quite some time. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing in my house?" Zhang Yuro quickly handed over the keys to Wang Chen with a polite smile. "Brother, I have completed the tasks you assigned to me. The cable television has been installed, and the pig is in the storage room out back. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As Zhang Yuro turned to depart, Wang Chen grasped her hand firmly. "Sister-in-law, it's quite late. Why don't you stay here for the night?" Wang Chen's suggestion caused Zhang Yuro to blush furiously, instantly recalling the incident when Wang Chen had intruded into her home. Yet, with Wang Shui present, she felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of staying over. Sensing her misunderstanding, Wang Chen quickly clarified, "Sister-in-law, it's so late. And your home is far. It's freezing outside. You can share a room with Wang Shui. I happen to have brought back some leftovers, which I can warm up for you, ensuring you stay cozy." Realizing he merely intended for her to share a room with Wang Shui, Zhang Yuro seemed a tad disappointed. She was a rather conservative woman, but occasionally craved some excitement. However, Wang Shui was quite delighted, and she embraced Zhang Yuru's arm. "Sister Yuru, feel free to treat this place as your own home. I often find myself rather bored, so you can come over whenever you like." She paused for a moment. "By the way, didn't you say the cable television was set up? Let us see if there are any interesting programs." The group entered the room and turned on the television. With a flurry of crackling sounds, the screen gradually illuminated. In the past, Wang Chen's family was quite impoverished, unable even to afford a black and white television. Now, however, they were gazing at this remote-controlled color television. What a remarkable upgrade. Wang Shui picked up the remote and began pressing buttons incessantly, causing the channels to shift rapidly. Zhang Yuru widened her eyes, observing the remote in Wang Shui's hand, utterly perplexed by how such a device could manipulate the television from a distance. After cycling through several channels, they stumbled upon a broadcast of Journey to the West, and Wang Shui became engrossed in the show. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had moved to the kitchen to light a fire, preparing to warm up the leftover dishes. Observing the joy radiating from the two women, he felt a surge of happiness within himself. Perhaps this was the true essence of working hard to earn money, to provide a better life for those one loves. The dishes were quickly heated, but instead of serving them, Wang Chen called out, "Xiao Shui, come help with the dishes." Lost in the show, Wang Shui had no inclination to respond to him. Zhang Yuru, however, was quick to assist, rushing over to help. Yet, just as she reached the stove, Wang Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. As if that weren't enough, he leaned closer to her ear and planted a gentle kiss on her neck. Zhang Yuru felt a tingling sensation and hastily pushed Wang Chen aside. "Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Shui is in the room. You mustn't let her see." Wang Chen did not loosen his grip. Rather, he embraced her more tightly. "Sister, when I asked you to stay earlier, you seemed rather unwilling. Are you afraid I might do something to you?" Caught off guard, Zhang Yuru's face flushed even deeper as her thoughts were laid bare. "I didn't mean it that way. Don't say such things." Wang Chen relished Zhang Yuru's bashful demeanor and intended to tease her further, but just then, Wang Shui emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma. "Brother, isn't the food ready? Hurry and bring it in. I'm quite hungry." Wang Chen quickly released Zhang Yuru, urging her to carry the dishes inside. Zhang Yuru feigned indifference, though her cheeks were still flushed. Wang Shui, noticing her peculiar demeanor, curiously inquired, "Sister, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red." "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit warm in here," Zhang Yuru explained, her heart still racing. Fortunately, Wang Shui, being naive and inexperienced, remained oblivious to the underlying tension between them. The leftovers Wang Chen brought back included a specially saved braised pork knuckle and some dishes prepared for Li Tingting. These were all delightful meals, and Wang Chen was reluctant to let them go to waste. Zhang Yuru sampled a few bites, her face lighting up with delight. "Brother, what are these dishes? Why have I never tried them before? Your culinary skills are exceptional. I feel like you could open a grand restaurant." Not only was she, but Wang Shui was also filled with joy. "Indeed, brother, when did you learn all this? How come I was unaware?" Wang Chen naturally refrained from revealing that these skills were acquired over 30 years of labor in his previous life. Instead, he gently patted Wang Shui's head and said tenderly, "Do not concern yourself with that. As long as you enjoy the food, I shall gladly prepare it for you whenever I can. By the way, I will be heading to Uncle Wu's to slaughter pigs tomorrow morning, so you too may sleep in. However, do not stay up too late watching television. It would be rather inconvenient if our guests arrive tomorrow and you remain in bed." The two readily agreed, yet after dinner, they still indulged in watching television until late into the night. After all, for people of that era, a color television was an astonishing novelty, and they simply could not resist such temptation. Only when the evening programs had concluded and the screen displayed colorful static did they finally retreat to their beds to sleep. Wang Chen, too, turned in early, for he had much to accomplish the following day. Early the next morning, upon washing his face, Lu Long arrived. This lad craned his neck, attempting to peek into Wang Shui's room. Wang Chen swiftly pulled him back, tugging at his ear as he admonished, "Can you not behave yourself? Are you trying to sneak a glance at my sister?" Lu Long, maintaining his mischievous grin, continued to curry favor with Wang Chen. "Brother Chen, how could I dare? I am merely here to assist you in slaughtering pigs and to catch a glimpse of Xiao Shui. If you are here to help, do not waste time. Let us drive to find Uncle Wu." Uncle Wu was the most renowned pig butcher in the village, known for his exceptional skills, able to dispatch a pig with but a single stroke. Over the years, the number of pigs that had met their end at his hands must have reached no fewer than 800. Moreover, his technique was akin to that of a master chef, capable of skillfully butchering a hefty 200-pound pig into pieces in a remarkably short time. However, his fees were also quite steep. To have a pig slaughtered, one had to provide a box of cigarettes along with a portion of the pig's offal, lest he refused to lend his services. The two drove and soon arrived at Uncle Wu's doorstep. As they parked the car, Wang Chen noticed that the area in front of Uncle Wu's house was already crowded. Everyone held cigarettes in hand, clearly gathered to seek Uncle Wu's butchering expertise. After knocking for some time, a scruffy middle-aged man emerged, donning sleeves and a leather apron, with a hand-rolled cigarette dangling from his lips. Though he appeared slim, his physique was muscular. This was indeed the Uncle Wu Wang Chen sought. "There are quite a few people today. I trust everyone understands the rules for slaughtering pigs?" The crowd promptly produced their cigarettes, presenting them to Uncle Wu. "Uncle Wu, I brought grapes. Look here, I have Hongtao Mountain. Uncle Wu, I have something fine to Qianmen." Uncle Wu moved through the throng like a whirlwind, yet it seemed none of the offerings pleased him. After surveying the offerings, he suddenly noticed Wang Chen standing aside, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, is that not Wang Chen? What brings you here? Is your family also slaughtering pigs this year?" Upon being questioned by Uncle Wu, Wang Chen chuckled. "What do you mean, Uncle Wu? Which family does not enjoy pork during the New Year?" "Uncle Wu, I have come specifically to have a pig slaughtered today, and I understand the rules. What do you think of this cigarette?" As Wang Chen spoke, he retrieved 2 boxes of Marlboro from his pocket. Chapter 88, The Hidden Crisis. Upon seeing the 2 boxes of cigarettes, Uncle Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Well done, Wang Chen. It appears you have been thriving lately. To present 2 boxes of red soft Marlboro is indeed quite generous. I may have never indulged in foreign women in my life, but savoring some foreign cigarettes is a consolation." Uncle Wu's words implied his agreement to assist Wang Chen in slaughtering the pig. Although others harbored discontent, they could only lower their heads and depart upon inspecting the cigarettes they had brought. After all, a box of red soft Marlboro costs 10 yuan, making it 20 for 2. Among the cigarettes available on the market, this is considered the most expensive. The 2 boxes Wang Chen offered could buy them a whole pack. Uncle Wu promptly tucked the cigarettes away and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, saying, "I'll tidy up my tools and head directly to your house shortly. If you intend to invite anyone for the pig feast, you may notify them now. It would be beneficial to have everyone lend a hand to enjoy an early meal." Wang Chen had the same intention. Since his parents passed away, the villagers had been quite supportive. Some provided food, others clothing, and there were those who contributed to his tuition. Grateful for everyone's kindness, he felt it was essential to treat them all today. They drove around, visiting a dozen households. Upon hearing that Wang Chen was hosting a pig feast, their faces lit up with joy. Although Wang Chen was not their child, they had watched him grow up. Now that he had found success, their happiness was genuine. After informing everyone, Wang Chen visited the village chief's home. Li Jiangguo, a man of high moral standing, had aided him significantly over the years. Had it not been for his intervention, Wang's son might not have been rescued from incarceration. At that moment, Li Jiangguo was leisurely strolling in the yard with the aid of a cane. Upon seeing Wang Chen, he beamed with joy. "Wang Chen, what brings you here today?" "Village chief, we are slaughtering the annual pig at my home, and I would like to invite you to join us for the feast. Please do not decline, The villagers of all ages will be there. Li Jianguo laughed heartily at this. Good boy, so righteous. You've earned money, but still remember the folks of our village. I did not misjudge you. Please, you return to your home to prepare. I will come by myself shortly. Though Li Jianguo was in good health, his age warranted caution. Wang Chen patted the van behind him, smiling as he said, Village Chief. The roads in the village are slippery. It would be safer to ride in my vehicle. Seeing the van, the village chief's smile widened. All right, I shall join you. The village chief changed into suitable attire and climbed into the vehicle with Wang Chen. With a press of the accelerator, the van surged forward. Not long after, Lu Long, grinning from ear to ear, remarked, Village Chief, isn't my brother Chen's van impressive? At your age, this must be your first time riding in a car. Lu Long was a good lad, albeit lacking in tact. Li Jianguo raised his cane and playfully tapped Lu Long on the head. Then, stroking his beard with an air of authority, he replied, Who told you this is my first car ride? In the days of yore, amidst the chaos of battle, I once seized a jeep. Back then, I was utterly inexperienced, merely driving haphazardly, recklessly careening across the battlefield. Alas, it ultimately met its demise in a collision. Otherwise, I would have brought it back to show you all, to dispel any notions of my boasting. Li Jianguo is a venerable hero, a man who has truly earned his military accolades, and Wang Chen holds him in profound respect. Thus, to celebrate the slaughter of the annual pig, it is imperative to invite him. Otherwise, it would be a considerable breach of etiquette. Wang Chen and his companions soon arrived home, where the courtyard was already bustling with activity. Wang Shui and Zhang Yuru were busy boiling water, while Uncle Wu was sharpening the pig slaughtering knife. Other relatives were either borrowing tables and chairs from nearby or washing rice and picking vegetables in preparation for the forthcoming feast. Upon Li Jianguo's arrival, everyone greeted him warmly. Although he wished to lend a hand, who would dare allow this esteemed elder to toil? They swiftly ushered him inside to admire Wang Chen's newly acquired color television. While the village chief may not have shown much interest in the vehicle, he was utterly astonished by the television. Approaching the screen, he remarked, This color TV is truly remarkable. It far surpasses my old black and white set. I always thought Sun Wukong was white, but it turns out he has yellow fur, and Tang Xing's robe is red. I had assumed it was black. How splendid. This contraption is truly wonderful. The village chief beamed with joy, feeling that the struggles he endured on the battlefield had not been in vain, given that the community now enjoys such a prosperous life. Once the village chief was settled, Wang Chen and Lu Long ventured to the rear storage room to prepare for the pig's exit. Inside, 2 large pigs awaited, one black and one spotted, each weighing over 200 jin. In times past, such white pigs were uncommon. Rural areas typically raised black or spotted pigs. The flavor of these traditional breeds is far superior to that of the white pigs, though they grow slowly and yield less meat, leading to their gradual obsolescence. However, when it comes to taste, the free-range pigs fed on grains are unparalleled. Wang Chen and his companions quickly herded the pigs outside. Uncle Wu, rather than rushing to slaughter, deftly handled the binding ropes to subdue the 2 pigs. His technique was remarkably proficient, securing them swiftly and effectively. Subsequently, Wang Chen and Lu Long held the pigs steady while he wielded the slaughtering knife, swiftly piercing one pig's throat. Below the neck, a large basin was placed to catch the fresh blood, which would soon be seasoned and used for blood sausages. Uncle Wu's skill was impressive. He managed to complete the task without needing a second strike. Moreover, the pigs remained relatively calm during the process, ensuring the meat would not be tainted with blood. For once blood is retained, the quality of the pork diminishes significantly. In less than half an hour, both pigs were dispatched. Following this, Uncle Wu, armed with his knife, swiftly eviscerated them. As the skin and flesh parted, Wang Chen beheld layers of succulent fat. These grain-fed pigs had a rich, oily layer of fat, and the lean meat was vibrantly red, promising an aromatic stew. Unlike the current white pigs, whose fat often carries a strong odor and proves difficult to tenderize. Once the pigs were fully processed, everyone continued their tasks with unceasing diligence. Wang Chen once again drove to the convenience store to procure several boxes of green corn cobs and soda, determined to ensure that everyone would be well-fed and well-hydrated today. Meanwhile, in the neighboring village, a group was conspiring in Lu Er's household. A few individuals, slightly tipsy, wore expressions rife with ill intentions. Wang Fugue, is what you say true? Is your nephew truly so affluent? Wang Fugue chuckled, thumping his chest in assurance. How could it be false? His family has no less than 100,000 in cash. Lu Er, seized by excitement, remarked, "Today is the eve of the minor new year. He must be at home. If we raid him, we could all enjoy a prosperous year." Hearing this, Lu Er's face blossomed with joy. Good, good. If we manage to seize some money, I shall share with you. He continued, and those two young women, Zhang Yuru and Wang Shui, are truly delightful. They would be a boon for us brothers. However, before Lu Er could finish, Wang Fuguei shook his head. I don't want money. I only want you to castrate Wang Chen. Chapter 89. You are too ruthless. Upon hearing Wang Fuguei's words, the nearby drinkers felt an immediate chill, especially Lu Er, who frowned and said, Wang Fuguei, have you lost your mind? He is your own nephew. Robbing him is one thing, but do you really intend to turn him into a eunuch? He deserves to be a eunuch. Wang Fuguei slammed the table, declaring, that bastard took advantage of the chaos to cripple my son and even wants my son to face bullets. Even if my son is released, he will be a worthless man, unable to marry. Is it not justified for me to have him castrated? His tone was resolute. Money should be seized. Women should be taken, but Wang Chun's manhood must be eradicated. As Wang Fuguei's expression grew increasingly fierce, the others were left speechless yet still acquiesced. After all, if it meant wealth, they were willing to do anything. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's home was bustling with activity. He brought out half a pig, inviting everyone to enjoy a pig-killing feast. The other half was cut into small pieces and gifted to the guests. The remainder of the pig was frozen in a water vat, reserved for leisurely consumption during the new year. At that time, in rural northeast China, there were no refrigerators. A vat of water left outside during winter served as a natural freezer, preserving the meat as long as the temperature remained low. Today, Wang Chen personally took charge of the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous banquet. Blood sausage, pork belly, bitter sausage, and large bones were all cooked and stewed together with pickled vegetables. Once the flavors melded, it became a true pig-killing dish. He roasted some dried chili peppers in the stove, crushing them and sprinkling them over the pickled vegetable soup, creating an exquisite flavor. Additionally, Wang Chen made stir-fried intestines, braised pig knuckles, soy sauce pig trotters, pig head meat, pig ears, tongue, hand-chopped liver, 3 types of deep-fried dishes, and meat jelly, culminating in a grand feast dedicated entirely to pork. The room was set with 4 tables, 2 in the east room and 2 in the west, including a table on the ground. Each table could comfortably seat 10 people, and today, over 40 villagers gathered to partake in the meal. It had been a long time since Wang Chen's home enjoyed such liveliness. It was truly a scene of jubilant festivity. Today, not only are there delectable dishes, but also an abundance of fine liquor, and the green sticks are available for all to enjoy. Just as the feast was about to commence, Li Jianguo raised his glass and addressed the gathering. Dear villagers, it is no small feat for Wang Chen to have persevered until now. He is like a child of our own, always remembering the good times we shared. Henceforth, regardless of any challenges Wang Chen may face, we must offer him our unwavering support. If you agree with my words, let us drink to this. Li Jianguo, being a man of fairness, could not simply partake in Wang Chen's banquet without returning the favor in some manner. Naturally, no one declined, and all raised their glasses in hearty celebration. Village chief, how could you say such a thing? If Wang Chen's family were in need, who among us would stand idly by? Indeed, he is a fine young man, and we have all supported him over the years. We are not like that scoundrel Wang Fuguei, who bullies his own nephew. As fellow villagers, we must always lend a helping hand. Wang Chen, upon hearing these words, was deeply moved. He had much to express, yet was too overwhelmed with emotion to articulate it. Pouring himself a full glass of liquor, he stood and proclaimed, Uncles and aunts, I shall say no more. It is all in this drink. Wang Chen downed the contents of his glass in one go, then turned it upside down to show that he had finished. The crowd erupted in approval and raised their glasses in camaraderie. With 2 rounds of liquor consumed, the atmosphere grew lively. Amidst the feasting, laughter, and sharing of village anecdotes, Wang Chen listened intently. Having spent so many years studying in the provincial capital, he was unaware of various happenings in the village. Now, with everyone recounting tales, he found it quite amusing. A few spirited individuals, like Li Jianguo and Uncle Wu, began to engage in playful banter. Meanwhile, the less enthusiastic Zhang Yuru and Wang Shui sat together with the other aunts, indulging in gossip while enjoying their meal. Amid their chatter, the topic of Ma Sen unexpectedly surfaced. One of the aunts took Zhang Yuru's hand and sighed. Oh, Yuru, you too have endured much. Such a wonderful girl. Yet you ended up with someone like Ma-san. Thankfully, he is now imprisoned. He is unlikely to return, and you will finally be free. If you wish to start a family, let me know, and I shall find you a good match. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuru blushed profusely. Stealing a glance at Wang Chen, she resolutely replied, Aunt, I must admit, I am a bit fearful now. If I were to encounter another unsuitable man, would that not ruin my life forever? Perhaps it would be better to live alone. I find it quite agreeable. In saying this, Zhang Yuru was subtly conveying her feelings towards Wang Chen. She had no intention of seeking another man. Only Wang Chen could be her support. Wang Chen understood her sentiment perfectly. Yet, with so many outsiders present, he felt it inappropriate to respond. Fortunately, sensing the shift in mood, the others quickly changed the subject. Someone raised a glass, savored the taste, and addressed Boss Zhou. Old Zhou, the quality of your liquor has truly improved. The wine has become richer than before. If the quality is maintained, prosperity is undoubtedly on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhou appeared visibly embarrassed. I neglected to inform everyone that the winery is no longer mine. Wang Chen has acquired my distillery, and it will no longer be known as Zhou's winery, but rather Wang's winery. He is now my employer, and I am merely working for him. The villagers remain oblivious to the commotion caused by Lu Er last time. Now, upon learning that the winery has been taken over by Wang Chen, they are left agape in astonishment. They were aware of Wang Chen's wealth, yet they never imagined him to be this affluent. A flurry of compliments ensued as they toasted and drank, eventually rendering Wang Chen inebriated. The meal continued from noon until nightfall. Many women had returned home while the men persisted in their revelry. Numerous individuals, intoxicated, succumbed to slumber atop the table. Lu Long, however, demonstrated restraint and did not drink excessively, though he appeared to have overeaten. Brother Chen, could you pass me some tissue? I'm feeling a bit of a stomachache. Wang Chen shot him a glare and retorted, You, lazy as a donkey, always overindulging. He tossed Lu Long a roll of pink tissue, urging him to quickly make his way to the restroom. Just as Lu Long dashed outside, several figures stealthily entered. Seeing the light emanating from the room, Lu Er seemed somewhat apprehensive. Wang Fugui, did you not say that at this hour your nephew would be fast asleep? Why is the light still on? Could there be trouble? Wang Fugui glanced around, perplexed by the circumstances, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, What does it matter if he is asleep? With 7 or 8 of us, can we not handle one little brat? Lu Er felt justified and promptly instructed his companions to don masks. Armed with steel pipes and long knives, they kicked open the door. Upon entering, Lu Er bellowed, Don't move. It's a robbery. Chapter 90. You shall not escape. With Lu Er's thunderous shout, those who had been drinking in the room were startled awake. At that moment, confusion reigned as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Er and his accomplices were in disbelief. They had expected only Wang Chen and those 2 young ladies to be present. Yet, to their astonishment, over 30 individuals occupied the 2 rooms. Wang Chen and his companions were equally perplexed, unable to fathom how anyone would dare to rob them during the festive season. Wang Chen responded swiftly, recognizing Lu Er's voice instantly. He seized a wine bottle and smashed it against Lu Er's forehead, causing him to yelp in pain. It's that scoundrel Lu Er. How dare he attempt to rob our village? Let us not allow them to escape. The gathered crowd, already in high spirits from their earlier libations, surged with excitement. At Wang Chen's command, everyone sprang into action. Although Lu Er's group brandished knives and pipes, Wang Chen's crew was not to be trifled with. The wine bottles were hurled mercilessly at the intruders, creating a cacophony of crashes as they cried out in agony. Once the bottles were shattered, they grabbed the sturdy wooden benches beneath them, ready to defend their territory. With a single strike from an axe, it could not be severed. Yet a blow could surely result in shattered bones. Initially, Lu Er and his companions contemplated a fight, but as the benches were wildly smashed down, they simply could not withstand the onslaught. 2 of the underlings were struck on the head and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wang Fugui, perceiving the dire situation, shouted loudly to the crowd, Stop dawdling, run. Unfortunately, just as he attempted to escape, a large foot came flying in and sent him sprawling back. As everyone turned to look, they saw Lu Long returning from the restroom. Wang Chen did not allow Lu Long to engage, but instead shouted, Xiao Long, hold the door. Don't let anyone escape. Obediently, Lu Long rushed to close the door, secured it with a lock, and braced himself against it. ensuring no one could flee. At this juncture, both sides could only fight to the bitter end. In those rural times, robberies were not uncommon, yet a large-scale raid from a neighboring village was unprecedented. If one village were to be pillaged by another, word would spread, and there would be no hope of living in peace thereafter. As the village chief, Li Jiangguo was seething with rage. Fight! Beat them to a pulp. The Liu family village is too audacious. Do they truly believe our village is defenseless? Liu Heir recognized the lethal intent behind Wang Chen and his companions. Stealing his resolve, he swung his long knife towards Wang Chen's neck. Alas, before he could land the blow, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, being forcibly thrust away. Li Jiangguo, wielding his cane, made a stabbing motion that struck Liu Heir's throat. Unfortunately, as he did not possess a dagger, Liu Heir survived that close encounter. Seeing that the village chief was still formidable, Wang Chen was equally unwilling to be outdone. He seized a nearby bottle and, within the span of a mere second, smashed 4 bottles against Liu Heir's head. 4 bottles in 1 second left Liu Heir dazed. He wished to resist, but the blows rendered him disoriented, barely able to stand. Uncle Wu seized the opportunity, producing a rope from an unknown source, and swiftly bound Liu Heir, rendering him immobile. The attack from Wang Chen and his group progressed smoothly, yet other villagers sustained injuries. After all, they wielded only benches and bottles while their opponents were armed with knives. Many villagers were wounded, but thanks to their overwhelming numbers, within 5 minutes, Liu Heir's gang was all subdued on the ground. In a fit of fury, Wang Chen tore off their hoods, confirming they were indeed Liu Heir's band. However, upon removing the last hood, everyone gasped in astonishment. The final individual revealed was none other than Wang Fugue. Seeing him, Li Jiangguo nearly succumbed to rage. Wang Fugue, how could it be you, you traitor? Wang Fugue, breathless from the beating, mustered his strength to reply, Li Jiangguo, why shouldn't it be me? Alas, I miscalculated today, bringing too few men. Had I been better prepared, I would have surely dispatched you, you old beast. As the village chief, how could you be so biased? Not only did you send my son to prison, but he was also crippled by Wang Fugue. Why did you not intervene? If you possess any courage, go ahead and kill me. Even in death, I shall not spare you. The village chief, infuriated, raised his cane high, preparing to strike Wang Fugue. However, Wang Chen was quicker, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Fugue's face, leaving one side of it swollen. Wang Fugue, undeterred, shouted curses at Wang Chen. You little brat. I am your elder. How dare you strike me? Beware of divine retribution. To his vitriol, Wang Chen merely snorted derisively. Humph, you are no respectable elder. You have already greedily claimed my parents' compensation and previously colluded with Ma San to plot my demise. I would relish the thought of devouring you alive and sending you to the depths of hell. Rumors regarding Ma San and Wang Fugue had long circulated within the village, though their veracity remained uncertain. Yet, Wang Chen's words lent credence to those whispers. In response to Wang Chen's accusations, Wang Fugue appeared unfazed. Do not cast stones while living in a glass house. What makes you think you are any better? It was you who orchestrated Ma San's imprisonment, was it not? And haven't you entangled yourself with that Zhang Yuru? Perhaps you have long desired that wretched woman, setting a trap to ensnare us. Wang Fugue sought to preemptively accuse, his words igniting a fierce anger in Wang Chen's expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuru, who had been shielding Wang Shui, wore a look of dismay. She did not wish for Wang Chen to endure further blame because of her. She rushed forward, addressing the villagers. Do not heed Wang Fugue's nonsense. I have no connection with Wang Chen. Initially, it was he and Ma San who conspired against Wang Chen, and I can attest to that. Before Zhang Yuru could finish her statement, a glint of malice flashed in Wang Fugue's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, revealing a concealed knife, and lunged at Wang Chen's chest. Die, you little brat. The distance between them was too close for Wang Chen to react in time. Yet, Zhang Yuru, with remarkable quickness, extended her arm to block the attack. The knife pierced her arm, creating a gaping wound, and she cried out in agony. Seeing Zhang Yuru injured, veins bulged on Wang Chen's forehead. He retaliated with a punch, striking Wang Fugue squarely in the face. Wang Fugue, you scoundrel! In a frenzy, Wang Chen lunged at Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue attempted to reclaim the knife, but it was lodged in Zhang Yuru's arm, rendering it immovable. Now unarmed and weakened by age, he stood no chance against the vigorous Wang Chen. Fueled by fury, Wang Chen unleashed a torrent of blows upon Wang Fugue, who cried out in pain. Within mere minutes, Wang Fuguo resembled a battered mess, barely recognizable as a human being. His mouth, once filled with teeth, was now reduced to only a few, with blood continuously flowing, leaving one uncertain of his fate. Wang Chen initially harbored intentions to continue the assault, but was halted by Wang Shui. Brother, you have a promising future. You cannot take a life now. Moreover, Sister Yuru is injured. You must hasten to take her to the hospital. Wang Shui's words finally managed to calm Wang Chen. He rushed to examine Zhang Yuru, who appeared gravely wounded. The blade seemed lodged in her bone, immovable and unyielding. Zhang Yuru's complexion was ashen, possibly from excessive blood loss. Just as Wang Chen prepared to transport her to the hospital, Li Jianguo raised his cane high, his eyes glinting with malice, clearly intent on eliminating this threat. At that moment, Wang Chen swiftly intercepted his cane. Understanding Wang Chen's good intentions, Li Jianguo sighed. Young man, do not impede me. The village has been tarnished by such treachery, and it is my mismanagement that has led to this. The responsibility lies with me. Since it is my issue, I shall resolve it today, ridding the village of this menace. Fear not, I will take the blame alone, ensuring none of you are implicated. Li Jianguo, unafraid of death, resolved to sacrifice himself for the sake of the villagers. However, Wang Chen shook his head. Village chief, my sister is right. There is no need to endanger ourselves for these scoundrels. We need only to report this to the authorities. Justice will prevail through the law. Under Wang Chen's persuasion, Li Jianguo finally lowered his cane. The remaining rogues, realizing their lives were spared, immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Thank you for sparing us. Truly, we were deceived by Wang Fuguo. He claimed that Wang Chen's family was affluent and lured us here to rob them, promising us a bountiful year. We were blinded by greed and fell into his trap. Furthermore, Wang Fuguo harbors a grudge against Wang Chen. He even spoke of seeking revenge on him. Wang Chen had intended to downplay the situation, but upon hearing their confession, his brows furrowed in alarm. He had never anticipated that Wang Fuguo not only wished to kill him, but also sought to render him a eunuch. To be reduced to such a state in the countryside would be an unspeakable humiliation. The anger that Wang Chen had previously subdued flared back to life. Nevertheless, he resolved against taking a life and instead called for Lu Long Xiaolong. Assist me. Lu Long hurried over, brandishing a kitchen knife. Brother Chen, I understand. You want me to make them eunuchs, right? I've seen others butcher pigs. It shouldn't be a problem. Lu Long's thoughts took a misguided turn, prompting Wang Chen to pat his shoulder. No need for such dangerous deeds. Instead, deliver a few punches to each of their faces. Aim for their teeth. Loosen them, but do not knock them out. Ensure they can never consume anything hard again, relegating them to a diet of congee and soft rice. I want them to endure a lifetime of torment, even within prison walls. Wang Chen's maneuver was exceedingly ruthless, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Even if one were to lose all their teeth, they could still have dentures fitted. However, to loosen every tooth would be a torment beyond measure. Extracting them would be painful, yet not extracting would render one unable to eat. It seemed there was no right choice. Lu Long also found the idea rather ingenious. Setting down the knife, he proceeded to unleash a flurry of blows. Before long, all the thugs were left bleeding profusely, their teeth rendered even more loose than before. Meanwhile, Wang Chen cradled Zhang Yuru and rushed to the hospital. Wang Shui followed closely, for having a woman by their side would facilitate better care for Zhang Yuru. They soon arrived at the hospital in Suifen, fortunate that doctors were still on duty at such a late hour. Upon seeing the severity of Zhang Yuru's injuries, they hastily arranged for surgery. After over 2 hours of intense work, Zhang Yuru was finally out of danger. However, when the doctor emerged, Wang Chen noticed a grave expression upon his face. Doctor, is the patient not out of danger? He inquired, puzzled by the doctor's demeanor. With a resigned sigh, the doctor placed a reassuring hand on Wang Chen's shoulder. Young man, you must prepare yourself mentally. The bleeding has ceased and the wounds have been sutured. So she is indeed no longer in life-threatening peril. However, the assailant was exceedingly cruel. When the knife was plunged into her right arm, he twisted it deliberately. This unfortunate twist has damaged her periosteum and tendons. While we have reattached the tendons, her right hand may face some complications henceforth. To put it simply, she may lose strength in her right hand and will struggle with harder foods, rendering it nearly useless. Wang Chen felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. He had believed Zhang Yuru had merely sustained minor injuries, unaware of the severity of her condition. Should her right hand truly become incapacitated, She would likely be unable to perform any work in the future. Zhang Yuru was such a diligent woman. This fate was exceedingly cruel to her. Wang Chen's heart was heavy with sorrow, while Wang Shui could only offer him comfort from the sidelines. After a brief moment of respite, Wang Chen turned back to the doctor. Doctor, I have money, quite a lot of it. If I were to transfer Zhang Yuru to a provincial hospital, could her hand be restored to its original state? The doctor shook his head resolutely. I'm sorry, young man, but this is not merely a matter of finances. It pertains to the limitations of medical technology. Currently, domestic medical practices can only achieve this level of care. Even if you were to transfer her to a prestigious medical university hospital, it would only allow for marginal improvement, but not a complete restoration to her former condition. A miraculous recovery would be required for that to happen. Wang Chen understood all too well that even decades from now, such an ailment would remain difficult to treat, let alone in the present moment. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Zhang Yuru's side, ensuring her comfort. He and Wang Shui kept vigil throughout the night, yet upon awakening the next day, Zhang Yuru could not help but weep incessantly. She had come to realize that her right hand was utterly immobile, as if rendered useless. For a rural woman, losing the use of her hands meant a complete loss of her ability to work in her community. Life has become exceedingly arduous, making self-destruction a tempting option. Wang Chen could not bear to see Zhang Yuru in such despair, and he enveloped her in his embrace. Sister-in-law, please trust me. I will surely restore your hand. Chapter 92. A folk remedy for grave illness. Zhang Yuru had resigned herself to a life of suffering, yet Wang Chen's words rekindled a flicker of hope within her. Brother, is what you say truly sincere? Can my hand indeed be healed? I implore you, please, ensure my hand recovers. I yearn to return home for the new year and prepare dumplings for you. In truth, Wang Chen harbored no certainty in his heart. But Zhang Yuru had bravely shielded him from danger. Even if it meant sending her abroad, he was determined to find a way to heal her hand. Sister-in-law, trust me. I will devise a solution. Zhang Yuru, filled with unconditional faith in Wang Chen, allowed a hint of a smile to re-emerge on her face. Understanding her frail condition, Wang Chen ventured to the agricultural market and purchased 2 old hens. He prepared a nourishing chicken soup for Zhang Yuru and arranged for Wang Shui to care for her attentively. Subsequently, he visited Lu Long's residence, hoping to inquire if Lu Zhenye knew any esteemed doctors. Upon Wang Chen's arrival, Lu Zhenye welcomed him warmly. Having heard of Wang Chen's family troubles, he clapped a hand on Wang Chen's shoulder and remarked, "Young Wang, encountering such relatives is indeed your misfortune. However, the fact that you have emerged unscathed is a silver lining amidst adversity. I have already instructed Lu Long to file a report. Those scoundrels are now in custody. They operated as a gang, representing a classic case of organized crime. Even if they are not executed, they shall not see the light of day again. Rest assured, justice will be served." Wang Chen was entirely prepared for the situation regarding Wang Fugui. Such a base individual would inevitably face retribution. Director Lu, I actually did not come to discuss those scoundrels today. Zhang Yuru took a blade from me, and her hand may be irreparably damaged. Since you have extensive connections in the provincial capital, could you assist me in finding a skilled surgeon? I am not concerned about the expense, as long as Zhang Yuru's hand can be healed. She is only in her 20s. We cannot allow her to live as a cripple. Lu Zhenye expressed his deep sympathy upon hearing about Zhang Yuru's plight. Young Wang, do not fret. I will reach out and make inquiries immediately. Lu Zhenye mobilized all his connections, scouring numerous hospitals. However, after more than an hour of effort, the responses he received were dishearteningly uniform. Most stated that, given the current state of medical technology, Zhang Yuru could only receive conservative treatment, with little hope of restoration. Even sending her abroad would likely yield negligible results. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a sense of despair wash over him. Was it truly impossible to fulfill the promise he had made to Zhang Yuru? Just then, Lu Long interjected, "Dad, why not let Brother Chen consult with Mr. N? When it comes to treating bones, there is likely no one more skilled than him." Lu Long's suggestion felt like a lifeline to Wang Chen. "Little Long, who is this Mr. N? Is he also a doctor at a hospital?" Lu Long shook his head, providing a negative answer. He was not a physician at the hospital, but rather a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. In my youth, I was quite the mischievous child. Do you recall the time I broke my leg, with the bone protruding? At that moment, I feared I would be crippled for life. I visited numerous hospitals, all of which declared my condition untreatable. Even if the surgery succeeded, I would forever walk with a limp. Fortunately, my father happened to know Mr. N, a specialist in orthopedics, and took me to him for treatment. Mr. N first set my bone and applied a splint, after which he had me take traditional herbal medicine for an extended period of time. After more than 6 months, my leg had fully healed. Look at me now. I can run and jump without a trace of my past injury. Lu Long's recounting truly stirred Wang Chen's memories. Vaguely, Wang Chen recalled that Lu Long had indeed broken his leg as a child, during which time he had virtually disappeared from view. However, upon Lu Long's return, his leg appeared to be as good as new. Wang Chen, being quite young then, had not given it much thought. In retrospect, it truly seemed miraculous. Director Lu, do you know where Mr. N resides? I implore you to take me to see him. I am willing to pay any sum. To Wang Chen's request, Lu Jianye displayed a hesitant expression. Xiao Wang, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but Mr. N has not practiced medicine in recent years. However, we do share a certain rapport, and I can take you there to inquire. Whether he is willing to help, however, is something you must ascertain for yourself. Lu Jianye's willingness to assist was indeed a positive development. Wang Chen hurried home to prepare a token of appreciation for their meeting. Soon, they arranged a time to visit Mr. N's residence. Mr. N lived on the outskirts of Suifen, in a quaint little courtyard that appeared quite elegant. The yard was meticulously maintained, everything remarkably tidy. Upon knocking on the door, a white-haired elder promptly opened it. The old man exuded a benevolent demeanor, his hair neatly groomed, and his attire impeccably tidy, clearly a person of refined habits. If it isn't old Lu, what brings you here? Have you come to share a drink with me today? Lu Jianye smiled lightly and beckoned Wang Chen and Lu Long closer. Mr. N, it has been quite a while since my last visit. Today, I have brought along 2 younger generations to pay their respects. Mr. N scrutinized Lu Long and Wang Chen with a puzzled expression. I recognize Xiao Long, but who is this beside him? Lu Jianye pulled Wang Chen forward. This is Wang Chen. He is like a nephew to me. Recently, someone in his family has fallen ill, and he seeks your assistance. Mr. N, being an experienced veteran in his field, understood the purpose of their visit immediately. I see. Please, come inside and have a seat. Noticing Mr. N's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Chen quickly presented the prepared gift. Mr. N, as this is my first visit, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I brought a small token. I hope you will accept it. Wang Chen produced a large paper bag and directly handed it to Mr. N. Mr. N glanced at it, a look of surprise crossing his face. Inside were 2 bottles of Fingio and 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes. Mr. N rummaged through the bag and discovered, beneath the bottles of Fingio, a stack of 10,000 yuan. In this world, people are inherently mundane, with fine liquor, good cigarettes, and wads of cash. Who would still keep others at arm's length? Instantly, Mr. N's demeanor shifted. He personally invited Wang Chen into the room. Young man, this Fingio is excellent. I shall prepare a couple of dishes, and we shall share a drink together. Wang Chen, however, had no inclination for drinking. Seeing Mr. N's welcoming attitude, he quickly articulated his purpose. Mr. N, a friend of mine has suffered a stab wound to her arm, injuring both the periosteum and the tendons. The hospital has performed the surgery, but they say her hand may be permanently impaired. I wonder if you might be able to heal her? Mr. N frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. Healing is indeed possible, but the medicinal catalyst you seek may be beyond your reach. Chapter 93. Tiger Bone and Tiger Tendon. Upon hearing Mr. N's words, Wang Chen, perplexed, inquired, Mr. N, what do you mean by the medicinal catalyst? Is it perhaps ginseng or Ganoderma? Surely these can be purchased with money? Before Wang Chen could finish his thought, Mr. N shook his head. Though ginseng and Ganoderma are esteemed herbs, they pale in comparison to what I refer to. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the principle of supplementing form with form to restore your friend's hand. One requires true restorative substances, namely, tiger bone and tiger tendon. At this revelation, Wang Chen gasped in disbelief. He had previously killed a black bear, but in this era, hunting a Siberian tiger was an extraordinary challenge. Setting aside the ferocity of the Siberian tiger, they had become exceedingly rare. They concealed themselves in the depths of the mountains. And even after a year of searching, one might not encounter a single specimen. It was entirely a matter of luck. Would Zhang Yuru be left to fate? Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Jianye interjected, if you seek tiger bone, perhaps you could find some in the countryside, remnants from past medicinal brews. I wonder if they could serve as the catalyst? Mr. N promptly dismissed this suggestion. That won't suffice. To restore your friend's hand to its former state, you require fresh tiger bone and tiger tendon. Aged tiger bone has significantly diminished in potency and will not yield substantial results. I understand this task is daunting, but these are essential for saving a life. Whether you can procure them depends solely on your resolve. Everyone present was aware of the challenge at hand and contemplated persuading Wang Chen to abandon his quest. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Chen gritted his teeth and declared, "Mr. N, is it true that if we obtain fresh tiger bone and tiger tendon, my friend's hand can indeed be healed?" "There's a 90% chance." Mr. N gestured with his fingers to indicate 9. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's resolve solidified. "Very well. I shall venture into the mountains at once and ensure I bring back that tiger." As Wang Chen's voice faded, he turned and walked away. Lu Long, noticing the change in his expression, quickly pursued him. "Brother Chen, have you lost your mind? In times like this, where do you intend to hunt a tiger? Besides, even if you manage to find one, it is exceedingly perilous. This creature is far more formidable than a bear. One misstep could cost you your life." Wang Chen was well aware of the likelihood of locating the tiger. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, prior to the new year, there had been incidents of tigers attacking people on the northern mountains. One individual had been bitten to death, and by the time the body was discovered, it was barely recognizable. It was evident that the tiger had descended from the mountains in search of food, leading to this tragic event. If Wang Chen were to stake out in the mountains for 2 days and use prey as bait, he should be able to discern the tiger's whereabouts. Patting Lu Long on the shoulder, Wang Chen declared with unwavering determination, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own means. I will visit the security department and retrieve my hunting rifle. This time, I must succeed in taking down the tiger." Seeing Wang Chen's resolute demeanor, Lu Long refrained from further protest. The two of them drove back to the security department and retrieved the rifle from the storage. Initially, after their previous skirmish, there had been very few bullets left. However, they had salvaged the shells and procured some gunpowder, allowing them to reload over 20 rounds. Although the firepower was not as potent as the originals, it would suffice for hunting purposes. With the weapon in hand, Wang Chen returned home to fetch a sled, preparing to ascend the mountain alone. As the new year approached, temperatures fluctuated unpredictably. The once soft snow had melted and refrozen, creating a hard surface that was considerably easier to traverse than before, thus saving Wang Chen valuable time. However, amidst the vast expanse of forest and snowfield, tracking a tiger would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Knowing that tigers possess an acute sense of smell, Wang Chen resolved to hunt smaller prey first. Intending to hang it as bait to lure the tiger, he concealed the sled and grasped the rifle, cautiously searching the vicinity. He listened intently, not daring to overlook the slightest sound. Suddenly, he heard movement not far behind him. He raised his rifle and swiftly turned, ready to take down the prey. To his surprise, it was not a creature he faced, but Lu Long Xiaolong. "What brings you here?" Wang Chen inquired. Lu Long chuckled, "Brother Chen, how could you go hunting for tigers without me? Without my support, I fear you shall return empty-handed." Wang Chen understood that Lu Long's concern stemmed from a desire to protect him, and he felt a surge of appreciation. However, he maintained a serious expression. "Do you have any idea how dangerous it is in these mountains? Your life could be at stake. Your father has only you as a son. Would he approve of you coming along?" "I didn't mention it to my dad," Lu Long replied with a grin. "After all, this isn't the first time I've acted without prior approval. Once we bring the tiger back, he can scold me all he wants. I can handle it." Wang Chen felt touched. Having such a steadfast brother made him feel that his life was truly worthwhile. Indeed, as Lu Long aptly remarked, the probability of successfully hunting a tiger significantly increases when two individuals act in concert. The pair meticulously examined their ammunition, with one possessing approximately 10 rounds. With such a substantial supply, they were well equipped for the task at hand. Adhering to their initial strategy, they resolved to first capture a smaller prey to fashion a trap. They prepared several snare traps in hopes of ensnaring some wild chickens or rabbits. Before long, one of the snares was triggered. However, to their astonishment, it was not a wild chicken or rabbit, but rather a hefty wild boar weighing around 100 pounds. The boar, ensnared by the trap, fell to the ground, thrashing and bellowing. Wang Chen instructed Lu Long to hold it down, and emulating the technique of their Uncle Wu, he swiftly slit the creature's throat. The two of them hoisted the boar onto a tree and proceeded to eviscerate it, subsequently sprinkling its fresh blood in a circle around the grand tree. The potent aroma of blood should suffice to lure the tiger. Meanwhile, they excavated a snow den nearby, where where they cautiously concealed themselves to observe the unfolding events. Compared to their previous hunting expedition, they were considerably more vigilant this time, acutely aware that a surprise attack from a tiger would not be a trivial matter. Before long, the pungent scent indeed attracted several animals. However, as Wang Chen focused intently, he discerned that it was merely a creature the size of a wildcat, likely a civet. The civet hovered nearby, eager to attempt gnawing a piece of meat from the boar. After all, even a single morsel would suffice for a hearty meal. Yet, before it could succeed, it suddenly perked its ears as if sensing something amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, it darted away in fright. Lu Long, equally alarmed, pointed towards the distant hillside. "Brother Chen, what is that?" he exclaimed,